West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagerman for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
2025 AP Coach of the Year is Mike Vrabel. Mike Vrabel is busy preparing for the Super Bowl.
Mike Vrabel is preparing for the Super Bowl.
I didn't realize she doubled down on it.
Oh, yeah, she followed up on it. She thinks his name is Verbal.
She'd done her homework.
Yeah.
Is that guy, did you know he's preparing for the Super Bowl?
Do you know who that – I don't know who that was, and I feel like I feel like at 6 o'clock and 42 seconds or whatever we're at right now, I'm going to totally expose my age. I'm sure it's somebody who – everybody knows, and I just don't know.
Nobody knows who anybody is anymore.
A presenter at the NFL Honors? It's somebody famous.
No, like Drewski. Okay, so
I know
there's a boatload of people who don't know Drewski.
Drewski and I speak for Prize Picks.
Yeah, despite Drewski being a really famous guy.
Yeah.
But it's everybody's internet famous these days.
Yeah, that's
there
probably.
There really aren't even any movie stars. So but Mike Vrabel, you feel like somebody would have prepped her for it.
Does that give them a leg up in the Super Bowl that she botched his name, or is that a sign of things to come?
It's an extra chip on their shoulder. Tom Brady doesn't like Mike Vrabel. This lady doesn't like Mike Vrabel. They can't even acknowledge the greatness of Mike Vrabel.
That was literally the first thing that I saw waking up this morning. Like, oh yeah, it's going to be a good day. It's going to be a good day. And when we got here,
Mike Vrabel is emotional.
For the first time in 3 days, the Snickers bin is full.
Yeah.
The frozen Snicker ice cream bin is full.
Which is perfect because you and I swore off refined sugar at 10 p.m.
It's all we've been eating.
It starts now.
Yeah, it starts now.
No more sugar, Sean and Seth.
After the 4 Snickers that I ate this morning.
Well, they've got caramel, caramel
No,
flavor.
salted
caramel.
Salted caramel.
Like, obviously, they always have caramel, but it's salted caramel.
Yeah.
So I felt like it was my journalistic duty to go ahead and sample that. Mm-hmm. I'm going to tell you what, Sean, this morning. I woke up this morning with a bread hangover, which is worse, I've learned, than an alcohol hangover.
Yeah.
Because I had 17 dinner rolls last night.
It was a fun dinner last night.
And then I also did have those mini donuts because of journalism. I had to try with this little stand of mini donuts.
Yeah.
They were good.
So we went to the Fisherman's Wharf,
yeah.
Pier 39 last night. We ate at Market something or other.
Yeah.
Some restaurant, really good seafood restaurant. And we got full. Yeah. We got real full. Those sourdough rolls, I've never eaten anything like them. They look harmless.
Yeah.
They look like little dinner rolls that you would eat at Thanksgiving and eat like, or the Hawaiian rolls that you get like 16 of them at a time. They look harmless, but then you bite them and they're really thick.
Right. Like each one weighed as much as a kettlebell.
Yeah.
It was. I had 17 kettlebell rolls last night.
It was good, but you got a workout in while you were eating them because they were.
Yeah, they were so
very
heavy, almost strained a peck.
Yeah.
So and then we had we decided we were going to go full tourism mode, and you and I had the the Alcatraz Slammers.
I want to call them Alabama Slammers.
They were served in like a hurricane glass.
They were Alcatraz Slammers,
which is what they draw. This was the preferred mixed drink that they served on Alcatraz.
Yeah, right. Two kinds of rum.
Yeah.
Pineapple.
Yeah, cold,
orange.
Frosty.
Yeah, with a little orange slice along the rim of the glass. You and I went to Alcatraz on Tuesday, and I'm like, this feels like a place that they drank fruity drinks out in the courtyard.
Little umbrella drinks.
Yeah, that's what it was. It felt like
some croquet.
It felt like something you would drink at Sandals, Jamaica, or something. But we had 2 of them apiece, and it was really fun. It was good. And then you got
I had to have a third of my second one that I gave it to you.
Collectively we drank 4 of them. Yeah. So I thought when we were walking back to the Ubers at the front of the wharf out at the street, because we were out all the way there, like overlooking Alcatraz, and when we were walking back and they had the mini donut stand, I don't know why I thought this. I'm like, he's probably just joking. He's probably just kidding. Of all people that should think that you were serious, it would be me because I've sat next to you and seen you.
You know what I can do to a donut.
I know the damage you can do to sweets. And I'm like, he's really doing it. He's really doing it. And you stopped and got the mini donuts, and I was really proud of you.
They were kind of like Shipley, but just tiny little miniature ones too. Because they were it's fried, but in donut for whatever.
Yeah.
They were good. No, but you know what? I think what it really was, I was examining myself as I was thinking about why do I feel so miserable. And I think this happens every year because, seriously, it's not a dinner roll hangover. But every year by Friday on Radio Row, I'm petty as hell.
Oh, yeah.
I'm petty. I'm very, very petty.
Okay.
I sit here and I'm watching people get inducted to the Hall of Fame. I'm watching teams prepare for the Super Bowl, and all of this.
Why can't this be you?
I don't even know if it's as much as that. It's almost even more petty. It's just not even putting myself into it. I don't like seeing all these people have success around me. I don't like how happy everybody is.
Yes.
It's annoying me.
Stop being so happy.
All these guys. Hey, even not the future Hall of Famers or anything. Some of these 23-year-old rookies or second-year players with their entire lives ahead of them. Bunch of cash in their pocket. I hate them.
Watching you right now. You know what I'm most excited about this morning?
Yeah.
For these Ithaca College kids to get here and so they can see, like, this is what it's like at the end of the week when you get to be a grizzled vet, kid. You're miserable. You're angry at everybody.
I'm the
You're on a
grumpy old
donut sourdough hangover.
Typical media guy.
Yeah, this is how it's going to go.
I'm going to tell you something.
I know you're all
about
good-looking
these
kids
these days.
You're going to look like you haven't slept in 5 days.
Which one of you even has school loans? If you don't, I'm going to kick you in the head. You little rich bastards. I didn't own my first Blazer until I was 24 years old.
I can't wait for them to
you
get
guys
here.
Some of these kids have been mourning every day.
Oh, I
little
know.
rich bastards.
I know.
Who the hell's paying for all this clothing?
That is true. They've been changing it up. Like Reba McEntire. It's unbelievable. Like during a concert.
Divas.
She wears like 7 outfits.
These kids showed up with a trunk at the hotel. They each had their own trunk of clothing.
So the week started with us casually and very friendly pulling one of them onto the show.
Yeah.
And it's going to end with us berating them. Listen, you little bastards.
I get watching all these videos of the Hall of Famers with their happy families, they disgust me.
I've been handed a note that the presenter's name that said Mike Verbal was Tiffany Haddish, which means nothing to me. Aaron Rabel just handed it to me. That was her thing. You're just telling me her name. Okay, I got you. All right. Requires a Google search.
She's an American comedian.
Oh, okay.
I might as well call her Canadian since she's going to say verbal. She has
she doesn't know the American pronunciation.
She's a Canadian and factress.
Yes. Oh, man. So last night at the NFL Honors, aside from Mike Vrabel's name getting butchered twice in 10 seconds.
Drewski intentionally butchered Jackson Smith and Jigba's name.
I didn't hear that.
I'm not gonna say it the way he intentionally mispronounced it.
Should I not do it either?
No.
Should Aaron not?
No, you should. Nobody's sitting right here.
Could Reggie get away with it?
Sure. So this is but. So he intentionally mispronounced it.
Okay.
Because Drewski obviously knows football.
Yeah.
For those of you, for the fellow olds who don't know Drewski, he's does a lot of funny skits on the internet.
Did he?
But he's gone mainstream.
Was
now.
his pronunciation worse than Gronk's pronunciation?
What was Gronk's? Oh, did
No, that was Emeka Ibuka. My bad.
Yeah,
it was Jackson Smith and Jigba. Different wide receiver from Ohio State.
What did he say? What was his Emeka Ibuka?
Emeka Ibigbu. Gronk walked right past you and me yesterday over at the Bounty display.
Yeah.
Because we did an interview with Lad McConkey. If you want to hear the shortest interview in the history of interviews, listen to our don't blink. You listen to our Lad McConkey Keenan Allen interview.
Because Keenan had to take a phone call before we got up.
Is that why
there.
it was?
Yeah, Keenan Allen was on a phone call, so we got up and they were like, "Hey guys, you've got 7 minutes."
Which is okay. That's whatever.
Aaron Rabal had to set up all the mics and everything too.
So we wound up getting like 4.5 minutes.
Be sure you mention Bounty 3 times in this 7 minutes.
Yeah, that was the ultimate.
Yeah, that one's got a good story. We get a good Harbaugh story out of that. I won't spoil
it's short.
it. But
it was fine. It was fine.
But they were so Gronk walked out as we were waiting, and they were wearing these like Letterman sweaters.
Yeah, sweaters, not jackets.
These Bounty Letterman sweaters.
Yeah.
And
I'm mad at myself now. They go, "What's up, Big Boo? How you doing?"
Well, I thought that I wanted to. I was trying to figure out a way to turn it into a Letterman jacket thing. Like if the Texans showed up the next time they play the Patriots in New England, if they were Letterman sweaters, would how would fans feel about that?
I think I know.
Remember Stingley wore it was.
Stingley wore a Letterman jacket.
Yeah, but people tried to make something of it, but it wasn't. It wasn't like a team-wide thing. Or
No,
Plus, it wasn't a Texans Letterman jacket.
Yeah,
right?
and I couldn't really tell. I just saw a picture. His arm was kind of over what was the.
It seemed like a really cool and stylish Letterman jacket.
The ones they wore in 2012 seemed cool and stylish.
Yeah.
If they won that game, they would have sold. They would have cleaned out the team store of those things.
Yeah.
But instead, if they put any in there now, there's probably still some of them in there now from 2012 in the team store in the back. Hall of Fame class from last night. They announced it. Drew Brees, Larry Fitzgerald, Luke Kuechly. I thought those three were locks, and they made it. Adam Vinatieri and Roger Craig.
Yeah, and Vinatieri making it as a kicker.
Yep.
How many kickers are in the Hall of Fame now?
Not many still. Yeah.
And Roger Craig it's interesting because remember one of the explanations for some of the the people who didn't vote for Kraft and Belichick was that, well, these three senior members, this might be their last opportunity to make it in.
Yeah.
So we want to be sure that we give them that chance. And then meanwhile, one of them makes it in.
And he's the youngest of the three.
Right, that he still would have had more opportunities. So I
Hall
feel
of Fame's a mess. I don't really care, but it's a bit of a mess.
I feel like
right
the
now.
people, that's people that explained it away as I wanted to be sure those senior members get in. It really feels like that's a nice and convenient excuse for just to own it. Yeah, say just to own it. You don't act like the scandals or anything had no effect on my voting. Just own it.
This is a good class, just in terms of accolade. Like Drew Brees, Larry Fitzgerald, and Luke Kuechly is a pretty strong three at the top.
Yeah.
For this class. By the way, prior to last night, three kickers had been inducted into the Hall of Fame. So Vinatieri's the fourth. Jan Stenerud, Morton Anderson, and Gary Anderson. Not related. You know how I know? They spell it different.
Yeah, that's right. That was always the commentators would always have to explain that.
Morton Anderson always he had kind of that Mark Davis haircut going, didn't he? He was
old as hell. He he had a classic.
He's a foreigner too.
He had a classic '80s haircut.
Yeah,
and he just kind of kept whatever he had in college.
What do you think of Matt Stafford winning his first MVP award last night?
I'm cool with that.
By a nose hair over Drake May, 5 points.
Oh, it was only 5 points.
It was really close. They only one more first place vote than Drake May.
I saw there were a few people that had really good explanations or arguments for Drake May that accounted for the strength of schedule of the Patriots and all of that. And by and large, I give them credit for those arguments. I don't feel like this is just simply a Matt Stafford Lifetime Achievement Award. I think there's more to it than that.
He was good this year.
Yeah, he was just very, very good. And the defenses, the common opponents, et cetera, et cetera. The fact of the matter is, for the entire team, it was a harder standard. It was a harder level of competition.
Yeah.
And people are trying to break it down by actually by DVOA, the defenses that he faced weren't that much different than Drake May, et cetera, et cetera. I think that the biggest thing about the Rams this year was that they're a team that had to transform their offense as the season went along. And they did a lot of things that you can't do with a second-year quarterback.
Yeah.
If you swap situations, I don't think the Rams are able to pull off with Drake May what they did with Matt Stafford.
I think that's fair.
If you flip Matt Stafford over to the Patriots, I think that Matt Stafford has the same year as Drake May does with the Patriots this year.
I would agree.
But I'll give credit to Drake May that I initially, over the course of the last month or so, I've become more and more impressed with what Drake May did in the regular season, and that's as he's not necessarily doing much at all in the playoffs.
Yeah, that's right. The voting looked like this. The top five, Matt Stafford wins by 5 points and one first-place vote over Drake May, and then it's a big drop-off. Josh Allen got 2 first-place votes. He finished third, way behind those two guys. The other first-place vote, the only other first-place vote went to Justin Herbert, who finished outside the top 5. Trevor Lawrence finished 5th in the MVP voting. Would not have predicted that at the beginning of the year. So Stafford, May, Allen, Christian McCaffrey 4th, Trevor Lawrence 5th. Will Anderson here finished second behind a unanimous Myles Garrett for Defensive Player of the Year.
He was the only other player to get over 100 points based on the voting system, and yet Myles Garrett got every single first-place vote.
If you had to bet on Will Anderson Jr. winning a Defensive Player of the Year award in the next 3 years, would you put –
I don't know. That's almost always – I always go with the field versus one individual.
I'm giving you 3 seasons.
Right. If he stays healthy and he plays at the same level, yeah, there's going to be a year where he just – you know how it goes with sacks especially. Yeah. Sometimes it's just flukishness.
Well, the funny thing about that,
I would say yes. I think there's a very good chance that he does.
I do too. I do too. The funny thing about that and the encouraging thing about the voting, if you're into the awards, and I am, is that Will finished like 9th in sacks.
Yeah.
And yet finished second for Defensive Player of the Year behind the guy who set the sack record.
This is where I think some of the advanced stat sites and everything help Will Anderson out.
100%.
Because I think there's an appreciation for his ability to play both the run and the pass.
Yeah.
Some of the impact plays, the pressures, and all of those things that didn't used to just even be brought up, or people didn't. If you didn't watch Will Anderson every week, you wouldn't know necessarily how much impact he has on a game, except now they have all these advanced stats available.
That's my point, yeah. I'm encouraged by that because I think that's going to be Will's game as he continues to evolve as a player, as he does everything. Like 10 years ago, Danielle Hunter probably would have gotten more votes than Will Anderson because he got more sacks.
Right.
You know, he finished third in sacks, and Will finished 9th or whatever he was. So Defensive Player of the Year, Will Anderson. Offensive Player of the Year, Christian McCaffrey. And Offensive Rookie of the Year, Tet McMillan from Carolina wins that. And Mike Vrabel won Coach of the Year.
Mike Vrabel!
Whoa! Mike Vrabel.
Vrabel's another one, man. There's some good stuff coming out on Vrabel this week just about how he manages his team and everything.
Yeah.
And he's kind of like he and D'Amico are completely different personalities, but sometimes a lot of former players who are coaches don't actually translate a lot of the lessons you learned as a player into being a coach as well. If anything, they become just sometimes like the worst players coaches because of whatever reason. But I think that both Vrabel and D'Amico kind of just took a career of seeing what you like, what you don't like, what guys respond to, and they transferred into the way they coach their team, and they do it in much different fashions, but it works for both of them.
Yeah.
And I think they get the most out of their guys, partly just because they have a really good feel for the human side of things.
Different personalities, but they operate very similarly, I think.
Yeah. But like Vrabel does fun stuff. Like they made Will Campbell do a weekly report, like a news report, like a Saturday Night Live update type of thing every week, where they'd write jokes.
That's what Will Campbell gets for having a personality and an accent that cuts through. Like, oh, we can have fun with this guy. Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a football Friday here at Radio Row. Big thanks to LaCour 43 for getting us to Radio Row. Could not be more grateful to them. Planet Fitness as well, bringing us here. And we'll have a few guests along the way today. And then when we do have a guest, they're presented by Tide. When it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. Nick Caserio, we sat down with him earlier this week. We ran that interview yesterday. How are they feeling? The mindset coming off of the loss to the Patriots. Nick's answer about Joe Mixon's injury got a lot of attention yesterday. If you haven't heard it yet, we'll have that for you coming up in the next segment. Stay there.
Hey, Valentine's Day. It's coming up, but don't despair.
Francisco, LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you live on Radio Row. Thanks to LaCour 43. Here was Nick Caserio yesterday. We ran this interview. It's in the 7 o'clock hour. If you want to go back and listen to the whole thing on our podcast. This was right out of the chute. What's the mindset of the team after the loss to the Patriots in the playoffs?
I mean, I'd say my mindset is always, it's no different than a game. All right, look, whatever happens in a game, all right, here's the things that went well, here are the things we got to clean up. All right, then on to the next thing. So, I mean, I think when you come to a halt like that, when your season ends, and everybody kind of starts to reflect a little bit, like about the season and all that. But like I talked after the season, I mean, I'm really proud of our team, proud of the organization, proud of what we accomplished, did a lot of good things. In the end, kind of came up a little bit short of what the ultimate goal is, which is to kind of be here playing in this game. But, I mean, now we're going to go back and try to build the 26th season and, build on some of the things that we did, try to make some corrections in some areas that we feel we got. Offseason was about improvement, and I think that's where the focus is.
It's kind of a loaded question because I think the answer, honestly, especially – given how the last game went, probably a lot of it just comes down to what C.J. Stroud looks like next year. But aside from C.J. Stroud, how fixable do you think the things are that Nick is talking about?
Because it's a two-part. There's two parts to that still with how C.J. Stroud looks next year. That C.J. Stroud was still working with an offense that had a lot of offensive line issues in the first half of the season, and then things stabilized. But over the sum total of the season, he was never dealing with a really good offensive line, and he had a running backfield that was, hey, man, Woody Marks is doing good things for a rookie who you didn't necessarily expect to have to be your lead back and all of those things. But CJ will be better if they get those things better.
Yeah.
Now, how good does CJ get? A lot of that's going to be on him. But even with the offensive line stabilizing, that was still a lot of that was about CJ getting rid of the ball a lot faster than he had in his first 2 years in his career. Davis Mills, when he was in there, was getting rid of the ball incredibly fast. He had the second or third lowest time to throw in the league.
Yeah.
He was with Aaron Rodgers and Tua Tagovailoa. He was right there. They were about equal. Aaron Rodgers is an old man that has to get rid of the ball quickly. Tua Tagovailoa doesn't operate in a universe in which he can hold on to the ball at all.
Yeah.
And then there's Davis Mills, who's just getting rid of the ball. So the offensive line looks better because there's not enough time to get to the quarterback.
Yep.
There were a lot of times this year where I would see, like, oh, look at that. The Texans only allowed a such and such pressure rate. But when you're watching the game, on a lot of those plays, the only reason there wasn't a pressure was because an offensive lineman was getting destroyed, but the ball came out quickly.
Before that, leading into either the Patriots game or the Steelers, I think going into the Steeler game, the last 3 games of the regular season, if I'm not mistaken, they didn't allow a sack.
Yeah.
They went like 3 straight games without allowing a sack, but you watch the game. So you look at the box score, you go, well, that's very impressive. Good job, offensive line. And then you watch the game and you go, okay, decent job, offensive line, but there's a whole lot more nuance to it. Yeah.
So, and then CJ at the end of the season was holding on to the ball a little longer in a good way.
Yeah.
So things were gelling in a way that was much improved over last year, but it still wasn't good enough.
Yeah.
So, now CJ just simply can't have the performance he had in the playoffs, no matter who his offensive line is. But it's going to be easier for him if Caserio and D'Amico fix some of these other issues on the offense.
Yeah.
At a certain point, you don't have to overthink it. They don't have as many good football players on the offensive side of the ball as they have on the defensive side of the ball.
It's going to be really interesting to see what they do in the draft because they went offense heavy in the draft last year, too.
Yeah.
Do they have 2 straight drafts where they really don't do anything continue to build the foundation defensively?
I think that on the defensive side of the ball, your starters are all coming back. So that's good. The problem is that we saw just how precarious a position the defense was in terms of when they have their starters out there, they're one of the best defenses in the league. You lose one starter, and Azeez Al-Shire being one of them, which Azeez is great, but he's an off-ball linebacker. That shouldn't be the thing that all of a sudden makes things dicey versus the Raiders at
Yeah.
home.
Yeah.
Like, you're just like, you don't have your middle linebacker, and all of a sudden you're having trouble with the Raiders at home?
Yeah.
That's bad.
Yep.
So the depth on defense matters.
Especially at linebacker and corner.
Yeah, and some of that, too, is some of the backups who are in there having an extra year in the system. Hopefully that it's not as drastic of a fall-off.
Yeah.
Some of it will be draft picks or just kind of marginal signings in free agency. The offensive side of the ball, you're still looking for starters. You got your starters on defense. You need depth, but you just flat out need better Jimmies and Joes on offense.
Here was Nick Caserio yesterday with us. This is the answer that got a lot of attention, was the mystery that is the Joe Mixon injury.
No, we're at some point probably going to see Joe for an evaluation to kind of see where he is. I know I got asked about it, a lot.
In between you getting asked about it last time and now, he posted something on social media.
Good for Joe.
Yeah, well, that's so I'm like, all right, well, I guess we got to ask Nick. Is something happening? Yeah.
So, but, honestly, Joe worked really hard to try to get himself ready. I think he's committed to trying to be able to play football this year. We'll see if he physically is able to do it or not. So it's a little bit of a moving target still, but as we get a little bit closer, we'll probably have a better idea. Before we get to the season, I'm sure we'll have an idea, probably know before that, what Joe's situation is.
Okay.
Yeah, it was funny to see how some people interpreted this differently. Because I can't remember who it was. Somebody said, well, he was upset because one of our listeners was upset because it sounded like Caserio was saying that Joe Mixon is still the plan or a part of the plans. I didn't interpret it that way. I really felt like, look, he's under contract. It's not like they're going to be able to trade him away for a boatload of anything right now. It's a medical mystery, and they don't know exactly what to expect from him. I think that if I were Caserio, I would just be moving on in the offseason with zero expectation of Mixon coming along. Like, you can't get caught in that same bind next year where you're trying to see if, hey, maybe Nick Chubb's still got something going into training camp. It's got to be that you've got a plan. And then if Joe Mixon comes back, okay, oh no, we've got an embarrassment of riches at running back. But that's a problem I'm cool with dealing with. But you have to have a plan for who's going to share those carries with Woody Marsh.
They have got to either in mid-March sign one of the better or best running backs in this, because knowing that you're probably not going to, like Kenneth Walker, for example, with Seattle as a free agent, and I don't know what the market's going to be for him. I don't think he's a guy who's going to crack 15, 20 million, something like that. But I think it's got to be one of the two, or maybe even both. You've either got to sign one of those guys in March, or you've got to use one of these picks that you've got, either you're late first, and we know Nick will move around, or one of those 2 seconds. That's got to turn into a pick that you use on one of those two avenues. You've got to get a running back. It can't be like, well, let's just get another guy in the 5th round and let's sign another one year, $3 million guy.
Yeah.
They've got to get somebody that's got some juice.
Right. I mean, because 2 straight years in a row we've had you've gone into training camp with guys that were medical mysteries themselves.
Yeah.
What's Cam Akers going to be? I got him on a cheap deal. Maybe it'll work out.
Well, Chubb.
Yeah.
Chubb also, yeah.
Cam Akers, Nick Chubb. Who's the, I don't know who would be the candidate out there of a banged-up old running back that you decide to,
Plenty if we probably look,
to be your plan
if we
going
looked
in.
hard enough.
Can we find any banged-up old running backs?
Yeah. Well, and I think if you get one of those guys, if you get a guy who can be a lead guy, I think you're going to get a better version of Woody Marks at the same time.
Yeah.
It's almost like you're getting 2 guys.
And honestly, going back to what's your plan at running back, I felt like they hung on to Dameon Pierce for 2 years too long.
Yeah.
They had a steadfast belief that at some point things were going to click for Dameon Pierce, and obviously it did not. Offensive line and running back are I don't want to throw them into the same category because they've made some progress with the offensive line, but by and large, it's been an exercise in futility with anything and everything, including the competition at left guard last year for the first half of the season. You had a revolving door of revolving door guards at left guard, and a 2-man competition for the entire first half of the season.
Yeah.
And then midway through, they're like, oh, you know what? Titus can play guard, can he?
Jarrett's in there for a little bit, and it was Scruggs and Laken Tomlinson.
Yeah, it was really just a matter of Trent Brown eventually being healthy enough to play.
Yeah.
That made it possible to get the stabilized version of the offensive line. But your plan going into the season at that point obviously wasn't good enough. You know, they could add theoretically, without the offensive line issues that they had over the first half of the season, there's a very good chance that divisional game is at home instead of on the road. But they just kind of treat it like an open experiment. The plan going into the season was just not satisfactory. They just didn't do enough, and they kind of stumbled into or settled into something that was acceptable. But I don't want to fault them too much on the running back side of things for not planning for Joe Mixon, because I think they genuinely didn't know what was going on with him.
Yeah.
But I guess, you know, not trading for Breece Hall or doing something along the way, once you acknowledge, all right, we've got a real issue here, we gotta be more aggressive than this.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you live on Radio Row, thanks to Liqueur 43. We've got guests coming up along the way. We interviewed Mad Dog Russo yesterday. That was a fun conversation. You'll hear that at 7:20 on the show. We had a quick interview with Lad McConkey and Keenan Allen that'll run shortly after that. Those will be in the 7 o'clock hour. And then live out here on Radio Row, all thanks to Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. Dr. Chow is going to join us at 8:25 on the show today. An interesting week for him on Radio Row.
It has. But, we're going to ask him specifically about Joe Mixon. And some of these other medical mysteries
Tank
we have
Dell,
with the Texans.
Drake May. So we'll talk to Dr. Chow about that. And then our good friend Ross Tucker is going to drop by. We haven't heard from him this week. We didn't do our Tuesday hit with him because he had all kinds of stuff going on out here. But he'll join us at 9:20 on the show today. Live out here on Radio Row, so that'll be good to see Ross. Up next, let's do some headlines. We have not touched on the Rockets yet because it's just they are a mess right now. So we'll talk Rockets, NFL honors last night, getting ready for the Super Bowl as well. We got a lot to get to here on a Football Friday here on Sports Radio 610. Live from Radio Row, thanks to Liqueur 43. Stay there.
Hey, spring is right around the corner, and right now is
22. Live in San Francisco, LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, today's headlines. We are live on Radio Row. Indeed, our final day here thanks to LaCour 43, and we are just 2 days away from Super Bowl 60. Seahawks and the Patriots. And the line I'm looking at, it's that the line is held steady at Seahawks 4.5. So what's so funny about that?
Well, because you didn't get as favorable line, right?
No, I got it at 4. I got it at 4.5.
You got it at 4.5.
Yeah. But it opened, to your point, it opened at 4.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah. So you're kind of in mourning over that.
Yes,
this is just as some of the Texans players and GMs seem to be in mourning.
I've been walking around Radio Row over half a point.
I'm petty. I'm petty about everybody else's happiness. You're petty about that half point on the line.
Man, people have been walking up to me like, "You're a different person this year.
Okay,
why is
man?
that?" Yeah. You usually walk around here very jubilant and very happy, and you're just you seem down in the dumps. I'm like,
every time you say that the line is at 4.5, you say it so derisively.
I do, yeah. I say like
I do. And I do this with every single football game that I think about for too long. I like the Seahawks a lot, and yet I've
everybody does. That's what's scaring me.
And over the course of the last 2 weeks, I've started to think about the ways that the Patriots could very much upend the Seahawks.
Yeah,
it's not like they're huge underdogs or anything, and a lot of it just revolves around Mike Vrabel and that defensive staff's ability to bring out the worst in Sam Darnold. Because Sam Darnold, he can get got. If you show them the right things. And the Patriots have had 2 weeks to really look at what might flummox or confuse Sam Darnold. And I think that that's it's a very real possibility. But it's still it's almost like a coin flip. It's got to be. It's one or two instances in the game. The Seahawks might dominate the game on 70% of the snaps, and yet. Just two turnovers will change everything.
It's funny you bring that up because as you're talking about that, I'm thinking, man, which of these two quarterbacks do I trust to protect the ball more? And despite the fact that he's turned the ball over some in this postseason, more than he did in the regular season.
With some really weird weather situations.
Yeah. That factors into it, too, to what I'm about to say. I think I trust Drake May more to protect the football in this game. I think both quarterbacks are going to have their issues against these defenses. Vrabel with 2 weeks to prepare for Darnold. You've mentioned that. Cooking up some things that Darnold hasn't seen before. And the Seattle defense is just good. Whether it's a 1 week or a 2 week, whatever, they're just good.
If you think about the two quarterbacks and how they've been evaluated this season, you've got Drake May. Wow, he's doing some great things, but it's versus an easy schedule. How do I factor that in versus where it's with Sam Darnold? Wow, he's done some really impressive things. But I've got the rest of his career to also look at.
Yeah, that's true too.
And I've got some of the lulls that they had this year in the back half of this in the back half of the season.
Yes.
Or just where he's been both one of the very good things on your offense, but one of the most scary things in your offense.
Yeah, he's capable of a 4-interception game. I know that. He's had a 4-interception game this year.
And look, I'll go super caveman on it. I feel like he's due. He's taking care of the football really well in the postseason.
His last game, he was dynamite in the NFC title game, protecting the ball.
Yeah.
He threw for 346 yards, no interceptions. So it wasn't like they were just kind of like trying to manage him or anything like that. They were attacking.
And he was doing it versus a team that had taken the ball away from him a lot this season.
6 times.
He had they had 6 interceptions. In a season in which Sam Darnold had 14 interceptions.
That's right.
He was third in the league in interceptions this year, but a lot of that was done at the hands of the Rams.
NFL honors last night. Matt Stafford wins his first MVP award, barely beats out Drake May just by 5 points on the voting. The big news, I would say, is Myles Garrett winning a unanimous Defensive Player of the Year award. Will Anderson Jr. of the Texans finished second there. The Hall of Fame class is in the books for this one. Drew Brees, Larry Fitzgerald, Luke Kuechly, Adam Vinatieri, and Roger Craig. 5-man class going in.
I really, really love that Will Anderson works out with Myles Garrett in the offseason. And, Will has had a whole bunch of mentors on the Texans. The Texans have done a good job of having veteran guys around him, and I think that's helped them out a lot. but just in seeking out the right mentors outside the building, Myles Garrett's a pretty good one.
No doubt.
You know?
No doubt.
Like for a guy like Will, who looks like he does and works as hard as he does, to be like standing in awe of Myles Garrett and what his physique is like and what his regimen is like, that's a really cool bar to set.
And he's getting ready to go work out with him again this year.
Yeah.
You know, I talked to him over at Pro Bowl practice the other day, and he confirmed that.
I don't need him hanging out with Micah Parsons all that much.
No, isn't that funny? That's those two former Texans rookies, from 2 years ago. And it is kind of funny. Like, Will Anderson Jr. chooses to put himself into Myles Garrett orbit in the offseason. And for at least one season, C.J. Stroud chose to throw his into Myles Garrett. Look at the trajectory the two of them have gone on since then. Oh, why did you have to?
I'm mad at Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
Clint and I both, because at the fitness center there at the hotel, we'd walk in. It happened to both Clint and me. You walk into the fitness center, the hotel fitness center.
This week,
oh, Micah Parsons is treating this as his own personal gym with, like, his personal trainer with, like, a gear spread out over the middle and everything.
It was that bad, huh?
Hey, well, I mean, it was taking up a lot of space for for a lot of stuff that he could have been doing either in his he could have been doing in the suite that he's staying in or elsewhere.
I find his kids running around the gym more off-putting than his equipment being spread out around the gym.
I have a hard time with that one. It's because I'm like, all right, I don't want to bring the kids into this. So kind of like with Kirk Herbstreit and his dog.
Well, it's nothing against the kid or the dog.
Right.
It's the management of it by the parents.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't blame the kid. He's just being told this is acceptable.
People love to say, we don't deserve dogs.
Yeah.
I always hate that statement because, we created dogs, all right?
Yeah.
Human beings created dogs.
Yeah.
We took wolves and turned them into dogs. Hell yeah, we deserve them.
Yeah.
It's one of the most incredible things human beings have done.
That's right.
As a,
loyal beasts,
as a species, we've created this entire species. Kirk Herbstreit does not deserve dogs. Because he's using them for his own. He's like a celebrity who adopts kids just for the photo op.
Oh yeah.
I lost my dog. What will I ever do? Personal assistant, be sure you go adopt another dog right quick. I gotta get these clicks. I got to keep these clicks.
I wish he was walking around right now and he heard you saying that about Petey or whatever his.
I would punch him in the face. I will punch him in the face right now.
Yeah.
And I'll take his dog and give it to an owner that's not just going to use him as his own little, basically his own little prostitute.
Rockets lose last night.
He's a dog pimp.
109. Big old hat, big fur coat, feather in the hat right up top. Rockets lose last night, 109-99 at home to the Charlotte Hornets. This has been a good week for us to get away from a Rockets standpoint because our schedules have not allowed us to really sit down and watch these games.
I know, honestly.
We're on West Coast time.
Yes, that part of it has been rough, and then just coming to the trade deadline and standing pat. And
3 teams did nothing, and the Rockets are one of them.
And hey, we're just gonna punt on it. No big deal.
Yeah,
I get it. From a strategic and long-term thinking, et cetera, but Kevin Durant's 37 years old. And it's not their fault that Fred VanVleet got injured, obviously.
Yeah, that's the big thing. I mean, this probably requires longer than we have. But the big thing is everybody who, when Fred VanVleet tore his ACL, was screaming from the rooftops that this is going to torpedo their season.
Yeah.
Who I know I told, settle down a little bit. There's other solutions. They're starting to look right. They're starting to look right.
This is the hard part of it. And like I said, a lot of it makes sense. You don't want to give up on Finney Smith because he's not doing exactly what you wanted him to do, the upside of Şengün, et cetera. But it's such a weird feeling to be punting. It feels like you're punting on a season in which you're currently fourth in the West.
Yeah, the record's still pretty good. I mean, they built up a nice cushion early in the season, so there's that. All right, those are your headlines here on Payne and Pendergast. Up next, as we head into the 7 o'clock hour, let's stick with the Super Bowl. Who is the player most likely to wreck the Super Bowl on Sunday? And Dalton Schultz was on with the guys in the afternoon yesterday, and I have not heard some of this audio yet, but the guys said that Clint and Ron both said last night that he was super emotional about how this season has gone and just walking around Radio Row. So we'll take a listen to it with you guys here in the 7 o'clock hour. 7:20, we'll play our interview with Mad Dog Russo yesterday as well. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast. But first, I want to get you guys who, look, Valentine's Day is a week from tomorrow.
Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Live in San Francisco, LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Super Bowl coming up on Sunday. You'll hear it on Sports Radio 610. It's the Seahawks and the Patriots. Rematch from back in the 2014 season where none of the guys are still around from any of that back in the day. That was one of the better Super Bowls, though. That was a Malcolm Butler interception at the goal line Super Bowl.
Malcolm Butler's been on the Radio Row yesterday or the day before, and there are a bunch of clips coming out of Malcolm Butler tells a real story about being benched in the Super Bowl. And from the clips I watched, it was nothing. It was more of just him saying that it wasn't that he had broken a team rule or something, but nobody knows exactly why he was benched in that next Super Bowl.
I forgot about that. I mean, Malcolm Butler, it'd be interesting to see when you, for Patriot fans especially, when you mention Malcolm Butler's name, what's the first thing that pops into your head? Because it probably says something about how you walk through life. Because there are two very prominent memories of Malcolm Butler in Super Bowl lore. The interception at the goal line his rookie year against Seattle to clinch that game, where everybody and their brother is watching this thing, and Belichick's letting the clock bleed down, and he's not using his timeouts when conventional wisdom says he should use them. And since then, the story has become, and Belichick himself explaining the story, that he sensed some chaos over there.
Watching the sideline over and seeing,
That came up a lot this week because a lot of people were using that as proof that, Belichick got hosed in getting into the look at how he operated and won this Super Bowl.
Moment,
that moment. It was his savvy in that moment that helped win that Super Bowl. And then you got the other Malcolm Butler memory, which you just brought up, Seth, which is in a Super Bowl that they lost to the Eagles, where a backup quarterback went nuts. Nick Foles won the MVP of that game. Malcolm Butler played one snap the whole game.
Sean, you can't tell the history of the NFL without Malcolm Butler. It's true.
It is true. That's what makes that notion of the Hall of Fame so stupid.
I know. Man. You can't tell the story of the NFL without Malcolm Butler.
Did you see a lot of that this
week?
week?
Joe Flacco. I saw a couple people saying it. You can't write the history of the NFL. I think Brady might have said, you can't write the history of the NFL without Bill Belichick, right?
Yeah.
As well as many, many other things.
So anyways.
As far as
this game.
Yeah, this game, who's most likely to
wreck the game.
To wreck the game.
Mack, you can go any number of ways with that, I suppose.
I think with the Patriots, really, they're getting away with the entire left side of their offensive line being a liability. And it didn't jump. In that Broncos game, the field conditions were so bad that's ultimately what hemmed up the pass protection when you also weren't even really trying to pass the ball or anything. Mm-hmm. It was a matter of just trying to maintain this lead, and because you weren't going to pass the ball anyway in those conditions, and the Rams, the Broncos defensive ends couldn't get really good footing to mount a pass rush. It didn't end up being as big an issue. But we saw in the Texans game, Will Campbell, their left offensive tackle, might have single-handedly lost the game for him.
Will Anderson had 3 sacks in that game.
He was getting destroyed.
Yeah.
So the Seahawks defensive line is interesting because they don't have guys that necessarily win really fast the way the Texans have a few guys that win fast and get on the quarterback immediately. But they're like an amoeba. They just kind of just squeeze in. They're like that trash compactor in Star Wars.
Episode 4, A New Hope.
They just kind of beat the crap out of your guys at a slow and steady pace until all of a sudden quarterback is enveloped. So getting rid of the ball quickly is paramount for the Patriots, but that left side of the offensive line, it's an extreme liability at times. So they do some good things. You can find some highlight reels of Will Campbell at the left offensive tackle, but there's many times where he's a turnstile.
Yeah. So Will Campbell could wreck this game in a bad way for the Patriots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you were seeing. Okay, this is a window into how you and I view the world.
Yeah.
When you said wreck this game, I was thinking, okay, who's going to wreck his own team by bad performances? You were thinking about, okay, who's going to go off?
Yeah, it could be either, but yes, that's what because my answer would have been Jackson Smith and Jigba, and it's not even close for me.
He's so much fun to watch. I'm glad he's in the NFC.
I am too. Once every 4 years. We don't have to see him again for another 3 years.
And this is where, look, I'm letting my personal bias seep into it. I'm thinking about Texans versus these two opponents.
Yeah.
And when the Texans played the Seahawks, they got physically beat. You watch that game, and the defense started off slow, but they hemmed it up. The Texans' defense played much better in that game than maybe the box score would suggest. But they had those couple long drives in that Jackson Smith and Jigba touchdown where, hey, we've got a plan for him, but this dude, when I'm trying to figure out which way he's going to break and then catch up to him, you can't give him that little bit of slack that, Derek Stingley can give receivers a little bit of slack and catch up. You don't do it versus Jackson Smith and Jigba. He's moving at 4.2 speed all the time, all over the field, like in and out of breaks and everything. And
he's so strong.
Right.
He's big.
Yeah.
His hands, that one-handed catch he had in the NFC title game.
The NFL's got to do something about him. They got to legislate him out of the league somehow.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah.
Okay. Got to find a way.
Yeah. But, yeah, he could be definitely a game breaker.
That's my answer for it.
The other side of it, too, is that, the Patriots' defense, for the sum total of the year, they weren't a really good defense, but they started playing really well down the stretch and on into the playoffs. They've had weather on their side in the playoffs, obviously, but they've also blitzed like crazy.
Yeah.
They do a lot of all-out cover zero blitzes. I say a lot, but like much higher. They've been doing it at a much higher rate than most of the league operates. That's boom or bust. And that's dicey if the weather conditions are pristine and you're facing a quarterback that's got a guy like Jackson Smith and Jigba. You think about the C.J. Stroud's touchdown to Christian Kirk in the game. That was an all-out blitz, no safety help. CJ didn't. I mean, it wasn't the pass protection's fault. It's just that the Patriots blitzed 8 guys.
Yeah,
they had 8 guys rushing. And CJ got rid of it with a perfect pass, and the Seahawks will be very capable of doing that. So I'm curious to see just how aggressive the Patriots are in this game.
No doubt. Dalton Schultz was on the afternoon show yesterday. He was making his way around Radio Row. Here was Dalton Schultz. He was asked about the fans being out on C.J. Stroud. We know Dalton Schultz is one of the biggest C.J. Stroud supporters that there is out there. The fans are out on C.J. Stroud. Why are you in on Stroud?
A lot of the fan base seems to be, the belief has been shaken. Like, first year, what you all did, like, it was like we finally got a guy that can compete with anybody. What we're getting from every day from the fans are, I don't know if I trust him. I don't know if I think it's good to hear from somebody who is inside that works with him why you guys believe so much. We keep hearing it, but why? What is it specifically about CJ?
Going back to what you're saying, though, is like the same. It's the same. It's just noise, dude. Like, everybody was also calling for everybody's jobs. Everybody be fired when you're 0-3. Like, it's the same as our job as players and everybody else. And I know Nick is like the best one for this. Like, Nick said it all the time, everywhere. But like, that's not our focus. Like, that's not our job. Yeah. Like, our job is to go out there and like perform, make sure we're good. So like, again, like, it's noise, dude. Like, whether you believe in him or not, does that affect whether he's going to be the same player, a better player? That has no effect on him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, none of that affects the process of like whether he's truly going to grow or not. And to me, it doesn't mean anything, man.
Yeah, and I think the very key part of that was the very end. To me, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But does it matter to CJ?
Yeah.
Is he hearing all that out there?
Yeah, there was a fun little thing this year where it just seemed like the Texans were very often talking about how they didn't care about all the comments and the outside noise, yet seemed to be aware of the comments and the outside noise.
I think
it's impossible. Plus, also, in fairness to the Texans players and coaches, they're being asked questions about that. Like, I don't want to succumb to being that person. It's like, this guy talked about this topic at the press conference. Yeah, because he was asked about that topic. I mean, I think CJ is genuinely, I think, probably improved on caring about what the outside opinions are, but it gets that much tougher. It's a lot easier when, say, you're playing well, but you're getting a lot of criticism. It's early in your career, there might be some insecurity about that like, man, it just doesn't seem like I'm going to get the credit. You get to a point where you realize, okay, I'm playing well. The coaches think I'm playing well. The players think I'm playing well. I don't worry about the haters. I don't worry about what Skip Bayless says or whatever. It's a lot harder when you know that you're not playing well and you're not playing up to your standard. And then you hear those voices on the outside.
Yeah.
And even if you're consciously trying to ignore it, it can be suffocating if you allow any of it in at all.
Yeah, it's a big offseason for that stuff for him, man.
Speaking of which, because I know everybody listening right now had steadfast faith in the Texans throughout the year. I'm going to do a quiz on your – I'm going to do what you usually do to me.
Okay.
You did a Pender poll on October 22nd.
That would have been
at the time the Texans were 2-4.
So it was after the Seattle game.
Yeah.
Yep.
After the Seattle game, after they got thumped.
And people go, it was 27-19. They scored a garbage touchdown at the end.
Yeah.
They scored 3 touchdowns in that game. A garbage touchdown at the end, and Will Anderson Jr. had a strip sack fumble in the end zone.
Right.
That game was not close.
That was very much just an offensive non-performance.
Correct.
It was an offensive performance.
So what did I put out there?
So you said how many wins did the Texans, currently 2-4, finish with this season?
What are my choices?
The choices were 10+ wins, 8 to 9 wins, 6 to 7 wins, or 5 or fewer wins.
If I recall, 6 to 7 wins was the winner of that poll.
Yes.
Okay.
55.5%.
Wow, so a real majority.
Yeah.
Okay.
22.4% of the somewhat optimistic people said 8 to 9 wins.
Yeah.
Which I feel like that's genuinely optimistic if you're 2-4 and you say they can win 9 games.
So
at that point.
77% of the vote was those two choices.
Yes.
Continue. What finished third?
I'm trying to figure out how much math people are doing in their heads. I don't want to give away the – okay, so 10+ wins. Let's just say this. What percentage of people who follow you, most of whom are Texans fans, what percentage of Texans fans / Sean T. Pendergast followers thought that the Texans could win 10+ wins?
There's 23% left to dole out.
Yeah, I shouldn't have given you the other stuff.
Yeah. I would have loved to have guessed that off the top. But I'll say 11%.
2%.
10+ wins?
Yeah.
So there were more people thinking that they were going to tank the season than there were make the play.
20.1%.
Wow.
So 2% of people felt like the Texans at that point had a chance to win 10 or more games.
Okay.
I mean, and it is. If you think about the stretch that they had to have and the number of games, it's hard to win that many games in a row.
Yeah.
It's for me. They
finished at 12.
For me, it kind of resets in a positive way. All right, I do have to acknowledge that, man, they were in a deep hole. At 0-3, at 2-4, especially the manner in which they lost that Seahawks game. To come back and win 12 games, that's a pretty impressive accomplishment.
That's noteworthy. Yep.
I'd still prefer if they'd won 10 games but won a divisional playoff game, I would take that very much instead.
They got to the AFC title game.
Winning a divisional playoff game right now carries way more weight than any possible thing that they could do.
You could sneak in at 8 and 9, and if you get to a divisional playoff game and win it, people will be ecstatic about that.
I feel like a Boy Scout who's stuck on, I don't know, tying knots or something, and I just can't do it. You know, I've done every other thing.
Yeah.
I won that derby that they do.
The Pinewood Derby.
The Pinewood Derby.
Yeah, the Pinewood
I'm
Derby.
a 7-time Pinewood Derby champ.
Yeah,
but I can't tie a knot.
Right. You can't start a fight. So why is Seth over there scratching 2 sticks together over there next to a campfire for the 3rd straight year?
That's my divisional title.
That's it, man.
Were you a Boy Scout?
I was a Cub Scout. I was a Weebelo.
Oh, that's right.
Which was kind of like the in-between.
I forgot about the Weebelos.
I was a Boy Scout for 1 year, and then I'm like, this is for the birds. Camping and things like that.
Well, I remember I joined the Scouts. We never went camping or anything. So
we
did.
This
is trash.
We did, and there was one kid. We went like 2 or 3 times a year. It might not have been Cub Scouts. It might have been Weebelos. Weebelos is when you got to like 6th or 7th grade.
Yeah.
And they had one camp out called the Klondike, which was in February in the north.
Yeah.
You know how I'm built.
Well,
now, I'm not built for camping in the cold.
That's something you shouldn't jump into.
I'm barely built for glamping in the warmth.
You know, like an RV for you would be roughing it.
Yeah. That's it.
I feel like
how close these walls are to each other.
Jumping in on winter camping is your first experience. Seems like
I can't remember it was my first.
Much.
I just remember it was miserable.
Yeah.
And my mom sent me out there. She goes, "Here's a space blanket. This will keep you warm, like one of those like silver blankets that it reflects your body heat." I'm like, this ain't working.
I'm gonna have to ask my mom about this because I thought that we didn't have any camping trips, but I wonder if my mom, she's head on a swivel all the time.
Yeah.
Maybe she didn't quite feel like sending me off on a camping trip with whoever was the leader.
That could be.
Yeah.
Find out.
That was as Sean and I were growing up in an age where all of a sudden, thanks to shows on television, parents understood that, like, whoa. There's some creepy people out there.
Different strokes, bicycle shop.
Yeah.
Here's another one from Dalton Schultz. We'll get to our Mad Dog Russo interview here in just a few minutes. This is the one that I think is running in the promo right now, and the one that when we saw Clint and Ron last night out to dinner, they're like, man, Dalton Schultz was in a bad place. It felt like
he was really working through something emotionally.
Yeah.
That he was like even PTSD about the fact that they lost that playoff game.
Here it is. He said, walking around Radio Row is tough.
To sit here right now and think, hey, man, we had a legit shot. We should be one of the teams on that banner up there.
Dude,
I mean, that's a step in the right direction for the team. No, I mean, you guys didn't. That wasn't necessarily a reality a year ago, right? I mean that's a step.
I'll be honest, like walking around here is tough.
Yeah.
Like, I love being, like, we came because I love being in the Bay, but, like, being reminded that, like, we fell short, especially this year, I think because everybody realized what we had and how good of a team we had and the opportunity that we had.
Yeah.
To come up short, not have that, like, that's why I think it feels extra.
Yeah.
Like, dude, sucker punch.
Yeah.
Like, truly. Like, I still haven't gotten over it.
Yeah.
That's
what people want to hear out of their athletes,
that doesn't sound phony to me either.
No. And we were joking earlier about how petty I get by this point in the week.
Yeah.
In the week, because I'm just sick and tired of all these happy people
right.
who've had good things happen to their football team.
Yes.
They're about to play in the Super. I see Patriots fans on the street.
Oh, yeah.
I get so angry. I see them and I just want to punch all of them.
Yeah.
because they're happy.
That's right.
Again.
But with Schultz,
he feels that too. Yeah. Not the same level of pettiness. If I could talk to Schultz, my advice to him would be to turn that into petty rage.
Yeah.
Right now you're just feeling depressed.
Yeah.
And it's tough because you're out of it. You need to really start having a healthy hatred for all of those other people.
You're like a Sith Lord.
Yeah.
You're like, let the hate flow through you. Dalton.
Everybody's a little too well adjusted these days.
Yeah,
It's okay to be old school psycho about this.
Oh my
God.
God.
Go full Ty Cobb.
That's great.
Yeah, just be a without the potentially racist stuff and everything.
Right.
But yeah,
not full Ty Cobb.
A modern Ty Cobb.
Partial Ty Cobb.
Yeah.
The stuff that works in 2026.
Be like an old school player, but who's also cool with integrating baseball.
If you're gonna read up on Ty Cobb before you go full Ty Cobb. That's all I'll say. That's what
I want to. We could put it on your Hall of Fame plaque.
Yeah.
He was like Ty Cobb, but pro-integration. That's what I feel like you and I don't get enough credit for.
Right.
And so we're very much in favor of integration.
Yeah, totally.
It's like I'm willing to stand up and say it.
Yeah.
That was like, man, what's his name? Dana White. When he had to get up and say, and he was like, hey, look, everybody, because one of his fighters had said something about Hitler. And Dana White got up and said, like, hey, Hitler was a really bad guy. And people were like, yes,
finally,
he is brave enough to say
finally
it.
Somebody said it.
Yes, man, but it is a kind of an indication of just how dicey, we're at a point where all of a sudden, for 50 years, thanks for telling me Hitler was bad.
We need
now point we're acknowledging when somebody says it in front of a microphone.
No, we need
it's a heroic.
You and I need to do more of that. We need to declare very obvious things about very bad people, so people will hail us as cutting through.
I was one of the first people to stand up and say, you know what, this cancer thing, not good.
No.
I don't think it's good, and I think we should get rid of it.
Yeah, and so for years people had been ignoring that.
Yeah.
And then along comes Seth, and he's like, cancer, bad.
Yeah.
You're a hero, man.
That's right. A lot of times people be like, mass starvation every now and then, sure.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no.
Yeah.
No, we don't want people starving.
You were the one saying at the beginning of the pandemic, before anybody else, that the pandemic is bad.
Well, I don't. Yeah, so let's go into that.
I didn't mean to make it. I was just trying to play along.
Let's go into all of that.
We're playing dueling pianos. I brought up.
I think everybody can agree that the pandemic was bad, just from different angles.
Yeah.
People are going to have at least alliance on that.
It was just bad. That's all. Yeah, it's just bad. Yeah. It's just bad. All right, let's let Mad Dog Russo cleanse the palate a little bit here. Here is we had an interview yesterday with Christopher Mad Dog Russo, who we play his audio all the time. He's very entertaining. He's one of the icons in this business. Here is our conversation with Christopher Mad Dog Russo.
Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. We thank Liqueur 43 for getting us here to Radio Row in San Francisco, and it is it's an honor right now to talk to one of the icons in what we do. You of course hear him on Sirius XM back in the day, one of the landmark patriarchs of the old WFAN, getting this genre started that we're in now in Sports Talk Radio. You see him on First Take now, MLB Network as well. Christopher Mad Dog Russo joining us on Radio Row. Mad Dog, it is great to talk to you. As I told you before we got on the air, I grew up listening to you.
And I got Seth over here who played for the Jacksonville Jaguars, and I was in Jacksonville about 15 years before he played for him in my first job. So I got Seth and Sean, and I got you in Connecticut, and I got Seth there in Jacksonville.
This is your life, Mad Dog.
Here you go.
It's a very comfortable environment. Yeah.
Yeah, two of the spots.
Yeah, it's absolutely. So it's great to have you here. Are you a Radio Row guy? Do you enjoy all this stuff here on Radio Row?
You know, listen, I like to perform, and so if you like to be on the radio or do these TV spots, you kind of thrive on it. I usually do them before I go on, so it kind of warms me up for the day when I do the 3 hours that I have to do. So yeah, and we always count how many I do at the end of the 3 or 4 day period. It's condensed this year. A lot of people in a small spot. I always do I always do Boston. I'll do KNBR. I usually do the city that with the game, the teams that have whether the city where the game is or the two cities where their teams are from. KGR, for instance, in Seattle, I'll do that. So I always do that. There's a few, I always do the NFL Network. I'll do Dan Patrick. I always do a certain amount. But, I've been doing it since 1990, so there you have it.
Do you wind down at all, ever?
Yeah, I wind down, absolutely.
I mean, I know you like your gummies and everything.
Yeah, I do these, but I do wind down. I don't do that. I won't go crazy at night. I'll go to I don't go to I used to go all the time to media days and see the teams and do all those things. And this is going back to Niners and the Niners and the Bengals. And I'll give you a little story there. The first one we covered was in '90, and that was in New Orleans. San Francisco and Cincinnati, and Seifert coaching the 49ers. And we had Madden and Summerall on, Mike and myself. You may have heard it. Who knows? And we were in a Hyatt in New Orleans, and we had Summerall and Madden on. Nobody else there. No Radio Row. We were in a lobby. Two of them come on. Summerall whispers in my headset or in my ear when the interview's over. He says to me, keep on doing what you're doing. This is Pat Summerall. We have been on the air about a year. No, less than that. 6 months. And Madden says to both Mike and myself, do me a favor. Why don't you come to my hotel sometime this week? I'll give you a little rundown of what to expect. So, who's not going to go see John Madden? This is 9 years after he started. He's got a little boutique hotel on Bourbon Street. Mike and I visit one of the next few mornings. He's sitting up in his suite. He's got the projector out. He gets the little telestrator. He says, watch this. Taylor does that. Reich does this. Roger Craig there. Montana, blah, blah, blah. Atwater can't do this. Louis Wright, no chance. This game is not going to be close. 55-10 San Francisco.
Yeah, I remember.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
I remember. Oh, that
was the first one we ever covered.
That's crazy. Well, and you guys, you had the 30 for 30 done about your...
Well, we did that in 2017 and did the 30 for 30.
The 30 for 30, and our industry has evolved so much, but you guys were part of the star power in New York back in the day. As you've watched this industry sort of evolve, and you look at Sports Talk Radio now, what's been the biggest change, or with how it's done now versus then, or maybe?
Well, I think the biggest change is the amount. Yeah. I know everybody's got a voice. I have a kid who's in West Palm Beach right now. He's 23, doing what we do. Yeah. And, he's going to have a tougher road because it's hard to cut through. Yeah. there are so many stations, so many podcasters.
Yep.
Look at this. There's thousands of people in here. Yeah. And so to cut through and have an impact is a lot harder than it was when Mike and me started back in 1989, which is 40 years ago, 42 years, whatever it may. When I started in 83, I mean, that's 42, 43 years ago, where there wasn't daily sports talk. Radio stations were pretty traditional. The sports talk shows were after the afternoon news blocks, 6 o'clock at night. Now it's 24/7. It's a way to, it's an easy way to identify with an audience. You can find your niche as a radio station because you appeal to men, advertising. So that draws more stations doing this, more people doing the athlete getting involved. Yeah. Example, Seth, the athlete getting involved as a post-career thing, on radio. That didn't happen, 30, 40 years ago. It wasn't quite the same. So I think the amount of people trying to make their mark, the different ways they can be heard, and it's no longer the newspaper. It's no longer necessarily the daily talk show. It's the other ways they can, the clips, the podcasts, the internet, social media. That wasn't happening. So I think it's a lot harder now to make that impact than it was when Mike and me started or when I started in 1983. Yeah. I think that's the biggest change.
Well, I'm always fascinated in any industry by people who maintain an enthusiasm for it as they get older, even though things are changing, and you still seem very enthusiastic about it. What's your advice to just anybody in any industry? Let's say you're middle-aged, you're in your 30s, your 40s, the young kids are coming in and they're operating differently. Like, how have you been able to maintain that?
There are two things I would say that you have to have. You got to be a good salesman, because a good talk show host is a good salesman. You have to convey to your audience that what you're interested in is what they should be interested in. And that's being, anybody can sell a Super Bowl, but, the Super Bowl it's not 12 months a year. So I don't do football 12 months a year, so I try to break it up and do some different things. And whether it's Australian Open men's semifinals, which I spent some time on this week, if you're passionate about it, that will sell. People like to listen to enthusiasm. That's the first thing. And I tell my Colin all the time, I say, know your history. Have a little sense of the ice bowl in 67 Packers and Cowboys. Know who Bill Russell is.
Curly Culp.
Have a feel, have a fade, an idea about the Yankees Pirates in 1960 in the World Series.
Yep.
Have an understanding that Gordie Howe played for the Red Wings for 100 years. Know that Rod Laver won 2 Grand Slams in 62 and 69. Have a little feel of that. Know that Jack Nicklaus made his debut in a major in 1960 with Ben Hogan and Arnold Palmer. Have a little feel of that because it sets you apart. And a lot of people don't have that. Mm-hmm. They don't have that.
No.
They much more recency bias.
Mm-hmm. You should know we place quite a bit of your audio on our
do
show.
You really?
Of course we do, because for the exact reasons you're talking about, your enthusiasm, and it's great. And as soon as you were saying that, we really enjoyed when you were talking about Taylor Swift being hailed for being such a big Chiefs fan. Should even know who Lenny Dawson is.
Oh, I know. I did that, yeah.
Well, and Curly Culp. That was the big one.
Curly Culp, I used Curly Culp on that, yeah. I mean, I do think that the history of the great athlete is lost, and the great game is lost. I can go chapter and verse with you in the 67 championship game. I can go chapter and verse with you with Lombardi. I'll give you one that's interesting with Ray Scott. Ray Scott was the great Packer announcer.
Yep.
And he did the Twins, too. So he called Game 7 of the 65 World Series when Koufax on short rest shut out Minnesota win the World Series that year. Ray Scott, I went in 93, I went Lambeau first time, and I saw Packers-Jets, and I sat next to Ray Scott. And we talked about Lombardi and the history of the Packers. He said, Ray Scott, Lombardi, it was interesting. After they lost, the only playoff game that Lombardi ever lost, in 60, they lost the NFL championship game to Philadelphia. Franklin Field, the day after Christmas. Van Brocklin and Bednarik on the Eagles, Van Brocklin, a quarterback. And that was Lombardi's first championship game. Early in that game, the Packers on 4th and short didn't kick a field goal. And after the game at the team dinner, it was the day after Christmas, that game, Lombardi told Ray Scott, Ray said, Vince, what'd you learn today? I said, you know what? When you're down there, take the points. Because the last drive of the game on 4th down, Starr at the Eagle 20 threw to Jim Taylor, and he was tackled by Bednarik on the 10-yard line. Final score, 17-13. If Lombardi kicked a field goal early in the game, he could have kicked a field goal at the end of the game to win. And Ray Scott told me that in 1993. Did you think about that with Sean Payton?
No,
2
sure.
weeks ago, and he didn't kick the field goal.
I was just going to say, it feels like a first take segment that we saw from the AFC title game.
Here's a perfect example.
Unbelievable.
That's so I've been fortunate that I've traveled to all these spots.
Yeah.
And I've gone to all these games. And I've known all these past people who have passed away. Dick Enberg told me lots of great things. And to be able to be in a situation, I'll give you another one. I did spring training one year for Sirius. I used to do a spring training tour. I did Arizona and I did Florida. And I did the days in Peoria. This is probably, I don't know, it had to be about, maybe 2010, 2011. I got to the ballpark. You got to get to the ballpark early to interview all the players because that's when they're there at 8 o'clock. I'm on 2 to 7. I get to the ballpark early, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. The game is at 1 o'clock. Do you know that Dick Enberg was in the ballpark preparing because that afternoon he did the Padres, and that afternoon was the Padres' first TV game of the exhibition season.
He was preparing for
exhibition. Enberg was sitting there at 6 hours before the game, making sure he had the lineups right and everything else. That is freaking pretty good.
That's dedication right there.
Yes, it is.
All right, Christopher Mad Dog Russo is joining us here on Radio Row. Okay, I want to go through this exercise. I asked ChatGPT, AI, before we did this interview, tell me the 10 things that annoy Mad Dog Russo the most in sports. I'm only going to do 5 for the sake of the clock. I got them right here. You tell me. I'm going to give you the top 5. Number 5, long halftime shows or pregame spectacles.
I can't stand it. I don't watch the pregame. Halftime's going to drive me crazy, and I don't watch the halftime at the Super Bowl.
Okay, number 4.
Unless it's Springsteen.
Number 4, players not respecting history. Not when Willie Mays. I wrote down Len Dawson.
No, they don't know anybody. The history of these players, they have no. It's amazing. I had McCaffrey on the other day, and I love him.
Yeah.
He did not watch one play of Rams Seahawks.
He didn't watch the game?
Not one play.
Yeah.
I said, Christian, what'd you think at the end of the half when the Rams did not get a first down and they punted and Seattle scored? And he said, Chris, I don't know what you're talking about. What happened?
Did he say why? Did he say because he was
distraught? He lost the week before he had shut it out.
Yeah.
But that surprised me.
It's hard that next week to watch.
But it is the championship game. 2 teams in his own division. And I'm not knocking McCaffrey, but I thought that was interesting.
Number 3, analytics taking over sports.
Oh, I can't stand that either.
So far, AI
he would have told him to go for it. Yeah, and I lost the game. All
right, number 2. Now, again, for the audience, these are the things that ChatGPT says Mad Dog Russo hates the most. Number 2, modern baseball pace. Slow games, pitching.
Well, it's been better because of the idea that Manfred did a good job. But yes, I hated the 4-hour game.
That's got to be number 2.
Are you cool with the way the pitch clock and everything is right now?
Yes, he did a good job with it.
Number 1. Load management in the NBA.
Oh, God, those are excellent.
Did they do a good job?
Yes, they sure did. Load management in the NBA. Can you imagine, go look at Jordan and Larry Bird.
Yeah.
And go look at the amount of games played
the example they gave that you would say would be Wilt Chamberlain played 48 minutes,
every
80 games a year.
And I'll give you one that Havlicek told me, then I'll go. I did an event with Havlicek once. This is probably 20 years ago. And in the 67-68 season, after the Sixers had won championship, they played the Eastern Conference Final.
Yeah.
And they played it against the Celtics. They were up 3-1. Boston was the first team ever to come back from 3-1 to win a series, and they won that series. In Game 7 at the Philadelphia Convention Center, Wilt did not take a shot in the 4th quarter. I said, Hondo, how come? He had 5 fouls. And he had never fouled out in an NBA game. And he didn't want to draw an offensive foul. So he didn't shoot a shot in the 4th quarter.
In a playoff game.
And so that comes up with the 48 minutes.
Oh, man.
How about that? How many people in this building would know that?
Like less than 0.1%. I'm going to ask ChatGPT.
Yeah. The one honorable mention I would say that was number 10 that I can relate to because I listened to you on WFAN back in the day, callers who don't get to the point quickly.
Oh, that drives me crazy.
Yeah.
Give me your thought process, please. And they get the contest. They got all those guesses.
I don't need a preface.
Yeah, I don't need a preface.
I don't need a preface.
I try to be nice to quarters. They're your clients, but I am. Your clients.
Oh, I love it.
Seth, I'm sorry I didn't realize. I'm sorry I did not realize about the Jacksonville thing.
Oh, no, that's all right. No, that's my pleasure.
Mad Dog, it's great to meet you.
Good to see you guys.
And good to talk to you.
That's
the great Christopher Mad Dog Russo, brought to you by Tide. When it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. That was fun. As you guys can tell, I was kind of fanboying a little bit with Mad Dog Russo there. That was a fun conversation. All right, we'll recap some of that. We've got a whole lot more to get to. And, in fact, in the next segment, we'll get to our other interview that we did on Radio Row yesterday. Lad McConkey and Keenan Allen. Seth and I got to spend a few minutes with them. And a little bit of Texans talk worked in there and some funny Jim Harbaugh stories. So it's coming up next. Stay there. We're live on Radio Row thanks to Liqueur 43. But before we get to that, I want to tell you about the men's tee.
live in San Francisco. Liqueur 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Seth and I talked to Ladd McConkey and Keenan Allen yesterday here on Radio Row. We'll play that interview. It's a quick one. We'll play that one in just a second. We just got done playing Mad Dog Russo, who I think, Seth, is still walking around today killing himself over the fact that he didn't connect you with the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yeah,
right
when
away.
I introduced myself to him, he was like, "Oh, so when was that? Oh, so the Jaguars. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't remember you."
Apologized again at the end of the
It wasn't
interview.
like you guys were doing a big segment on Seth Payne or anything back in the day. There were some. I was playing with Hall of Fame players on that team back when I was relevant with the Jaguars.
Well, it was funny because you and Mad Dog were talking a little before the interview started. You and Mad Dog were talking a little bit, but you're both talking into the microphones as if it was an interview, just chit-chatting about this Jacksonville stuff that we're talking about. You were on Jacksonville. We kept that audio. We may play it at some point.
Good.
Yeah, like the basement tapes.
Couldn't have been a more gracious guy for who's kind of at the pinnacle of his industry. He's a made man, but just it's like you're talking to your great uncle or something.
Yeah. He was very friendly. I liked him a lot.
Well, he's a guy. If you take the personas of people on television, where like obviously Stephen A. Smith doesn't walk around shouting all the time in his normal life or anything, but Mad Dog's abrasive and he pisses people off at times, but he always still does come off as just like the super passionate sports nerd friend of yours.
Yeah.
You know, like he's a likable guy.
Absolutely.
He's not a cocky, arrogant guy like his old co-host Francesa. He's kind of a know-it-all. Look, he's a classic. I'm the Yankee that's gonna tell everybody how they do things in New York.
Francesa makes a Take-A-Mania appearance this week.
Yeah.
At 9 o'clock.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, 9 o'clock. We've got a loaded Take-A-Mania.
We do?
Well, Radio Row is kind of conducive to that, I think.
Yeah.
This will be one of our best ones. We had kind of a lull with Take-A-Mania. It was still a good segment, but compared to it really peaked during the football season.
Yes.
And this today is a good one.
Well, so Emmitt Smith is in there. I saw Emmitt Smith at the hotel yesterday.
Yeah.
I also saw as I'm feeling very, very petty today, Travis Kelce was in the hotel yesterday.
Yeah.
And that's when I almost snapped because I was just trying to get out of the elevator. And Travis Kelce was standing in the very small little elevator bank area there, and there were like 20 people surrounding him, trying to get it, talking to him.
And it was his group.
He was being really it wasn't his group. It was kids and their parents and stuff. It was guests of the hotel.
Yeah.
And Travis Kelce looked like he was being he was really cool. He was down on his knee talking to the kids. That part of it was cool. I was pissed off at the parents who were standing in my way. And I'm just trying. You guys are in the middle of a bank of elevators, okay?
We're trying to work here, man.
Plus, with the people who are in the hotel, those are like other NFL the family of other NFL players and everything.
Yeah.
Act like you got a clue in the world,
You're
okay?
around famous people a lot.
Yeah.
Act like it.
Get the hell out of my way.
Act like
I'm trying to go buy a hamburger.
That's right. All right, speaking of NFL players, Ladd McConkey, Keenan Allen. Seth and I sat down with the two of them yesterday. Here is that conversation. It's a pleasure right now to talk to a couple of Los Angeles Chargers. We got Keenan Allen and we got Ladd McConkey, and we're talking to them on behalf of Bounty because, of course, you can't have football without wings, and you can't have wings without Bounty. Gentlemen, it's great to talk to you guys. This is pretty cool. Now, Keenan came back to the Chargers this year after spending a year away, and of course, Ladd, you're 2 years in the NFL. How was it getting is it like an unk relationship going on? How was it getting an event back?
In your rookie year, right? And then all of a sudden he walks in.
Yeah. Absolutely, they were all true. But no, he's a
what
great.
Are you talking about?
They're good. No, he's a great wingman. He came in and just kind of took me under his wing. Anything I asked, he didn't hold information. You hear old guys like, oh no, I'm not going to help the young guys out. But he was open. Anything I had, he was open to answering, and it helped me so much this year. Whether it was just watching him do things or talking to him about it, practice, film room, on the field. He's a man.
Well, Jaden Higgins, rookie for the Texans last year, he cited you in the Combine last year, Keenan Allen, as a guy that he really likes to watch a lot of. But, man, you got your own unique style of route running and everything. So I'd imagine with a younger guy like that to actually be able to ask you what's your method for setting things up and everything. Like you play in a game against the Texans, you got to have a different approach than other defenses.
Right.
I think mostly, with Ladd is he understands football. So, when we can just talk ball and just kind of pick my brain on what I'm looking at, or like leverages or, windows or things like that. That was more of the conversation. He has his own way of doing things. He's gotten thus far doing it his way. So there's no reason for him to change and try to do it the way I'm doing it. We just need to see it, the same way and, just be on the same page with Justin.
Talking to Ladd McConkey and Keenan Allen here on Radio Row in San Francisco. I do want to ask a little bit more about the Texans because you guys have played them the last couple of years. But I'd be remiss not to ask about Jim Harbaugh to you guys. You guys each have a short Jim Harbaugh story for us that our audience would enjoy?
I say this one all the time, but it's like the first one that always comes to my mind. Coach Harbaugh was like, I remember the day I was born. It was a cold, snowy day. I'm like, well, I don't know about that.
Does he believe it? Do you think he believes it, though?
Didn't he?
Oh, he believes everything he said. Yeah.
Didn't he extend it this year and it was like saying that he remembers the music that was playing when he was driving home in the car from the hospital? I'm like, that's so Harbaugh. That's Coach Harbaugh.
That's so Harbaugh.
He's a true leader, a true winner, and he just brings the guys together. So we're lucky to have him as our head coach.
You're going to have a couple of the weirdest dudes in the NFL with Jim Harbaugh and Mike McDaniel.
Oh, yeah.
Have you had many conversations with him yet?
McDaniel, I haven't.
Yeah.
I got to sign again. You know what I'm saying? I'm a free agent, so I'll talk to him when I need to talk to him. I'll talk to him.
You were moving the chains this past year, man.
Absolutely. Yeah, we got an issue with both of you guys because you're averaging. We're out of Houston. You're averaging 78 yards per game in your career against the Texans. Yeah. Well, you had a big day in 2019.
Yeah.
Ladd's averaging 22.7 yards per catch against the Texans, and I know the games haven't gone.
80 of them came on one play.
That's with the playoffs.
I was going to say the first game was good this past year.
BTA.
Yeah, you got to tell him about what happened when he was gone. That playoff game.
I watched it. It wasn't great, but it was good for Ladd.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good for Ladd.
Yeah, it was good. Ladd McConkey, Keenan Allen. I know we got only a couple minutes with you guys. I did want to ask you, Ladd. You got drafted in 2024.
Sure.
8 picks later, the Texans take your teammate Kamari Lassiter.
Yeah.
You went against him in practice every day. I think Texan fans would want to hear it from somebody who's in the shoes, not just in the NFL going against him, but somebody who went against him in practice at Georgia.
Yeah, honestly, I didn't think he should have fell that low. What he did in college, proved that he should. I think he should have been a first rounder, and he's shown it now that he's been out there playing. He's a stud. In the pass game and the run game, I have so much respect for Kamari, and I went against him every single day in practice at Georgia, so I knew what it was, and I feel like now the whole league is seeing it.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
You got your pitch for Bounty? You gave us the select size, which I appreciate.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, tell us about the whole Bounty thing with you guys. You guys big fans of wings, and obviously it's true you do need Bounty if you're going to have wings on Super Bowl.
Yeah. Absolutely. Super Bowl party will be at my house. We're going to have wings. We will have Bounty to clean it all up. And, we're going to have a good time.
Nice.
Absolutely.
Nice. Are you invited to the party?
I'm invited, but I'm in Georgia. He's in California.
He's a little bit away. He goes back home.
Okay. Gotcha.
I go back home to Georgia, but it's going to be the same thing. Like you said, you can't have football without wings. You can't have wings without Bounty. So we're going to have everybody over, and those are going to be on deck for sure.
You guys, I know the Chargers. I know, Keenan, you got work to do to be back on the Chargers, but the Chargers, I believe, play the Texans again next year, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
So
we do. In L.A.
Yeah.
Again.
So you get another look at that Texans defense.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Good stuff. All right, Ladd McConkey, Keenan Allen.
Beast.
Great to talk to you guys, and great to be here on behalf of Bounty. You can't have football without wings, and you can't have wings without Bounty. Gentlemen, best of luck.
Sir.
So as long as your interests don't intersect with the Texans' interests.
That's fair.
Aaron Raybold, our on-site engineer, said when you had brought up the Texans defense or whatever, Keenan Allen's eyes kind of got that ooh, that's serious.
Yeah, they got that look on the look you get on your face where you get asked to do something you don't want to do again.
Yeah. So we that was cool, and we wanted to get more into that, but we only had 7 minutes, and we had to mention Bounty 3 times.
Yeah. The total time on that interview was 5 minutes and 20 seconds.
Look, man, I'm not going to talk any shade about the Bounty Corporation
because
they hand out wings all day long.
They hand out wings and they make a great paper towel.
Yeah.
It's can't beat that. All right, so there you go. That was Ladd McConkey and Keenan Allen. Into the 8 o'clock hour we go now. We appreciate everybody tuning in here as we're on Radio 443 bringing us here. We thank Planet Fitness as well. All these guests, from Mad Dog Russo to Ladd McConkey and Keenan Allen, the guests on Radio are brought to you by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. Up next, more hate for Tom Brady. saying that he has no dog in the fight. This is raging out of control like a wildfire right now for Tom Brady. You'll hear some of it, and we'll read some of it coming up next.
Trajan wealth is the opposite of wildfire. This is getting everything in order. If you don't have your retirement plans in order, you're not committing money every month or every paycheck, call Trajan Wealth today. It's this kind of thing you put off and you put off and you put off, and then all of a sudden, I should have done this. I should have done this back in February when Seth was talking about it. It really is simple. It's straightforward. Their onboarding process is streamlined. It's free, and you actually start making progress before you ever even decide to go with Trajan Wealth, because they get all your ducks in a row. And they've got advisors with decades of experience to help you navigate your future, whatever your risk tolerance is. What are your plans? How are you going to pay for the kids' college? All of those questions and more. You can hammer them down. You can feel good and confident moving on to have the retirement you deserve. And it starts with that free phone call to Trajan Wealth at 346-200-6700. They are family owned, they're vetted, and they're a fiduciary. They're not trying to sell you a bunch of commission-based products. When you do better, they do better. You guys are aligned in your goals for the future. So call Trajan Wealth today, 346-200-6700, or online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com.
sports station. The Texans play here. Live in San Francisco, Liqueur 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
2025 AP Coach of the Year is Mike Vrabel. Mike Vrabel is busy preparing for the Super Bowl.
That was Tiffany Haddish.
Yeah.
She's a comedian who was delegated the responsibility of announcing the AP Coach of the Year award.
You said, you apologized for not knowing who she was.
Right.
I told you nobody knows who anybody is anymore.
Right.
Like everybody's got their own little. They've got their own little group of celebrities that they know. Brandy said that she's funny. That
Tiffany Haddish is funny. All right.
Maybe she's a Bills fan or something, and she was throwing shade at Vrabel.
That'd be next level stuff by old Haddish.
I would like that. I would like that.
Yeah. She is a Tiffany Sarah Carrillia Haddish is an American actress and stand-up comedian. Her leading role in the comedy Girls Trip was her breakthrough.
Oh, that was the one you and I were going to go see. We remember we were like, hey, when we're in San Francisco, let's go see Girls Trip.
Girls Trip. That's what we talked about the whole way here. Yeah, we haven't done that yet. So close. So that was a funny moment from last night's NFL Honors where Mike Vrabel won Coach of the Year. I would say the biggest stories coming out of the NFL Honors last night. Matthew Stafford, MVP. Hall of Fame class would be Drew Brees, Larry Fitzgerald, Luke Kuechly, Adam Vinatieri, and Roger Craig.
I was listening in on the Dallas show, who's stationed. They're right next to us, and Bobby, one of their hosts, was making a strong case for why it's bogus that Vinatieri is in there.
We know why he's in. He kicked a bunch of game-winning field goals.
It sounded to me like he was kind of describing Eli Manning. And that,
Give me the Cliff Notes version of what he was saying.
He made the Pro Bowl 3 times in his career. Okay. He was never in the top 5, or it was only very rarely in the top 5 goal percentage in any given season.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like he was a dominant regular season kicker by whatever standards they use, but he had huge moments in championship performances.
Yep.
So so I guess we open up the door to the entire Giants defensive line from their 2 Super Bowl appearances with somebody else. I know.
It is interesting. I'd never bothered to dig too deep into it because that feels like a position that that's a big moment. You've either compiled some of the greatest stats. There's only 4 of them in the Hall of Fame now, so it's almost like I don't even know if there is a criteria for kickers.
You can't write the history of the NFL without Adam Vinatieri, Sean.
It's true.
It's true, yeah.
It is true. You can't. you
can't write the history of the NFL
without
Vince
a lot of bad players.
Without Vince Wilfork, you can't. Yeah, the bad players too. You're right.
Hey, by the way, we played Vince Wilfork audio. This topic we're about to get into here in a minute. We played Vince Wilfork audio of him saying that he was disappointed in Tom Brady straddling the fence on this Super Bowl and not saying, I'm rooting for the Patriots. Tom Brady, if you missed it, said he doesn't have a dog in the fight. We played that Wilfork audio the other day. We're going to play a little bit more audio here from others in Boston in a second. But we got some texts afterwards, and I had completely forgotten about this. Vince Wilfork gave that quote while sitting with the WEEI guys, including Ted Johnson.
Right.
There had been beef with back in the day.
Yeah, they're cool now.
They made up. Well, this was the first time they'd seen each other since then. I think maybe like either via text or remotely they might have squashed some things.
Yeah,
this is the first chance they got to actually dap each other.
Ted was being forced into playing a game that he always lost when we were on with Nick Wright and John Lopez. This is when Ted and I were first getting into radio, and Ted was on in the morning a lot with those guys, and they would play this game where you had to answer a question truthfully, or
what was it called again?
I can't remember. But
so
if
the texters will know,
you would lose. You'd get eliminated if you chose not to answer. And they asked him a question that really delved into some personal things, and Ted didn't want to lose because he lost every week.
Yeah.
And I think Ted was still trying to, all right, I want to play along. I want to be one of the guys. I don't want to be the jerk, like ex-athlete that's not going to do this stuff. So he decided to go for it that day.
Yeah.
And it just kind of sucked for Ted.
Didn't go well.
Yeah.
Sucked for Vince Wilfork, too.
Yeah.
And then Vince Wilfork signs with the Texans like a year later.
Yeah.
So now they're in the same orbit at that point. But they listeners were asking afterwards, hey, are they cool with each other now?
Yeah,
they're
fine,
cool with each other now. Yeah. Here was Mark Bertrand of 98.5 The Sports Hub, the latest to pile on Tom Brady. He says Brady is a coward.
Oh, so let me get this straight. You're not rooting for your close friend and former teammate Mike Vrabel. You are not rooting for the guy that was at your hip for most of your career in Josh McDaniels. And you are not rooting for the guy who erected a statue for you outside of Gillette Stadium than a year ago? Well, then you're just an a-hole. That's what you are. You're a clown. I wouldn't want you as a friend. There's no risk in him saying, I have a dog in the fight, and you know who it is. But he's a coward, and he's political, and it's useless. Useless. Brady's useless. Put that on the socials, Jim. There you go. There's your reel.
Good job, Jim. Jim put it on the socials, and then I saw it.
Yeah, and then we played it.
We played it.
We played it. Good job, Bertrand, by directing him to do it.
Scott Zolak, who's the color commentator for the Patriots, is his co-host, is Mark Bertrand's
he's like their Andre Ware.
And it looked to me like Zolak just wanted no part of that rant and was kind of trying to slow him down a little bit along the way. And, former teammate of Tom Brady, right? Or no, he was there before Brady. Yeah,
he was in the mid-'90s.
But that part of it, this is what Brady made the mistake of doing. So Brady has a pretty bland personality, but now he's in a business where you're not supposed to be bland. So you try to juice things up a little bit and everything. If he had just delivered the bland statement of, I got to be objective or whatever, but maybe he said it grudgingly or whatever.
You know where my heart is.
Yeah,
that's all you had to say.
As soon as he says, I don't have a dog in the fight.
Yeah, man.
And he tried to use maybe a little bit more of a colorful saying, that's immediately, wait a second, you don't have a dog in the fight.
He literally said after that he's just hoping for a good game.
Yeah.
He just wants to see a fun game.
But to even say I don't have a dog in the fight, who on earth, even if he was broadcasting this game, he could get away with saying, like, oh, of course, I love Vrabel, I love John McDaniels, and I want to see those guys succeed, et cetera, without even answering the question. It was just the most horribly answered question. And he did it on his podcast with Jim Gray,
right?
Where it always sounds like Brady is well aware of which questions are going to be asked.
It's all softballs.
Every time I've ever heard those two together, it's like Jim Gray is reading off of a list of pre-approved questions.
Yeah.
So Brady, that's the best Brady could come up with his pre-approved questions is, I don't have a dog in the fight.
Okay, I have my first – everybody we've played so far, with respect to audio or people we've read their quotes about this whole Brady thing, obviously everybody we've played or read are people who are angry at Brady.
Yeah.
Dave Portnoy read his tweet. Bill Simmons is angry with him. Asante Samuel seems like a nut job over this thing.
He's I don't count him among the –
But he's anti-Brady.
Yeah.
The host, Bertrand, and we played Will Fork, and we played Teddy Bruschi, former teammates of Tom Brady. I got my first one yesterday where I'm like, all right, slow down, you.
Yeah.
You climbing on this thing. Robert Spillane, who is a linebacker, he's a current New England Patriot, said in an interview yesterday that it made him sick that Tom Brady doesn't have a dog in the fight. And I'm like, dude, you've played 13 regular season games for the Patriots. You never came close to being a teammate of Tom Brady's. Settle down, man. Like I said, Portnoy's got more of a claim. Any Patriot fan of that dynasty has more of a claim to be angry with Brady than freaking Spillane.
You know what? The other shade gate that's come out of all of this in this week is, or this season, I guess, is Cam Newton has been pretty critical, dismissive of Drake May.
Hold on that, just because we got Mattress Mack on the line.
Oh, okay.
So hit pause on that, and we'll come back to Cam Newton in just a second. But we want to go to the legend is on the hotline right now, and there's a big game on Sunday. And when there's a big game, we know Mattress Mack has big contests going on. Mac, it's good to talk to you. How you doing?
Good. I was wanting to hear the Drake May thing, not Mattress Mack, but here I am.
Okay, you know what it is, Mattress Mack? So Drake May grew up in North Carolina, fan of the Panthers. Meanwhile, Cam Newton has been very dismissive of Drake May. So this week, people have asked Drake May, who do you model your game after? And he's given a lot of answers that aren't Cam Newton.
Right.
And people are looking at that as, you see, he's getting back at Cam Newton.
Oh.
But I don't think Drake May would be foolish to try to model his game after Cam Newton.
Yes.
I don't think those two are related.
No.
They're not the same types of guys.
Cam was done after 6 years, too, because he ran the ball so much.
People are a little too hungry for drama this week.
Yep.
Well, we don't have any drama at Gallery Furniture. Just come out and buy a $4,000 mattress, Tempur-Pedic or Simmons Beauty Rest, get it delivered for the big game. And if the team from New England wins that Drake plays for, you get your furniture free, your mattress free.
Well, that's a great one, Mattress Mack. So the big game on Sunday, and the team from New England wins. So people need to get out there this weekend for that. And is there any particular furniture, like type of furniture with this, Mack, or is it mattress?
It's mattresses. Simmons Beauty Rest Tempur-Pedic mattresses, 4,000 plus. Get it delivered Friday through Sunday for the big game. And if the team from New England wins, your purchase is absolutely free. We've had a tremendous turnout, so come on out and buy your mattress. You might sleep free for the next 10 years.
Mack, you would fit right in out here on Radio Row, I think. I think you would be walking around here because people know about these promotions that you run out here. They're legendary outside of Houston. Have you ever walked? I mean, we've had the Super Bowl in Houston before. Did you hit Radio Row? Have you ever hit one of these before?
Yeah, it was fun. It was great. How's that one? Is it busy?
It's been super busy. Yeah, San Francisco's done a good job on this one, Mack, and I think it's going to be a hell of a game on Sunday as well.
I do too, and I think New England has a great shot to win. That's why you need to come buy your mattresses this weekend and sleep great for 10 years. If New England wins, they've certainly got a history of winning the biggest game ever. That's for sure.
They have the biggest history for it. That's the great Mattress Mack. Get on out to Gallery Furniture this weekend and take advantage of the big game contest. Spend $4,000 or more on a mattress or mattresses, and if the team from New England wins, you are going to get your mattresses. You're going to get your furniture for free. Mack, we always appreciate you. Good luck with the promotion this weekend. Enjoy the game on Sunday.
Thanks, guys. Have a good time in California. Take care.
Yeah,
Bye-bye.
Thanks, you too. That's the great Mattress Mack joining us here on the show.
You know, one of my favorite things that I've ever seen with Mattress Mack was when we were doing a broadcast next to, at the time, it was called Minute Maid, Sean, back in the day. I'm a baseball historian. But we were doing, before a World Series game, I think, and Mattress Mack came down and did a promotion or something, and he was getting ready to leave, and driving. A guy off the street just came up and started talking to Mattress Mack. I'm a guy who's like in rough shape, you know, and said, hey, like after having a brief conversation with Mattress Mack, this guy was like, hey, can you drive me to Midtown? And Mack paused for a minute, and he was like, yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
And the guy hopped in, and Mattress Mack drove him to wherever he was going.
Yeah, that's Mack. Opens his doors to his to his business when the city is downtrodden in a hurricane. Yeah. Opens the door to his vehicle when some guy needs a ride somewhere.
Yeah, he's a non-sanctioned Uber driver at times.
Is. Yeah. Mack is great. Payne and Pendergast with you live on Radio Row.
Did he put his big bet? Did he put his big bet on the Patriots?
The Patriots, yeah, because that's if they win that money. It was, I believe, a $2 million bet. And when we bring him on to promote this stuff, like the whole how the sausage is made. I don't go into that with Mack, but when he places these bets, it becomes big news.
Well, people nationally look at it as like, hey, this crazy Texan is just laying $1 million on this or that. But it's way more intelligent than that because he's using it as a hedge to, it works. It could work out for the customers really well, but and if it does, that he's earned the money he's going to lose on selling mattresses for nothing by winning the bet.
By also being on the same side of the bet in an actual sports
That's
book.
The only way I gamble these days is on furniture purchase
There's
promotions
no way of losing
with Mattress Mack.
Yeah. He's
that's what Brandy tells the therapist all the time. I don't know. He says he doesn't have a gambling problem, but he bought 29 mattresses for this game.
We've got 7 sectionals now. So he's placed the biggest wager, $2 million. But it's part of the whole calculus. Now, I do think there's times with Mack that if he's got a feel on a certain side, that it won't, the math won't work out perfectly.
Oh, it doesn't work out perfectly.
I think he likes wagering. You know, I think he likes to be on a side. So there's that.
I do. I've talked myself into the Patriots about 8 times so far this week.
You have?
Yeah, and then I talked myself out of it. And it really.
Are you going to make a final pick in the last segment?
No, I've already picked the Seahawks.
You have?
Yeah,
I have too.
But I always, once I make a decision, what am I the guy that always stands by his decisions and is confident in it? No,
that's true.
No, I vacillate.
Sports, man.
Yeah,
sports. All right. So we've got Dr. Chow coming up in a little bit. He's going to join us out here. Text in 713-572-4610. Dr. David Chow, who is a former team doctor for the Chargers and is now one of the more prominent kind of injury evaluators on the internet.
The big things, the biggest pressing issues off the top of my head: Joe Mixon.
Yep.
WTF? Tank Dell.
Yeah.
Like how optimistic? I have I've become much more optimistic about Tank Dell in the last few weeks than I thought I would have allowed myself to.
Yeah, we'll play Nick talking about Tank a little later in the show.
Drake May and his shoulder issue / injury / whatever
for this coming game on Sunday. Yeah.
And then that's it. CJ's because Dr. Chow had some good thoughts on CJ's concussion his protocol.
Well,
what?
They were good. They were good doctor thoughts. I didn't like. He was the one who was saying he could be out for another month.
He was talking about because it was his second. Quarterbacks after their second concussion tend to spend longer in the portal or the protocol than most other players.
Yeah.
So that we shouldn't be shocked that CJ missed three games.
Yeah.
But it was also because if it was a normal schedule without a Thursday night game in there, CJ might have played.
That's what
Sunday.
He said. Yeah. So Dr. Chow is going to join us in the next segment. If you want to text in, we've got the text line open, 713-572-4610. If there are other – Seth and I may have a blind spot for an injury or two that you'd like to hear Dr. Chow talk about. So if you've got some suggestions, we may not take any of them. We may take a few of them, but text in.
So that's what Ryan Harris yesterday apparently had a theory. Aaron Raybold, our engineer, told us this, that Emmenwari's injury is a ruse.
The safety for Seattle.
Yeah. That this is all just gamesmanship or something. Yeah, they're trying to maybe bait him into making a bad decision.
Okay. Feels like that would be something you get a huge fine for from the NFL for very little payoff.
Yeah, for a little,
okay.
Hey, those first two plays, maybe they try to target him and worry, but we got something for him.
Yeah. I don't know. So we'll hit all of that with Dr. David Chow.
Okay, I'm gonna put a strike through the Ryan Harris theory right now. We won't get to that.
Did we kind of squash that? All right, so we'll talk to Dr. Chow coming up next. First, I want to get you guys prize pick. This is it. The game is the big game.
Live in San Francisco, LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
The best advertisement for LaCour 43 is going on our Dallas sister station right now. The fellas are passing it around. Yeah, salute. Fellas are passing it around, making a carajillo over there, a little coffee and LaCour 43 as we welcome you back in to Payne and Pendergast here on Sports Radio 610. LaCour 43 bringing us here, Planet Fitness as well. And Tide is the presenter for all of our guests that we have here on Radio Row. When it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. And we're pleased to sit down next to a live guest right now.
A doctor.
A doctor.
Who can check your eyeball out for you.
Yes.
I threw a Tide Pod at Sean earlier in the week, and it came out of my hand faster than I thought, and I was trying to hit him in the chest. It hit him right in the eye.
Yeah. So Dr. Chow is who we're talking to right now. Is there any ophthalmology in your background at all, Dr. Chow?
Well, you got another eye, so you'll probably
see, that's what I said. It's like Sean's rolling around over here like he doesn't have an extra eye. Yeah.
Seth said you got two of them, and I'm like, God ain't making any more of them. That's the problem. So that's the give and take right now. We've made up. It's all good.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's great to see you.
Thank you.
Yeah. And of course, we should mention SICScore.com, your website with all the great injury information on there that football fans can use on Sundays.
It's been an interesting week. I mean, we started the Super Bowl 2 weeks with both quarterbacks with injury issues. We sort of broke the injury news on Drake May, and look at how far we've come. They're both full practice now.
Yeah.
And moved on. It's the cycle, right?
Where were you on Drake May, just initially looking at the injury, or when we think the injury happened and the way he was operating after that?
On Monday, 2 Mondays ago, on the Sports Injury Central podcast, after the Denver game, I said there's no doubt in my mind that Drake May suffered a new right shoulder injury. And I named the play and the circumstances. And I did say I was more worried about Drake May than Sam Darnold, because Sam Darnold's oblique has already been 2 weeks old, and it will be 4 weeks by the Super Bowl. Whereas on Monday after Denver, this is a new injury. What's the trajectory?
Yeah.
I never said Drake wouldn't play. I just said there's more initial concern about it. New England went nutso.
Oh, yeah.
But, it's fine. I went to school in the Boston area. I like New England. But anyways, obviously limited practice. He's not, but now he's full practice. I think all along it was a mild AC joint sprain. You can play through that, and he's going to. And, look, the magic healing powers of the extra week before the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
The magical drug that every player is on every Sunday, and double dose for Super Bowl Sunday, adrenaline.
Oh, yeah.
And then, maybe a vitamin T tore it all a little bit. And it is something to inject.
You can put some cortisol in it, or cortisone in it.
Well, you can put some numbing medication in it for the game, but he's going to be fine. I'm curious to see his long ball ability. That's just a question. He's been great this year at it. Look, knowing Coach Vrabel, and I love Coach Vrabel, he's probably going to have to throw long early, first series, just to test it out and show Seattle.
So, Dr. Chow from SICScore.com. Do you know what the hell's going on with Joe Mixon? We keep asking. Nobody knows what the hell. I've looked at message boards, but none of that's fit for print, and it's all rumor and speculation. We in Houston really just genuinely have zero clue what to expect from Joe Mixon.
Well, we know it's weird and not great, right? And we knew it early on. We go, like Drake May, on publicly available information. Here's the video. Here's what's going on. Look, for 17 years with the San Diego Chargers, I saw a player on the field, on the sideline, in the locker room the next day after an MRI. Everyone on Monday looks at film, so I started looking at film. I knew the injury, but then I got to see film the injury. Now, I don't know the injury. I just see the film. But there's no film on Joe Mixon.
Right.
And let me tell you, we knew at Sports Injury Central, and we wrote about and talked about it from the get this offseason when he entered training camp. Look, he got put on NFI, non-football injury. That was a clear signal something was amiss. It wasn't related to last year's ankle injury. And look at how it's played out. Look, I always say when something doesn't make sense from the outside, and this one clearly doesn't. We saw the signal with NFI situation. It does from the inside. Nick Caserio and company know. They know. Eventually, we'll all find out. and it will make perfect sense.
Are
right?
there?
But,
It did feel though, and I feel like the organization, even though they're not giving us any actual information about the specifics of the injury, but Nick called it a medical mystery in his press conference at the end of the season. Are there conditions where this does happen, where you think it looks like something that should resolve itself, and then just for whatever reason it just lingers and lingers and lingers?
well, there's unique situations that happen. The unique situations happens in football, unique situations happen in medicine, and sometimes things are unpredictable. It's hard to speculate on what happened, but crazy things do happen. I would not have thought TJ Watt could have a collapsed lung from dry needling, right? I mean, like, they're not doing dry needling. First of all, it's not even a needle. It's like a microfilament. And you're not doing it on me. You're doing it on TJ Watt with muscle this thick.
Yeah.
How did it happen? I mean, so there are weird things that happen, and it's hard to speculate on Joe Mixon other than it wasn't standard and it's non-football injury and the whole deal.
I guess, so I want to be clear, you're not speculating on Joe Mixon himself, but what are the things that tend to keep a guy out for an entire year where maybe it starts off as something minor? Is it nervous system or circulation or?
Nerve issues could do it. Circulatory could do it. Infection could do it. Weird disease process could do. I'm not trying to go through the exhaustive list. I mean, we go by, if there's data to analyze, we analyze it, but there's not a lot to data analyze, but reading the tea leaves with the NFI, it told you everything you need to know that something was not standard.
Dr. Chow is joining us here live on Radio Row. SICScore.com, SICScore.com is his website. The other big injury for the Texans that kept the guy out for the whole year was Tank Dell, and it seems like there's a lot more clarity on Tank to the point where the team is saying that there's a really good chance he's back for activities this spring. It was a devastating knee injury that tore practically everything in there. What's your assessment of something like that in terms of a guy like Tank Dell who relies so heavily on twitch and lateral movement and getting open to get to a full recovery with something like that?
Yeah, there's good news and bad news there. The bad news on Tank Dell is, as you indicated, it's a very devastating knee injury. It is not a standard ACL injury. There's 4 main ligaments in the knee. He tore 3 of them. Think of it, 4 legs on a bar stool. If one's a little off, okay, but if you lose 3 legs on the bar stool, so to speak, that's what happened to him. That's why he needed 2 surgeries, stage surgeries. And as you mentioned, he's a quick twitch little guy. He's not big body Nico Collins, right? And he needs the explosiveness and to get open and get and be effective. So this is why it's not surprising to us that the recovery has taken so long. It's not long. It's what he needs to do. And the good news side, I think he's taken very well care of. The stage surgery is normal, do the repair, then the ACL reconstruction. He has the best surgeon around, Dr. Walter Lowe in Houston. All the players still go to him for all the stuff. And, he's getting good rehab, so if anyone can make it back, it's him. But it is not unexpected that it's taken this long to do so.
What is can you reasonably expect, or is it like feasible that he could get back to 100% of what he was before after something like that, or is it rare to get back to 100%?
Well, let me put it this way, and this is out of tremendous respect for Tank Dell and for what all professional athletes like yourself accomplish. I think the everyday guy out there does not realize how high the bar is. They'll see a guy running on a treadmill and say, oh, he's back. That's not quite the same thing. Tank Dell can smoke 99.9% of the world and be healthier than them, and no question in my mind. But in the NFL, the bar is so high. And you know the deal. At 0.1 second faster the quarterback and you're a Pro Bowler, 0.1 second slower and you're out of the league, right? I mean, and the margins for Tank Dell are so small with his size and his speed and separation. If he loses, and I'm not saying he will, if he loses 5%, that's, I think he's had an excellent reconstruction. He has an excellent chance to return. Will he be completely the same? It's hard to say, but I'm not trying to doubt him.
The one big thing that made me optimistic was, both between Tank and Nick Caserio, they'd said that he he was trying to make a push to play at the end of this past season. We talked to Nick the other day about the GPS monitoring and being able to see all of his speed and explosive measurements and everything, because they have his entire career, what his numbers were his rookie year. I felt like the fact that they were actually considering him possibly playing at the end of the last season was maybe a much bigger – that wasn't something I expected. I thought he'd be tabled the entire season no matter what.
Yeah, you're right. So that is certainly a good sign. But, people ask me all the time, how long's recovery on something? And let's say you said it's 1 year.
Yeah.
Okay, let's just say throughout that number. It's not like at 364 days you can't. And on the 365th day, you're 100%,
Yeah.
right? There's that little gradual progression, and I think it does bode well for him next year, and I hope he's the same explosive player.
Dr. Chow is joining us here on Radio Row. Liqueur 43 bringing us out here to San Francisco. Before we get you out of here, one more. C.J. Stroud suffered his second concussion in his career this season, missed 3 games. This is a big offseason for C.J., coming off a bad playoff. It's a potential contract year for him or an extension coming up this offseason. How much should something like 2 concussions factor in for the Texans when they're looking at the long term for C.J. Stroud?
Well, look, you always want to be careful on concussions, and especially if you're into multiple, and that's the whole point of all the protections of the players, etc. Not all concussions are the same, and not all concussions can be graded the same way. Look, right now, if you momentarily see lights, it's a concussion. If you're unconscious for 3 minutes, it's a concussion. If you have a headache for 3 months, it's a concussion. If you're fine immediately after the hit, it's a concussion. One day, that's like back in the days before MRI, everything was a knee sprain, a torn ACL, you didn't know what it was. One day we're going to get to grade 2B occipital lobe concussions are this, and grade 3C temporal lobe concussions are this. We're not there yet, so we need to be concerned. I'm sure that'll get factored in. But, it's endemic to the sport. I always say football is not a contact sport. It's a collision sport. You mentioned concussions. Nico Collins, one of the things that we said at Sports Injury Central at the end of the year, that I thought there was no chance that Nico Collins would play against the New England Patriots. It was his second concussion this season. And look at Tua Tagovailoa, not trying to compare, but when it's the second rule of thumb, and it's not absolute, rule of thumb, first concussion in a season, out for at least a week. Second concussion in a season, out for at least a month. Third concussion in a season, out the rest of the season. Loose rule of thumb. That's why it's like Nico Collins wasn't going to get cleared by the independent neuro, no matter how big that playoff game was against New England.
Yeah, short week and everything else to go along with that. SixScore.com. What can the folks find on SixScore.com?
Well, we do injury analysis on individual on teams, but we're really the only site that will say offense run grade versus that week's defense run health versus pass health, or even, let's say, on fantasy stuff. Nico Collins. We don't just grade Nico Collins' health. We look at C.J. Stroud's health. We look at the health of the offensive line of the Texans against the health of the pass rushers on the opponent, against the health of the DBs, etc. So we're probably the only site that's called the Player Edge that says Nico Collins this week is plus 27.3 based on the associated numbers, not just Nico Collins' health. And that can be obviously useful for fantasy, DFS, gambling, or fandom.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what's unique there.
So if you do any of that stuff, DFS, fantasy, gambling, SixScore.com is a great place to go.
Thank you much.
There you go.
SICScore.com.
SICScore.com. Dr. David Chow joining us here on Radio Row. Dr. Chow, we always enjoy the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
All right, good stuff. All right, coming up next, I do want to circle back to Tank Dell. Nick Caserio had some interesting things to say about Tank Dell. So on the heels of talking to Dr. Chow about that injury and what potentially could be in store next year with Tank Dell coming back, let's hear from the Texans GM. We'll do that coming up next. We'll do Take-A-Mania at the top of the hour.
Oh, and you know what you've got coming up next? This weekend. It's a good weekend. Good weekend for watching football, but it's even better when you get yourself some
Francisco. LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Football Friday here on Radio Row, brought to you by LaCour 43. Good job by the Dallas guys. Took down about half the bottle.
Oh, they actually drank it.
Yeah, took down about half the bottle. LaCour 43.
That's more professional than you and I are. That's.
They're more professional because they drank a half a bottle of LaCour 43.
Yeah, they might be feeling a little tired on Friday after a busy week, and they know they need some extra personality.
Pick me up.
That's like a PED for your personality,
That's
right
true.
there.
Yeah, that is true. Text message got that barstool analogy about Tank's knee.
Oh, yeah.
Has me terrified for Tank.
Having three, so the analogy was Tank Dell tore 3 of the 4 ligaments in his leg.
Yeah.
So if you think about a bar stool, you might be okay with one ligament gone, or one bar stool leg gone, not that big a deal. But all 3, it's pretty wobbly.
Yeah,
that's what his knee is like.
So let's see if we can get the people feeling better.
Okay.
Nick Caserio, we dove pretty deep with Nick yesterday on Tank's injury, and I thought he was pretty forthcoming with where everything's at and where it's going. This is a fairly long cut, but this is Nick talking about Tank's recovery, and I believe this is the cut where he talks about some of the sports science that's allowing them to see exactly where Tank Dell is in his recovery.
For sure. I mean, I think we were kind of like, well, maybe there's a shot at the end of this past season. Didn't really work out that way, but he's kind of ready to go here. I think he'll be able to start hopefully in April. Like I said, he's there training just about every day, so big step will be once he's out of a rehab mode, when you actually get on the field and you actually start, let's say, running and cutting in more true football type environment, what that actually looks like.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask you, Nick. I'm very curious about that because you guys have access to so much sports science and high level equipment and things like that. Are there ways that you can tell with Tank, not just like straight line speed type of stuff? You can measure that with a stopwatch. Do you guys have mechanisms to be able to see that he's still got that same change of direction and twitch?
Yeah, we're fortunate. We are able to get a lot of data on the players, and we use it to really, it's twofold, to help educate them and also to provide some benchmarks. So as a player is coming back, hey, here was his kind of baseline previously. All right, here's where he is now. All right, there's some things that we can do to help modify the training to kind of get to that point. So, because in the end, you want the athlete to be in as much balance as possible. I think sometimes you might find maybe there's more of an asymmetry right to left. Okay, what can we do to help? But you have information. And the good thing about Tank, he's been with us from the beginning.
Yeah. So you can see how fast he was running his routes.
So here was his miles per hour. Here was his some metrics. Here was his force plate jump or whatever we're measuring. All right, then where is he now? So it'll be probably a slow-moving target, but you do have some benchmarks of information because we have a lot of data in our system which we can utilize.
What are the early signs? Are you able to discern anything
overall yet? I mean, he's probably not quite to where he was, but he's trending that way.
Was there a moment at the end of the season where you guys had to break the news to him that, man, it's just not going to work out?
No, I think he kind of, knew at some point, like, all right, and then he kind of transition his head as well, and like I said, his attitude was really good. I mean, he's obviously disappointed, but he was doing everything he can, and as soon as the season was over, I mean, he had a big smile on his face, like, all right, like, I'm ready to go, and which is great. So he's not discouraged. Tank's a great kid. I mean, you guys have been around him, so we'll see how it goes.
What does he bring to that wide receiver room if he gets back to where he was?
Okay, that's the next question. So we'll get to that in a second.
I think the two big parts of that is, one, I thought it was very encouraging for Nick to say that he's really close to those baseline levels of where he was his rookie year.
Yeah.
You still got another 6 or so months before he really has to go out and do it against real competition or anything. So that seems achievable. The other part of it is just how much better they are now because they have all that data, where in the past – guys will come back from injuries like that, and you're like, because I've been through those workouts coming off of surgery before. You really want to play, and man, you can gut through a workout as a trainer, and the coaches are watching you, and you might not actually feel all that great, but you can make it look pretty good. And it's without the competition around you and everything. It's hard for guys to judge how fast you're moving, and that's dangerous because you're coming back out there when there's actually still some imbalances. The risk of re-injuring yourself or kind of putting a cap on how much closer you can get to your peak level, because you go out and start playing football and you're only at 80%.
Yeah,
you're probably not going to get a whole lot better than that, playing football every week and doing less rehab. So that part of it was really encouraging to me, and also just from the standpoint of let's not re-injure him, throwing him out there too soon when he's not actually 100%.
Yeah, it just sounds to me like there's just way less guesswork than there used to be.
Yeah.
You're going in more informed. You've got more data. That was 2 minutes and 10 seconds worth of audio, and Nick doing a deep dive on everything that they're doing right there. Just the level of detail that he's able to use to explain to us about it makes me feel better about at least how clear they are on where Tank is going with all this.
And getting back to those baseline levels, like we've said since day one with Tank Dell's injury, man, that is his superpower. It's his speed. It's his change of direction. It's all those things. So it's not like, hey, yeah, but maybe he gets a little stronger in the weight room. Yeah, cool, that's good and everything, but he's got to get back to as close as possible to that superpower of his, which is extreme speed. And it sounds like he was getting close to it just even at the end of the season.
Yeah, it's good news. So here is Nick asked, what does Tank bring to the wide receiver room?
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of complements a lot of the guys in that room. He's different. All of them are kind of different. I mean, Nico is kind of his own category, right? All right, Jay Knowles, kind of his package, right, what he provides. I'd say Hutch, there's a player, nobody has improved more than Hutch from the time we drafted to now. Hig has some areas that he can improve, but he was our second or third leading receiver this year. And then Tank, I mean, the one thing that stood out about him coming out, when you go back to the Senior Bowl, I mean, just kind of, talking about that game here at practice last week, you couldn't cover him because his change of direction was so very good. He can get out of stuff. So now, can he, question, is he able to do it at the same level? Yeah. We'll see kind of as we go here whether or not he's able to get back to that level of performance.
Okay.
Yeah, the old theory of building a wide receiver room is that you want it to be kind of like a basketball team. You want different body types, different skill sets. You have your centers, your taller guys. You have your crafty shooting guard, all of that. And I do think they do have that. Even with Jalen Noel and Tank Dell, where you look at those as the smaller, speedier guys. Like, look, nobody's as fast as peak Tank Dell, but Jalen Noel has a physicality to him for a smaller guy that, Tank Dell's not going to be able to have. So that, the two big question marks for me in the wide receiver room are, A, the health of Tank Dell, and then B, Jalen Noel hopefully developing and growing into that role, which is hard when you're playing in the slot as a rookie. It's a lot. You have to adapt to a lot of things in the NFL that you didn't have to do in college. So those two guys, I feel pretty confident about Jaden Higgins. I don't know what his ultimate ceiling is going to be, but I think just by his trajectory this year, where CJ could rely on him more and more and more because of his height, because of his sure hands, he's going to be a factor. And it would have to be because of some weird drop off, I think, if he doesn't become a viable NFL receiver.
Do you agree with with Nick's assessment of Xavier Hutchinson that nobody's improved? I'm not asking you to power rank the improvement levels of all 53 guys. But the general thought on Xavier Hutchinson, that he is a vastly improved player. Nick framed it sounds like a guy they see as continuing to be useful for this team.
So what am I agreeing with?
Do you feel like he's improved as much as Nick seems to indicate? Nick said he's the most improved guy on the team.
Yeah, I think so. I think a couple of years ago you're looking at Xavier Hutchinson as a guy that, maybe he makes the team, maybe he doesn't. There's other guys that they're putting in front of him or not. So I don't think – it's not like him being most improved. It's because he's all of a sudden ascended to all-pro caliber or anything.
And I guess that's what I'm asking. Where do you see him in the – yes, he's vastly improved. Where do you see him in the pecking order of that room right now?
I think he's still one of the lower guys, but he's a complementary piece, and especially when there's injuries, that they can trust him.
Yeah.
I think that's probably the biggest thing. It's the trust level, and maybe the trust level with CJ. That they probably grade him higher than we on the outside would.
Yes.
Just because we're not going to see gaudy numbers from him or anything, but they feel like they've got a guy that they can just plug in when they need to.
All right, Take-A-Mania, this week's Take-A-Mania, the champ. I wasn't here last week for this. Emmanuel Acho, the new champ, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, Emmanuel Acho. Don't listen to your coaches. Yeah.
It's going to be hard to overcome this one.
Well, we'll see what can happen here, and we can get to all these. We got Ross Tucker joining us a little later on in the 9 o'clock hour, around 9:20 or so. Ross Tucker will sit down with us. So, Take-A-Mania, bad takes of the week. That is coming up next.
If you have been injured in an accident, call Mo
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Live in San Francisco, LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's do this. Take-A-Mania. It's been 2 weeks for me since I've gotten to do one of these because I was out last Friday.
Jones for this.
I have been jonesing hard. Well, you texted me right after to tell me that Emmanuel Acho, in a take that I knew was going to take down whoever the champion was.
I texted you when you were on your vacation early in the morning, but I knew you needed to hear it.
I had to. Well, this is important news. Yeah. Emmanuel Acho. For those who are maybe new to the show or don't listen on Fridays at 9, Seth and I do a segment each week called Take-A-Mania, where it is a week-to-week bad take segment where we have a champion, an existing champ, that is going to have to face several challengers on a gauntlet.
This one might be an all-timer because people who support Shedeur Sanders or hate Shedeur Sanders or anywhere in between all agreed that this is a horrible take.
This unified everybody.
This is a take where I think Acho is trying to stick up for Shedeur Sanders and like making Shedeur look like a hypothetical jerk in doing it.
Yes.
Like Shedeur Sanders would want no part of this type of support.
So here is the reigning defending champion, Emmanuel Acho.
Talking about the hire of Todd Monken and how Shedeur Sanders should treat him.
Here you go.
If I'm Shedeur or anybody in that locker room, why am I listening to Todd Monken? What have you won on an NFL level as a head coach? You're not even a head coach on an NFL level. So I don't even have expectation for Shedeur under Todd Monken because I believe any expectations I would have, he would not meet. Because why am I excited about it, T? Why?
That clapping is what really did it for me.
Oh, okay.
That's the whole. I'm feeling. Why am I excited about my? Because if I were Shedeur Sanders listening to that, that is immediately like, don't put that on me.
No.
What the hell are you doing?
No.
Acho has since admitted that was a horrendous take.
He has?
Yeah.
In a way that he completely...
No, in a way that would make you hate him even more.
Really? Okay,
He did this. He set it up as a joke. It was a good way to set up a joke, but he was like reeling off his list of accomplishments, basically how impressive a person he was, the fact that Oprah calls him about stuff and everything, and then at the end he said... But sometimes you have a bad take.
With all that said.
Yeah, with all that said. Even somebody as impressive as myself will have a bad take like this. Wow, the humility to admit you were wrong. Yeah.
I almost feel like that should strengthen his grip on the Take-A-Mania title right
I might have to grab that one and put it in Take-A-Mania next week.
Oh, yeah, that'd be good.
So far, especially because of the clapping, it's going to be hard to outdo this one. That clapping, man.
Did you bring that up last week when you made it the champ? Did you bring up the clapping?
No, it was after I listened to it like 27 more times and I realized, I was like, oh, no, that's what's getting me.
Yes. All right, so here we go. We got a few challengers here. By the way, Ross Tucker is going to join us in about 15 minutes or so. The first one is Mike Francesa. We had his former co-host Mad Dog Russo on a little bit earlier in the show.
Yeah.
So the both elements of the old Mike and the Mad Dog show make it on the old Payne and Pendergast this morning. This was Mike Francesa saying, I'm assuming on his show that he does, his streaming show, that people who watch, well, we'll just let you take a listen. He's talking about people who watch the Super Bowl by themselves. If you're one of those people, buckle up.
Everybody is watching this game, and I've made this comment many, many times. If you watch or you watch the Super Bowl alone, you have to reassess your life. Something's not right. These are not days, these are not events to be experienced alone. If the ball drops and you are alone, and I can tell you I've never, fortunately I've never experienced that. Same thing with the Super Bowl. If you are not at a party somewhere or having a party, there's something wrong. You need to reassess that.
I can see why you feel that way. You seem like a big party guy.
Seeing things through your own filter, man.
Oh my God.
Fortunately, I've never experienced such a tragedy.
Yeah.
He's like I've never lost anybody to cancer or something.
Well, it's like saying I've never not been invited to a party. I've always been at a New Year's party.
This one, he's not going to overtake Acho. So go ahead and
yeah, dude. So Acho kicks out.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
I felt myself feeling bad for anybody who might be listening to that, who just either enjoys watching alone, or maybe this year they're going to watch alone or whatever. There's all kinds of different reasons somebody might do anything alone.
Yeah.
I wonder if he feels the same thing about, like, I see people eating alone in restaurants, and I just feel like they've got real problems or whatever.
Yeah.
Any of our listeners, if you like to watch Super Bowl alone, don't worry about it. You're fine. If you're messed up, it's for other reasons.
You're
okay?
fine. Yeah. The other part about that take is the ball dropping on New Year's Eve being that's a New Yorker right there for you.
Yeah.
The ball dropping on New Year's Eve.
You know, when the entire world likes to sit in and watch when our time zone celebrates New Year's
you
Eve.
mean that thing I don't stay up to watch anymore?
We're the greatest city in the world, and everybody knows it.
Yeah.
Your city sucks.
Yeah.
Like, objectively, it sucks. It's built for people who are the size of people in the 1880s.
Yeah, that's true.
You go to New York City anywhere, and you're like, oh, great. If I were a 5'7", 132-pound textile worker, this theater seat would be really comfortable. But it's not. You're full of fat people like Mike Francesa.
You feel that more acutely than the rest of us do. You're a large person. All right, next one. Colin Cowherd, frequent Take-A-Mania contestant. This was Colin Cowherd. God, who was he? He's talking to Liam Cohen. Talking to Liam Cohen and pointing out to him that there's never been a dynasty in warm weather.
Yeah.
So how does that affect how you build your team?
And if you look at the NFL, Liam, I don't know if you're aware of this, but there's never been a warm weather dynasty. And I've always argued, in college football, you play a lot of your big games inside, right, or in the South. Yep. In the NFL, there is value in playing in New England and Baltimore and Green Bay and Seattle. And what's interesting about Jacksonville is, how do you create a physical, almost northeastern kind of, attitude when it's 72 degrees a lot? The beach, you can smell the salt. Like, how do you do that as a staff? Create and it's weird to say it, but almost a northern toughness in a southern place.
So this is so infuriating to watch, and Aaron Raybould is freaking out over here listening to it. This is what Colin Cowherd does. He's a master of rhetoric in the logical fallacies. He's begging the question and saying, he states this fact, air quotes fact. There's never been a warm weather dynasty.
There's never been a warm weather dynasty.
When you're thinking, wait, Dallas Cowboys, Washington Redskins, San Francisco 49ers. That's the first one I
thought of, because we're
We're in San Francisco. I don't know. Is he doing a show in San Francisco? You're sitting here. I don't know if you would call it warm. It's pleasant weather.
No, but it ain't Baltimore.
It's not northeastern toughness.
He brought up Baltimore and New England.
What the hell are you talking about, Colin Cowherd?
Yep.
It's madness. It's infuriating. But when you're talking one-on-one with a person like that, they kind of sucker you into it sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
Because you're not trying to argue. You don't want to interrupt the guy or anything. You're just kind of thinking, he's stating this fact.
Yeah.
There's never been a warm weather dynasty. And then you start answering that question almost. And it's making me take up for Liam Cohen, and it's driving me insane.
I will add to that one more thing, and then we can adjudicate whether it's worse than Acho or not. Is that at the very end there where he's talking about Jacksonville and the salty air and the beach and this and that, I would imagine training camp sucks in Houston and in Jacksonville and in warm places, as if there's not toughness instilled by training in that type of weather.
Why is he like this? Why is Colin Cowherd like this?
Completely. Well, so what is it? Is he better?
Achos, he didn't clap. Oh, the clapping.
Yeah.
Oh, it's in my head now.
It doesn't need to be a new champ every week,
No, this is awful. He's lying to Liam Cohen.
Okay.
He's lying to him, and he's trying to cloak it like it's some kind of intellectual argument.
That's the
or
worst
theory.
Part. That's the clapping.
He's got this magnificent theory. Now, I don't know if you knew this or not. If you ignore ignore entire decades, there's never been a warm weather dynasty. Yes, this is a new champ.
This is a new champ.
Yeah.
Cowherd, new champ. All right, we got two more.
That's a strong. That's impressive that you overtook that Acho take.
That's really bad.
Yeah.
Cowherd, I said this about Acho last week. He could be the champ for a while. I'll say the same thing about Cowherd now, so we'll see. Bo Jackson, first time Take-A-Mania participant.
I don't want Bo to win. I haven't heard this one yet.
Bo Jackson was sitting there. He's making the way around Radio Row here. I've seen him out here. Bo Jackson, maybe at his peak, arguably the greatest athlete in our era of sports watching. All-star baseball player, Pro Bowl caliber running back, a Heisman Trophy winner. He was doing the thing where old guys talk about football now versus football back in my day, and what's the big difference?
Educate us when you bring up the old school days. Educate us about the difference between football when you played it and the kind of football, the quality of football you see right now on the occasions that you watch.
On the occasions for me, back in the day, we didn't celebrate until the last second ticked off the clock. Right. There's too much. I know that it's a different era.
Right.
It's a different game.
Right.
But too much celebrating while the game's going on. I'm like, you're getting up celebrating and you made a tackle. That's your job. Right. Save that for when the last second tick off the clock. As our coach said,
right.
If we're winning, when the last second tick off that clock, I don't care. You can climb the goalpost and dance a jig.
Right.
But don't do it while the game's going. Save that energy for the next play.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So he's painting an image of an NFL that hasn't existed in a long time.
He's well, even
Mark Gastineau invented the sack dance.
Yes,
back
that's
in
a great example.
In the 1980s.
That's a great example.
This was well
like,
before, but
Bo, have you seen the 30 for 30 on the U back in the 80s?
They celebrate a lot more these days, partly because they're allowed to.
Yeah.
So I don't, but I can't.
No, it doesn't touch Cowherd.
Yeah. You know what? I would give the bad take to Stephen A for even asking the question. Okay. It's just such an easy layup to get a grumpy old guy.
Yeah.
And Bo Jackson's not a grumpy old guy.
He's not.
I love Bo Jackson too much and I admire how much he's been able to overcome his speech impediment and everything.
Yeah,
I can't sit here and give an award to a guy that's fought like George Springer to overcome his stuttering issue and everything.
Fair enough.
Like, hey, by the way, you know when you were speaking the other day without stuttering, you're still stupid. I'm not going to do that to Bo Jackson.
No, don't do that, and don't make him the Take-A-Mania chance. All right.
He doesn't need to see that headline.
Speaking of... No, he does not. Yeah, you don't need to have that headline.
Bo Jackson named Take-A-Mania on Payne and Pendergast.
Shock jock.
It was in the Athletic.
Shock jock highlights stuttering. All right, last one. Emmitt Smith. I guess great running backs are part of the crew this week.
Yeah.
Here's Emmitt Smith. He was sitting down with Kay Adams and was asked, essentially, why isn't Shedeur being handed the starting job?
By Todd Monken, Todd Monken said that, hey, he's going to be in the competition or whatever.
Right. Yeah, why isn't he being handed the starting job in Cleveland?
Why not commit to Shedeur in right now? Why not? Is it the right move?
I guess coaches want to make sure that guys know that there is no security in their position, and they want them to be as competitive and compete for the job. No one wants to hand anything to them. This is the way that they're treating Shedeur. But they handed it to Drake May.
Yes, they did.
They handed it to kid out in San Diego. They also handed it to the kid in Jacksonville. They also handed it to Sam Darnold. They also handed it to other players. So, and what does Cleveland have? Absolutely nothing. So what's the debate? Are you going to give it to Dillon again? I mean, when you have players, see, the one thing about players.
You just gave me a goose on it.
Okay. Oh, so okay. She's
she might be taking
her saying that gave her goosebumps. He reeled off a bunch of top 10 picks.
Top 3 picks.
Top 3 picks, yeah.
Drake May, Trevor Lawrence, Justin Herbert was the 6th pick, but then Darnold was the 3rd pick.
Yeah, that's like you could disagree with that, with the whether and plus Drake May didn't start right away.
No, the Texans faced him in his first start.
This is kind of the same way.
Justin Herbert didn't start right away.
People are acting when they take up for Bill Belichick like the scandals never happened at all.
Yeah.
Which I mean, you could agree or disagree with whether the scandals should matter, but you got to acknowledge that that's part of the conversation.
Yep.
Likewise, he is a 5th-round pick. Like, it's just, you named off a bunch of top 3 picks.
Yep.
Yes, they were handed the job.
Okay.
Maybe you don't like that dynamic, but he was a 5th-round pick.
Right.
Is that not an important detail in all of this?
Not to Emmitt Smith.
Yeah. Will Levis, not handed a first. He wasn't a first-round pick.
Right. So, is it worse than Emmanuel?
No. He's not. Emmanuel Acho isn't the champ anymore.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is
it worse than Colin Cowherd?
No, it's not worse than Colin Cowherd.
Yeah.
That pompous twat. Oh, wait, dump that. Yeah. Did you get it, Ben? Okay, thank you.
Okay, that was Ben's greatest word ever uttered on radio. Yeah. But the way he said it.
I said it. I called him a pompous fellow.
Yeah. All right, we better duck out of here. Ross Tucker is going to join us here in the next segment. All right, so we have a new champ in Take-A-Mania. Colin Cowherd is the new champ. All right.
He shares a lofty perch with one Ross Tucker, original Take-A-Mania
Genesis
champion.
of Take-A-Mania for us, yes. So we'll talk to Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL insider, coming up next. Before we do that, I want to tell you about Dr. Ben Solento at Texas Sinus and Snoring. Texas Sinus and Snoring, man. Yeah, you hear that sound right there. That's me from
live in San Francisco. LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, welcome back. Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610, live on Radio Row. Winding down our final hour here for me and Seth on Radio Row. Been a great week here in San Francisco. Big thanks to LaCour 43, which is a halfway consumed bottle of it now, thanks to our Dallas sister station. They enjoyed it. You should enjoy it as well. Mix it with some coffee. Make a carajillo. Planet Fitness helping us get here as well. And all of our guests, we're about to talk to one of our favorites, are brought to you by Tide. When it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. Our Odyssey NFL insider, Ross Tucker, joins us now. Always great to talk to Ross. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs.
Nationwide is on your side.
He's also the host of the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. You can get him on social at Ross Tucker NFL, myfrontpagestory.com. We're going to end up talking about all of this between now and the next 15 minutes.
Are you newsbreak now or something?
No,
because
why?
you've been on your phone
You're pulling a
the entire
is what
time.
you're doing right now.
I tried to talk to you 3 different times this morning before this segment started, and you just like buried your head in your phone, like I was somebody you didn't want to talk to.
Well, that's not true, but the things you were trying to talk to me about, I don't think I was that interested in. Wait, I have a question.
I honestly, I swear, this has never happened between you and I. You came in, and I feel like you're big timing me. Oh yeah, well, I documented the Dr. Chow controversy. Sorry, I'm not big enough for you.
I feel like Seth is so aggressive in person. Like I feel like there's a chance like he's gonna attack me.
Oh, so you're
how much caffeine have you had so far?
If all this is that you're scared, then I can accept that.
What
I get
what
that.
time did you get here? What time did you wake up?
I woke up at 2:30 a.m. Yeah.
And you've been here since?
Like 3:30 a.m. Yeah.
Your show is 4 to 8.
Yeah.
Local.
Yeah, here it's 4 to 8.
That's true. Ross might not realize my energy level.
Yeah.
No, but we've spent time, in person.
No,
together.
I know, but you're at like a 9.
Yeah.
I need you to come down to like a 7.
Okay, we gotta account for how early in the morning it is. It's 7:24, Ross.
I feel like you're verbally attacking me.
Well, do you want to hear about an attack?
You walked right in and started throwing shade at Cornell. That was your opening salvo.
Let me just tell you something, Ross. This has been a pattern this week. Have you seen this yet, Theo? He threw a Tide Pod at me at the end of the show the other day. Out of this bucket, hit me right in the eye.
And Sean was such a wuss about it.
It really hit you in the eye?
Watch this. Look, he takes the Tide Pod. Watch this. I'm just sitting here just trying to finish the show. I'm just trying to finish. Boom! Right in the eye.
I didn't. Have you ever seen anybody be so dramatic about getting hit in the eye with a Tide Pod before?
J.J. Watt commented on my pen throw.
Yeah.
Thought it was supreme.
You can't hit somebody in the eye, dude.
Dude, square in the eye.
You could poke an eye out.
As if he couldn't have blinked. That was, he was fine.
He didn't know it was coming.
I know. I didn't know it was coming that hard.
Yeah. You want to watch it again?
Yes.
Here, let's watch this. Look at this. Look at this. Watch it again. Look. It's like 2 girls, 1 cup. We're watching it right now.
It was, I was
bam!
I was going to just toss it at him.
Right
and
look at Figgy in the background. Like people going, oh!
I was going to playfully hit him in the chest, and it came off. As soon as
Even
it left
if you
my
hit me
hand,
in the chest, there was nothing playful about it.
Yes,
you
there was.
98 mile an hour fastball.
We also threw it way too hard.
Yes.
I know. I didn't expect it. I was kind of excited about that part of it.
Look at how buggy his eyes get, and he keeps leaning closer and closer.
I gotta move over. I do this.
I gotta move over and adjust the camera here.
Yeah.
You're so aggressive.
What is wrong with you? Dude, have you had your testosterone levels checked lately?
Yes,
like, Seth,
I did actually.
I feel like you're I don't know. I just feel like there's a lack of trust between us.
Don't worry, Ross. I've got the weaponry right here. Full supply.
What are they? Oh, they're sponsoring this, huh?
Yeah, they are. Yeah, this interview they're sponsoring right now.
You know what? I'm a big Tide Pod guy. I think it's the best tasting Tide Pod.
He was warning these Ithaca kids not to eat detergent the other day.
Yeah.
That's the type of advice these kids get from us.
So we know the kid. We know exactly which one of those kids definitely ate a Tide Pod when he was. You can just see it. You can see it by looking at him.
Now they're all wondering, is it?
Wait, I have a question.
Yeah.
before Tide Pods, you would just pour the detergent in.
If you say
now,
so.
Now
I don't.
Now you just drop it, and
some
it,
people still pour the detergent. Yeah.
Yeah.
But with the Tide Pod, you just throw it in the bin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seth knows very well. I don't know how to work my washing
He doesn't have a clue. Sean doesn't know how to do anything.
No. Radio. That's it. That's it. Yeah.
Hey, I want to know the take thing.
The Take-A-Mania.
Take-A-Mania.
You know what?
That's why you got off to a wrong.
No, I want to apologize.
Yeah.
Because I actually was interested in that.
Yeah.
In the Take-A-Mania and where things were, but again, it's like, I think it was like subconsciously I would look down at my phone, so you would like dial it back. But you know what happened? The opposite happened.
Yeah.
like I would look at my phone because I get like 10 text messages from my wife, my producer, whatever. So I'm looking at it, and then you would just get louder and more aggressive.
Yeah.
like a gargoyle.
Who the hell do you think she is? You're talking to Seth Payne.
That's right.
I was the equivalent. If you were a woman, I was the guy with my hand on the wall as I was leaning in talking to you about how cool dogs are. Yeah.
Did we never explain to you Take-A-Mania before?
No, I think you did.
Okay.
But I want to know where things – Take-A-Mania is like just the craziest take of the week.
It's like the bad takes of the week. Yeah.
Yeah, but he said I was
You were the genesis, and it wasn't really a take. It was a year ago this time. It might be a year ago to the day.
Yeah.
When you came on with us, it was over the phone but at Radio Row, and you explained your tactic of the restaurants that you like, giving bad reviews to them so people won't go to those.
So it doesn't get too crowded.
Yeah. It's set that you couldn't see us because it was over the phone.
No, it was in person.
No, it wasn't. It was over the phone.
Oh.
Yeah, we were on Radio Row, but it was over the phone.
Okay.
And we were horrified by that.
Why?
Because
I don't give them I don't give them bad reviews.
Yeah.
But I don't tell people.
Yeah.
Like at the Jersey Shore.
Yeah.
It's not easy to get reservations.
Right.
I have one restaurant in particular that we love.
Yeah.
So when people say, "What are your favorite restaurants?" I don't say that one.
Okay. And we thought that
I don't know that I go so far to tell them the bad ones.
It's the way you framed it was a little more hostile and aggressive about giving maybe bad feedback to people. So it happened to coincide with a time.
Why
where
is Seth on his phone? He's not paying attention to the conversation. I'm so insulted right now.
But it coincided at a time where we were workshopping. He's focused, dude. He's focused. It was we were workshopping at the time doing a bad take segment. And so we were like, why don't we just start with Ross in this restaurant take? You quickly were taken down by Angelo Cataldi, of all people.
What was his? Do you
His
remember?
take was the day after the Super Bowl, saying that Andy Reid was the biggest fraud in American
all-time
sports.
fraud.
Biggest all-time fraud in American sports.
He held the title for a while.
8 weeks he held
and
the
we've
title.
had a lot of champions.
So we have like 4 takes that we bring every week to try to take down the
Angelo
champ.
does not like Andy Reid. I don't know what happened there, but he does not like him.
You know what else? Another way Ross has slighted me this week was, last year I hit the big time. I was on his podcast.
Yeah.
He recorded it and played it like 3 months later. But I was walking by.
That's what I do with all of them.
Yeah, I was walking by the DraftKings, just kind of looking at your sweet set over there. I just wanted to sit in that chair. I wanted the spotlight
he didn't invite
on
you
me.
this year?
And I just kept looking at my phone. It's like, no, he hasn't texted me. No.
I could get you on this year.
I don't want to go. I really don't want to go on. I'm leaving immediately after this.
At 8 a.m. today, we're done. We even get up at 2:30 every day. We're done.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, football. How about that game this Sunday? What are you most excited about this game on Sunday?
Calling it?
Oh, yeah. What are you going to be doing for Westwood One?
I'm not. I'm calling it for TalkSport. You ever heard of it?
No.
TalkSport is the Westwood One of the UK.
Oh, no kidding.
So I'm the color analyst with Will Gavin, the big redhead guy with the beard.
Yeah.
Have you seen any of his clips go viral?
No.
Yeah, no. If you look up, it's like legendary calls.
Yeah, I do know you're talking about.
And he's what does he say? He's a man of significant carriage.
Yeah.
He weighs a decent amount more than me. So that's actually that'd be a good poll question. Will it be the heaviest 2-man booth in the history of football broadcasting?
What does he weigh?
He's got to be over 3 bills.
Yeah.
And I'm like.
What are you tipping the scales at these days?
Probably 256.8.
Yeah, you look good.
If I had to guess.
So you're, it's you and this. Is he English?
If I had to guess.
Yes.
So it's you and this bloke, and broadcast out to the European audience.
Well, just the UK.
Yeah.
which I still don't even know what the UK is. What is the UK?
It's the same as Great Britain.
It's
right?
everything except
England.
Ireland.
Yeah.
It's
those two islands,
Hold on a
but
second.
except minus Ireland.
Okay.
It's
Northern Ireland, Wales.
It's Britain.
Well, no, Britain is all-encompassing. So the UK, I believe.
England.
Yeah, so it's England, Wales, Scotland, and Northern Ireland, I think.
But not the rest of Ireland.
But not Ireland, yeah.
Ah.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah, so anyway, it's the whole UK. And they said last year it's 11:30 p.m. to 3 a.m. over there.
Oh,
Super
wow.
Bowl.
Yeah.
They said last year they got well over 100,000.
Listeners. It's listeners, yeah.
And the viewers was over 4 million.
Wow.
And for the second year in a row, the day after the Super Bowl was the #1 sick day in the UK.
Well, I would guess so. 11:30 kickoff.
Is it sick though that I take pride in that and love that? I love that that's the case.
Yeah.
I love that that's the case.
Oh yeah,
There's
there
Kirk
people,
Cousins, such a
people
good
are that Kirk.
I said Kirk.
Yeah. Now I'm stuck on the Britain thing. So what do you do? What do you do for prep with him and everything? As far as
we had a production meeting on the drive to opening night. And that's about it.
Yeah.
He's the play-by-play guy. I'm the color analyst. We're gonna rock it. You know what we have, which I've never had before? Kind of like these cameras right here.
Yeah.
We're gonna have a booth camera.
Oh yeah.
And I think you can live stream it. That will be electric. Because honestly, it might be not only the heaviest booth, it might be the most electric booth.
Oh, okay. Calling your shot.
In terms of bringing the energy. Not like Seth Payne 3 a.m. in the morning energy, but like energy.
I guess I am taking notes from Ross now. I guess I just got to be more sedated when I'm on the radio from now on.
No.
So tell me, Ross, what do you fancy about this game and this matchup?
What do you fancy? No, the most interesting
This won't be
thing
the last time you hear about this.
What do the Yanks feel about these two teams?
His voice now sounds like a therapist.
Yeah.
Like it's like, all right, so tell me, Ross,
Yeah.
where did it all go wrong? What happened?
Seriously, though, Will Campbell sucks. What are they going to do?
Yeah, they're going to help him. I think the most interesting thing is he doesn't suck. He's struggling.
He sucks pretty bad sometimes.
He's struggling.
Yeah.
You know, the most interesting thing to me is this Eamon Worry injury.
Yeah.
I mean, they built the whole defense, which is kind of crazy, by the way. They built the whole defense around this rookie DB who's like a combo safety linebacker. They play the least amount of base defense of anybody in the NFL. They play the most nickel. And I saw this video from 2 days ago. He did it like Wednesday's practice. He gets out of the car and like he's limping bad.
Yeah.
And so I'm sure he'll play and I'm sure he'll tape it up. But my thing is this, like, he's not a O lineman. He's not a D lineman. He needs to cover people. He needs to react to people. I'm sure straight ahead he's fine. But dude, they built the whole defense around him.
Yeah.
I mean that is going to be interesting.
You know what, Ryan Harris? You know Ryan Harris, former offensive lineman. He was with the Texans for a while. He has a theory, which is that he might be playing possum a little bit. And I only know that that's what Ryan Harris said. And I do wonder, okay, I think he definitely sprained his ankle, but the fact that he got out of the car and wasn't wearing an ankle boot or anything, maybe he was playing it up for the cameras a little bit. You got a bunch of people out there, you know the video is going to go viral, and maybe he made it look worse than it actually is.
It was a cell phone camera, though, and it didn't seem like he knew it was there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And he was getting
out of part of the.
And by the way, he was getting out of a car. Why was he getting out of a car?
Who knows? Because he didn't ride his bicycle from practice?
Yeah. No, they didn't. Like, it wasn't a team bus.
Yeah.
It was like a separate car.
Mm-hmm.
Conspiracy theories abound. MyFrontPageStory.com, Ross.
You know what I love about you guys?
Yeah.
Every time I come on, if you bring it up, multiple people order because your audience is amazing. Which, by the way, that reminds me, if you're in the Houston area and you're looking to grow your business, you need to advertise with Sean and Seth.
Thank you.
You guys have a legit audience. It's myfrontpagestory.com. It's by far the best Valentine's Day gift I've ever seen. It's the type of thoughtful gift that Seth would get his wife, but you would never get your wife. You know, Sean? Yeah.
Why
you're
would
not.
you say
you're
that?
not. You're not thoughtful.
My wife is the biggest Ross Tucker fan ever. That would be part of my front page story.
Ooh, I like that. Listen,
Yeah.
just make sure when you give it to her, you tell her, honey, I want to do something special for you. So I had a story written about you. It sounds like you commissioned Mitch Albom to write a book about her.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes, Mitch Albom,
It's
the
my
American sports writer, yes.
My front page, I like that voice. MyFrontPageStory.com. She will cry. You will win. Have you ever, either one of you, ever given your wife a gift that moved them to tears?
I have before.
What was it?
It was a pair of boots last year that I got her.
No.
Yeah, she was moved to tears. They're very expensive boots.
She cried about boots?
She cried a little bit. Yeah, I think I
She
saw
wanted
some,
it. She wanted it that badly?
I think I saw some salty streaming coming from your ducks.
Were they like Louis Vuitton boots?
No, they
or
were
something?
Myron Crosby. They were really nice.
Wow.
Still are, yeah.
Okay.
But not like this.
MyFrontPageStory.com. Listen, I know 95% of you guys driving around right now, you haven't even thought about Valentine's Day. You usually just get flowers or you pick up a gift card at the Olive Garden or something lame.
Yes.
MyFrontPageStory.com or boots. Who gets their wife boots for Valentine's Day?
Yeah.
She cried because she was sad. MyFrontPageStory.com. MyFrontPageStory.com.
Does sound like a more thoughtful gift than a retail item.
Hey, in all honesty, and I know you got to go, what's the turnaround on something like this? Like, people are probably thinking, hey, it's Valentine's Day next Saturday.
Yeah. So if it's over a week,
Yeah.
you can do that within 7 days and get it in time.
Okay.
Although there is a school of thought that you're better off going to myfrontpagestory.com, making the order, putting that in an envelope, giving it to her
There you go.
on Valentine's Day. She opens it, and then you say, it's not quite finished yet, but the author is currently finishing up a story written about how amazing you are. Because then, think about, so first of all, she's like, what? She's blown away. And then the anticipation, every
It's like a
day,
second gift.
waiting for it to get there. Like, what did this person say about me? Who else is quoted in this thing?
Yeah.
You know, does it mention the boots?
Yeah.
MyFrontPageStory.com. MyFrontPageStory.com.
Good stuff. Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL Insider, brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs.
Nationwide is on your
Always great to see you, the great Ross Tucker. At Ross Tucker NFL, the Ross Tucker Football Podcast
We
as
do
well.
know from previous conversations.
Seth, don't be so sensitive. He's so sensitive.
Ross, settle down. My goodness.
All right, up next, final thoughts. We'll give our prediction on the Super Bowl, and we'll see what the guys on In the Loop got going on. Stay there.
Yeah, hey, by the way, that Princeton pullover is about 2 sizes too small. Hey, fast breaks.
22. Live in San Francisco, Liqueur 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, I'm getting ready to sprinkle a little bit of money down on the Super Bowl on Sunday. I've already got a pretty significant amount sprinkled. As we welcome you back to Radio Row, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne, Liqueur 43. Thank you once again for bringing us here. Barely, maybe my biggest bet of the season on the Seahawks, -4.5.
I think you should feel very confident in that.
Should I?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've just I've been spending the last 4 hours kind of examining all of the things that I'm nervous about in terms of, because I'm pulling for the Seahawks.
I am
want
too.
the Seahawks to win.
I
So
am too.
what makes me nervous, and is this a real issue and a real problem or not? I think there's a much better chance of the Seahawks winning by 14 points than there is them losing this game.
My prediction on the Houston Press was 30-17. So you and I are in the same neighborhood there.
I think the Patriots have done some really impressive things. Their defense has looked really good, but also they've been able to play a style of defense that's hyper aggressive, but they haven't been in weather conditions or facing quarterbacks who are able to take advantage of that. And I think that Sam Darnold and Jackson Smith and Jigba are going to be able to take advantage of it.
You worried about Clint Kubiak focusing on getting the Las Vegas Raiders job over the last 2 weeks?
Yeah, and whether that might distract him. We've seen this going back to Kyle Shanahan back with the Falcons or any other situation.
Yep.
I'm really not all that worried about that in general with any coach. It seems like Kubiak, you could almost see it in his eyes when he was asked questions about that, because that's not official yet, right?
No, I don't think it can be.
Right, and it can't be, but it seems like it seemed almost I could read it in his eyes that he understood the challenge of getting distracted by all of that, and I like that he's got his father to counsel him about
That's
it
true,
too.
yeah.
He might have said, "Hey Gary, can you?" I don't know if he calls his dad Gary. I would. Gary was the first head coach I ever had where I felt comfortable calling him Gary.
Oh, instead of coach?
You see NFL players calling their coaches by their first name.
Instead of coach?
I never felt like I was a vet until Kubiak was my coach, and I could call him Gary.
God,
because
I
we're
almost
maybe
don't
closer in age.
I don't feel comfortable calling coaches anything but coach.
So if I were Clint, I would call my dad Gary, and I would say, "Hey, Gary, why don't you handle some of this? Could you please help me out with kind of organizing exactly what my next objectives are, who I need to call, all this type of stuff, and so I can focus in on this game."
Nice, yeah. Delegate to the old man.
Gary would be like, I don't know. I was going to go fishing today.
Golly.
Golly, Clint.
Yeah. I am going to sprinkle a little bit of money on Jackson Smith and Jigba to be the MVP of this football game.
Ooh, the wide receiver MVP. I like it.
The odds are 5.5 to 1, plus 550. The two quarterbacks are obviously number 1 and 2. He's the highest on the odds board for non-quarterbacks.
Yeah.
So plus 550. I think Jackson Smith and Jigba is going to have a huge game in this one on Sunday. So I like that one. I like Drake May to have the most rushing yards in the game value. As a value, intuitively, Kenneth Walker or one of the New England running backs, you're getting 5 to 1 on Drake May being the leading rusher in the game.
That sounds good.
5 to 1.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he's had big rushing games.
Especially if the game were to play out the way we're thinking it might play out, where it ends up being a pretty substantial victory by the Seahawks. Drake May's going to have some opportunities as the Seahawks perhaps start playing a little bit more conservatively.
Yeah, I just think
opportunities to pull the ball down and run.
And
they are, you know what? Also, they are a very good defense where sometimes that's the only option the quarterback has, especially behind a bad offensive line.
Yes,
that he's going to have opportunities or motivation to run more often.
The amoeba that you
the amoeba pass
described,
not an amoeba front, but like the way it's a phagocyte, right? Engulfs its prey.
They engulf it. That's a great word for it, Seth. They engulf it. The way they engulf it is I think, is conducive to. Let me back up. I think this is the point you're making. There's a lot of scenarios in this game as to how the game could unfold, and it's hard to find one that doesn't involve Drake May running for a bunch of yards.
Right. Yeah, whether they win or whether they lose, it's
Yep. Now, the only thing that could screw you.
By the way, real quick.
Yeah.
Did you see some hack writer from Boston claimed that multiple Texans coaches told him after the game that they didn't realize Drake May could run like that?
What?
It was this Ben Volen character. We don't have our Boston guys back
that's
there.
who it was?
That's an abject lie. There's no way that they said that to him because, for one, the coaches and players were all talking about Drake May's running ability. Two, everybody in America that paid attention knew that Drake May could run.
Yes, and that includes
had
the
run
Texans.
very effectively headed into that Texans game.
check.
But then even given the flow of the Texans game where Drake May didn't have run for a bunch of yardage.
Yeah.
The Texans were very aware of it. And it's not like after the game they would have said, wow, he ran for 10 yards. We didn't know he was that athletic.
Yeah.
These hack writers.
Yeah, man. That is that's weird.
I'm insulted.
That's just weird.
By some clown from Boston.
That's just weird. Well, so I'm taking Drake May to be the leading rusher in the game, plus 500. And that's I may do a little something on Ramondre Stevenson as well. But if I'm picking Drake May to be the leading rusher in the game, then I'm kind of wanting them to lay off of the running backs. So
this was a good Super Bowl week because, as it tends to happen about every 7 or 8 years, I made a bunch of enemies on Radio Row this year. I almost killed you with a Tide
I'm not your
Pod.
enemy.
Ross Tucker doesn't want anything to do with me anymore.
Again, I'm not going to lie. As the third person in that conversation,
yeah,
I was getting a little uncomfortable with
he
the
does
two of you
apparently. Don't worry, it's not anything specific. He just doesn't like my whole vibe. Apparently.
Well, at least in whatever it is you were trying to talk to him about this time.
After like 10 years of getting along great with Ross Tucker.
Yeah.
I've had meals with him.
He just said whatever you were talking about wasn't all that interesting to him.
No, and he said I was a bit much.
Yeah, a little extra.
Said my energy was freaking him out.
Extra, yeah. I don't know if I was supposed to take up for you on that. I just kind of backed away.
No, yeah, you were curiously silent as he was saying all of that.
I'm whispering to him like, try it for 4 hours a day.
Yeah, you were nodding along with like your hand on your chin, kind of saying like, finally somebody's saying it.
I was too busy watching you beam me eye with Tide Pod on a loop on my computer. It is pretty funny video now that I can look at it that way. Now that I know my left eye works the same way it always did. Hi, guys.
Hello. Oh.
John Lopez.
Hello.
Reggie Atatula.
I feel a little bit of responsibility for the seeming rift between Seth and Ross.
Oh,
because
how so?
When we went to opening night, we had a sit down with Ross, and he was talking about how much he enjoyed our interview and Figgy Fig, and I think we started to move him away.
Oh, you
from
can
what
have
had been a years-long relationship with Seth Payne.
Yeah, he's dead to me. You can have him. I don't.
He's dead.
Oh no, not Ross.
People
Don't
like
take
Ross.
No, people like Ross.
I can't stand to lose him.
He tested pretty high with our listeners when we did that sort of listener. What do they call it?
Oh no, they love
forum?
Ross.
They love Ross.
They love Ross. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah.
So we're not going to hand him over that easily. It's going to cost you. Hey, you went out last night after the dinner.
Oh yeah, we didn't do
You
too
guys
much.
have
We
fun?
just went and got a few drinks by a fire pit, which felt like
cool.
a nice thing to do.
Yeah.
In the circumstance, but moving around when we were actually making our way back to the hotel, what we learned is apparently every first Thursday in the city of San Francisco, they close off like 3 blocks.
We had to walk.
They close off like 3 blocks, and it is jumping out there. And I was like, oh, so this is where the party is.
That wasn't a Super Bowl thing?
No, I thought it was a Super Bowl thing. I didn't know that.
Fran thing?
No, yes, it is a San Fran thing. Every first Thursday, and then in Oakland, first Friday, they just have a block party once a month.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it was jumping out. It was at that point, we had already had our drinks. We were already ready and tired to get to bed. I was like, damn, we should have made our way out here because it was really fascinating. Because we've gone through all week, and I've been like, it's kind of temperate. It's kind of demure out here in these San Francisco streets. Apparently, we weren't on the right.
We were going through all of that traffic from that block party. I assumed it was Super Bowl stuff. And then our Uber driver turned to us and asked, hey, are you guys cool?
Yeah, I forgot about this.
If we stop, we're in the middle of all this traffic, and we're looking at the point we're looking at, okay, it's a 15-minute walk or 16 minutes in car. And he's like, I have to go to the bathroom. So he pulled over.
Put his hazards on in the middle of the traffic. Like he pulls over, puts his hazards on, and goes scampering across the street.
Didn't get into the first place he was trying to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
So
y'all were watching him and watching him walk around.
Well, we didn't know if he was ditching his car or whatnot. We didn't know what the hell.
We got out about, I think it was 5-6 blocks.
Yeah.
He just turned to us because we were bumper to bumper. And he was an Asian guy that didn't speak a lot of English, and he just kind of goes with both his thumbs. He goes, "Want to get out?"
Yeah, I guess that's a yes.
Did he have any of the wings from the bounty? Because it feels like that's been
our
taken.
driver? That seems to be the catalyst for digestive issues.
Well, did y'all notice that Clint was he said that he was good yesterday at family dinner? He looked like he was still struggling.
Oh, yeah. He was struggling to drink Sprite.
Yeah. It was too spicy?
Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, so that was I'd forgotten about that. The Uber driver pulling over to go.
And we were kind of it would have been faster for us to walk, but we're sitting in this car.
Yeah,
we're
we
we can't just abandon his running car.
Yeah. Who says it's not like y'all are on the registration or anything? If they find it, you guys were clean.
We gave him a pass, a pretty high rating, and with over 1,000 rides. So we're like, okay, this is not something that happens. He's
an outlier.
Yeah, he's got the bubble guts.
Yeah. Bubble guts. Yes. Yeah. So what is the final question of the day on Radio Row?
I feel like you both are going to have a good one. It probably goes back to your childhood. It's based on Tom Brady saying that he doesn't have a dog in the fight.
Yeah.
How has your biggest hero disappointed you?
Okay.
Because and we were talking about it. It's not just fans like, oh, come on.
Yeah.
Players. We're talking about like they're like hot about it.
Okay. I would guess probably. I'm trying to think of who it would be. Like my hero. My athlete hero growing up was like in my youth, like 8, 9, 10 years old, was Carlton Fisk. Mm-hmm. He was a catcher for the Red Sox back then. I have no idea how he would have disappointed me. I know he's still alive, and he was in the news recently talking about, I think, baseball. But if I had to guess, I would say whoever my heroes were probably would disappoint me by being overly political in their 70s or 80s now.
Yeah.
If I had to guess.
I'm sorry, but I'm going to give you the opposite just because it's I still love that this is how this works. I grew up a Bills fan, and I had like Thurman Thomas posters, Thurman Thomas and Bruce Smith posters on my wall. And I've met Thurman Thomas a couple times in the last decade or so, and he's been the best guy ever.
Yeah.
Nice.
And it's he's always been super cool, and I still get kind of a thrill that he knows, when he sees me, he knows who I am, and remembers my name and everything.
Yeah.
So it's it's the exact opposite. He's way cooler than I ever would have thought he would be. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I just thought of another one. Jimmy Superfly Snuka.
Oh, yeah?
Back in the day. He was my favorite. And then out came a documentary 10 years ago about how he probably killed his girlfriend back then.
Yeah,
when I was watching him. That
would
be a little disappointing.
Yeah, well, I mean, he never got convicted for it, I don't think.
Plausible deniability, but you're I think I want to get out of the business.
I used to have a
I want to get rid of my stock.
Yeah, so that's probably another one. That's never going to go well.
Yeah, but somehow you always end up forgiving him because
I'm still working on that.
Really?
Superfly. Well, he's dead now, so I guess it doesn't really matter.
Mine was little 10-year-old John Lopez. The year was 1973.
In his O.J. Simpson jersey.
Wilt Chamberlain
was
one of my childhood heroes, and he was coming to San Antonio with the San Diego Conquistadors of the ABA to play. So my brother took me to the shoot-around. He would always do that with his friends, and we ended up doing it later. You can walk into the arena and go to the shoot-around.
Wow.
Just walk in. And so we were lined up there waiting to get and he knew how much I loved Wilt, waiting to get Wilt's autograph. And Wilt just walks by, actually looks at us when we ask for an autograph and says no.
Dude, that's a traumatic thing.
It was traumatic.
How old were you?
10.
Yeah.
Yeah, 10. And there were maybe – this was like our hack. We could go in, walk in. There were 5 people there. It was like you could hear our voices echo in the arena.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't have been too much of an imposition because, again, 5 people.
No, he was walking out for shoot-around.
Well, maybe, depending. Maybe he was like y'all's Uber driver and he really needed to go use the restroom. Who knows?
Knowing what we know now about Will and his proclivity,
I should have gone with my sister is what you're saying? Not my brother?
Yeah, well, we knew he had somewhere to be. I mean, can't get to 20,000 sitting around signing autographs for some little 10-year-old snot-nosed kid.
You had to go weak in the knees.
Yeah, baby. Yeah.
Is it possible now? Of course, we're not talking about children here, but is it possible that I ruined somebody's fave for them yesterday when we were going out to dinner and we're walking by again? There's some people looking for autographs by our hotel because
this was good.
We're walking by and I can't hear some dude, but I think that he's asking me for something. I was like, I ain't got nothing, bro.
Yeah.
And then he pulls out a hat and he's waving it, and we're I've crossed the street and I'm like, nah. And apparently, what the rest of the group has told me is he was looking for an autograph.
Yeah.
And I'm like, first of all, I saved you from yourself. However, from his perspective, some safety in the league.
Yeah.
just big dogged him, big timed him, and then walked away from him. And I'm so interested in who that safety is now, because that person thinks that that's absolutely that safety, and it's not their fault.
Who would you have signed if you had signed? If you couldn't sign Reggie Atatula, who would you sign?
I have no idea. First and foremost, I'm so stuck in my brain on who do they think I look like?
Right.
Because I'm trying to figure it out, and I don't have a good call. I feel like maybe like Carlton Davis.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Just someone who is like
cornerback.
Yeah, some
Jaylen
cornerback
Brown.
who's like somewhat big enough name, but maybe one that you don't know. Jaylen Brown is one I keep getting, but I'm just like, y'all have to know that I'm not tall enough to be Jaylen Brown.
Who was the white point guard for the Cavaliers back in the
Mark Price.
Mark Price.
Yeah.
I got confused for Mark Price twice. So, really? Yeah. When I was
Really?
No, when I was traveling and I was young enough to be Mark Price.
I've seen young pictures of you.
Yes.
You don't look anything like Mark Price.
Nothing like Mark Price.
The weirdest one that I ever got misidentified as was when the Patriots were playing the Falcons in the Super Bowl in Houston. I was emceeing an event for Patriots fans. It was really weird. I don't know why they asked me to do it, but they paid well. Yeah. So it was like it was right the day of the Super Bowl. So it's all Patriots fans. It's like a pep rally or a tailgating party in the convention center there, or in one of the convention
I remember
halls.
that actually.
And I'm standing there and I'm waiting, and some guy in a Patriots jersey comes up to me, and he's like, "Hey man, don't worry, I'm not going to bother you, but I've just always loved your career." And I was like, I don't think he's talking to Seth Payne. Like, I'm pretty sure. No, so I was like, yeah, I'm sorry, man. Like, who do you think I am? And he's like, you're Gronk.
Gronk?
What the hell are you talking? How is that the guy? You're a Patriots fan. Yeah. There's not one Gronk other than the color of my skin.
Like Gronk.
Nothing at all.
And
not to mention I'm like 3 inches shorter than him.
Yeah.
That was the thing with Mark Price. It happened on 2 different occasions. I'm like, do I look like Mark Price?
Yeah, and those are guys. Gronk is a guy that you see without his helmet a lot. Like, I would understand if it was one of these dudes that you rarely see without a helmet, and maybe.
And he thought he kept thinking I was Gronk and that I was just being, because I was telling him, like, no, I'm really not Gronk. He's like, that's okay, man. I'm not going to bother you. I'm not going to bother you. What the hell?
I start getting mad about it.
Yeah, I'm mad at him, like, for multiple reasons.
You are listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Gentlemen, have a great show.
Thank
Seth,
you.
Antibodies to you.
Antibodies and no projectiles to you.
No, I got them all over here. Yeah. No, we're good.
Oh, yeah, you took the Tide Pods.
I took them.
I'm going to miss that bucket.
All right, Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. We are done. We are out of time. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, Colin Neal back in the studio. Thank you, everybody, for listening this week. Thank you to Liqueur 43 for bringing us here. Planet Fitness for bringing us here. Tide for all the guests and for getting all the Odyssey stations here. When it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. And it is time for In the Loop. They start.
Beat me to it.
Yeah, I'm getting out of here fast, man. When it's got to be clean.
It's got to be Tide.
Thank you. In the Loop now can officially begin.
That's right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Once more, live from Radio Row in San Francisco. Again, always appreciation to our friends at Liqueur 43 for helping us get out here where the Liqueur 43 bottle is half drunk.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. We got people around these parts sipping on it. I guess our neighbors in Dallas here apparently took Liqueur 43 straight to the dome, which speaks to their depravity. But appreciate Liqueur 43 helping us get out here. And then also our friends at Planet Fitness. That has also been a great pleasure. Oh, Sean, are you taking Liqueur 43 with you? All right, so he's taking it. So our friends have still got us here, but we won't have that representation on the table because of Sean Pendergast. All right, let's get going on day 5, final day for us here on Radio Row. It's been fun to this point, and there's been a lot of great interviews on all the shows. It's been quite a pleasure to hear some of them. I was very intrigued by the possibility of sitting down with the only Texan that we would get an opportunity to talk to this week, Dalton Schultz. Dalton Schultz sat down with The Drive, and, I mean, we're going to play a couple cuts from him, but I think for me, it was less about what he said and more about the way he said it.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, it was, I mean, in fact, let's just go start let's start with cut 2 here. Byron. By the way, Byron Matthews is actually back in the studio holding us down. We appreciate it. It's, of course, John Lopez is here. I'm Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, hanging out with us as well. But Dalton Schultz was asked about what he said to CJ after the divisional loss.
You mentioned CJ, man. What was your? He's a rough end of the season for him. Started against Pittsburgh.
Rough end to all of us.
Right. Well, I know you've got a special relationship with him and have for a few years. I mean, what's the messaging? What's the conversation? What's that been like?
I mean, dude, the results are what they are, and I feel like I've told him this when he came in. It's like, dude, everything's gonna fall on you, good or bad. And you got to be the leader to be able to take it and roll. Again, whether it's good or bad. You're gonna get blamed when it's not your fault, and then when it is your fault and it's a good thing, it's gonna be because of everything else but you.
Yeah.
So you got to be willing to roll with that, however it may land. Obviously, I think just that game, it's hard to pin it all on him as a player. In my eyes, that game is my fault. I left the game in the first quarter. You know what I mean? That was a big game plan for me, and I wasn't able to be out there.
Yeah.
And, my process was exactly the same that I've done all year, every year. And I look back and I'm like, well, shoot, obviously I didn't do enough to get my body where it needed to be in that moment. And so that's literally all I've been thinking about. And everybody's going to pin it on CJ. It's not his fault.
So here's the thing and you pointed it out. He was visibly shaken by it, disturbed by it.
We'll get deeper into that because there was one more answer that he gave where it very much just shows all the way up.
But I want to go back to the first part, first thing he said, because the second thing, good on Dalton. What could I have done more? I feel like but the first thing, I'm sorry, but the first thing he said was, he had this conversation, and he said when he first came in, he means as a rookie. When he first came in, this is going to be the way it's going to be. You're going to have to be able to handle, the good times are going to be credited to someone else. The bad times are going to be blamed on you, et cetera, et cetera. So that was what Dalton said about his interaction. But there's dozens, if not hundreds, of people in that building over time that have told him the same thing. And so that's where I am with it. Yet, we know that CJ has been, told and tried to be convinced, that this is the way it's going to be able to respond, be able to handle it. So to me, it almost comes back to CJ, and I don't mean to pile on, but it's they've all told you. Everybody knows you played the position for a long time. I still think it comes back to is it just not? Can it not click with him? Is it not resonating?
That has been the question that we're not going to get a good answer to. It really stinks because you would hope that after going through Radio Row and all the various different people that have experience on the field around these players, that we'd be able to get some level of insight, but that you just can't get into his brain. You can't figure that out. And so it's going to be show me rather than tell me when it comes to C.J. Stroud. And that's the one that's deep. That's part of this that's deeply frustrating is that if it was an MCL, there's ways that we can handle that externally. If it's an ankle, there's ways that we can handle it. If it's if it's a blood clot, even if it's a concussion to some degree, there's ways that we handle it. This is something else entirely, and I don't know how to get to it. Yeah. I did find it interesting that his closest confidant, it feels like, on the team, because they've always felt really, really close. Dalton Schultz, the tight end for this team, and C.J. Stroud, and he's like, I've told him that, and we're still.
And it's not seemingly resonating.
It's still wild. Yeah. I was amazed though that Dalton Schultz went to that place where he goes, I felt like I didn't do enough because I left that game early when he was the walking dead all season. Yeah, we know that he was dealing with stuff and probably was dealing with more than what we perceived all season long, and it just the bottom fell out in that game. And he holds it on himself. It really does feel like, one, probably some level of indication as to how Dalton Schultz moves. But also, I read this, and tell me if you think I'm wrong here. I read this as, damn, that's how well his team takes, D'Amico's team takes the quote-unquote propaganda. I'm not trying to be derisive of it, but it's just the word that line. Messaging lands that strong to where everyone does indeed go, what did I do? And they don't point fingers, at least on the offense. That's big because, I keep bringing up that 17 Jaguars team where the thing fell apart because one side of the football got tired of the other one. I think that is some level of small encouragement that probably you're not going to see that happen with the rest of the team feeling like, oh, somebody else let me down. They're all saying, what could I have done? But it's kind of sad that he did have to get to that place because I don't know that if you look at anybody on the offense all season long, you go, Dalton Schultz was the reason why this didn't go.
No, but then the second part of that is, how long can they hold this line? Of what could I have done more, or the game plan was, a lot of it was built around me, without ultimately, because people are they have human emotion. You know, at some point, you keep doing it, you keep believing it, but it keeps pointing back to them. At what point does that start to waver a little bit?
Yeah, I want to go to cut 5 here because we started out talking about some of this is what Dalton Schultz said, and we greatly appreciate him sitting down with the drive yesterday afternoon. But it was the way that he said it, and this was Dalton Schultz talking about just walking around Super Bowl Radio Row and how it felt. It's cut 5, Byron.
To sit here right now and think, hey, man, we had a legit shot. We should be one of the teams on that banner up there.
Dude,
I mean, that's a step in the right direction for the team. No, I mean, you guys didn't. That wasn't necessarily a reality a year ago, right? I mean that's a step.
I'll be honest, like walking around here is tough.
Yeah.
Like I love being we came because I love being in the Bay. Minded like we fell short, especially this year. I think because everybody realized what we had and how good of a team we had. And the opportunity that we had to come up short, not have that, that's why I think it feels extra.
Yeah,
dude, it's sucker punch.
Yeah,
truly, I still haven't gotten over it.
Look at the Eagles last year. Look at the Chiefs last year. You know, I think what this reflects is he knows everything changes, and it's a year-to-year league, and this was the opportunity that they had, and we think they can be back there. So did the Eagles. So did the Chiefs.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, things happen in the NFL, whether it's injuries, knock on wood, or just performance, or there is a breakdown at the quarterback position, which clearly is in play with this team. Like, I think what hurts him the most, and you could just feel it in his voice, is he knows what everybody else knows in this league. There ain't no guarantees. This is a Super Bowl. This was the Super Bowl window, and it slipped through their fingers.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a better way of saying that. I did want to get to this, though, because the tight end room, we've talked about it, we've lamented it, but something that Dalton said made me think, like, is it possible that this is why the offense looked the way it did? I need cut 6 here, Byron. This was Dalton Schultz talking about the Texans tight end room.
The tight end room. I know you obviously got injured in that last game, but you had some of your partners throughout the year got hurt, and Brevin Jordan lost for the year. I mean, what's going on with those guys, and how do you feel that room can develop and mature in year 2 of this offense?
Yeah, dude. I mean, biggest thing, everybody's got to get healthy.
Yeah.
Can't improve if you're not healthy. You got to set a baseline, which I think everybody will be. Everybody's working. As far as just the room as a whole, through training camp, I freaking loved our room. Especially with those 2 other guys, Cade and Brevin, it's a fun room to be a part of. And we're all very different in terms of, how we play ball, what we do, what we're able to do really well. So I felt like we complemented each other really well. And we got a ton of, time on task, a ton of reps. I talked about the run game having different types of combos. One of the things is, dude, tight ends are blocking together all the time. Truly, shoulder, double team, let's move. And we put so much time on task on stuff like that. You have a broken foot week 1, and Brev, tore his knee in camp. All of a sudden, you don't have that anymore.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's, you got to be able to build that with the other guys that you got. But dude, it's tough to see what the room really is and really can be if you don't have film.
Sure. Yeah.
Of that. If you're not able to put that on tape, which, I mean, dude, we're missing 2 guys, 2 of our 3. It's, shit.
Well, hit that dump button again.
It was a hell. That was 1 of 3.
Yep, one of 3. And that just, I know that he was in. It was 4.
Yeah. I
know he was in his right mind. I think that's where he got to, right? It took him to that place viscerally where he even cussed on air. But the idea that the thing that got me is he's we had so much time on task and tight ends blocking together. We know that Nick Caserio is a tight end guy and 12 and 13 personnel. Did we underrate the loss of the likes of Cade Stover for a period of time and Brevin Jordan early on in the season?
I think we underrated Brevin Jordan. We knew what Cade Stover was, and they tried. By the way, they tried to force feed that part of that game plan in the Patriots game to Cade Stover, and he just couldn't catch the ball, or he couldn't get open.
They had to because you lose Dalton Schultz early in that game.
Right. So I think Brevin Jordan more than anything. The other thing that I got out of that was really a lot of. He could almost, and this is another part of the thing that players, that players realize, that room easily could change. because of injuries and other things, that room could easily change again. And so maybe he's lamenting, what could have been.
Yeah, I thought it was a very good sit down. You can always go back to the podcast page for The Drive and catch more of what Dalton said. But you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, continuing on Radio Row. Coming up next, we sit down with AEW wrestler Harley Cameron, who is multi-talented. And so we want to get an opportunity to chat with her. We'll do that next.
LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Seemed like they got off the, what did he say, off the slide?
Oh,
if you,
God,
if you
that
listen to
made
Lil
me
Kiki.
think I was
Hey,
cringing.
no, Lil Kiki is a legend in these.
No,
if Lil Kiki said it's off the slide, then it's off the slide.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yes, indeed. You are in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, live from Radio Row in San Francisco. John Lopez to my right, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, and joining us in the tied guest seat, because if it's got to be clean, John Lopez.
It's got to be tied.
That's right. It is the AEW Women's World Tag Team Champion. That's right. Harley Cameron. You can see it on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers live streams. You can see the title belt that she's got over her shoulder. I have it on good authority. It is very, very hefty. And
that
so
bad boy.
that thing is nice. Harley, how you doing today?
I'm great. I'm up bright and early with you boys. What a better way to start the day.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. But you're not. It's not unusual being this up this early and active and everything. It seems like you're frequently in this type of time.
Yes, I am an early riser myself. Actually, I like the mornings and morning bird. I haven't had my coffee yet, actually. So you're in luck because usually I'm a little bit more hyperactive. I've eased it down a little bit.
No, that's perfect. But that seems indicative of who you are. You seem to keep busy. Like I was trying to read up to see, all right, what are the interesting portions of your life? And apparently it's all interesting. You're a singer. Obviously you're a wrestler. You're a singer.
Uh-huh.
You've done ventriloquism.
Yes, sir.
What brings you to all these different things?
Before I was a wrestler, I was working professionally in entertainment in different realms. So I worked in theater and cabaret, and I was in bands and so on and so forth. I actually only began wrestling when I moved to America.
Yeah.
So I've been very lucky because my career has, been wonderful so far, and now I'm the AEW.
Now you're holding the belt.
Champion. So look, I've got the old entertainment history, but wrestling has my heart now.
Well, that's where I wanted to go, actually, because so many professional athletes, whether it's football players or whatever, they have the athleticism, they have the itch to become a wrestler, and then they have to learn the entertainment part and the sales, not sales, but you know what I mean, the publicity part and all that. You kind of came in from the other direction. So was there a place where you said, somebody said, no, really, you've got that down pat? You need to, become a wrestler, and was that kind of like, wait, what?
I think when I first moved to America, I saw my first independent show in Orlando, and I remember watching up close for the first time in my life because I've only ever seen it on TV growing up. And I thought, oh my gosh, I want up and close. The light bulb went on. I said, I want to do this.
Oh, so it was you?
Yeah, it's because I was watching it and I was like, oh, this is everything I love. It's athletics, it's entertainment. It was seeing it in person definitely made me appreciate the different backgrounds that I thought, I have experience in this. I wonder if I could learn it. And I went to Flatbacks Wrestling School in Orlando, and my coaches were like, oh, you got the entertainment stuff now. That's good.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you kind of came into a different direction.
Yeah, they were like, we're just going to teach you how to wrestle.
Yeah. And how did that go?
It good. Well, it speaks for itself.
Yeah, it speaks for itself.
We were talking about before we got you on air that, you guys fly around all the time, and there's tons of fans that are always, wanting to see you and get autographs. I have not gotten to that place. I'm definitely not there, except here we're staying at the hotel that the Pro Bowlers were at, and so there were people outside looking to get autographs. And last night we're going out to dinner as a team, and I walked by a dude who I thought was asking me for money or something. And I was like, sorry, I don't have anything. And then later on, the guys were telling me he was looking for an autograph.
Oh.
How do you handle a situation like that when somebody's looking for an autograph, but they think you're somebody else that you're not?
I've had it before. I've had before where people have come up to me and had photos of a good friend of mine who actually I used to tag with at All Elite Wrestling, Anna J. And they were like, Anna! And I look at the photo and I'm like,
not me.
That's not my ass.
That's not my ass.
Anna's got,
I know my ass. That's not my ass.
Anna's famous for her ass, and I'm like, come on. I'm flattered if you think it's me. But no, do you know what? I usually just politely tell them, you know. Be like, it's not me, but one day I'll have that ass maybe.
So you don't just go ahead and sign her name?
No. I mean, I know a lot of people that do that, but my thing is, if you're going to take the time and effort to print out a photo, like, and spend money on that, I don't want to tarnish that, and then, you know what I mean? I feel like that's, I don't do, some people do it because they think it's like the polite way to, but I'd rather be polite and say, hey, it's not me, but hey, I'm this person.
And they're like, cool.
Cool, see ya. See you later. See you and your flat ass later.
And your flat ass. Yeah, you should just, next time you should just turn around. Like, look, it's nice.
This looked like, compare. Trash.
So Tony Khan, leading AEW and clearly associated with the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yes, sir.
Have you become a Jacksonville Jaguars fan?
I actually have. So
okay, you need to leave now.
Sorry about it. I will fight you for it.
And that's a fight I will lose.
Right? One of us throws down.
Yeah, that's right.
So so the first ever game I saw was a Jags game, and it's the only games I go to see because I live in Orlando, and obviously I didn't watch it in Australia because we had a lot of like NRL was more like, and I think AFL, but I never watched NFL until I moved to America. So then I saw it live, and I was like, this is great. And then obviously I want to support Tony, so I am a Jags fan. And can you, is this camera?
Yeah. You can see it. Show it up. Show it up.
I actually have an exciting thing for all football fans. So on April 23rd, All Elite Wrestling at shopaw.com, we're going to be releasing these awesome luchador masks. And this one obviously is the Jags, but I will say they're going to do every single team.
They're pretty cool.
It is very cool.
They're very, very, and the NFL logo and everything.
Yes, it is. It is awesome. So I mean, that's something that's fun for all football fans.
Yeah. So you're from one of my favorite places I've ever visited, or you're near. I think you're from near Surfers Paradise.
Yes.
That is an unbelievable place.
Yes.
And I started thinking when I saw that, did you surf? Is that part of your athleticism?
Yeah, I grew up surfing. Actually, funnily enough, in high school, one of my classes was surfing. We're heavy surfers back there, especially in the Gold Coast. We used to have the Roxy and Quicksilver Pro, which was like the championships there. So yeah, my day-to-day was like school, and then we'd all get on the bus with our surfboards and go to the beach.
And those are some monster waves.
Yeah, well, they can
be.
I haven't, compared to where I live now, it's flat out there. So I do miss Australian surf, that's for sure. Yeah.
So I wanted to ask you, do you ever go back and watch any old school wrestlers and stuff like that? Who do you get inspired by?
Oh, yeah, all the time. In fact, like, I feel like the old school stuff is what I kind of grew up watching more so because, you know, I'd watch the older stuff with my little brother and everything. But depends what, like, generation you're talking about. I think.
What's your generation?
Well, I mean.
Like what year?
How? You can't.
The ones you watch. No, I'm just trying to say.
So, I mean.
My generation was like 99 to like 2005, 2006, somewhere around there.
Yeah, so, like, I mean, I grew up, for example, like, a big person that I like, loved, female-wise, was Trish Stratus. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean?
Legend.
Yeah,
Legend.
So, like China, like, there was a lot of different people. I think if I'm talking about women in particular. But I feel like most people that are wrestlers now definitely had that, like, experience growing up, watching it on TV, and then that's where you get the bug. And, you know, for me, I didn't ever think I'd be able to do it because in Australia, you don't think, I can go to move to America.
Yeah.
You don't. It's not that easy to come over here.
Heard that from time to time. But yeah, you've done. We've talked about even just some of the things that you've done. So singing, clearly wrestling, cabaret, as you mentioned, singing, songwriting, playing guitar, Mandarin. What was the most difficult to pick up?
The wrestling.
Yeah.
Really?
By far, yeah. I definitely think when I started wrestling, I thought there was multiple times where I had to have like a real talk to myself and say, can you do this? Like, be realistic. I very much, when I put my head to something, I want to do it and I won't give up. But I had to really say, are you physically capable of this?
Yeah.
Because it is a lot more physically demanding than you'd even expect. Once you're in that ring, it's a different ball game. And I definitely had like moments where I was like, I don't know if I can do this. But I mean, that's why it's important to not give up going, because I think I'm a good example of, like, you know, it doesn't matter what age you want to pick up something. If you're passionate and you put the effort in, you know, you can make it your career one day. Because I didn't start wrestling until I was 29. So I've only been doing it a few years. But I will say I hope that I can give other people that confidence and inspiration to chase after your dream. Doesn't matter when it starts,
So what about the grind? That's the biggest part of it, isn't it? Responding week to week or show to show or whatever.
Yeah.
Is that one of the things that makes you sort of double take sometimes?
No, I like the grind. I think that just at the very beginning, I think there's so much to it that I thought I didn't know if I was physically capable because I'm not, there's different framed people in our line of work, different body types, different strengths and weaknesses. I'm a smaller woman, I'm not the strongest. So I had to find what my repertoire was, where I fit in that world, because there's certain people that are, powerhouse with strength and everything like that. And then there's other people that are the ones doing the opposite. So it's finding out, okay, like, where do I fit in this world, and then finding like what works for you. And I think it just took a long time for me to go, oh, okay, well, I can't do this, this, and this, but I can do this really well and this really well. And that's kind of like how you build your like body of work, I think.
Do you have a welcome to wrestling type of situation? Welcome to the league.
She's smiling already.
Where you got in, you say, uh-oh, this is...
It's getting real.
Yeah.
Oh, I think... So in my wrestling school, I went to Flatbacks in Orlando, and we had a thing called Chop Day. And I don't know if you're familiar, if you are familiar with what a chop is, but it's basically like a palm, open hand, hit here. Generally, you can do it in most places on the body, but traditionally it's like here. And they did like initiation to Chop Day for us, and we'd line up, and they had every student and every coach. So there was about 10 people all giving like chop after chop, and everyone was like bleeding by the end of the day, and it was like everyone was like just like raw red, and I was like, but I got through, and I was like, yeah, I can do anything now.
So it's just like one after another, basically?
Yeah. I think that
no, thank you.
Lopez, you think you could take a chop?
I could take one chop.
Let's try it right now.
Yeah, I could take one
Honestly,
chop.
when we go to break, Harley, I want to see who takes a chop better between me and my co-host.
Okay, or are you going to take your shirts off there?
See, I feel like that would be unprofessional.
I usually do the show without a shirt.
Yeah, that's true.
You and me both.
So, Harley, we appreciate you coming, sitting down with us. What do you have coming up here soon?
So I mean, today I'm roaming around, but the big exciting thing that I have my mindset on right now is that we have Grand Slam Australia, which is February 14th. I get to go home. Willow Nightingale and I are defending our championships against Penelope Ford and Megan Bain.
I hate them.
Yeah, right?
I hate them.
You better kick they butt. That's right.
Yeah, so, I'm ready to defend this title, and I'm ready to do it in my hometown.
Atta baby.
That's right.
That's going to be exciting. We're super excited for you. In fact, you're now our favorite here on the program, just like that.
You better not say that to all the wrestlers.
No, absolutely not.
No, we're loyal.
We're holding steady today.
We're loyal.
Harley Cameron sitting down with us on the Tide guest seat, because if it's got to be clean, John Lopez.
It's got to be Tide.
We've been offering everybody who's come down a Tide Pod if they wanted. Would you like one?
No, God, no.
That's absolutely
Our lawyers say no.
Yeah, that's lawyers definitely
so funnily enough, I do use Tide.
There you go.
Right?
Yeah.
Yes. There we go.
So you probably have plenty of these at the house.
Yes, and I don't eat them.
That's very good. All right, thank you for sitting down with us. Have a wonderful day. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. How has your biggest hero disappointed you? 713-572-4610, because Tom Brady is disappointed folks out here. We'll talk about it next.
So long, La Grossa. After 8. 881-222-2222. Live in San Francisco, LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, still here on Radio Row in San Francisco. Appreciation to our friends at LaCour 43 for getting us out here.
I'm still glowing.
I bet you are.
I was about to say, how your chest feeling, man?
Look, it's red. Look.
Lopez. Oh, it really is red. It is scary red.
Take a picture of that.
All right. Sports Radio 610 is where you want to be on Instagram. Where I caught both of these footballs that were thrown at me from Dallas. Oh.
I got chopped by Harley Cameron.
You did. So Sports Radio 610 is where you get a chance to see it. I can't.
Can you say that?
No.
All right.
But shout out to you for taking a good chop to the chest. Sports Radio 610 is where you'll see that. And, again, appreciation to Harley Cameron, who she's a football fan now, and she's from Australia, so I'm sure she'll be excited about the news that the Rams and Niners should be playing an NFC West division game in Melbourne this year, so that in this upcoming season.
See the Cowboys going to Brazil too?
Yeah, I thought that was very interesting. Because you would think, especially the Cowboys themselves, they, like the Texans, have a big fan base in Mexico. But it feels like what Roger Goodell is trying to do is, we'll see if they can grow that brand somewhere else. They'll have the first game not in Sao Paulo but in Rio de Janeiro, correct?
Yeah.
I believe that's how that goes. All right, let's get into our question of the day today. Inspired by Tom Brady, how has your biggest hero disappointed you? 713-572-4610. Let us know, because Tom Brady was asked who he was going for in this big game here that we got coming up this weekend between the Seahawks and the Patriots, and that seems like just such a dumb question, right? Because I mean, he played for the Patriots.
I'm glad they asked it though.
He is the Patriot, right?
Yes.
If you think of the New England Patriots, who's the first person that comes to mind?
Tom Brady, first, second, third through 10th.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe you get.
I thought it was Ted Johnson.
Yeah,
well,
you know what? That's
11.
a good point.
That's a good point.
He's 11.
Yeah. What did Tom Brady say here?
He says, "I don't have a dog in the fight."
That has got people going.
This would be like if the Houston Texans were in the Super Bowl. J.J. Watt said, "I don't have a dog in the fight."
I mean,
nuts.
And it's one thing. It's understandable and predictable. Fans are really fans get disappointed and they get mad and all that. That locker room. All indications that locker room is hot. I mean, just interview after interview.
Should he be allowed back in New England, just for? Yeah, I know he alleged.
He will be, yes. But your question is, should he?
But if I'm Robert Kraft, I'm like, nah, you got to stay away for a year, man.
It's funny you
mentioned. We'll bring you back when you get in the Hall of Fame.
It's funny you mentioned Robert Kraft. I'm wondering if part of his okay, so there are two, theories here, conspiracy theories.
Sure.
One, the most popular one is this is Tom Brady doing for the Patriots what Tom Brady thrived on, putting a big, giant. He's using that third eye like you talk about. He's
how is this now attributed to me?
He's thinking way more complex.
This is 3D chess, you say?
It's 3D chess than any of it. He knew what the reaction would be. He knew what the reaction in the locker room would be. So he's putting a giant chip collectively on the Patriots' shoulder. That's one theory, that he did it on purpose. Another theory is he's still bitter with Robert Kraft and some of the things that happened in New England. And I think it's neither of those. I think he's just trying to come across as, objective, et cetera, and he made a big mistake.
You think it's the broadcast thing?
Yes.
Oh, that's interesting. I thought,
maybe the Raiders being owner of the
I was like, it might be that. It might be him trying to more associate with the team that he has a ownership stake in. Also, I was wondering how much of this is him, as you mentioned, the broadcast thing, but not specifically broadcast, trying to appear more impartial just generally, as people are complaining about him having this very deep role with the Raiders and feeling like he is less impartial more and more. So, trying to counteract that impression. But then I want to go back to the third eye, conspiracy, or not conspiracy, but thought process that you've had about this. How much of this is also trying to take a bullet, a target on himself and allow the Patriots to not have any of that conversation upon themselves as a team, right? It takes some of the heat that would be on Drake May or that would be on some of these other guys on the field. Although I don't think Vince Wilfork liked that at all.
Wilfork, Spillane.
Yeah, and Robert Spillane took that real personally.
I mean,
how long has
he's
Robert
only been
Spillane
there an hour and a half. But still, I think it's reflective of the way that, which leads to the question of the day.
Yeah,
disappointed. How and when has one of your biggest heroes just flat out just disappointed you, man? Like a hero.
My answer happened yesterday.
What?
My answer happened yesterday.
Well, that's good.
You'll hear it a little bit later on. We'll talk about it in the next hour. I talked to Cam Newton, and I want to be fair the way that I talk about this because I don't want to.
Now you hate him?
No, it's not that. Because I do think I understand some of the reason why. But went over, and it was a quick interview. He was
he's doing this stuff.
He was with a lot of people. Had people running through. He was running through the car wash, and he does what is it? First Take, and he does a whole bunch of stuff. So I know he had a long day. I walked up and I tried to be real pleasant, like, "Hey, how you doing?"
Yeah.
He seemed kind of disinterested. You'll hear the interview. He gave great answers.
Yeah.
And then at the back end of it, I just want to. I think you're the best college football quarterback that I've ever seen.
Yeah.
No response.
Wow.
I got big dog. I got big dog. I got big time.
You don't let them do you like that, man.
You should have chested up to him a little bit.
But he played you like a bee, man. I thought you was better than that.
You think I'm fighting Cam Newton? Are you crazy?
So the year was 1973. I was 10 years old, going on 11. Young John Lopez used to go to Hemisphere Arena with his big brother to the shoot-around for ABA basketball games. And the San Diego Conquistadors had just signed a player that I, even after this, just absolutely idolized my entire childhood, Wilt Chamberlain. Arguably the second or third greatest player in the history of basketball. And we were in there. There was like 5 people in the whole arena because we used to hack. This was one of our hacks. We'd go to the shooter. We knew when they were for the visiting teams and get autographs, pictures.
So not even just like before the game, the actual shoot around.
No, 11 in the morning.
Earlier in the day.
Yeah, 11 in the morning. I remember it, 11 a.m. And so we were there at 11 a.m. The Conquistadors were in town. You could hear our voices echoing. It was just that's how few people were in there. There was like 5 of us. Wilt Chamberlain walks by, like just strolling, like it was well before the shoot-around even began, just walking around. And I was like, I had something for him to sign. Just looked at me, and turned around and kept walking.
Damn.
Now, I get these athletes, even then I probably got it. Sometimes they got to get into the they got stuff to do, and there were 5 people in the whole building, in an arena.
Yeah.
And he just looked at me and just kept walking.
Damn.
As it turned out, though, I still idolized him the rest of my youth.
So it was only a minor disappointment. You know what's funny? I hadn't thought about this portion of it because the text line hit us up with biggest disappointment was the 2017 Astros. I don't necessarily, because so many Astros fans end up defending that team. I don't think about the Astros fans that
That's a good point.
that go.
That is a disappointment.
Yeah.
You had gone through the wilderness with this team, and all of a sudden here they are. They win, and you find out that damn, they did a little bit of extracurriculars to make that happen. I'm sure that really hurts. That's like having the rug pulled back, or seeing the wizard.
Yeah.
Seeing what's behind the curtain.
And we always spend so much time talking about the people who think, oh, no, that's crazy. Everybody did it. There's probably a good number of Houston fans that were like, damn.
Yeah. Or they didn't have to do this. It was good enough where they didn't have to do that.
Right.
Because they really didn't.
They did.
Yeah.
That was a good-ass football, or baseball team, rather.
Yeah, so the one that come to my mind, and to kind of clarify, I supported this guy a lot. I wouldn't say he was my number one hero or anything, but I was really disappointed in Deshaun Watson, man.
Yeah.
How that stuff played out, just the request for a trade, where I was a little bit disappointed. I wish he could have stuck around after that. And then the whole, off the field stuff. That stuff was really disappointing, man, because I thought we had a franchise quarterback here.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to be here forever. And he just got that contract. And remember, he was so emotional about it.
I got to tell you, I agree with that one. I didn't know he was a fraud. Because he pulled it off so well.
That one really disappointed me a lot.
And I was about to say something crazy because that's the real thing that disappoints me. No, it's the assounts of the women that actually disappoints me.
But to me, they're almost equal. This dude is that big of a fraud.
I think that part, the women and all that's a separate situation.
Sure.
But just the overall Deshaun Watson, the quarterback that everybody was waiting on for years.
And then the nice guy quarterback.
Yes.
Remember, I still vividly remember the NRG Stadium employees that he supported, and it was like, yo.
But it was all for show, man.
Yeah, that was the thing that hurt.
Yeah, that was disappointing. I was a little bit disappointed. This is personally with the way LeBron left the first time in Cleveland, the whole decision thing. I felt like that part he kind of handled wrong. I have a problem with him leaving.
Damn Jim Gray.
Yeah, Jim Gray. I meant to ask him about that, to be honest.
Yeah. I don't know if we would have had the rest of time and the rest of the show.
It wouldn't have gone well.
I feel like Jim Gray would have talked us down.
Yeah, and then the other thing, this is kind of local too. Andre Johnson, he kind of disappointed me a little bit.
Oh, you told that story. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we were out. It was right before a game, just going around NRG Stadium, and a lot of people was taking pictures with him and all that stuff. And I'm not the biggest picture guy.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not the biggest, hey, can we take this picture? It take a lot for me. I have a lot of pride where I'm like, man, I ain't about to ask for no picture. But somebody talked me into it, was like, hey, get it. Let's get this picture.
Yeah.
And I went and tried to get it, and he was just like, no, and just turned away.
He said no.
Yeah.
We never know what was going on.
I'm not sure if he was just tired of taking pictures and all that stuff, and clearly he probably don't recognize me. I'm not sure if it's the whole media thing because he's not really a media person guy.
Yeah.
But at that point, I was a little bit disappointed, and that's a personal thing right there. I'm not getting on about Andre Johnson, the person.
I like your Deshaun
but
one.
I was a little disappointed.
Because a lot of them have to do with, like me, with Wilt Chamberlain, or you with, Andre, or whatever. But I think the better disappointment is like when something happens, like the Deshaun thing, or like the Tom Brady thing.
It's kind of embarrassing, too.
Damn.
It's a little embarrassing, too, because I'm like, I can't even post this picture we had together and all this other stuff. It's hard to even bring him up.
Yeah.
You can't even bring him up.
Yeah.
All right, that's the question of the day here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us as we're rounding up Super Bowl Radio Row. This day 5 for us out here. Still got some fun conversations to have, but coming up next, let's go around the NFL where NFL Honors was last night. And I'll tell you how we knew who was going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame ahead of time. We'll do that next.
LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row.
Our guy Dalton Schultz coming in.
I'll be honest,
Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lutz and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here on Sports Radio 610, continuing on Radio Row here in San Francisco. And the NFL Honors was held last night, John Lopez. We were actually at a team dinner together, so we didn't watch it live, but we knew what some of the things were going to be headed into it because the Hall of Fame inductees were announced, right?
Yeah, and actually we could have Ron, the show Hughley, knew them all before anybody else.
Yeah, he pointed it out to us. We were talking about it because the hotel that we were staying at, when we were going out to dinner, we're waiting for our Uber to pull up.
Yeah.
We see some security walking out, and we see I think we said that it was Eric Allen in his Hall of Fame jacket, I believe.
I don't remember that part.
I didn't see a Hall of Fame
jacket. And then you see 3 or 4 dudes walking through, and you're like, oh, I recognize that guy.
Yeah.
That's Drew Brees.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, that guy, I recognize him too. That's Larry Fitzgerald. And so we were like, oh, I think we know who's I think we know who's going in the Hall of Fame, and we were indeed correct that your Hall of Fame class includes Luke Kuechly, who was in there as well, Larry Fitzgerald, Drew Brees, Adam Vinatieri, and Roger Craig is the only senior committee addition.
Right.
We talked about him when we got a little bit of a little birdie told us earlier on Radio Row that the all-encompassing back, one of the early iterations of that would also go in. So that's your 5-man class. How'd you feel about that class now that we see it?
I liked it. I liked the class that went in, and I liked the fact that that Roger Craig went in because I've been a big fan of his and an advocate of him getting into the Hall of Fame. And the other part of it, this was like a no-brainer year, wasn't it? Except for perhaps I thought it was a no-brainer, but perhaps Adam Vinatieri. I thought maybe they would put a pin in that and induct him later. But Drew Brees, first ballot Hall of Famer. Larry Fitzgerald, first ballot Hall of Famer. I think Adam Vinatieri, so pretty much all of them, Kuechly, I thought was a first ballot Hall of Famer. So I thought they got it right, as wrong as they got it earlier in the Belichick stuff.
Do it kind of trouble you that Eli Manning is not a first ballot?
I'm fascinated. It doesn't trouble me.
Not at all.
I'm fascinated by it because I still believe he will get in. But it's at least they're recognizing, come on. I mean, put him in the same class with Drew Brees.
Yeah, that would actually that would feel a little disrespectful. I'm not surprised at all. I think the only reason why I've said just go ahead and put him in is y'all know y'all gonna do this.
They're gonna do it.
He shouldn't. I don't think that he should, even though he's won those Super Bowls, and I know that is a hot take to a lot of folks. But I know that he will, so I was like, go ahead and do it so I can get it out the way. But no, if you're doing this the way that I think you should, this was a fair class outside of the obvious conversations when we talk about the senior committee. So we only got one. So they only got Roger Craig in. No Bill Belichick, no Robert Kraft, and no was it L.C. Greenwood as well? There was and I can't remember the last one, so apologies there. But when it came to the senior committee, they only put in Roger Craig. That's kind of surprising, to be entirely honest.
It actually was. It actually was. And every time the class goes in, I start thinking about that, maybe like that big anniversary year or something, to get 15 of those guys in there and really kind of clean up the mess that they're setting up.
Now, when it came to the NFL honors, the actual awards for the 2025 NFL season, there were some surprises, not that many surprises. I think the most hotly contested award was probably MVP for 2 guys, and it ended up being Matt Stafford's award to win. The 37-year-old won his first MVP award from the Associated Press. This is how tight it was. Stafford just barely won it over Drake May. He got 366 points, 24 first-place votes. Drake May had 361 points, 23 first-place votes.
I was actually surprised that it was that close. And Drake May deserved to be a candidate, but I thought Matt Stafford all year long, was clearly the MVP. Some guys, Josh Allen and others, kind of made an appearance here and there, but Matt Stafford consistently was the best quarterback to me in MVP.
You know what it feels like to me, and tell me if you think I'm wrong here. It felt like this might divide along the lines of narrative versus stat storks. Because you get to the advanced numbers, and Drake May had a unbelievably good season.
Yeah.
But you look at Matt Stafford, and you just go, that's something else entirely, right? We're not looking at the strength of schedule over there we're looking at the Patriots and going, you're not really playing folks. The Rams are playing in probably easily, in fact, the most toughest division in football, and they're going up and down. Matt Stafford is really carrying that on the offensive side of things, and I think that might have been a little bit of the divide here.
I think there was also, yes, but I think another part of it is, and it's only 50 voters, so it's not like this big, giant, 1,000-voter thing where there is legitimate East Coast bias. So I don't think it was East Coast bias as much as brand. The brand of New England, and here they go again, and they found their, the storyline, so to speak, of they found the new guy, and that's a part of it too. They're, the new girl in town.
I need a little audio help here, Byron. Do you feel like Coach of the Year went the right way? Because this was Tiffany Haddish announcing who won Coach of the Year.
2025 AP Coach of the Year is Mike Vrabel. Mike Vrabel is busy preparing for the Super Bowl.
That's right.
Don't double down.
No, he is.
Don't double down.
Mike Vrabel. Let's go, Mike Vrabel.
As opposed to Mike Britton, you got to make sure. No, but Mike Vrabel, obviously the head coach of the.
Mike Vrabel.
My bad. Mike Vrabel. No, Mike Vrabel, the head coach of the New England Patriots, wins this. And it feels like both of the Mikes in this game could have won it, in addition to other folks. Did they get this right here?
Yeah, they got it right. Look at where they were. 4-13?
That is correct.
Man, I'm actually surprised that was even close. And as much as you saw a lot online and social media and all that stuff, D'Amico disrespect. I do think it was a little disrespectful to D'Amico Ryans, but he shouldn't have won it over Vrabel. Vrabel, that was an incredible job.
Yeah, he did a fantastic job. I was quite partial to Mike McDonald in the way that they've done. Both of these guys have turned around teams that did not make the playoffs last year and looked like they were going to need a little bit of a rebuild, a retool. Both of them in the Super Bowl right now. So they both were deserving, in addition to, the Kyle Shanahans and working through the, through injuries. And there was a lot of different places that I'm not going to be upset about any of the names that came up, and I'm not too upset about Mike Vrabel. The only thing I'm upset about is, more Patriots stuff?
I know.
They just keep getting to do this.
I know.
So some of the other awards, you guys know, Myles Garrett, he was going to get it. He did win it. Is there any consolation in the fact that Will Anderson Jr. was a clear number 2 in this?
Well, consolation kind of has the connotation of a little pat on the head. Yeah, like almost insult. But I think it's a good consolation for Will. He's a second-year player, man. He's second in the MVP voting. Yeah. It's going to happen. It's going to happen for him. He is that good, and now he has the notoriety. The name recognition. He's up there second. No, this is not like, oh, cool, you finished second, consolation prize, bad connotation. No, I think this is a good thing for him.
Text line says, now I've got to make an AI pick of Vrabel as a gerbil.
Mike Vrabel. How are your verbal skills?
Mine? I don't know. They're all right. His? Probably pretty solid. Yeah. I do love this new award that they've put in, Protector of the Year. Mm-hmm. Inaugural iteration of that goes to Bears guard Joe Thuney. I'm not going to lie. It hurt me a little bit.
Why is that?
Because
he was out there.
The Bears, he was out there, but the Bears felt like a representation of what I would have liked the Texans to do. Mm-hmm. The way that they invested in their offensive line, and Joe Thuney was the crown jewel of that.
Yeah.
And he shows up as very clearly one of, if not the best offensive lineman in the league, as evidenced by this award.
And not only that, they were representative of the offense you would have liked to have seen, with letting the quarterback make some mistakes and let it rip down the field and then still have that offensive line. No, that one did hurt a little bit.
Now, I don't know what you're going to say about Walter Payton Man of the Year. I don't think we can really oh man, no, this guy was a better dude in his community than that other dude.
He was snub.
But unfortunately, it wasn't Azeez Al-Shaair as we were hoping. It's Bobby Wagner, Commanders linebacker. I will say, at least,
he don't deserve it,
man. What did he do?
I do not believe that Bobby Wagner will be in the league next year because there's a decline in him as a linebacker. So at the very least, if that was going to do anything, although guys don't win Man of the Year back-to-back years, so that wasn't going to change much. But salute to Bobby Wagner, and I think it's still deserving. And I like how the NFL has moved this to where Azeez Al-Shaair isn't just a nominee for Walter Payton Man of the Year. He's the Texans' Walter Payton Man of the Year, and he deserved it. He absolutely has stepped up in communities in the way that is deserving.
I like the one thing the NFL has done very well this year is they're really focusing more on not just like these are the nominees and then this is the winner. They're giving each team like you are the Texans, NFL man of the year. They're making it more of an 32 awards, and then you get the the one at the end. And Bobby Wagner, look, we don't know who deserved it more or whatever, but he gave a great speech. He's done plenty, and it was fine.
Jumping ahead, because we talked about the Pro Football Hall of Fame class for 26, 27 first-time eligibles for the guys that will be open, because this might make it so that we have even more conversations. Get this list: Rob Gronkowski,
in.
Ben Roethlisberger,
in.
Okay, you took a little second there.
I did take a second.
Adrian Peterson.
In.
Okay, thank you. I was gonna be mad at you if you took a second. Richard Sherman.
In.
Cam Newton.
No.
Fair enough. Antonio Brown.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alex Mack.
That might be a hell no.
No.
Andrew Whitworth.
In.
Thank you. Eric Weddle.
In.
Thank you. Gerald McCoy.
How many is this class going to be?
Le'Veon Bell.
No.
Joe Hayden. Malcolm Jenkins.
Not first.
Malcolm Jenkins? No.
Brandon Brooks.
No.
Dante Hightower. Ryan Kerrigan. This is a great, and these are just the
7 off the top.
These are just the first timers.
Yeah.
These are just the guys that are first eligible. Talk less of the guys that weren't able to get in to this point. Oh boy, if you thought that there was a lot of consternation,
they need to do what I've been saying.
Next year is going to be a mess.
They need to do what I've been saying. Hey, we got to play catch up here, but celebrate it.
Yeah.
Make it a 15-person class, and then you caught up.
You think it's a possibility Rob might get snubbed holding anything?
No, Gronk, no way.
Because
Gronk's the best tight end that we've had in the league.
Yeah.
Bill Belichick is the best coach we had in the league.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. I guess that is fair. But
I'm questioning every single Patriot.
That's
at
fair.
This point,
It absolutely is.
That does change how all of this goes. We were talking about the Browns and the way that they decided to move around Todd Monken, the head coach, and the drama that was there. It's led to the place that we thought it would lead. Jim Schwartz has resigned as the defensive coordinator of the Browns.
Unbelievable. Well, we knew it was coming. I mean, we absolutely knew that it was coming. It was going to happen. But Brown's going to do Brown things all the time?
Yeah. I'm curious to see how this season going to go.
Yeah.
Oh, I did forget to make mention of some of the other ones. Like Offensive Player of the Year was Jackson Smith and Jig, but that's not too surprising.
Did you see that clip?
No, I'm not going to. But
hey, salute to Drewski.
Well, I don't know. What's the reverse of a salute? Because I don't think you think he did that on purpose. Drewski, a comedian, social media, and he's become just kind of like bigger than that at this point.
I think the NFL kind of messed up with that. They shouldn't have a comedian announcing these awards.
But it's an award show. So, when you're doing an award show, they want the comedians.
But this is very important to players that, win
they want it to come across more.
Don't mess up my name, man.
Yeah.
That's not the place to make the joke is, I don't know how to pronounce the name, or it sounds kind of like this over here. Yeah, that's not the place to make the joke.
And honestly, it's a little tough when they do it with the draft, and people ain't trying to be funny on there, but when somebody mess up somebody's name, it's just like, man, that was the one moment. And now every time you play that clip, it's messing up the name.
And there are award shows where you expect that kind of craziness and stuff. Whatever, whether it's the Oscars or whatever. The NFL likes to portray itself as more regal and formal and all that. I think it was bad.
Yeah. I didn't like that at all. Carson Schwarzenegger ended up winning defensive Rookie of the Year. The reason I bring that up, the Browns linebacker, he was the player taken ahead of Jaden Higgins in the second round, but more importantly, he is only the fourth defensive Rookie of the Year this century drafted outside of the first round.
Wow.
The other three one of the other three was D'Amico Ryans in 2006, who was pick number 33, that same slot that Schwarzenegger was. Just another way that you point to how good D'Amico Ryans was very early on.
From the get-go.
Yes.
From the get-go.
Immediately. Very, very good at that. Somebody said Patriots don't deserve any credit. They still had some good players. Then they tanked for 2 years to get good draft picks. Oh, they didn't have good players. That roster was devoid.
Yeah, that's called a strategy.
That roster was devoid of talent. I'm not going to do the thing, but they did build it back up with good talent.
By the way, to that texture, are you an Astros fan?
Buddy.
They did the exact same thing but longer.
And those 4 years were rough.
But see, Bill Belichick, when he was coach, he wasn't trying to tank.
Right.
He was, he drafted Mac Jones and drafted a bunch of players that ain't do anything.
Yeah. No, that's called the strategy, man. And it worked. Here they are.
Yeah, that was, oh boy.
It's called lucky.
It's to some degree. Man. I mean, they got lucky in that Drake May did deliver in the way that he did. What was that?
Yeah.
I missed that. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's some other around the NFL. Oh, I forgot to mention this.
Go ahead.
Because you know me. I'm gonna keep pointing over here. And it seems like they are, over in Minnesota, there's a lot coming to J.J. McCarthy. This is a rough offseason for him. His running back, Aaron Jones, was on the nightcap with Ocho Cinco and Shannon Sharp. And he said when it came to the organization, he says that they should have made it work to keep Sam Darnold. When you've got a group of guys behind a quarterback and he wants to stay, I think you should try to make it work.
You think?
All of this.
No
now,
kidding.
Hindsight is, as Cam Newton would say, 50-50.
Yeah.
And it's easy to look up at this banner that we're looking at in Radio Row and see Sam Darnold's face and go, damn,
yeah,
he was on our team last year, we should keep him. That doesn't feel like what they're doing here.
No. No. Man, he is just getting piled on now.
They're absolutely getting him. So, yeah. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I mentioned Cam Newton. Had a chance to sit down with him, and, of course, I had to ask him about. I thought he gave a very insightful answer to a question that we asked him a couple years ago on Radio Row about C.J. Stroud. Is he a game manager or is he a game changer? I'll tell you what Cam Newton said next.
All right, I'll tell you what you can do right now. You can go to ncaa.com/MBB tickets and get those tickets. March Madness in the Toyota Center right downtown Houston, the South.
22. Live in San Francisco, LaCour 43 present Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right, day 5 here on Radio Row in San Francisco, getting ready for the big game. Appreciate you rocking with us. And by the way, our big game coverage here on Sports Radio 610 is brought to you by Tide, because when it's got to be clean,
it's got to be Tide.
That's right. Still appreciative of our friends at LaCour 43 for helping us get out here. It's been fun.
Where that bottle at? Did Sean take
Yeah,
the
Sean
bottle?
took it. Sean
Oh,
took it. I think he's going to get himself ready for the flight. You know what I mean? I think he's going to go get himself some coffee.
Cup of pops.
Pour some LaCour 43 in there, have a Carajillo, and enjoy his afternoon before we have to hop on that flight back to Houston. But before we get there, we got to finish out Radio Row. And yesterday we had an opportunity to talk to Cam Newton, obviously well-known,
Your hero.
I wouldn't say my hero, but I've always appreciated his game. I've always felt like I'm on the extreme side of people that view him very highly in his football sense. And he's been made a lot of waves talking about quarterbacks with his 4th and 1 and all of the stuff there, and he's done a lot of game changer versus game manager. And a few years back in Las Vegas, you guys had an opportunity to ask him whether C.J. Stroud was a game changer or a game manager. And do you remember what he said?
Game changer.
Well, I asked him that same question after this postseason that we've seen from C.J. in this season, and that was part of the conversation that I had with Cam Newton. This is what he said. All right, Sports Radio 610, Reginald Atatula here with the one and only Cam Newton. Cam, 2 years ago, Las Vegas, we asked you if C.J. Stroud was a game changer or game manager, and you said it was a game changer. Do you still feel the same way about C.J. right now?
C.J. Stroud is a game manager for me, but I think every great quarterback shows those same qualities of managing the game at an elite level. C.J. Stroud is definitely a person that has a lot of upside, but he also needs help. I think what we've seen over the 3 years that he's been in the NFL is he's well and capable of, being the peak of that position, but the inability for the surrounding pieces to, kind of nurture his skill set has been something that he will continue to need moving forward.
So if you had an opportunity to speak directly to CJ, what would you say to him to help him get back to that space that you've previously seen him at?
It's not about getting back to anything. It's more or less about, staying on the trajectory that you have set for yourself. And the greatest teaching tool is, a loss or going through defeat, but not defeat where you can't conquer something. I think oftentimes as athletes, you're judged on somebody else's metric scale. And as long as he's confident in where he is, knowing that, what the tools that he possesses is able to be good enough, I think that's when we will see the best or better versions of him. And our better version is not to say that he's not shown it up until this point. I think it comes with him knowing my growth plan is on me, up to me, and as long as he can control those, he'll be good.
I don't know if you saw, he's had loss for like the last 5 years. He just cut him off. How did you feel that? Because it felt like that was an opportunity to maybe turn a new page for him. Do you feel like that's going to be meaningful for him?
I don't know, man. Everybody has their own stereotypes or things that they believe in, and if he likes it, I love it, and hopefully he can find some understanding in it.
Now, I know you've seen the Texans defense. There's some bad boys. What's your favorite part about watching the Texans defense go?
Man, the physicality, man. DeMeco Ryans has those guys biting. And it just brings up a deeper-rooted, kind of issue that we're seeing in the NFL now, just with upholding organizations and franchises to the Rooney Rule. Man, DeMeco Ryans is a perfect example of what a player coach looks like, a former player look like, and a minority that's given an opportunity look like. And constantly proving that, conquering all odds is something that, he hasn't been given, a favorable kind of situation. He's made, favor in his situation by the strategic moves and, working with management, working with players. And that's been something that has been admirable given, it is not just a black coach, a former player. So.
Yeah, it's been really awesome to see, especially from up close, how he, as a former player, looks after his guys, empowers his guys, and I feel like the Super Bowl soulful celebration is in that same vein. Can you tell me a little bit more about what is happening on the 27th anniversary of that?
Man, listen, it's a simple understanding for the culture, a movement that brings light to HBCUs, brings light to, individuals that are making an impact in their community, their specific way. And I just am blessed to have an opportunity to align with that. So, make sure everybody tunes in and, we're going to have a lot of fun. It was fun doing it. And, just highlighting the good, the greater good outside of the football field.
And that's going to be February 7th on BET, correct?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
All right, thank you so much for giving us a little bit of time, Cam. We really appreciate you.
You know the best part about that interview?
What's that?
It would have been easy. First of all, he actually was really thinking about the answer.
He sure was.
But the best part is you didn't just say, hey, do you think C.J. Stroud is a game manager or a game changer? You laid, he himself said 2 years ago. So it wasn't like he forgot or you kind of set him up or whatever in the current state. No, he actually knew because you told him, you said he was a game changer. What is he now? Game manager. Man.
And
that hit. That hit hard.
He definitely tried to leave room for the idea of the great quarterbacks that can exist at the high end of game manager. And he's gone up and down.
But that's not making anybody feel better?
No. No. And when I asked him, like, hey, man, what would you say to him? He's like, hey, man, that, you basically believe in yourself and understand that, the work that you're putting in can still get you to the places that you want to go. But that sounds like, again, Dalton Schultz, the conversations that he's had and a number of the different conversations that it's in there. Mm-hmm. The question is, how do you get that? And that we haven't gotten anything that has given us more answers to that. The Texans have quite a challenge in front of them.
He also kind of seemed resigned to the fact that, yeah, maybe he's not a game changer, but you can be really, really, like he said, trust the pieces around you and, embrace, what you can do. I'm like, this dude is not, I was going to say Sam Darnold, but Sam Darnold's better than him right now. But he's not like some game manager that, is just going to, you have a certain ceiling and he can't go above that. But that's kind of what Cam was saying. It's like, understand you got a ceiling. I'm like, man, how things have changed so fast.
Yeah, and that it's wild that we're here, but this is the thing that we have to continue to contend with, and this is the thing that the Texans need to make sure of. It's one of the reasons why the back situation has got to get right. Your offensive line has specifically got to get right. And I wonder if, because sometimes we can all do this. When we get into a moment, we can lean a little bit heavily into the moment. I would love to see what C.J. Stroud is capable of doing with the better offensive line, and if we could return and ask him a third time. Because he's also coming off of, as we all are, 7 turnovers in 2 playoff games.
Yeah.
And is there a path? Because when I asked him, like, hey, what can he do to maybe get himself back to that place? And he said it's not about that. But I think that underneath that is an understanding that, that these things change. And, yes, we've gotten more information. If you get even more information, can you see him as a game changer again?
But that was the part of the question where it wasn't just like he's a game manager. He actually went into detail of like he has limitations. Now I think he also made it very clear the limitations are not necessarily of his own doing because he said, we've seen what he can do. And then he said it's not about, I forget the word he used, but it's about the trajectory. Well, the trajectory is going in the wrong direction, and so that's where it gets that's where it gets so it's really just kind of disappointing.
Did it not seem like, though, that he was putting more onus on the Texans than he was on CJ?
That's where I was going next. Do you feel like if you could have had another question or maybe talk to him off air and you just asked him, hey, do you think the Texans are doing right by him? I would have been very, very – because Cam himself felt like teams were not doing right by him in terms of what they were allowing him to do at a certain point in his career. So I would have loved to have heard his answer on that.
Not bad. I missed out on – I'm going to track him down. I'm going to track him down. I'm going to see if I can get him to give me 2 more minutes of conversation and find that out.
Just going to keep looking on his phone.
Again.
Was he looking at his phone during that interview?
He looked up from his phone in order to answer the questions.
Okay.
But immediately before,
those were very thoughtful.
Immediately, that was the thing is I have no ill will towards Cam because immediately before he was looking down and I don't know I'm not looking at his phone. I don't know if he's texting somebody important or just having a conversation.
Yeah.
As soon as I start the interview, eyes come up.
Yeah.
He does the interview. As soon as I start wrapping that thing up, eyes go back down. So during the time that he gave me, he was there.
He was focused.
During the time that he didn't, he was not.
He was not
Hey,
there.
lucky we even got him, man. Beggars can't be choosers.
No, without question. We appreciate Cam Newton for giving us a little time and, returning to a question that we had asked him with a very interesting change in answer when it comes to C.J. Stroud. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get into what's popping, including why I was cussing at the dinner table yesterday at family dinner. I'll tell you what that is next.
NFL legend Darren Woodson shared his thoughts on the
never been easier. Call our friends at D&M Leasing to learn more about Easy Lease from D&M.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I mean, the NFL honors happened last night. We talked about that a little bit. We talked about the Hall of Fame induction in which you saw Drew Brees, Larry Fitzgerald, Luke Kuechly.
Verbal?
He didn't go into the Hall of Fame.
Let's see if he says it.
Roger Craig and Adam Vinatieri. That was your Hall of Fame. Some of the NFL honors that happened. Mike Vrabel, not verbal Tiffany Haddish, went in as the Coach of the Year this year. Unfortunately, no Texans were able to get anything. Will Anderson Jr. came in second in Defensive Player of the Year voting, which felt like that was the ceiling on this year when Myles Garrett sets the sack record in the year. And then Azeez Al-Shaair did not end up being the NFL's Man of the Year award, but he's still the Texans Man of the Year award, and we love him all the same. So that's all that really matters to us. So that was what was happening there. But I told you, we were sitting at dinner, all 9 of us that came for the Sports Radio 610 contingent. Yeah, well, shout out to our boss Parker for getting us a nice dinner at Fish and Wharf.
It was almost 8.
Yeah, it was almost 8. Lopez, where the hell were you, dude?
Where
the hell were you?
Just stop.
We were all. What time, Figgy Fig, just to make sure that I'm not misremembering, what time was it said for us to be? 5:15.
Yeah.
It was 5:30 by the time you made it down?
Yeah.
5:33. I remember the time now.
And if it wasn't for Aaron's Uber that was stuck in traffic, we would have been gone.
I knew it was going to be stuck in traffic. Some of us work. Some of us work.
Wow. Wow.
It was blowing Lopez's phone up.
I had them call your hotel room.
I was in the shower. No, let me tell you the whole story.
Legitimately, I was like, yo, is Lopez good? Because we hadn't seen you for hours. Yes.
All right, so let me tell you the story. You guys know I do the Bite Me podcast. And by the way, a little promotion here because it's been going really well. Thursdays through Sundays now. The bike is on early mornings.
Yes.
It's the morning fishing/outdoor show.
What time is it?
4 a.m. to 6 a.m.
Make sure you take it out his check.
4 a.m. to 6 a.m. on Thursdays and Fridays, 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. on Saturdays and Sundays. And so I'm trying to get some good, fresh, new, hot content. So I was talking to Captain Wayne Davis down in Baffin Bay and Port Mansfield to get some, for that show. And I said, that'll be about 35, 40 minutes. Dude, it was an hour and 10 minutes. Actually, it was Captain Scott. It wasn't, but I figured I hadn't looked at my phone the whole time, so I didn't know it was 5:15 when we were supposed to be down there.
So there's a thing that's called an alarm that you can do?
No, but I didn't know.
I know you didn't know. That's why I'm telling you about it right now. So they're really useful. So you set the time that you want it to make a sound, or it can vibrate too.
5:15 was when we were supposed to go down there because we were talking. Yeah, and so anyway. My phone's buzzing during the interview. I just ignore it. No big deal. I can get back to him. And then the actual hotel. Did you call the hotel?
I had them call you because I actually care about you, John, and I didn't want everybody else was like, just leave them. We don't even need them.
John, I'm really, really glad that you paid attention to the text chain and the text that I sent at 10 a.m. yesterday morning.
Oh, yeah. It was embedded.
Did you check your emails, by the way?
It was no.
Thank you, Parker Hill, as our program director.
I remembered dinner at 6, so I didn't see the 5:15.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So then the hotel room phone rings. I'm like, all right, I guess that's them.
Yeah, so we went to dinner on Fisherman's
But nobody was
Wharf.
late.
Nobody. Yeah, you were late.
Nobody got in that room with everybody else.
You made it there, but you were late. Those things are not
shoulder to shoulder with Figgy and Aaron and Sean. I walked into that Uber with them.
Yeah, you did. And we had a good dinner. During the course of dinner, I did a little bit of a faux pas, but I felt like who I was with was cool. I put a game on my phone, and it was Rockets Hornets, and boy, was that a deeply frustrating thing to watch. Yet another loss. You now lose on either side of the trade deadline. The same team looking the same, and you fall to the Charlotte Hornets. They are on a 8-game win streak. You are on a losing streak, 109-99, and that represented them clawing back into this game, losing by 10. Man, what are we supposed to do with this right now?
I thought that was the worst loss of the year. I really do, especially given the backdrop of Ime Udoka and Rafael Stone talking
after the trade
deadline. And you got mad about the game. I got mad about this. And that was Stone talking about, given the number of injuries that we've taken, one thing we did look at was is this just not our year? Is this just not our year? It's February, man. And, injuries? Let's ask the Pacers about it, the Cavs about injuries.
Yeah, I was going to ask that. Do you feel like this is a validation of, or this is a legit argument to say, we just got so many injuries that is unfortunate?
It's a cop-out.
Because you do got Fred VanVleet, who was out already.
The Nuggets have had injuries.
Yeah.
Cavs was another one I was thinking of.
Yeah, I didn't look at the Rockets. Man, injury bug just hit them so bad where, it's nothing we can do at this point.
Yeah, and the injuries that they've had, they're meaningful. Don't get me wrong. Fred VanVleet was your one true, point guard to help set the table. Maybe that is, that is shown to be, then maybe this was an oversight. Maybe we should have had some more answers in that way. And I guess you have Aaron Holiday, you have some guys, but not to the level of Fred VanVleet, which also, again, says something. Steven Adams was a major part of helping you play the way that you want to play, getting rebounds. But it's not like Kevin Durant has missed a crazy amount of games. Alperen Sengun has not missed a crazy amount of games. Amen Thompson is here the whole time. Jabari Smith Jr. is here. You've missed Tari a little bit, but that's kind of to be expected. Yeah. You've had a lot of your core here for most of this. You got to miss me with the maybe this just isn't our year off of injuries. You can maybe this isn't our year, but there's a level of responsibility that has to be taken inside of that building, and more particularly on that staff and with those players with the way this has gone thus far.
Fred VanVleet, huge. You just mentioned it. But this is not an injury-riddled team.
Yeah, and you knew the Fred VanVleet injury a minute ago, man. Yeah. Like they probably could have addressed that if they wanted to.
It's a cop-out. It's a cop-out, and it's deflection because, hey, by the way, who's the general manager that wasn't prepared to make a move or have a backup plan for no Fred VanVleet? Who's the general manager that wasn't prepared or have a backup plan for Dylan Thompson? Dylan
Brooks.
Dylan Brooks. Who's the general manager who didn't do anything at the trade deadline? This is Ross Stone talking about, look at all the injuries. Maybe it's just not our year. And then on top of that, and this is what really bugged me the most about it, you brought in Kevin bleepin' Durant. How do you think Kevin feels about hearing that? How do you think he feels about the general manager? Well, maybe it's not our year. What?
Yeah, in age 36, right? Year 19.
If I'm Kevin, I'm like, damn, maybe I should have went somewhere else.
Yeah. And, I hope that it's not to that point. And I won't hit him on, the Fred VanVleet, when it happens, I still don't know that there was a lot of great options. And I understand that you had pieces that you go, we need to figure out how this works before we go upending this thing that we're walking into. If this was year 2 of Kevin Durant on the Rockets, I think you already would have had some idea as to how the pieces work together and what to move. You needed to figure some of that out. Even with that, though, I think that there's some responsibility to be had. And I understand that you don't want to create alarm with your team, with your fan base. But you look at it, over the last period of time, last month, you have, you can't just go, this is top 5 offense, top 5 defense. Over the season, it has been to some degree, which even then we talked about how it hasn't fit the eye test. Now the numbers are starting to track with it. You're starting to see 12th or 13th ranked offense and defense, and now you're finding yourself as the middle row of the team, which it feels like when you watch it. And so that is the thing that is frustrating, and I personally think, as much as you're hitting Rafa Stone, and I think I hit him for that statement, I'm hitting Ime Udoka and looking at it and going, is this, and maybe this is too strong, but is this a level of hubris that I'm just going to have guys that I'm familiar with, which I understand that's how you build a staff, but you don't have a veteran on that staff when it comes to somebody who has done this for a very, very long time, with all due respect to Royale Ivy, who I respect a great deal, and I don't think you have an offensive mastermind on that staff, and those are places where I think you're seeing some of the blips show up for this Rockets team.
And the effort. There's a clip making the rounds. Alperen Sengun kind of mailing in a possession, and Kevin Durant pops off at him or shrugs his shoulders, about where's the effort, man. No, we've talked about Ime. I'm talking about this particular thing.
Sure.
This was a bad look. How do you think, I said Kevin Durant, how do you think Tillman and Patrick Fertitta feel about the general manager who convinced you to go, or however it worked out, to go get Kevin Durant at age 37? When then you say maybe it's just not our year.
Yeah, there's gonna have to be some real reflection done, and I'm certain that they will have to do it. It's never fun when on the front end they're saying things that don't feel like reflection. Hey, what's up, Nick Caserio? That also is where we are in that other way. But they're going to have to reflect on what are the not just optimistic ways, the hopeful ways that we look at these players, but what are the realistic ways? Are there deficiencies that we were not willing to fully look at in various ways? Because you have to be very real if you're going to address whatever problems are there with this team that currently exist. And you know what's going to make this more uncomfortable? you're on the road tomorrow versus the Thunder.
Yeah.
Like this very quickly, you go to maybe, one of the possible winnable games that you ultimately lose here back-to-back, and then you go to a Thunder team that, again, is going to make it tough on you. So, no, this was a very frustrating game last night. Thankfully, I was sitting with you guys enjoying myself.
Game.
Yeah, it was a very frustrating game.
The worst thing was after all that, and that's what I was talking about on one end of the table. You were watching the game on the other. I was really, bamboozled that this was even coming out of his mouth. And then on top of that, you back it up by laying an egg, an absolute egg. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're watching a young team in the Charlotte Hornets, very well coached, take young players.
They've been better.
Eight wins in a row. And there's been really, really good coaching by Charles Lee.
Beat the Thunder.
And then, now you talked about not having a replacement for Dylan Brooks. This is where I look at Dorian Finney-Smith having a 1-for-4 night, 2 points, and a -20. This is where I look at, having a Reed Shepherd who, again, Reed Shepherd also having this lull of a shooting performance. I don't know exactly what to do with that because sometimes shooters are going to be cold. This cold for this long is very frustrating. A 2-for-10 performance for him. Getting him out there, giving him some minutes, and then just not getting performances. This is a rough stretch. This is a very, very rough stretch for the Rockets.
10 for his last 50 and from three-point range?
Yeah, 1 for 6 last night in that way. The only dude who showed up was Kevin Durant. Alperen Sengun is the one that was really surprising. I look down, I see a 3 of 11 for 7 points, and I go, what the hell happened there?
Yeah.
That can't happen. As much as you talk about, all the system things, you should be able, especially against the Charlotte Hornets team, where I don't look at a big, I know that they have some length, I don't look at a big on their roster and go, that's the dude who's going to shut things down. Alperen Sengun, you should at least be in double digits.
Yes.
Not a not double digits game is an absolutely horrendous outing for a guy of his caliber and of his talent. So that was frustrating. Today, opening ceremonies for the Winter Olympics in Milan and Cortina.
Always going to be, and we've seen. In fact, I plugged in a little bit yesterday with some of the events that have already started happening, just simply because they have a tournament format and it's a longer schedule. But it really feels like this was kind of a bad time to start. Why couldn't they start them like Monday?
Why is that? Because of Super Bowl?
Everybody knows about the Super Bowl, yeah. I feel like the opening ceremony, which is always a really cool thing. A lot of people plug in. Great day for promos and such, for NBC. That's kind of getting lost in the shuffle a little bit.
Quite possible. Yeah. Quite possible. Something that's not getting lost in the shuffle is the wildness that is Lindsey Vonn. We talked about the ACL tearing injury. In fact, we didn't speak about the fact that she confirmed that it was a torn ACL.
Yeah, torn ACL.
She's out here training on downhill skiing yesterday.
And you know what I love the Olympics? I actually watched that video like 3 times this morning. Well, it was not long ago because she actually did a practice run, her last practice run before the downhill, and completed it. But I have zero confidence she can finish top 30, maybe. That's tough. I mean, hat tip to her, though, for just doing it. But that is a huge ask on that mountain.
Yeah, that is one of the stories that I am watching very closely. Is just the 41-year-old deciding that I'm not letting anything, including an ACL tear, stop me from competing. And I'm not going to lie, there's a morbid curiosity that goes, this can't go right. This can't go well, right?
I'm with you. Yeah, I don't want to see it, but it feels like it's not going to end well.
Yeah, so she said she won't waste this chance, and so that's why she's training on an injured knee. So, and some other things that are happening. Apparently, there was a Great Britain skier that was censured, or he wasn't censured for some political stuff. That's always one of those things that's a little tough. And then apparently the Finnish team from Finland. They've been dealing with the neurovirus outbreak amongst their ranks. Yes. Yeah, so you talk about a bad time. I bet they're like, why couldn't we have waited till after?
Did you see the big
Super Bowl? The women's hockey team ended up with the neurovirus outbreak, and it depleted their roster and forced them to postpone their first game.
Did you see the ski jumping controversy?
No. Oh, yes. The ski jumping one is insane. Ski jumping and cycling. It's in this weird way where you can have like a 2-inch portion of cloth change the entirety of the conversation on cheating or not.
I had to go through it like 5 times to make sure it was real.
Yes. There is the inseam of their uniforms.
Ski jumping uniform.
I don't even fully understand if it's like if they add more material, if they take material away.
As I understand it.
Okay, thank you.
As I understand it, you know how they put their arms out and it kind of the material. The better drag you get, the further you can fly.
I mean, it could be
ski jumping.
5 to 10 yards difference in a ski jump.
And so they're trying to expand
suit,
your skin into the suit more. So in other words, make yourself fat almost. You know, make yourself big almost. So the suit is tighter and wider, and you get 5 extra meters. You know, and 5 extra meters might be the difference between a medal and 9th place. So they are injecting. How do I do this?
It's on the inseam. They're adding more.
They're injecting. Is it hydro? Something acid, hydro, the one that you see on the commercials that women take for their faces and stuff. Anyway, some whatever that acid is into, let's say the
crotchal region,
the top of their inseam.
Yeah, the crotchal region.
Into the skin.
Yeah,
into the skin there, and apparently makes your skin tighter and bigger. And I saw the word plumper.
All right, that's where we
all
right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio. That was what was popping, and I don't like the way we ended up here.
Not my word. That's what they said.
So, yeah, we'll try and keep an eye on what's happening with the Winter Olympics as well. But, of course, the big game is on offer here as we're on Radio Row and Super Bowl, or rather in San Francisco. And all of our big game coverage is brought to you by Tide, because if it's got to be clean,
it's got to be Tide.
Let's do a little bit of that coming up next as we sit down with one of the hosts of the Athletic Football Podcast. His name is David Hellman. We'll do that next.
LaCour 43 presents
Online health questions required.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Live in San Francisco, LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right, you are indeed in the loop on Sports Radio 610, live from Radio Row in San Francisco. Appreciation to our friends from LaCour 43 for helping us get out here. Also, Planet Fitness doing the same. And all of our big game coverage here on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Tide, because if it's got to be clean, John Lopez,
it's got to be Tide.
That's damn right. Sitting in our Tide guest seat, smirking because of that particular toss that we just did there. A personal friend of mine, in fact, but a host of the Athletic Football Podcast, so you don't think I'm just getting random people here. His name is David Hellman. Dave, what's happening, man?
I'm great, man. I'm ready to play this damn game, to be honest with you. I'm ready to get to Seahawks Patriots is where I'm at, but always great to you.
What causes that excitement? Is it the way that the game goes, or are you like Charles McDonald where you're just like, I just want to get done with this because I think it's going one way?
No, I just want to get to the game because it's Friday at Radio Row, and what else is there to say?
How many Radio Rows is this, or just generally, how many Super Bowls is this for you?
You know what's funny? Actually, this is great. The Houston listeners will love this. I covered the Dallas Cowboys, so I haven't been to that many.
Oh yeah, yep. That'll go well over the audience.
Yeah, I covered the Cowboys for a long time, so I didn't make it here very often. I think I went in 17 when Jerry Jones got into the Hall of Fame, and now this will be my fourth total Super Bowl.
Nice.
But this is one of the first times I've been here from beginning to end, and so I got here Monday, and by Friday I'm like, we did it.
Yeah.
We did it all. There's nothing else to say. Just kick the ball.
Yeah. No.
This is 16 from my co-host John Lopez.
Woo!
Yeah, number 16.
Very impressive.
So. All right, so we talked about this right before we got back. We are contractually obligated to talk about C.J. Stroud.
Mm-hmm. What else can you talk about?
It's in our contract. They redid them after the Patriots game. I think at least through November, and he can finally prove something, or actually January, until he can finally prove something in the playoffs.
Oh, man.
And we've had guest after guest sit where you are and question his mental makeup, his mental strength, maybe the system that he's in. So many different ways that this thing has gone bad, but it's gone bad. My question for you is, are we at the point going into year 4 where you have to start wondering, is it going to get right?
I'm going to take this in a different direction if it's okay with you.
That's fine with me.
I say this a lot, and so this is my 5th year covering the league at large instead of a specific team. So I have the privilege of sort of ducking in and out of the storylines that I'm interested in, and I get that. But if I'm sitting at 50,000 feet watching the Houston Texans, my question for y'all is, what are we doing?
Mm-hmm.
Why? And look.
With regard to what?
With regard to C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
Who is playing in this Super Bowl right now? A guy by the name of Sam Darnold, who it went as poorly as it could go across so many years, and he got right, and he got in the right situation with people that believed in him. We've seen this across football for the last 5 years. Situations make quarterbacks. No. I know C.J. Stroud was bad. He was really bad, particularly in the playoffs. I am not trying to let him off the hook for that or suggest that it was better than you think it was. No, it was really, really bad, particularly in the playoffs. It was horrendous.
Yeah.
I've seen him do it. I've seen him play really good football. We went into the season questioning, what the hell are the Texans doing? This offensive line is not going to cut it. Outside of Nico Collins, this receiver core is all rookies. It's not going to cut it. And get to the season, and it looks bad, and everybody freaks out. Even though that was kind of the expectation going in, was that C.J. Stroud was going to have to be amazing to make this look right. And he didn't live up to that, and that sucks. But, I'm not ready to give up on C.J. Stroud being a good football player.
I don't know how many people are ready to give up. My counterpoint to you would be, yes, you're right. We've seen the same things that you're talking about. But you mentioned Sam Darnold. He had the mental strength, and system and fit to be able
and
to
time going and working
time
with Kyle
to be able
Shanahan
to thrive, and that's where I am with C.J. Stroud. Like we all have seen it. Is it the right system? Does he have the mental strength to set all this aside?
I think that's what we're going to have to find out, and I do think you have the luxury of time. I will say this: going into the season, in August, I would have said, yeah, as soon as the season's over, hand CJ the deal, and he'll sign the deal, and let's get this out of the way.
Yeah.
If you want to slow play it a little bit because you're scared of what you've seen, I don't blame you. And fortunately, it's just now the end of year 3. You have another cheap year on CJ's rookie contract. You have the option. And then if we still don't have our answer, we can play franchise tag with this all day. If you want to drag that out, you have the ability to do it because of where he was drafted. So I'm on board with that. If you want to wait to give C.J. Stroud a contract until he proves that he can overcome this, that he looked a little bit better with some better offensive tackles in front of him and with a more talented receiver core, whatever, I'm fine with that. But I'm not ready. Like I don't want to talk about what the pivot is with C.J. Stroud. I think we got a lot of runway to see if he can still be the guy.
Yeah.
Dave, when we talk about C.J., there's been a lot of conversation then about context, and one of the contexts is this offense under Nick Caserio, first-year coordinator, and the way that they seem to play it just under the entirety of the umbrella of D'Amico Ryans. What did you call it? The offensive identity, Lopez?
Just don't screw it up.
That's the way that it very much felt. And you had a defense that was capable of handling that in a year where defenses prevailed. Does that feel like that's sustainable moving forward? Because it does feel like there was a strong trend towards defenses being able to dictate the way that the football is played this year.
I mean, we're absolutely in the middle of a shift to defenses, if not being on the upper hand, at least not having their hands tied behind their back, which is what it felt like for so many years there. And I think we're seeing Houston is at the forefront of this, and obviously Seattle's the story of the season with their defense and the fact that they've reached the Super Bowl. I think that's starting to come back around. In 2026, I do not want to build my football team with the offense trying to stay out of the way.
I'm with you.
Even Seattle, which, I mean, the defense is the reason that they're here.
But Kubiak and
Sam Darnold was an MVP contender for half the year, one offensive player of the year. You need an explosive element to your team. You're going to need to win games where your defense isn't shutting everybody out. Even Houston and Seattle run into those types of opponents. I mean, the Seahawks had to put up 31 and 38 on the Rams to get here. So you cannot build a team where stay out of the way is like the MO. But you can get by that way for a little while. But I think this needs to be an offseason where clearly the Texans, they wanted to retool without Laramie Tunsil. I didn't agree with it at the time. That's water under the bridge. Now let's go improve this ecosystem around C.J. Stroud and see if he can be better because of it.
I'm glad that you went there because the offensive line is a very big focus, and you've got 4 top 70 first-round picks, but there is – I think I've actually talked to you historically about the idea of depending on young linemen early on in the season and when you need to get there. We want an offensive overhaul. How much of that feels like that needs to come from rookie and draft capital, and how much of that feels like they need to be aggressive in free agency to add more to this offensive line?
It's a really good point about offensive line, and that's why the Tunsil thing made me feel crazy. Because even if you don't think he's like the right guy for the locker room or the right guy to build around, there just aren't that many left tackles that can do that. Ironically, I thought Ariante Ursary, for where he was drafted, had a pretty good rookie season. It's just when you're asking that guy to be your left tackle and be that guy from day one, it's probably not going to go that well.
And I thought more so it was just he was 1 of 4 or 1 of 5.
And you're right, yes. And it's not as if he was the only issue. Right. Absolutely, that's completely fair. It's tough because guys like badass tackles don't often come available in free agency. I mean, the Chiefs paid Jawan Taylor a couple years ago. You see the contract he gets, and he's like a blinking light on the Chiefs' offense. So ideally, I mean, offensive line in particular, I think you look to the draft because quality guys that are reasonably affordable don't make it to free agency. I think you're probably looking in the draft there. I think I would probably be looking in the draft. I liked Woody Marks' season, but I think you could probably stand to upgrade your running back room in totality as well. And maybe you use free agency to look for, spot starters, role players. I'll tell you this, I bet you could find a serviceable guard in free agency as opposed to trying to draft tackles of the future, which ideally that's what you can do.
So this game here, and I mentioned this, I forget to who, maybe it was Ryan Harris yesterday. Like, we haven't seen the ceiling that we know Drake May has. And we've seen the ceiling in the last game that Sam Darnold is, because he played so great. So I'm with everybody else. I think Seattle's going to win. I think it's going to be relatively comfortable. But if one goes down just a little bit and Drake May goes up in good conditions, do you see that maybe we're discounting the Patriots because of the quarterback position?
We did our Super Bowl preview show yesterday. It's out in our podcast feeds today. Shameless plug.
No, do it. That's what we're here for.
But we were kind of talking about that where – Matthew Stafford just hit this Seattle defense. And I know the Rams lost, but, they were putting up explosives. Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams were going crazy. And I asked my co-host, I was like, and they said something along the lines of like, well, that's the MVP. That's Matthew Stafford. He can do that. And I was like, who's on the podium with him?
Yeah.
We're talking, Drake May had this amazing season. He might win MVP.
And he hasn't played well in the postseason.
And he has not played well in the postseason, but he is capable of doing that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If he rises and Darnold falls.
I certainly think it's possible. Sam Darnold has fumbled 4 times in the last 4 games. It hasn't bit the Seahawks, obviously. He's recovered most of those. He leads the league in interceptions when blitzed. He's thrown 7 picks against the blitz. He's thrown 14 on the season. He's been phenomenal. He played the best game of his career the last time out. I'm not trying to take anything away from him, but there's reason to believe you can create explosive plays against Seattle's offense.
Yeah.
And if Drake May dials the hell in like an MVP caliber quarterback could, I certainly think this could be a closer game than a lot of the people at Radio Row are giving it credit for. I did pick the Seahawks to win, but I can see that.
Especially because it feels like explosives has been the name of the season. I was talking about it with these fellas yesterday. The Patriots literally had the highest explosive play rate this season, and the Seahawks had a historically great explosive play rate allowed defensively. Does that feel like one of the biggest trend for you overall this season, or was there something else that felt like there was the trend of the season that you'll take away headed into next year?
What I'll think about heading into next year is the nickel revolution that's happening on the defensive side of the ball. And again,
we're ahead of that. Cool.
We've talked about that.
Seattle, and Houston does it too. Jalen Petrie is fantastic, but Nick Emenwari stepping in as a physical freak who can let you play nickel without giving anything up in the run game. It's way easier said than done, but I think it's what defenses are going to be seeking to do. Baltimore does something similar with Kyle Hamilton. I already said Houston does it as well. That is what's going to stick with me. But certainly, yes, explosives are the name of the game. I think the way the Rams used multiple tight end sets to hunt out explosives as well is another thing that's going to stick with me. But like I said, it's fun. It's fun that it feels like the defense, I don't think you can say defense is ahead, but defense feels like it's on solid ground for the first time in what feels like a long time to me.
Man, you talking about tight ends and big personnel, that is very interesting for me because we did not get a chance to see that with Houston this year. They lose Brevin Jordan, tight end 3, I think.
How dare you discount the contributions of Cade Stover?
Cade Stover, we lost him for,
Dalton,
5
Dalton
weeks
had a
or
great
something?
Year. Yeah.
It feels like that. I'm trying to find – I'm getting on hopium at this point.
Yeah.
That maybe that was the lost piece of their offense, that they wanted to do similar things to the Rams, and those tight ends would have helped this offense look a lot better.
I think that is a valid point, too. It's a small thing, but I think teams are looking for ways to get into heavier personnel without losing something in the passing game. And, the Rams are the standard for it. Mm-hmm. You see the Bills do it as well, where, you're putting 2 and maybe 3 tight ends on the field, but – those guys, and they are good blockers. They are there to block, but they can also add a downfield element to your game. I think that's another thing I think a lot of NFL teams are going to be hunting for.
Just randomly before we let you go, was there a pet thing about the NFL this year outside of Big Nick? Was there just a pet thing that you had in your pocket that you kept coming back to during the course of the season?
Just something that I thought was really fun?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's funny, they're not here. And I feel like we got a lot of flack for it because of how much we loved them. But the Rams, again, outside of the fact that either the Patriots or the Seahawks is going to win this Super Bowl, the Rams really felt like one of the teams of the season. And obviously Stafford just won the MVP, but Puka Nacua is just an incredible player. I can't believe he didn't even second in Offensive Player of the Year. That was very surprising to me. And just the way that they are so multiple. They run the ball really well. They use tight ends in multiple facets. They've got these 2 explosive receivers, and then Stafford is just completely willing to rip the stupidest throws. I just
Boy, is
I had a stupid grin on my face watching the Rams all season long, and I was so excited to hear Stafford say he's coming back next year, just because I think they're the most fun team in the NFL right now.
It was fun. I know we're up against
go ahead.
it, but it was just frustrating to me because I was going back to listening to you, and you talk about how defense and everybody's more, kind of leaning into it more and all that. To me, it's also kind of sad because I think a lot of coaches tend to play scared now. Like, don't screw it up. Like I say, talk about the Texans offense. Their whole mantra to me was just don't screw up. I think you fall into a rut when you do that. And the Rams are the example of why you shouldn't do that. You touched on it earlier.
And Sean McVay has been so good about reinventing himself and reinventing his team. I think that's fair, and I think that's why people gravitate toward the Dan Campbells and the Ben Johnsons of the world, where, I mean, you want a little –
They can take you to a point. But if you want to go all the way, you're going to need more.
You want a little, like, no risk it, no biscuit. And I think you're seeing that across the league as well, for sure.
It's Have Delman, as he loves me to call him, here joining us.
I love that you took that to the airwaves.
Oh, yeah, without question. This was just me hanging out with a friend. I'm glad that we were able to do this together. The Athletic Football Show is where you can hear him and some Robert Mays, no slouch, Derek Class, and no slouch. They do some great football talk, as you heard here. Wherever you get your podcast for free. And you're sitting down in the tied guest seat, because if it's got to be clean,
it's got to be tied.
I know that you're still here throughout the weekend. Would you like to take a Tide Pod? If you need
obviously,
to do, very good, excellent.
It's day 6. I need to do some laundry. So this is perfect.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 on live on Radio Row. Coming up next, we get our final Radio Row confessions, and we do those next.
So long, La Grassa. After 8 years and 2 titles. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so here on Radio Row, and, you know, we all are going to sort of know people around from previous. We just had one of your friends on.
Yep.
You know, people we've come across over the years. One thing that I've done twice today, and it just is a quick confession because I just did it again. There are people that you never really were that close with, but they're just kind of there.
Mm-hmm.
And you cross paths with them. I did the whole thing where you kind of look at the ceiling, or you look to the other side.
Oh,
I was walking by someone. Figure you know them. You know, they were talking about you earlier in the week.
Really?
So, yeah. So I was walking by him, and I did the whole like that.
Oh, like so that you didn't see him, but you intentionally didn't see him.
Yeah,
man.
that commercial. You know, with the dog barking. The guy, the Georgia. And he does the dog barking on the commercial.
Yes.
And then he kind of looks at the ceiling. So I'm walking by, and I just kind of go, oh, that's kind of cool. The lighting up there is really nice.
Brother ain't looking no lighting all week.
All of a sudden, he's like, wait, you mean to tell me they got lights in here?
You've been here since Sunday.
Nice.
Are those 150 watts?
These are nice. And there's speakers up there, too. The AC is up there.
I need to invest in some light bulbs.
How often
like
do
this.
you do that?
Oh, I don't.
This week?
This week I don't know enough people. I didn't do this 16
I didn't do
times.
it this week. Yeah, I didn't do it this week. But sometimes I did that. I did that a couple times where I'm walking in the place, and this is this person I don't really care for.
And you kind of go, oh,
I try to go a different way so I don't cross paths with them.
Yeah.
But also, I am the person that if you got a chatty patty, I'm like, I'll chat for a little bit.
Yeah. Well,
there's people that
and
are
it's
like,
not like you
get me
don't
away
like
from
the
that.
person. You're just like, no, not right now.
Not right now.
No, not right now.
I don't got the energy for this right now.
Exactly, not right now. So I've done that twice. Once yesterday and once just like 5 minutes ago. So I'll make that my first confession because I was like, I don't know how obvious I made it because he clearly saw me, but I was like, oh, look at that. 150 watts.
What's beautiful for you is you could have just been like going to the restroom.
Oh yeah.
Like I don't have time. It's a far walk. I gotta go.
Gotta go.
These are my confessions.
I'm glad that you mentioned that portion of like seeing people that you kind of know a little bit. That has been a reminder for me here at Radio Row, especially as it literally is a big room of people of various different levels of notoriety. It reminds me of, I absolutely hate the feeling of, I know who you are, but I can't get the name.
Oh,
and
God.
that is all this week is. This week is just a whole bunch of, damn, who's that again?
It's so embarrassing.
Damn it, and I've had that way more than I should. Like, I'm pretty sure Mike Singletary was out front of our hotel.
George Kittle's behind you over there.
Oh, I thought you meant like literally behind me. I was about to say, what the hell is George Kittle? Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
See, I could identify George Kittle. There was like Mike Singletary. He was sitting there talking to somebody. I was like, damn, I know that coach's name. What is his name?
That's the worst.
And it didn't come until hours later. I was like, that was Mike Singletary. And it's like that. You know, a lot of times it's not guys that I'm going to have to talk to, but sometimes it's like I actually probably could have gone over to that person, talked to him a little bit, maybe get him on the show or something.
Yeah.
And it's just like I can't remember for the life of me who this person is.
It happens all the time.
These are my confessions.
All right, so I got to confess this, and I'm sure or probably hope my old lady back in Houston ain't listening.
Wow.
So me and Ron a couple nights ago, we went out. We went to a little chill bar spot, and was sitting outside by the fire. And this ain't no date or nothing with me and Ron. We were just out together. And a lady came up. I guess she was at the hotel that was a little across from the bar. She came over with some s'mores that they got from the hotel.
S'mores in air quotes?
Yes. Yes. So
she wanted more than s'mores.
She was very friendly. She was actually pretty cool. Got a chance to talk to her and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And she was interested to know what we do for a living and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I told her we do radio in Houston and all that. And before we were leaving, she was just like, how can I listen to the show?
Yeah.
So I'm like, oh, okay. We mentioned the YouTube and all that stuff, Sports Radio 610. And I also told her to follow me on Instagram. And then she's like, oh, okay. And I pulled up my Instagram, and I showed her the station's Instagram, too. Like, that's the station we work for.
Yeah.
And she was like, all right, cool. I'll give you a follow. And when she followed me, by the time we got back to the Uber, when she followed me, I followed her back.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, but her page was private, which I'm like, okay, it's all good.
So you got to do a request, right?
Yeah, so I hit the request button. I know that she even followed the station, too.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, okay, cool. She took a long time. It's been a long time.
Does that hurt your feelings?
She never accepted me, man. And it was bothering me
why
so much.
Why don't she want me, man?
Yeah, why don't she want me, man? It was really bothering me. I'm like, wait a minute.
She's a fraud.
Yeah, I'm like, why she not? First of all, why your page private? What you trying to hide?
That's an offense to you?
Yes. And then, you looking at all my stuff.
Yeah.
Why I can't? Why?
There's something to that. There is. Yeah, there's something to that.
I was so irritated. I'm like, man, I was checking all day yesterday.
Yeah.
And it still said request. I'm like, what's going on, man? I was a little offended.
How much did you find out about her? Like, is there a significant other in the picture?
It's not. So she's divorced. She's been divorced for about 17 years or something like that.
Remind me to get that Instagram number, by the way.
But she's 46 years old. She got 4 kids. She got a kid that's her oldest is 27. Mm-hmm. Her youngest will be 19 pretty soon.
Wow.
So we knew a lot about her, and she was interested in listening to the show and all that stuff. And, I'm not the funny acting person that don't follow people back. I try to follow as much people back as I can. And so I tried to give her a follow back, and she didn't accept me.
I think, though, her being single, nowadays, when you out here in these streets, people don't be getting numbers. They get Instagram accounts.
Yeah.
And I think for women, like, if you get an Instagram account, there's not a fake number opportunity.
Yeah.
The request is your way to go, here's my Instagram, and then the request happens, and then it never goes any further. I think that's why she got that private.
Now, I will say this, though. She did accept me this morning.
There you go.
So I was still upset right before the show. I'm like, let me see if she is she. And
the thing
it's
is,
all good.
The thing is, you're basically promoting the show and yourself and all that, and it's a good thing to do. So it does there's something to that. Like, what's
I'm like, I almost took my request back.
Yeah.
You know what? Screw this. Nah, man.
You don't deserve me.
You were T.I. and ATL?
Yeah. Take that chain back. I was really upset. I don't think I should have been upset about this.
You shouldn't have. This is outsized, really and truly.
Yeah.
I'm surprised this mattered that much.
This was bothering me so much. I'm gonna have to tell my wife this.
Yeah.
And I wonder. Hopefully she could laugh about this too.
Yeah, she'll get it.
And if she doesn't, we'll hear about it.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I realized something about Seth last night, and I don't know if I'm really jealous or if it might be a problem. Every time we're around Seth, he's like, well, I try to eat healthy all these days, and I don't like to really gorge. But when he does, he goes in.
Correct. We see him at Texans games, at home games. He kills the voodoo donuts.
How many donuts did he have that one day?
Was it like 8?
8?
He smokes
8 voodoo donuts.
Yeah, I've learned a lot this trip about his impulse control, and that I should have remembered the way that he eats donuts.
And I'm kind of jealous, and I'm also kind of like worried because he always talks about like, well, I work out. Obviously he doesn't talk about, but we know he works out. And he says he tries to eat right, all the week. But then when he binges, he goes in.
Yes,
he's a big binger. I realized last night I've never seen him not eat a lot, like not binge. Like maybe it's just because whenever he's around us, it's the time that he that he feels like he can do it. But we're walking out of the restaurant, and I ate well. You guys look at me. I mean, I eat well. I had a cup of clam chowder, I had a big plate of sole, filet of sole. It was delicious. And he had his plate and a salad and a bowl of clam chowder, and we're walking out of there, and he buys a bag of donuts.
By the way, he had been plotting on those donuts. When we first hit the Fisherman's Wharf, he was like, oh, I'm getting those donuts. It wasn't like, oh, that looks fun. He was like, I'm getting those donuts.
They were the mini donuts, but it was a bag of them.
And then afterwards, this is how I know that he fights. Like, this is a real fight in his life. This is not just he is fighting the impulse of this because when he got it, he was like, hey, y'all take one so I don't eat the whole bag. He is fighting for his life even when he binges.
I don't know who was fighting for their life more between Seth or Ron with the bread.
Oh my God. He was telling people how to butter the bread and everything because he doesn't eat it. He can't eat it.
Yeah, he's trying to be good as well about not having too much carbs in his intake. So we got, we get complimentary bread as you do with any restaurant.
But it was that sourdough, San Francisco sourdough.
Yeah,
man.
and he was like, "Hey, keep this." He wanted us to pass it down the table, but he also. He's not too far away from it where he doesn't want to live vicariously through you eating the bread.
He doesn't want to be too far away from
No, so he's like, go ahead and eat that bread.
He's asking the waiter, y'all make that here?
Yeah.
It's that fresh.
So he was fighting for his life. Seth was fighting for his life. Clint was still fighting for his life. Oh, my God. So Clint apparently had some wings here on Radio Row that did not sit right with him.
Yeah.
And
that brother might not eat another wing again.
He kept saying yesterday that he was good. I saw him picking at that dinner and then standing up.
He couldn't drink his Sprite.
My man was in hell.
I don't know about that, Chief.
My man was in pain. I've seen what jovial Clint looks like.
Oh, God.
My man was still struggling. I know that he won't want to say it. He was still in there struggling last night. But it was a great dinner. We had so much fun.
Yeah.
The only regret that I had, we were on the Fisherman's Wharf. You could look out at the bay. You could see Alcatraz. You could see the Golden Gate Bridge. I wanted us to get a team photo out there in front of all that, but we didn't.
It got too dark.
It got too dark by the time we were going to go to it. So that's the only thing that I hated about it. But other than that, it's been a very, very fun trip to this point. So those are our lunchtime confessions here on the final day of Radio Row out here in San Francisco. Again, appreciation to our friends from Liqueur 43 for helping us get out here. But coming up next, we still got some interviews, baby. I think this one will be I was about to say, I think this will be the last one. We'll have 2 more. So we're counting ourselves down. Obviously, the drive will have some great interviews. I think Emmitt Smith is today. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Some great
I saw him in the hotel today.
Oh, did you?
Yep. Right before y'all came down.
Oh, so I missed him. Okay, very good. But coming up next, let's to another one of the supposed friends of John Lopez, super agent Lee Steinberg. We got to check and see and verify if Lopez is actually friends with him next.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing right now. Look, here's the thing with D&M, and I've become great friends with those fine folks over there.
43 for helping us get out here. I forgot. I wanted to check with Sean and see if that's exactly what he was doing, was getting himself Liqueur 43 in that cup as he wrapped up Radio Row. We're wrapping up here shortly, and we'll hand it off to the Drive so that they can finish off the week for us. It's been a very good one, and it continues to roll on with a very special guest who is joining us. He'll sit down here in just one moment with us. It is a very important man that you've seen. You've seen stories about him. If you've watched Jerry Maguire, you know the story in some ways of his life. And the big thing for me, when we saw Jay Adonde, you said that you knew this dude, and I had to verify it. I think we need to verify here. Super agent Lee Steinberg, who's sitting down with us here on Radio Row. I think we got it the other way, Lee. I got to make sure that we get this right so that we can get you to the audience right here. There we go. There we go. Lee Steinberg sitting down with us here on our tied guest seat, because if it's got to be clean, John Lopez.
It's got to be tied.
All right, Lee, I got to start here because John loves telling us of the various different people that he is known and he's associated with.
I do not do that.
And we just don't believe him. We just don't believe him. Do you actually know this gentleman to my right here?
You know, I've represented a very talented gymnast back in 1996, and John was there for the whole saga. It was Carrie Strug, and she had hurt her leg and really shouldn't be out on the floor, and she stuck a vault, which was necessary for the women's team to win the gold medal, and Bella Caroli, her coach, carried her off in an iconic picture. And John was there from the get-go and did journalism with Carrie.
Yeah. So confirmed.
Confirmed.
You finally got one, John. I'm proud of you. I'm very, very proud of you.
The funny part, and Lee, you've dealt with, I chatted with you yesterday a little bit. You've dealt with so many people. I don't know if you remember this part. You actually called me one day after she got the book deal and said, hey, this is happening, but they want you to do the, and I'm like, well, how was that bad news? How was that bad news at all? So we ended up doing the book, and I told you as well, 30 years later, here we are, and they're talking about it becoming a movie. Man, you still are striking.
There you go.
Yeah, how about that?
That's great.
Yeah,
that's awesome. So we're sitting here with Lee Steinberg, a super agent. You've dealt with a lot of athletes. And we currently in Houston are in quite an interesting circumstance where the quarterback of the team up until this season looked like a franchise quarterback, and it's easy. You work with the team is going to hand him that next contract, and everybody's going to be happy. But after a very rough playoff exit for C.J. Stroud and the Texans, there's a lot of people asking, how do you handle this? From your perspective, if you were representing C.J. Stroud, how do you handle, an agent or a player rather that's headed into what should be a negotiation time, but is coming off of a really tough performance?
You wait until you hit the point where he resurrects to probably talk about contract, because you want him to be a franchise quarterback. So the critical distinction is he a franchise quarterback? Can you build the team around him for 10 to 12 years? Can you win because of him rather than with? And ultimately, in critical situations, you've thrown some interceptions across booing. You have that rough game. Can he compartmentalize his off the quiet mind and come back and lead a team to victory? Most games coming down to the fourth quarter, the last drive, or the last play. So I still think he's got all that talent, and now we'll see how he responds. But I think he'll make the adjustment. Here's the dilemma for a team like the Texans. If not CJ, then who?
Yeah.
Then who? In other words, you could go for years and never find. You could never find the right quarterback.
Here's the thing, and from your perspective, Lee, he's kind of laying low. After the postseason and the bad outings to end the year. How is that something you would recommend, that you think is a good thing for him to lay low and come back and change maybe, or at least avoid the spotlight and then come back a different guy?
I think it's always the career has to come first. The play on the field has to come first.
Yeah.
So with players like Patrick Mahomes and all the way back to Steve Young and Troy Aikman, we didn't have them do any endorsements in their first couple years. We wanted to have them prove on the field that they were, and also make a charitable contribution back to that city. And then you can do all the marketing and all the interviews and everything else. But the engine that pulls the train is performance on the field.
Yeah. And I'm holding in my hand your book, The Comeback, Lee Steinberg, a playbook for turning life setbacks into victories. And I cannot wait to read this because you've dealt, and the reason I'm bringing it up is not just the book, but your story has dealt with a lot of very similar things. And I'm wondering if that's something that you, well, obviously I want you to talk about it, but that you can maybe relate to.
No,
to
it's
some
fine.
Of these. Yeah.
The genesis of this book was about 20 years ago. I was struggling with alcohol. And life will set all of us back. We may have problems with health or marital concerns or financial concerns or substance abuse, and you get off track, and at a certain point your life might collapse. And when that happens, the question is, can you be resilient?
Yeah.
Can you find a way back? Can you find hope and a plan that will restore your life the way you'd like it to be? And so it tells my story, but it also tells stories of people like Warren Moon and Troy Aikman and Young and Patrick Mahomes. Stories of how they face adversity in their own life. And the goal is to try to inspire people. It's to try to help people who are still struggling.
And if I'm remembering correctly, it's coming out. It's not out necessarily right now, or is it?
No, it's in pre-order. You can order it on Amazon or Barnes & Noble, but it'll be out next month.
And your focal point during all this, when you transitioned from, the trouble that you admittedly talking about, was there a particular sort of eye on the prize type thing out there for you to inspire you?
Just as my father had raised me with two core values: treasure relationships, especially family, and try to make a meaningful difference in the world. And for a period of time, I wasn't really performing well on either of those. And so the comeback for me is 16 years of sobriety and being a good father. And the career part comes after that.
We're talking to super producer, or super agent rather, Lee Steinberg. The name of that book, mind you, again, is The Comeback. And your role as an agent in the NFL and in other sports is always fascinating to me because the insight that you guys have on the way that the league works is entirely different than any of us on the media side of things. I'm interested because the league, you've seen a lot of iterations of the league. It's like, especially as numbers are getting bigger and bigger, particularly for quarterbacks, teams have to go about team building differently. What have you seen, at least currently, from your perspective, about the ways that teams need to build the way that they, build their teams? Because the Texans are in a place where we're talking about paying the quarterback, but you have a number of defensive players that are getting paid big money. How do you view the structure of team building right now?
By prioritizing key positions. And so the quarterback, without that trigger man, it's impossible to win in the NFL. But then there's your left tackle or blindside tackle. Then there's the defensive player who can rush the passer. And then there's a shutdown corner. And so it's a question of being able to balance your backups. Half the roster is now at the minimum. So we've gone to a two-tiered economic system where for the 6 or 7 stars on the team, the revenue's exploding. We have massive TV contracts. Yeah. We have stadia with jumbo scoreboard and naming rights. We have fantasy sports. The revenue is flooding in, and this year's cap in football will be $20 million above what it was last year. $20 million can equate into hundreds of millions of contracts because all the cap is a statistical formula for keeping score.
Yeah. So as you're approaching this year's crop of players, how involved are you still in terms of the quarterback position? Or are you starting to diversify because of that?
No, the biggest change that has altered our business forever is the advent of NILs. And the fact that you now have 15-year-olds sitting in high school hiring marketing directors. I don't think I have a lot of appeal to a 15-year-old. I mean, I'm talking to him about being a role model, about retracing roots, about second career, about health.
It doesn't resonate.
No, it's way too abstract. So this is the law of unintended consequences. They wanted to get athletes more money, and instead of just granting athletes in need $5,000, all of a sudden it's $14 million for the quarterback at Michigan.
Yeah.
And it just unnecessary. Gambling is an existential threat. All it's going to take is more players who shave performance or reveal inside information. All of a sudden, sports it becomes like wrestling.
Yeah.
And you don't think it's a real game, and that can take the whole thing down. And then you have conference realignment, which has, I went to Cal Berkeley, and you walk across the campus and you look out at the Pacific Ocean.
Big Ten.
Now we're in a conference. Now we're in a conference that's the athletic conference, and you look out at the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah.
Now, where's the sense? So this is all in flux.
This is fascinating coming from you.
Right.
You know, the name in
the
industry.
And look, I have ambivalence because I've spent my whole life trying to enrich players and deal with them holistically. Now all of a sudden, you have a system that's really out of control.
Yeah. Great.
Maybe this is an unfair question to ask of you, Lee, but as you're talking about it, the way that this is working in the college landscape, is there from your perspective a relatively easy answer to maybe get this more under wraps or get this more in line, or is this going to be like an overhaul type thing?
So the problem is the NCAA has the primary responsibility for collegiate athletes, but they dropped the ball. They held too tight to amateurism without giving players who were in need on the campus what they needed. And they held on, and then all of a sudden it breaks out. So who's going to do this? I think if you look into the future, the NCAA will be supplanted by the big conferences. So the SEC and the Big Ten will do their own negotiations with the TV networks. Yeah. They'll make their own rules, and goodbye NCAA.
It's called The Comeback, and I'm really looking forward to seeing it and reading it, Lee. And thank you again for everything that you've done for me. But obviously, I like what you just said. I mean, that's very impactful coming from an agent like yourself. About
a super agent, a man who has traversed a lot of these landscapes for years upon years. And we greatly appreciate you giving us a little bit.
But let me ask you one question: Did you sit with a box of Tide on your lap? Do you do the laundry?
I do. I have no choice. I live by myself, but I did this not just because I like Tide, but because Tide presents all of our sponsors here, or rather all of our guests here. Because if it's got to be clean,
it's got to be Tide.
That's right. Do you do the laundry? Would you like to take a Tide Pod? We could do that for you if you would like.
The last time I did laundry, I put too much detergent in, and the whole thing overflowed.
So that's that.
That's the beauty of the Tide. It's already parceled out. You don't have to wonder how much to put in. We greatly appreciate you, Lee. Thank you for stopping by with us, and thank you for confirming your relationship with John Lopez. I was skeptical. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to a big game time, baby. I guess Seahawks or Patriots, win because or lose because. Let's give the biggest factors that we think will impact the big game. We'll do that next.
Look, Corey. to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Live in San Francisco, LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
One more hour for us here on Radio Row in San Francisco. Appreciation to our friends from LaCour 43 for getting us out here for all the fun and the shenanigans, whether it's jumping on other people's radio shows or getting chopped in the chest, or talking food with the world-class chef. Yeah. Or what other shenanigans have we pulled? All sorts of things on Radio Row. It has been an absolute delight. But funny enough, and I never know what the right balance is. It's only my second time, so I'm still figuring it out, of doing all those things and talking about the game itself, which it feels like to me, I don't know, it feels like we've had little moments of alluding to it, but we haven't talked about it enough. So John Lopez, at this time, we typically, especially during a Texans, head into a Texans game day, we'll do some Texans win because, Texans lose because.
Yeah.
So let's do some Super Bowl win because, lose because. What are the matchups we're looking for? What are the things that we're looking for to determine how this football game goes in Santa Clara on Sunday?
The thing about Super Bowl Radio Row Week is you go into it with a very clear sort of, prediction or thought on how the game is going to go. And then Radio Row, because you get so many different opinions, just kind of muddies everything up. So I came in thinking this is going to be Seattle. It's going to be, the defense, Sam Darnold playing some great football, Clint Kubiak, being able to dial up. I came in thinking this is a double-digit win, whether it's 24-14, whatever. I think the Patriots can win because, and you started this. You started talking about all of a sudden in a good environment, in good conditions, and we haven't seen, Drake May.
Oh, I planted the seeds of doubt.
Yes, you did.
I like that.
I think I'm not saying they're going to win. I'm still picking Seattle, but I think the Patriots could win because Drake May dials it up. I mean, he was runner-up, so to speak, in MVP voting, and he has had a very, very good year. He's had a pretty poor postseason. If Drake May dials it up, I think they could, and that's a very broad thing, but I think it does come down to that.
No, it matters.
Yeah.
It's one of the things, and I hate to keep, picking at this wound for Texans fans, but it's the one that we saw up close and personal. That was a defense in the Texans that actually really nailed down the Patriots defense, except for 3 drives where they were able to make a few explosives that ultimately got them over.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's going to be exactly that type of game because you do have that kind of against Seahawks, but the Seahawks can score points.
Yeah.
However, what you need to do is create explosives, and this is a tough defense to create explosives against, but this is the best offense in doing that. And if a temperate climate will allow him to throw the football, and if Drake May has found over 3 playoff games to this point a little bit of comfort and stability, and he can get that ball up to Kayshon Boutte, and he can get that ball down the field to the various different people that are involved here, Demario Douglas or whatever, that could be. All it takes is a few plays here and there to swing a whole series. So that is a possible win because of the Patriots. How about a possible lose because? Do you know that the Patriots had 416 games played by rookies this year?
Wow.
So, obviously not 416 games total, but when you talk about rookie games played, they had the most by any team to make the Super Bowl in NFL history. There's a level of inexperience that they're dealing with here that could show up in this game where you've got a lot of veterans on the other side for the Seattle Seahawks.
No, that's a really good point. I do want to turn to Seattle because that is the team that I think is going to win. I've started to get, it's kind of gotten a little muddied, as I said in the last segment, but they're going to have to run the ball. Hey, what's up, Myles Garrett? They're going to have to run the ball. And
did he say what's up back?
Yeah, he said gig him. So I think, running the ball, Seattle, as much as Clint Kubiak is so diverse in so many things he does, I think that ultimately they're going to be able against a Patriots defense, which has been good. But that Seattle defense Seattle running game is really good.
It's funny, if I look at efficiency running the football-wise, over the entirety of the season, which we've talked about before, you kind of need to look at second half of the season when you get this far because 20 weeks ago is such a different football team. But over the course of the season, the Seahawks rushing the football have been 24th in the league, and the Patriots defense has actually been really good stopping the run, 3rd best in the league.
So you disagree?
I don't. But I wanted to lay that context. Robert Spillane has been good.
So you know.
The context of that is, though, even though Zach Charbonnet has been lost for the season, Kenneth Walker III, they have figured out how to use him properly, not just in the run game, but also in the passing game. He has turned it up to a whole nother notch for them in the playoffs in particular. I think that that's going to be one of those things that's really, really tough. If the Patriots defense can, though, make it tough running the football, which we saw, they can make it tough, that might level the playing field to some degree, but I don't think that they'll be able to really button down all of the capabilities that Kenneth Walker brings when they start running the football to some degree.
Do you have another one? Because I have another one.
Go ahead.
Every year, well, I shouldn't say every year, a lot of years in the Super Bowl, you get that guy came out of nowhere. You get some sort of relatively unknown player that ends up being, sometimes MVP. Go back to the Larry Brown with the Cowboys, and some of these other.
Yeah, Super Bowl's great for that.
Who was the punt returner, the kick returner that ended up winning MVP and one of. Anyway, there's going to be a kind of relatively unknown player that is going to have his moment, and I think Seattle's got a few more of those than New England. Who
are some of the names that you're thinking? I know Rashid Shaheed is one of those that come. Oh, A.J. Barner's a great one. We were talking to a tight end earlier. It was Christian Loria, and I'm definitely said his name wrong, so apologies to our guy. Faria, thank you. Yeah. We had such a good time with them. But he was talking about how tight ends absolutely do show up in these moments, and tight ends this year in particular have been a different level of impactful in the league. We talked about it with the Rams and using 12 and 13 personnel. And with this team, A.J. Barner has been a name that's popped up to the point where I don't know if he's household name yet, but he should be. He's been impactful.
They haven't used him a lot in the postseason, but they have used him in key moments during the season. I think he's a candidate, and this sounds really weird talking about a Super Bowl MVP as someone who could come out of nowhere, but Cooper Kupp has been something of a second thought, for them, and had a big catch already. And he's not someone. He's sort of playing out the string as a role player, but he's got that Super Bowl experience. He's won an MVP in this bowl, and that there hadn't been a whole lot of expectations. I think he might be able to win. And there was another one I was thinking of Seattle that could come out of nowhere and be, everybody's thinking, Jackson Smith and Jigba, and obviously Rashid Shaheed and all that. Somebody else is going to step up because that's how it happens.
The fun with the Jackson Smith and Jigba is you've got a valuable and a capable dude across from him in Christian Gonzalez. I don't know if they'll travel him in order to cover Jackson Smith and Jigba. And Jackson Smith and Jigba this year, as much as I talk about him as like power slot, he's gotten a lot more of his burn on the outside. Yeah. That's going to be a huge one. If you want to stop the Seattle Seahawks, you got to slow down Jackson Smith and Jigba. Christian Gonzalez, he has the capability of doing that, but whether or not that actually is the case, and to what degree, right? Do you slow him down to where he only gets 30 yards of offense, 40 yards of offense, or does he end up with an 80, 90, 100-plus yard game? Yeah. And that's the difference between we keep this game manageable and we can win it, or this game gets unwieldy quickly. So how about this? Because this is the thing that I've been talking about with the Patriots all week. When we talk about that, or not all week, all playoffs rather, the left side of the offensive line, and particularly when you go up against DeMarcus Lawrence, who is a very veteran player, but also when you just go up against the way that the Seahawks get after the quarterback. They're not the craziest pressure team, but Mike McDonald does a great job schematically of making things work. So in addition to Will Campbell having had some issues, I mean, the Chargers got after them. The Texans, obviously, we saw it, and we'll get after them. Nick Bonito got busy as well against them. That left side of the offensive line, I harp on Will Campbell. Also, was it Jared? I forget Jared Wilson, the left guard on that side as well. Both of them boys are going to be in the game of their lives. I know we say that about the Super Bowl. That one shows up even in a different way because we talk about Drake May being the game changer. That doesn't happen if his blind side is where the pressure is coming from.
One more for you that I think is going to be very, very crucial for both teams. How hurt is Emmitt Worry?
That's a great point. We mentioned that, and I've forgotten it.
He said this morning, I'm good to go. Well, of course he's going to say I'm good to go. But he also has been limping, but he wasn't in a boot. And then people are wondering just how bad it is. Like, if he's hurt, he is the heartbeat. I mean, they're good across the board. But as a rookie, he is the heartbeat back there.
Yeah, he's one of these big nickels. We were just talking with Dave about it. We've mentioned it a number of times. Yeah. Obviously, he's the Jalen Petrie over there, and with all due respect to Jalen Petrie, he's got a little more versatility because as Petrie comes back from a safety background, Emmitt Worry was a big cornerback. So he's got those cornerback skills as well in coverage in addition to being a thumper, right? that is super necessary, especially if you want to match up in a lot of different ways. If he is slow or what have you, I think the Patriots have done a pretty good job of, being able to take advantage of those places with Josh McDaniels. So, especially because if you're in the slot, you be going a good amount. Yeah. Stephon Diggs, who has been a very valuable player for the Patriots. So, that's going to be a big win because, lose because factor for the Seahawks. Is Emilwari good to go, and is he largely looking like himself? Yeah. Because if he's not, that might be a place, oddly enough, even though you see the name and you know what he's done, that might be a place where you can attack over the middle of the field.
Let me ask you one more thing. Who has the coaching advantage?
That's a great question. That is a really good question because if you look at the Patriots, I think we have a level of respect for Josh McDaniels. And maybe my eyes are blinded because I really have loved the way that Mike McDaniel, even going back to where he was in Baltimore, love the way that he goes. I think that goes that way.
But Vrabel, been there, done that.
He does. He has like that. Yeah. You're just talking head coaching.
Head coaching.
That's a good question.
Head coaching.
That's a really good question.
Yeah. Yeah, you can talk about Josh McDaniels versus Clint Kubiak, and that's a great question.
And then Clint Kubiak versus is it Nick Kurtz, or Zach Kurtz rather, the linebackers coach who is calling the defense for the Patriots. He's been really good, but I don't know if you're stacking up against the schematic advantage that Clint Kubiak has been creating all year long. Yeah. I think if you go play caller to play caller, I go Seattle. You might see Mike Vrabel show up as a game manager advantage in this game.
I think he's had, I don't know, but at the same time, Mike McDaniel's had some good moments. I really
Donald,
had some really good. I'm getting Josh McDaniels and Mike McDonald,
and then we're making them into Mike McDaniel, Black Mike,
and both head coaches are named Mike.
There's too many Mikes. Yes. We need to stop all these Mike. What's y'all's middle name? You got to go by middle names.
All three named Mike.
Yeah, I'm tired of y'all, man. But I think even as we break down all this, are there any other things? Because I'm trying to think. We want to be, I probably should look at special teams rates in this as well, right? What are the advantages special teams wise? Because these are the types of games where special teams actually shows up, right?
Mm-hmm. And it tends to happen. I just mentioned there's always some sort of a hidden hero that shows up in the Super Bowl, and that has been special teams in the past.
I don't know why I didn't take the time to look at this. You know what? It's because we didn't sit down with Aaron Schatz this year. Because DVOA ends up being interesting look.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
No, but I think that it's one of the few places where special teams is quantified, actually. Mm-hmm. And so I'm going to see if I can find the special teams ratings for these teams and see if that ends up being any separation. It feels like the Seahawks are winning this one, though, right?
I'm going to predict the Seahawks. I came in thinking relatively low scoring, but some big plays here and there that kind of pushed the number up. So I'm going to say Seahawks 27-17. Ultimately, maybe start a little bit sluggish, nerves, and that's the other thing. These are all. Vrabel really first time as a head coach. Mike McDonald, first head coach. You've got quarterbacks, first time in the Super Bowl. You've got young teams. One young team and the other that hadn't been there in a while. This is going to be a nerves early kind of game, but I think ultimately Seahawks 27-17.
So special teams wise, according to FTN Fantasy, DVOA wise, the Seahawks are, I believe, third, all the way across as a team. The Seahawks are a much better team, special teams wise. And obviously, I imagine Rashid Shaheed is a big reason why, return-wise.
He turned one game right around in the first touch.
I think I go with Seattle here, and I think I'm probably going to end up going Seattle big, but I think I'll just say Seattle here, in part because I think game script works for them. I think if they end up behind, I feel comfortable with the possibility of them coming back. Mm-hmm. If they end up in front versus the Patriots, I don't like their possibilities of being able to dig themselves out. Even though they're an explosive team, if the Seahawks can then lean defensively on the Patriots in a game where we have a touchdown or a touchdown and a half lead, I think that the game could get away from the Patriots very, very quickly. So I'm going Seahawks here.
Yeah, I'm with you. Figgy?
I'm going 28-21 Patriots.
All right. Oh!
I'm going Patriots.
Whoa!
I don't like this pick at all.
I don't know. You sounded pretty happy saying it.
For some reason, man, and, I don't want to put Sam Darnold down.
Yeah.
But I'm curious.
I got in your head, didn't I?
Yeah. I'm kind of curious. Is he going to, I don't want to say turn into a pumpkin.
Yeah.
That is fair. We went through this whole segment, and we did not bring up the possibility of Sam Darnold deflating or what have you.
Yeah, and the Patriots got a really good defense, man. I got to give that defense credit.
Yeah.
But I got a feeling, man. It's just a feeling in my gut, man, that the Patriots might pull this one off.
The old gut.
Me too.
He's so
I'm
mad.
gonna be so pissed.
I think I'll go because I was about to go pretty high scoring, and I don't know if this one trends towards like a crazy, because I was gonna go like 30s. I was gonna go like 31-17, but that feels like a lot of scoring in the game.
Hey, it could happen.
Yeah,
there's going to be nerves,
and I won't say him to
and
get
they are
one.
big playmakers.
Yeah,
I mean between Smith and Jigma and Rashid Shaheed, you got two there, and then the Patriots like to go deep.
Kayshon Boutte,
yeah, they
and
just
then
like
Demario
it in general,
Douglas over top at times.
Yeah,
it's possible. It's possible. But yeah, I think it was what I felt in my spirit, and so I'll just put that down. But ultimately, I ain't got no crystal ball. I don't think y'all will hold it against me. I don't think 31-17 is what I'll put down on Seahawks.
All right.
So there we go. That's win because, lose because for the big game, and all of our big game coverage here on Sports Radio 610 has been brought to you by Tide, because if it's got to be clean,
it's got to be Tide.
That's right. Oh, man. We are having a good time here on Radio Row in San Francisco is what I wanted to say. Coming up next, we should be sitting down with a legendary boxer and a man who I have mistaken for someone else way too many times. I think we should have Andre Ward next. So we'll see. Let's have that conversation on Sports Radio 610.
Karam Injury Lawyers at 281-2222. Live in San Francisco, LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yes, indeed. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Radio Row in San Francisco has been an absolute delight. It's been a pleasure to be here, and it's been great to be here with you, the listener. Hopefully you have enjoyed the ride. We still got a little bit more. One more interview at least on tap. We should be talking to Andre Ward here shortly. And I did want to get into, because we talked about the big game from the, the statistical side, the analytical side, the football side, to see what we thought the game was going to be. How about the sports betting side? You want to do a little bit of this? Because this is the prop bet Super Bowl of Super Bowls, right? Like this.
Are you going to do squares?
I usually will. I don't know if we'll be doing squares at the party that I think I'll end up at, but if I get an opportunity to, I will. But there is a number of exotic prop bets that I want to take you guys through and get a feel for what you guys like or don't like. Final score, a scoregami. Yes would be a plus 2,800 for a scoregami being the final score, a unique score in the National Football League. Y'all, what do you think? You think final score scoregami? Would you go yes or no here?
I started to overthink this, but I don't think you should.
It's really good odds, plus 2,800.
Yeah, because I started to think, well, Seattle's defense, maybe get a safety,
add a 2 in there and get real weird with it.
Maybe a missed extra point. So I started to go down that road like, maybe I would. No, I don't think I am. I think I'm going to stay. It's going to be a pretty regular, straightforward score.
With that, Fig?
Yeah, I'm with that.
All right, how about this? Will there be a 2-point conversion attempt?
Yes.
100%.
Attempt?
Yes, attempt. Plus 130.
I like that.
That's not bad. A little way to add put down 100.
Because either it's going to be a close game or one team, namely Patriots most likely, is going to have to play catch-up.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen that just generally in the league right now. Teams are more likely to go for 2 in some of these instances. So, yeah, that's a good one. How are you? We haven't talked at all about the halftime show, the Bad Bunny, the Benito. They have odds on the first song performed. I think SI.com wants you to go with Me Porto Bonito, because that would be plus 1,100. How do you just feel about this halftime show? Are you interested? I know that that is part of Yo Gente.
Yes, it is.
What it said.
All the talk about it, and he had the most well-attended press conference that I can recall yesterday, one floor below us yesterday. All the talk about it, and that he's not like the super mega crossover like the one you were talking about, whomever. Go back Katy Perry or somebody.
Sure.
I think it's going to be an awesome show.
I hope so.
I think he's going to, because of all that, I think he's going to come back and people are going to go like, wow. I think he's going to vault his career to another stratosphere.
He's one of those dudes who he is a performer by nature. So I wonder how many people get won over, especially as this has been a lot of conversation. Although because it's been conversation, I wonder if people get locked in like me on my Waymo takes. How about Gatorade color? That's always a fun one. What do you guys immediately think?
Blue.
Gatorade. You think blue? Figure you're in that.
I'm gonna say blue too.
You're in that blue. Blue would get you. You would have plus 200 odds. Best odds are actually either red and pink, or water or clear at plus 1,100 for both of those options. I think I might go with that water option because that's happened a little bit more often than I like to give credit for.
I'm gonna stick with blue. Blue chips. Most sidelines seem to have blue, right?
You think so?
Yeah.
I was thinking blue or yellow. Or is yellow old school? Is that a little too old school?
Yellow is a little yellow, lime green, whatever you want to call that. Maybe that is where it goes to. But that I don't remember the last time that we've seen yellow. I should honestly don't even recall. I remember looking for the Gatorades, but I never.
I know that's one of the original colors.
Yeah,
so I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if they still out there on the sideline with it.
One bet I do every year just because it's the Super Bowl. Coin toss.
Oh, you do?
Every year.
Yeah, coin toss, I believe, is fun because you're not getting good odds one way or the other. It's just I think it's like minus 102.
Who's singing the anthem? Do they have the odds on that?
They do have the odds on the anthem. I actually just had that in front of me.
I got to break down this singer.
I can't remember who the actual anthem is. Can you look that up while I give you this? Because the current line for length of the national anthem is 120.5 seconds. So we're looking at is it 2 minutes or under?
Yeah.
Is what you're asking. The average, just on average, rendition of the national anthem is 115.8 since 2000.
And it's up to 220, so it must be a crooner.
No, 120. 120.5 seconds.
Charlie Puth or Puth.
Charlie Puth?
Yeah, I know who that is.
Yeah, I do not. Tell me about Charlie Puth.
You heard some of his songs
I need
before.
a scouting report. Can he go long? Or is that a she?
I don't think
Charlie
so.
Puth is a dude.
Yeah, no, I don't think he will. I'm going to say no.
Yeah, I probably would.
Because he's not like a soulful R&B type singer.
Yeah, that would add runs and stuff.
Yeah, it's not like you know listening to a church choir and they just trying to.
I'm with you.
So I think it might be a little short.
I'm going to go under.
He a pop singer.
Yeah.
Who do you think's committing the most turnovers in this game?
Oh, that's a good one.
I mean, the odds are minus 145 for the Patriots. That seems like that'd be the way that it goes.
And yet, the whole Sam Darnold thing I've brought up the last 2 days.
Yeah, if it does go bad, you could get some good money there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like it's crazy odds, plus 115 Seahawks-wise, but you could get some money there. Team to score the most touchdowns. Seahawks are the favorites there, as obviously they're a 4.5-point favorite in the game, just generally. Minus 170 is where you would go there.
Yeah.
The odds, if you feel so strongly about the Seahawks that you think that they're just going to win this without letting any points up, because this is one of those defenses that they were on par with the Texans. I know locally we were so focused about the Texans. They were on par. If you feel strongly enough about the Seahawks, you can get plus 2,500 on your money for them to win in a shutout.
A shutout?
Yeah.
No, it's not going to be a shutout.
You don't think that just – is it just the way that kickoffs are and the way that you only need one? You need one first down, and now you're vaguely.
What are the odds? And you may not have this. What are the odds on a safety in the game? Any safety?
Ooh, okay. Let me see if I can find that for you.
Yeah.
Odds for a safety.
That's always really good odds.
Plus 5,000.
Let's go. Let's go.
That one feels like you're gonna put like a little $5, $10 on that. See if you could do something there.
Yeah.
Okay. So those are some of the entertainment purpose only dollars that you could put on this game. But yeah, it should be really fun. I think we're both on Seahawks here.
Getting more excited by the minute.
Yes, absolutely. All right, you're in the loop here. SportsRadio 610. Coming up next, let's see if we could talk to Andre Ward, and then we'll wrap up the week of Super Bowl Radio Row for In the Loop next.
LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row.
Somebody asked us, did
LLC, a registered Futures Commission merchant and swap firm.
Live in San Francisco, LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. It's been a fun week here on Radio Row in San Francisco. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, In the Loop here with you, and it's appreciation to our friends at LaCour 43 for getting us out here, our friends at Planet Fitness, and of course Tide, because if it's got to be clean, John Lopez,
it's got to be Tide.
That's right. They present the guest seat where you got to refer to this man as champ. He's got a 0 next to his name and everything.
How about that?
He is not Andre Ware, who calls the Texans game. I made that mistake so much early. Name is Andre Ward. Andre, what's happening, man?
Hey, man, I've gotten called Andre Ware a lot because I used to be at ESPN when he was at ESPN.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
I got that a lot.
Yeah.
So, okay, so it went both ways because Andre Ware, he broadcasts on our station. He calls the Texans games, and there's a few times I'm like, yeah, Andre Ward. I'm like, damn, that's not the right man. So
wrong guy.
It's good to get this here together.
Yeah, so we were talking in the break about sometimes these interviews go off kilter a little bit. I'm going to start it off kilter, and here's where I am with it, Andre. I like to consider myself a team player.
Mm-hmm.
So we had world champion AEW wrestler Harley Cameron on earlier, and I took a chop to the chest from her.
Oh, I don't like where this is going.
I took a chop.
I already know where this is going.
A chop to the chest from her for the team.
But why'd you have to do the shirt thing?
She said
it has to be exposed chest.
Oh, you had to.
Yeah.
She said it's better.
Oh, that was part of it.
Yeah.
And I buckled over. My chest.
Your face.
My chest is still red. I took one for the team. So since we have a boxer now,
I don't like where this is going.
You don't want that.
I don't.
Not me.
I've watched this man fight. I know
it's different, man. It's not the same.
It's different.
It's not the same. Trust.
Oh, I trust you. Trust me. I've seen your fights. I just thought, I just turn over to Reggie over there and just a little.
Man, I'm gonna tell you this real quick. I was in Creed 1, Creed 2, and it was crazy because I came in there, technique real sharp, and it was like, nah, bro, everything you learned, you have to unlearn it. Like, I need you to exaggerate things. I need you to, punch whizzes by. You got to play into it, like. And we had the stunt devils like working with us for hours, and it was crazy, just kind of undoing all my training.
Yeah.
And like
that's wild.
Like doing it wrong, and that's actually TV right though, based on the camera, the angle of the camera and stuff like that.
Real Rocky stuff.
Yeah, but hey, after a 12-hour day, I'm still soaking in Epsom salt baths because you're still making contact.
Yeah.
It's just not official contact like if you were in a boxing match. So yeah, it's just a funny little story.
How do you handle that mental challenge? Because when you started explaining that, it felt a lot like, to me, C.J. Stroud, who plays on the Texans, he had a style of play that he was playing, and this year they've kind of told him, do an entirely different style. What's the mental challenge of, taking something that you've done for so long and having to completely unlearn it to do something different?
That's tough. That's like somebody telling me, man, get in here and fight the biggest fight of your life, but don't do it like you've normally done.
Yeah.
I don't know how to process what he's going through. Like,
sure.
My style is different, but anytime there's like a challenge though, like, hey man, you need to try to do it this way or do it a little bit better. That's what we as athletes, we love. We love a challenge. We need a mission. So that kind of stuff I love. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
I got a question about boxing in general. Obviously, there are so many. One of the things that people have criticized boxing about, too many cooks in the kitchen. Too many belts, too many, federations, too many whatever.
Promoters.
Now, you guys are in. You guys are in. And I want you to be able to sell our listeners on why, that it can help the game.
The Zuffa boxing.
Zuffa boxing. Yeah, I'll just say this. I don't think it's about selling. I just think it's about awareness, right? So there are a lot of different moving pieces. I call boxing the Wild Wild West. There's no structure. There's no medical. There's no there's nothing. There's no injury benefits.
No
there's no commissioner. There's nothing, right? No players, nothing. And you got these characters that just come in throughout the years and they do whatever they want to do. And sometimes they stick and people, they're able to stay there for 10, 15, 20 years. But I haven't seen the sport really get better or improve. And in fact, I see fighters who take all the risk. They do take some financial risk, the suits and stuff like that. Yeah. But the fighter takes all the physical risk and financial risk. I just haven't seen fighters get better and grow from a business standpoint, a health standpoint, a retirement standpoint.
Yeah.
So I do think there's too many cooks in the kitchen. Clearly what Dana's doing and trying to do with Zuffa is giving the UFC model. And I'm excited about it. I just want to see how it plays out.
You think it empowers boxers more?
I think it empowers boxers more, and it actually gives boxers what they want, which is activity and to make money. They want to make money to make a living, and they want activity. Here's the thing. Like, when I'm getting ready for these shows, I'm looking at these bios. Okay, when's the last 200-day layoff? 250, 275. I'm talking about young guys. How do you know you don't have the next Floyd Mayweather, the next Terrence Crawford when this guy's on the shelf?
Yeah.
You got to fight these guys. You got to brush that diamond off to see how bright it can actually shine. But they have to fight and get the right fights if that's going to happen.
And one of the things for me is it always annoys me that it feels like the right fight is clear and it just doesn't get made. It feels like Zuffa, the system that they're putting together, is that going to help answer that question as well?
I don't think it's going to be a choice. I think once, as the company and the fighters continue to build their name and they get in position to be the Zuffa world champion, I think it's going to be mandated. Hey, you want to He's here. Y'all got to fight. That's what the UFC is.
Yeah.
So I think that's going to force sort of those big matchups.
That's fantastic, and that's the charge. That's what you guys are basically your business model is going to be.
Yeah, and it's like I am trained the way that I'm trained. As a fighter, I'm always going to be pro athlete and pro fighter. So I like having autonomy and being able to pick and choose certain things, but I'm open to this new structure, and I think that's all I'm telling people. People want to come in and bury it before it even gets started. I'm like, listen, there's been 2 shows. 2. It's not going to be, and how dare he? And it's like, well, hold on a second. All these boxing experts and people that have been in position, why haven't you wanted to try to change anything over the last 20, 30 years?
Yeah.
you've had nothing but space and opportunity. And then somebody that has to come outside of your sport to try to shake things up, and now you're upset.
Yeah.
Let it play out. Let it play out and see what happens.
Andre, we were just chatting a little bit about Shakur getting it done this past weekend in a clinical
Yes.
manner. I'm interested, just from your perspective, it doesn't have to be the best fighter. Who's your favorite fighter to watch right now?
Shakur Stevenson is up there. Devin Haney's up there. It was, Terrence Crawford was up there before he retired. Usyk is a great fighter. Bam Rodriguez. Is from, I think, Oxnard? No, not Oxnard. He's from that area, though.
Yeah.
Jesse Bam Rodriguez, man, he doesn't get as much attention as he should. He's a lower weight fighter, which, again, like, why is that a thing?
Yeah.
Like, that's one of those things in boxing was like, oh, he's a lower weight fighter. But he is one of the best fighters in the world, and when he fights, it's like jazz mixed in with some rock music when the violence comes, when he starts to hit you on your chin. So Jesse Bam Rodriguez is also another one.
I want to talk about you because that 0 on the end of your record is pretty nice.
Hey, man, I like it.
Is that the most proud thing of your entire? You won a gold medal. I mean, is that the zenith, so to speak?
Yes and no. Yes, because that's always the goal. It wasn't like, there's a lot to be said about fighters want to protect their oaths. Like, absolutely. But I didn't do it at the expense of making great fights.
Right.
So I just don't like to lose, and I love to win. And I just happen to not take that L, even though I've had rough moments in fights.
Yeah.
So it wasn't the zenith. I think one of the top moments for me as an amateur, gold medal. It wasn't about money, wasn't about politics. It was just about me representing my country. And that was the first big goal that I had, was to wear that gold medal. That was number one. Number two was to become a Hall of Famer. Of course, world champion, all the steps, but to be a Hall of Famer, to be in there with the all-time great. I don't care what y'all say.
Yeah.
You can type in the comment section.
Anything you want.
You can say whatever you want to say. Man, I am stamped for life.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Being a Hall of Famer.
And not only a Hall of Famer in the ring, but you're great on these broadcasts. So it's going to be you on this on as an analyst.
Joe Tessitore,
great on a broadcast, one of my favorite listening.
Yes.
And then Kellerman is a great analyst.
Yeah.
It's a great team y'all got together. How soon are we going to be able to watch y'all ply your trade talking about boxing?
I mean, we're already 2 fights in. We got another fight, I think, Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
So we're already doing it on Paramount Plus exclusively. That's where the fights are airing. And because it's fresh, some people are missing it. Some people got questions like you have, like, hey, when can I? Where?
Yep. Yeah.
I think it's going to be a situation that very soon where people know this is where you get the premier fights.
Yeah, it seems like February 15th, Meta Apex in Las Vegas. We'll see you, Tess, Kellerman, getting it in, and it's Paramount Plus, correct?
Yes, Paramount Plus.
We appreciate you greatly for sitting down. We appreciate you talking with
brother.
us. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's Andre Ward sitting in the tied guest seat.
Yes, sir.
Because if it's got to be clean, John Lopez.
It's got to be tied.
Man, look at the man. Look at the man. You want to take a tie pot with me?
This is free promo. I'm not getting nothing from this, but I will say I
appreciate you. All right, Andre Ward, just a fantastic sit down and a fantastic boxer as well. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Byron, hit the music.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Uh-oh. We lost the microphone. Hold on.
Yes, it is. There we go. Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man, Figgy Fig, holding it down on a Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. Our last day at Radio Row in San Francisco. And, fellas, I got to say, I really had a good time out here, man. This is my first time in San Francisco.
Yeah.
And I think the wifey a little jealous because she wanted to go to San Francisco.
Mm-hmm.
And
you could have flown her out.
I got her out here before. She got to work.
Oh, okay.
She got to work.
I mean, she could take the week off. Next time, just have her take the week off. You can stow her. Hey, close your ears, Parker. You can stow her in your hotel, and we'd be all good.
Hey, this is a work trip right here, man. I don't be going to her work trips.
Why not?
She'll go to my work trips.
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, no, I had a blast. So I just kind of take this time to, I guess, talk about the best moments from Radio Row 2026 with Sports Radio 610. So what was your favorite moments? What was the funniest moment? And I guess we could all say the Tide Pod.
Agree on the funniest.
Yeah, I feel like
the funniest and best.
Right, we're all playing for second at this point because the Tide Pod happened.
Yeah.
it's funny because I was asking everybody at dinner what their favorite interview was, and I think for us, it might have been our first interview. We had a lot of good interviews. I was very happy with the conversations, but when Matt Harmon sat down, I thought we had a really good conversation about where the league is going receiver-wise and then what the Texans are doing with their wide receivers. I know we ended up talking about CJ with a lot of folks, but it was kind of cool to have that one.
I'd go with Jeff Garcia.
Jeff Garcia was great.
Yeah.
He came with great energy, too.
Yeah, and he really was enlightening on CJ, which has obviously been a theme of. How about you?
Yeah, so I honestly, I think my favorite moment out here, I'm going to take it outside the actual Radio Row.
Oh, well, I need to
just going to Chinatown, man.
Yeah,
I really enjoy going to Chinatown with y'all. I enjoy seeing the Alcatraz prison, just doing that tour with Sean and Seth. By the way, check it out on Instagram. It's a reel about it. It's hilarious, and I enjoy hanging out with those guys. Man, it was just a fun trip.
I like getting chopped.
Yeah, you did. You got chopped by AEW Women's Tag Team Champion Harley Cameron just earlier today, and you're welcome for that because you wouldn't have thought to do that.
But you're not the team player I thought you were because you didn't get punched in the nose.
By Andre Ward? Are you crazy? Are you insane? I
first got punched in the chest.
At first, I was thinking that's
no,
what.
he shouldn't.
Just a quick little poop.
But then you hear what Andre said. He immediately was like, "You don't want that." Because I was thinking like, all right, can I take a jab to the chest maybe? And he was like,
maybe the arm.
You don't want that.
Like,
so I can't use my arm all day?
Yeah. She popped me pretty good.
Did she?
She did. It's pretty good.
So that wasn't acting you were doing.
No, I put a little jelly on it because I'm an entertainer.
Yeah, definitely had some good eats. I didn't get out to as many of the spots that I wanted to. Like there's a ramen spot in Union Square that I almost went to, but the line was kind of long. So maybe I might see about lunch here or whatever, but pretty good eats. I think that the conversations about San Francisco have gotten a little out of hand.
How so?
Obviously not on our station, but there's other people out here that are like, oh man, all the people on the streets and everything.
Oh yeah.
It's been pretty nice out here, man.
It's been great. Downtown is a fantastic place.
Yeah, I agree. I think I want to come back for a vacation. I felt like it was more. I'm gonna try to because we got like a little bit of time before we take off to the airport. I definitely want to jump in the Waymo. I want to jump in Waymo to see how it is. I definitely want to ride on the Golden Gate Bridge.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Our guy still ain't go over there yet, but I definitely want to do that. Maybe I could do that real quick.
Yeah, our guy Charles McDonald, who we talked to yesterday,
Did he do it?
He said that this
He
morning
rode the bike?
they rode the bike across the bridge, and if we weren't doing this here show, I felt like that would have been a cool thing for us to go do, just go ride. Yeah, we didn't end up going to the bridge. Where else did we didn't go to Lombard Street to go down and
See the Full House.
Yeah, that was the thing. That's my biggest disappointment is I thought that we as a show, or not as a show, as a station, would do like a fake sitcom intro with the Full House as part of it. That would have been really funny if we had a chance to do it. But it was too many moving parts, and everybody's working in different parts of the day, so it was going to be hard to make happen.
Yeah, but I really enjoyed it, man, and this was the perfect way to end Radio Row here. And you still got a couple more hours with the drive, but really enjoyed hanging out with you guys. I know it wasn't like the frat house we had last year, but it still felt like a family.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed that.
Hopefully the folks on Instagram and Twitter got a feel for what the fun was in the same way. And I guess thank you, Figgy, because you are here. I mean, you're a part of this show, and we always love having you, but you're here in the social media way, and it wouldn't be – I feel like our fans wouldn't have had as easy of a time tapping in.
Are we giving him MVP again?
Oh, I didn't do a ranking. We weren't doing a house ranking.
You had an issue with it last year because you're like, you're just doing your job. I'm like, anybody could do this, but I'm doing it good, right?
Somebody said allow a fan to win a chance to be a part of next year's Radio Row. That could be interesting.
That could absolutely.
Maybe we need
I like that idea.
Maybe we need to work on that as maybe a radiothon type giveaway. I'll put that on the list of things to try and do, because that would be really fun if we had a fan tagging along with us as well. It's been really fun. Somebody said Waymo will be in Houston this year. That's a good point.
I actually saw one in Houston without a driver.
Yeah, you said that.
I saw a couple of them, but it was people driving, and so maybe they was trying to test it out and all that stuff.
Yeah. All right. So I guess we need to get these fellas of the drive here if they want to. They don't seem excited to jump in here. They seem like they want to stay.
Y'all good?
They seem like they want to stay in San Francisco and not get this show done.
Yeah.
But yeah, well done, gentlemen. Salute to you guys. Salute to our friends at Liqueur 43 for getting us out here. Salute to our friends at Tide who. Hey, y'all gotta say something to us, man, because I feel like
that home,
I feel like we did. No, I'm not.
No,
I'm not. I don't think I can get this through TSA. But I feel like we did pretty solid for Tide. We got what? 4 people to take Tide Pods away from the table with them?
At least 4. Yeah.
Like I was very proud of our record here and getting folks to take the Tide Pods with us. I still think though that we got bitten second best bit on Radio Row this week as we thank D&M Auto Leasing for the opportunity to crosstalk with the fellas of the drive. Clint Stoerner will join us in a second. It's Ron the Show Hughley on the headset right now.
I think Clint's going to join us.
Just going to ask you before. He's still struggling, ain't he?
Man,
he doesn't want us to believe that he's struggling.
Like
he's struggling. He is struggling right now.
It's got to be more. It's got to be more than just the wings.
I've been trying to tell you, man. I ate them too.
Yeah,
he is struggling. But I think y'all had the best bit, for lack of a better term. Y'all seem to have really good traction when y'all interviewed somebody and gave them that verification test.
Yeah, man. I always told early is, and I'm sure you guys have heard the same is. My goal is always like how can this thing sound different than what what people are always and they're working the room just they're getting the same things all the time and it's always good when you kind of catch them and it feels a little different and it kind of opens up a little bit. Yeah, it opens up a little bit and they feel a little funny except for Dalton Schultz. But I mean, other than that,
it opens up too much.
I think it opened up a little bit for Dalton, but Dalton was in Dalton wasn't playing around. Dalton was in a certain space himself.
Yeah.
Did you at all allow the way that Dalton talked about the tight end room to make you wonder what could have been? Because it did seem like when he said that they had a lot of time on task with multiple tight ends blocking and stuff, it did make me wonder how much of their offense that they couldn't get to as soon as you lose Brevin Jordan and then Cade Stover lost for a period of time early.
Yeah, I think at that point I was trying to see if he was going to hit me or something. I was trying
is that the vibe that you got?
At that point, because Clint tried to. All right, hey man, let's take it to a more positive place, and he wouldn't.
No,
and so he's right here on me, so I feel like I need to be like, is he about to set me? I didn't know what was going. But he did get me though earlier before my head was on a swivel with him. His comments about like he felt like he failed because he was a big part of the game plan. And I do wonder how much that some of the nuances just slidden out with the offense and CJ and that performance. Not giving him any pass for what he did. I mean, but clearly, like we got to hear it from him. I was a big part of the game plan.
Yeah.
And that got taken out. So then who do you turn to? Oh, you turn to Nico for that next part of the game plan? No. He going to. Like I mean, so. And to think what was going on over there in that sideline with weather, game plan change, all of that was something that did stick out to me when he said that. Well, I wonder how much Dalton Schultz was thought to be involved in that.
But that scares me as well because Dalton Schultz was the walking dead all season. We knew that he was dealing with it was shoulder and a leg. He had both halves of his body all season long. That was something that you could have foreseen. Going into the game, that there was a possibility that you would lose Dalton.
But you got to play it that way.
No, you do.
You got no Nico. You got
the scary part of the whole conversation we're having is that the quarterback play was so bad, none of that even matters.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, and that fair or foul, but the reality of it is that's always the back end of the conversation. This is what happened with CJ. Well, but Nico was hurt, and so was Dalton got hurt.
Yeah.
It was kind of a Brevin Jordan wasn't there, and had this guy. So I mean, it's just I think it speaks to how rough it was for Seven that day.
Yeah, without question. You doing all right, big fella?
I'm good, man.
I don't know.
I'm good.
Believe you. I haven't believed you in a little while.
It's been I mean, I was off to a hell of a start here, boys. I mean, I had some juice, had some energy.
He was working out and everything. It was going well.
I worked out last night.
Okay, good.
I went there and got a little something in, and that wasn't just for the gram. That was real. I went in and got there and had full intentions of going this morning. Then I left my wallet at the coffee shop. So that
oh, boy.
Have you already gone and gotten it?
Oh, hell yeah. I wouldn't be able to get on that damn plane, Chief.
Yeah.
I mean, I panicked. But, yeah, it's just still not. I can't eat the way that I want to eat, man. I'll be honest with you. I was telling Ron, like San Francisco is kind of one of those. I'm not a big fan.
Ooh.
A lot of them places where you just walk in and down the downtown vibe, the downtown eat. It's not the cleanest. Like they all. It's just kind of a different different. I guess where I'm going with it is I feel like there's a lot of it really hurts my gut.
In more ways than one.
This is a city
more
where
ways than one.
you need to be completely
The smells.
healthy. Oh, yeah, you need to be completely healthy, just be able to walk in there and just gut bomb that thing. Where I walk, if you're the tad bit queasy, it starts turning the minute you walk in these places.
Okay, very good.
Am I crazy to say it like the downtown? Like the down, like this is a real downtown. This is,
very much so.
I mean, you can't escape downtown here.
Nah, everything's stacked on everything else.
Yeah, we got out a little bit yesterday towards where were we at?
Fisherman's Wharf and out that way.
That was that had a different feel. But this is New York. Anything like
no, it's happening downtown. Everything.
I mean, I walked down there this morning to that coffee shop, and it's like the only other place I've been was when I was in Glasgow, Scotland, and it was the cleanup the next day after a night out. I mean, those Scottish, boy, they puke up and piss all over the streets. I mean, it's to where they have to clean it up the next day. Straight up, serious talk. Like I'm walking in there to get that old coffee, and there's a truck driving through downtown and spraying water off the front of it and off both sides of it. I mean, the street looked like it just rained for 10 minutes.
Well, they had that big street party we had to walk last night.
First Thursday.
You know what? That may have been where it was. As I walked back there, that may have been what they were doing was washing that street where all them folks were partying.
Yep. First Thursdays was happening out here. All right, fellas, we're super excited for you guys to finish us off here, hand off the baton. It's been a great job, Lopez, to be able to do year 16 with you.
16 in the book.
Hopefully it wasn't number 16 in the rankings for you. Figgy, you've done a damn good job capturing everything and still being a part of the program. Appreciate you. Thank you, Byron, for jumping in. Thank you, Colin, for handling business. Thank you, listener, for riding with us. Thanks to our friends at Liqueur 43, Planet Fitness, and Tide. It's been a very great week. It's not done because you got the drive here, but for the time being, we also want to thank D&M Auto Leasing, obviously. But you're listening to KLTAM, KLTFM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, the drive is live.
That's right, the drive is live. And where is that damn Liqueur 43? Somebody punish it. Damn. I thought Brian Urlacher circled around back here and came over here and scooped that thing up.
Come on, Sean.
Damn, what the hell happened to the bottom of your thing? Spilt your drink on it. Well, you wouldn't have spilt the Liqueur 43. I know that much. You would have captured that and drank that on up. But shout out to Liqueur 43, our title sponsor here, as well as Planet Fitness, for having us here all week long. This is the final day here on Radio Row, and the final time you'll hear us this year from San Francisco here on the drive right here. Damn. Do they know each other? That was a shoulder bump between those two guys. I'm sorry. I did not see it. Oh, my goodness, man. And the guy just kept on going. Dude stood up there and just kind of looked at him.
I caught a guy on the way over here. I hope it was a guy. I'll be honest with you, I did not see him. It was a legit accident. But when I did it, I thought, boy, if that person's in a bad mood, I might get hit in the back of the head. But I survived. Thank you, Reg. Yeah, I survived. It was a good trip, man. It's starting to get crowded around the city, man. It's starting to get crowded, even more crowded than it already was, man. So, yeah.
Yeah, people coming in. By the way, you should see us on YouTube and Twitch. Hello. Be a part of the show with us. I see T. Mill in there, backwards hat, all white. I see you.
How we doing, fellas?
Hey, we're doing good. Clint's lying to us. This is just the football toughness in him, Tyler. He's not doing well. Maybe he took himself to the gym and fought himself through that workout.
I was feeling it just from his look yesterday. Like, I kept looking at Clint's face. I was like, man, my man is struggling.
He had me tricked yesterday. I thought he was good. I did. I thought he was good. We got to dinner. I was on the opposite end of the table. I looked down there. I said, my boy ain't right, man. I said, Figgy, man, look at him, man. He ain't even touching that fish. He ain't touching none of that. He didn't. And then, we're in a restaurant, Tyler. I look over there, my man just stood up at his seat, man, like he was serving himself. He just got up and stood behind his chair.
Well, when you're in that kind of when you're in that kind of shape, you know what I mean? Like I need the waiter to be on his ones and twos, man. That dude was slow motion. I said, we got to make something happen here, man. I was ready to scoot on up out of there.
I know my man said my man kicked it off, Tyler. You know, he wanted to get his iced tea. Then he stopped him in his tracks. He said, "Actually, you know what? Let me turn that into a Sprite.
Let me get a Sprite." Mama told me back in the
hurting.
Hey, that's right. T did. Granny back in the day said the soda water helped that tummy. Now
I told Figgy right next to me. I said, "Figgy, he turned that thing into a Sprite."
You're right.
When I saw him stand up, then I looked down there and he was just gone. Tyler, and I said, "Oh God, man, it happened again."
Nah.
And I said, "Where's Clint?" And Parker said, "Oh, he's coming right behind you." I said, "Oh, okay." Good.
Yeah, nah. It's
What did you order? Because I don't think you ate it.
I ordered a clam chowder, which is a really good clam chowder, and I did the bread bowl, and it was really, really good, and it set on my stomach good. The Sprite was tremendous, and then by the time that fish got there, I thought that soul that it's a supposedly according to
I had some this week. It was really good.
Yeah, according to John Lopez, that's a West Coast cod, so it's fresh, and I mean it was really good. But I got about 2 bites into it, and I realized, boy, how rich that sauce was on top of it. Like, this is not a good idea. So I let it go, man. I let it go.
You just had it.
As bad as I wanted to nail it, I let it go. I left.
You knew it as soon as it sat down there. Huh?
Yeah, I left 4 lamb chops in that hotel room when I checked out, man.
Oh, wow, really?
John's Grill, boy, it looked good too, but it started.
You should have brought them on down.
I should have handed him to one of them less fortunates that we passed when we come this way.
I mean, I was thinking myself. I hear you.
Oh my.
But hey, I had swordfish. Never had swordfish yesterday. I was I got the recommendation from the waiter. I was leaning towards a little trout.
Okay.
And then my man, I said I've never had swordfish. What would you go with? He said, "Oh, swordfish, 10 out of 10 times." I said, "Well, let's go with the swordfish." Pretty good.
Was it?
Meaty.
Meaty?
Yeah.
Thick?
Yeah, thick, meaty.
Mine was thin. Mine was on the thin side.
Yours was thin, pan-seared.
A lot of capers on it. I'm not a fan of capers, so. Yeah,
I had it at another restaurant.
It was all right, though.
I'll take that. I'll do swordfish again. It was solid. It was strong. A lot to get to though today as we're here. Somebody said, "Clint, go ahead and get you some of that ginger ale."
Oh, is that it? Is that the ticket?
That's what someone said. Yeah.
Sprite did it. Sprite was all right for me last night. I got back here and I went in there and got me a little cardio, got me some weights in late last night.
I just feel like I don't know, that's pushing it to me. It feels like.
Well, I'm just not right. I'm not sick. I'm just not right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's been that way since that morning after.
It just ain't been ready. Gotta get.
Just ain't been right, man. I'm good to go though, man. I'm ready to get on that flight, get back, see my baby girls, and get ready, man. We watch this game, watch this big game we got rolling, and then we turn the page to Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo right around the corner, man. So I'm locked and loaded, baby.
All right. Hey, a little bit later on, especially a little bit later on in this hour, we'll hear from the Hall of Famer Emmitt Smith, your former teammate.
Dang.
Yeah, we'll hear from Emmitt Smith. He'll join the show coming up here at the bottom of this hour. All right, Clint. Let's kind of take a look at the Super Bowl. By the way, shout out, congratulations to Matt Stafford last night. Won the MVP and kind of killed any kind of storyline if he's going to come back or not. Said he's coming back next year.
Yeah.
There you go. He'll be back. Shout out to Myles Garrett, won the Defensive Player of the Year award. So NFL honors last night, big night. So congratulations to those guys.
Yeah, man, it was a big night. It was it was cool that whole deal with Matthew Stafford. I tell you, I've always been a fan. But what I don't know why it's all surfacing now, Ron. But probably 3 days ago. No, it wasn't. It was last weekend or 2 weekends ago, I guess, after he lost the NFC Championship game. You know, the video surfaced of him sneaking in the bedroom, his little girl's bedroom. He's got 4 little girls, and sneaking in their bedroom, giving them a good night kiss and telling them that he loved them, and kind of deal at 2:30 in the morning after he got home from the NFC Championship, which kind of like sheds a little human light on these guys. But I can obviously relate to that, having 2 little girls. And then last night, man, in his acceptance speech, his 4 little girls were standing up there with him, man. That was really cool to watch as a girl dad, man, and inspiration for all the girl dads out there. So it was good to see him get the award. I think he was very deserving. I don't think it was a one vote. Apparently, whoever voted for Justin Herbert for MVP really screwed Drake May, apparently. But I don't know who in the hell in their right mind would vote for Justin Herbert as MVP this year.
It's probably the same people who missed Bill Belichick.
Right. Yeah, you got to be kidding me. But anyway, yeah, I don't think it was as close as a.
I need an explanation on that one. I need an explanation.
Justin, you talking about?
Yeah, I need an explanation on that.
I mean, he did more with less. I mean, he did have a banged up offensive line, but still, damn. I mean, MVP? You kidding me?
We got an explanation on.
Oh, there you go, Sam Munson.
Is that Sam? I like Sam. I saw
was
Sam
the
around
Justin
here.
Herbert vote.
Sam Munson. How
guy,
about it?
Here's his explanation. I was a Justin Herbert vote. The guy had the worst offensive line in the NFL all season, and despite that, he was working miracles in almost every single game. Stafford's O-line became 2/5 as bad as Herbert's for 5 minutes, and he became a turnover howitzer. He embodied value.
All right, Sam. Okay. Where is Sam? Sam's from South Africa, I think.
I'm not familiar with Sam. How does he get a vote in MVP?
Sam was real big on Pro Football Focus, I believe, is where he got his start.
How does he get a vote on
MVP? I don't know how he gets a vote on it. I guess he does. But, that's an interesting Justin Herbert. I did not see that one. I didn't see that one coming.
Well, no disrespect to all my voters out there, but it's time to revamp the whole system.
He really believes it. He came out and gave his explanation.
It's just time. That's obviously whatever Sam wants to do, but the whole thing of what happened to Bill Belichick, what happened to Robert Kraft, the explanation, the fallout. It all just needs to be scrapped, and they need to adjust how they make these decisions. This isn't hard. It's not. It's really not. It's
tough. Tough to get around with Justin on a first place vote.
Well, I'm not even talking about that. I'm just talking about you could argue. I could see where, let's say my boy Darren Woodson, right? I could see where, you could really get into a back and forth about that tier Hall of Famer, right? Of there's some conversations, some debate that need to take place, and some swaying of minds maybe. But man, when you get into the Bill Belichick's and Robert Kraft's of the world and the first ballot Hall of Famers, there's some guys that we don't need to make this hard, fellas.
Yeah.
We're talking about the greatest of all time.
Thought Bill Belichick was on that list.
By the way, big shout out to the great state of Texas last night. Represented well. Texas high school football was highlighted well. I'm stealing this off of Billy Lucci's Texags tweet. But MVP Matthew Stafford was Austin Westlake.
Yep.
I'm sorry, Drew Brees. Hall of Fame, Drew Brees was Austin Westlake. Matthew Stafford was Highland Park. Obviously, Myles Garrett is Arlington Martin. And Jackson Smith and Jigba. I did not know he was. I did not know Jackson Smith and Jigba was a Rockwall guy. I believe that is just east of Dallas. I didn't either. Like Texas getting a lot of love there in the NFL Honors show last night.
Hey, as we look at this game coming up on Sunday, Clint, what do you think? 713-572-4610. YouTube and Twitch can jump in on this too. What do you think we're going to walk away talking about from this game? What do you think is going to be? This is going to be the conversation that we're going to be talking about after the game.
Well, this is the beauty of this kind of matchup and the fact that there's not any superstars really in the entire game, if we're being completely honest. Jackson Smith and Jigba has arrived, obviously, so maybe he falls in that category. But really what I think the conversation, either way it goes, the conversation that we're going to have after this game is about one of the two quarterbacks, right? The Sam Darnold story, besides the fact that his grandfather's Dick Hammer and also known a.k.a. Marlboro Man, which is tremendous, his story of winning 14 games, what he did in Minnesota, what he does in Seattle, how he follows it up, what he did against Stafford and the Rams in the NFC Championship, and now he can put the exclamation point on the end of this season with a Super Bowl. That is going to be an unbelievable story. If Drake May and the Patriots win this thing, I think they've got to do it behind. I think they will do it behind a wild, crazy night from the athlete Drake May as much as a quarterback Drake May. And so I think either way this goes, when we're done, man, we're talking about an unbelievable story about a quarterback, whether it's a journeyman that's gone from seeing ghosts to winning Super Bowls, or it's a young second-year quarterback that's come into his own with a storied franchise, obviously, and the athletic ability is along with the big loose arm is on full display. I think either way it goes, we're talking about one of those two stories, obviously, when this thing's over.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think there's and I feel like it could be fortunate. We'll have our picks a little bit later on in the game, but I've told you yesterday where I'm leaning towards with the Patriots. I think it may be unfortunate. I think we may have the conversation of, see, Sam Darnold. Told you, Sam. That's Sam. Can't trust Sam, even though they will just absolutely just blow away what has happened over the last 18, 20 games. But I think that there may be some turnovers in this game, especially with what the Patriots have been doing all postseason. And as we know, Solomon Wilcox said, "Hey, Sam led the league in turnovers. That ain't just going away." And I think he may have a couple of turnovers in this game, and it's tough because his first impression, people will not let go until he just absolutely shatters it. And so it doesn't matter if he gets to the Super Bowl, the playoffs, the NFC Championship game. If he has one of those games that where he turns the ball over and hurts his team, he will get looked at as, see, there's the old Sam Darnold. And I think that might be a talking point, which I think is unfortunate coming out of this game. All right, coming up next, as we continue again, we will give our predictions a little bit later on. Nick Caserio said something about one of the players that we're going to be watching for all offseason to see if he is indeed back with the Texans. You got to hear what he had to say. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, look, the big game is this Sunday, and there's a lot of distractions. But, look, whatever vehicles you have in
analysis leading up to kickoff on February 8th. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Live in San Francisco, LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as we are back here, Radio Row here. Also, shout out to our sponsor here overall here with representing Odyssey here is Tide. Stations is brought to you by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. We appreciate our good friends at Tide as well and everything they have given us this weekend. They have given us a whole lot to have fun with. We coming up here at the bottom of the hour in the next segment. We will hear from the Hall of Famer, former Dallas Cowboy, former teammate of Clint Stoerner's, Emmitt Smith. He will join us here coming up here in the next segment, so stay tuned for that. But speaking of running backs, Nick Caserio, when he spoke with Payne and Pendergast yesterday, talked about Joe Mixon. This has been something that he's talked about. And I was listening to them, and Sean said, I don't even know if it was something that we would approach. But Joe Mixon went ahead and put something out on social media and then wanted to see, well, maybe it is something we need to talk to him about. And this was the exchange with Nick Caserio talking about Texans running back Joe Mixon.
No, we're at some point probably going to see Joe for an evaluation to kind of see where he is. I know I got asked about it, a lot.
In between you getting asked about it last time and now, he posted something on social media.
Good for Joe.
Yeah, well, that's so I'm like, all right, well, I guess we got to ask Nick. Is something happening? Yeah.
So, but, honestly, Joe worked really hard to try to get himself ready. I think he's committed to trying to be able to play football this year. We'll see if he physically is able to do it or not. So it's a little bit of a moving target still, but as we get a little bit closer, we'll probably have a better idea. Before we get to the season, I'm sure we'll have an idea, probably know before that, what Joe's situation is.
All right, that was Nick Caserio talking about Joe Mixon, and hey, we'll see. A lot of we'll sees. And I had a thought of like, hey, man, we need to get a little something more clear.
Yeah, look, I just think this is the one thing that the Texans can't do. To be honest with you, and I know he's tiptoeing around the Joe Mixon situation because everybody is at this point in time. But the reality of it is, what I don't want my team to do this year, my team being the Texans, and particularly on the offensive side of the football, is to play this wait and see game. I don't want the Texans offensively to turn into the Astros starting rotation. Right, and well, we just wait and see. Everything's going to be dependent on this guy being healthy or that guy being healthy. Like the part of that audio right there that scares me is, we should know by the time the season gets here, or maybe a little before. Hey, man.
Well, then you get yourself in trouble like they did. And I feel like they got in trouble last year having to go with Nick Chubb.
Look, I know I'm on record. Look, I want Joe Mixon. The talent, I want Joe Mixon, the alpha. I want him to be a Houston Texan. But if we've got to wait until training camp to find out what Joe Mixon we're going to get and if we're going to get him to find out if he can even play, I'm good, man. Cut bait, save some money, let's move on. I mean, that to me, that is exactly like the running back position with the Houston Texans. Now, I know, look, it depends on what the market looks like and who's all out there. But the running back position with the Houston Texans right now is I believe, the quickest way for this offense to take the next step, right? Not only is there an opportunity to have more of a bell cow back and a longer in the tooth veteran, more accomplished back, but I think it puts Woody Marks in a better position. I think if you get a guy that allows you to establish the run more significantly than Woody Marks, then I think it takes the pressure off of C.J. Stroud and Nick Caserio, which I would argue going into the season are going to be your 2 question points. And so I just don't know. I don't know how the Texans, and I hope like hell as a fan that we're not sitting here playing this, we'll wait and see what Joe Mixon can give us, and we're willing to wait all the way up until training camp gets here, Ron. I hope there's some decisions made, like some aggressive moves made.
I think there should be decisions. I think there should be moves made anyhow. I think you should make moves with Joe. I'm not saying go sign Breece Hall, but I think you should make moves to where, or if the draft or something, that you have somebody that could work with Woody Marks, right? Like just in case, because I still don't think you should just bank on Joe Mixon. Like, all right, we got him. I think you still should add.
Ryan, what I'm talking about is I think there's probably going to be two or three opportunities, and you just mentioned one of them. If you get a chance to get Breece Hall, like right now, if you get a chance to get Breece Hall, and let's say Breece is going to he's going to cost you a little bit more than Joe Mixon.
Talking about 12 or 13 million.
Yeah, versus what is it, 8 to 10 that Joe got? Okay, so if I'm looking at that, and I know Joe is completely healthy, then I'm okay just letting Breece where he wants to go and putting my eggs in the Joe Mixon basket. I would be willing to do that. But what you can't do is pass on a guy like Breece Hall and not even entertain it, because you've got Joe Mixon, and then you don't even know if you've really got Joe Mixon until training camp starts. Like that is just a slippery slope for an offense that's got to improve. And I just think you got to be very intentional about what they do offensively. And again, I think it's multiple positions, but I do believe that it starts with running back. And that's where I would like to see the Texans go after a veteran back that doesn't have, I mean, literally.
But they gotta be playing it like that, though, Clint. They can't have what just happened.
Surely.
They can't. They just set through it this year. Like, I'm really, like, I don't know when it was, and we'll never probably find out from them, Clint. But I do wonder, when did they know for sure, like, oh, Joe Mixon's not going to play?
Right.
Like, when did they know Joe Mixon wasn't going to play to start the season? When did they know Joe Mixon wasn't going to play the middle? When did they know, like, Joe Mixon's not going to play? Like, because the moves that they made and the position they put themselves in, Clint, leads me to believe that they really didn't know right off the bat, right? And they left themselves to a space where, oh, shoot, well, let's go and get Nick Chubb. And we drafted Woody Marks, and Woody Marks looks like a guy they drafted to be a compliment and not to be their runner. So they just lived through this with Joe Mixon last year. There's no way they're going to put themselves in that position again.
What they did was they got luckier than hell. I mean, you got lucky that Woody Marks was such a great pass protector. Yeah. I mean, you got lucky that, like, Woody Marks literally, you want to talk about, in my opinion, you want to talk about saving a season. Woody Marks had moments in fourth quarters where they were able to put teams to sleep instead of giving the opponent's offense another shot. I mean, Woody Marks made 5 or 6 plays that changed the regular season for the Texans. That allowed them to run, rattle off 10 straight games. They got lucky that a rookie running back that they drafted happened to be a guy, and maybe this is by design, that had been in college football for, it felt like, 8 years, and so he's a little bit more mature. But you come in, and he's a great pass protector. He's slippery on 3rd and short and 4th and short, and so he's kind of all-encompassing. He can be a 3rd and 4th down back and help you get that extra yard. He can be a passing situation back because he's so good at protecting. The bottom line is that cannot be where this offense hangs their hat. Again, he's got to be a 1B, 1A or 1B, however couch, and or he's got to be a 3rd down back. He can't be a bell cow back and a guy that you go into games and you're banking on him getting 20-plus carries. And bottom line is this. When I heard that audio from Nick Caserio, boy, it shook me a little bit. The whole wait until training camp to see what Joe brings to the table is scary.
I just can't believe they set through what they set through this year.
Agreed.
And then they're going to put themselves in that position again.
I hope so.
And I think we'll know early in what they do free agency wise and how they handle things. Because even if Joe feels like he's all right, like, I mean, he's getting there, and he's had some injuries here, and this seemed to be a serious injury,
right?
That you don't even, I don't even know you can just bank and say, like, yeah, we can trust he'll be back. All right, coming up as we are live here, let's get a little Hall of Fame action on the drive. Emmitt Smith, one of the best running backs in the history of this game, he will join us live right here on the drive coming up next.
All right, look, if you're one of them fellas that's out there and you're dealing with a hair loss issue, you got a receding hairline, balding, thinning, whatever it may be, man, I need you to listen up. Here's a
injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Where's your damn head at, dude?
Live in San Francisco, LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we're live here on Radio Row, finishing things out here. It's been a great week here on Sports Radio 610, and we hope that you have all been able to watch all our platforms and have the chance to see everything that we've been able to do, trying to bring us here this week here on Radio Row, and we hope that you that you're able to take that in and enjoy that. And where they get them pretzels from? I can't mess with them.
Ooh, soft pretzel?
Look
big
like
soft.
Big soft ones, man.
Ooh, I can go for one of them.
I know it, boy. It looked like it has some cinnamon on it too, Tyler. Look at the sweet one. I see the Hall of Famer walking through here. We'll hopefully be joined by Emmitt Smith here in just a bit. Had a lot of fun with him last year. Obviously, you know him very, very well. And by the way, we'll get this out the way. Emmitt Smith, he'll be joining us, and he'll be joining us here thanks to Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. And here he is. Here is the Hall of Famer here. Here he is.
What's good, baby?
As we'll get him set up. Hey, how you doing now? How you doing? Is Emmitt here to get set up here? It's good to. I guess. Hey, I guess we ain't got to do it. I guess we
Get your foot.
I don't know what kind of conversations being had right now, Tyler, but Emmitt had to take the mic off.
You never know what you're going to run into down there, bro.
I need to be careful about things I say before I get on his air.
Yeah, we got Emmitt late, huh?
No, and I'm not even drinking.
You had the tequila with you last time.
Yeah, I did. I'm out.
I guess we ain't got to do the bit with Emmitt. I think you know Emmitt well. Yeah,
you ain't got to check his identity.
I'm here with the number one stunner.
Yeah. We had an imposter last year on us. Came in. Yeah, we had a fake Stephon Diggs come in on us.
Did you really?
Yeah, man. We had we've been trying to test people, make sure they really
fake Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, man. He got us about 2 questions deep.
He sat down with some big old glasses on.
Oh, you got to be.
He was swole up, though. We both realized it wasn't him immediately, but we didn't know how to back up out of it. You know what I mean? Live on air, you don't know how to. You can't be a. Yeah, you got to be. Well, no, but I didn't know. It ain't like it was Emmitt Smith. You know what I mean? I didn't know if it was. Maybe it was Josh Turner that plays for the Baltimore Ravens or something. I didn't realize we didn't pick up who it was.
Yeah, he ended up being a safety for Vanderbilt.
Yeah, man.
And it,
wrong position, college.
Completely. And now on the wrong position, but the mother brother wasn't even in the wrong. He was in the wrong league.
Hey, you scared me right there.
My hand right on the button, baby.
He was quick on that thing.
Man, like, mother brother, get up out of here.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said, man, you ain't Stephon Diggs, are you?
No, hell no.
You can go ahead and go.
Stephon Diggs shouldn't even be in here today.
No, it was last year.
It was last year.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he shouldn't have been in there.
We shouldn't have been in there then.
Listen, you played in this game, and you've seen great teams. Of course, you was a part of a great team, a dynasty, and played against other great teams. What do you think about these two teams? Do we have two good football teams?
I think so.
You think so?
Yes, sir. I think you do have two good football teams. And the reason why I think that is because when you look at the Patriots and their renaissance and their resurgence of who they are and how they got in here, they had to go through Denver. And Denver was not an easy battle. They lost the quarterback, which made a huge difference in terms of that Denver team, confidence-wise. And the Patriots have played the most consistent football all season long. They haven't played a lot of tough teams, but everybody that they played, they gave them hell. And they won the game. And there's a lot to be said for that. But Seattle's been consistent too all season long.
Yeah.
And they played tough. They look physically tough. They look like they will chew down to submission. And I love that about Seattle because that reminds me of old school football the way we used to play it. And that's what I love about this game. I think this game is a lot more evenly matched. And I think it really truly comes down to the two quarterbacks, to be honest with you. Drake May, he is about as cool as the other side of the pillow. And he can throw the ball well. He put the ball in the right places. He understands the offense. He's not going to put it in jeopardy, not a lot. He's not going to expose it that much. He knows how to take off and run with it to continue. Yeah. He plays the game the way the game is supposed to be played. On the other side, that kid can
He's slinging that thing.
He can put that thing in harm's way. He can put that thing in harm's way, and that's my concern for them.
Yeah.
If he gets under pressure too much, will he start to let it go way too soon and be more errant with it than been having it under control? That's my concern. But I'm going with Seattle, though.
I'm with you on the Seattle front. I think at the end of the day, Monday morning, we're going to be talking about one of the two quarterbacks. Either Drake May, the youngster, has arrived, and it's a little bit more probably in an athletic fashion,
right?
Big arm over the top, or you're looking at a Sam Darnold that's kind of, what a story, man, coming from seeing ghosts to now all of a sudden he's a Super Bowl champ.
I hope you don't go back to seeing no damn ghosts.
That'd be bad, wouldn't it? Hey, did you know his father is the Marlboro Man?
No.
Our era, the Marlboro Man was, his grandfather is a Marlboro Man. You know what his grandfather's real name is?
No.
Dick Hammer. Hey, I'm dead ass serious, E.
I've been dealing with this.
Hey, he was a hell of an athlete. Google it. He's a hell of an athlete, too.
All week.
Hey, could you imagine? Hey,
did you say Dick Hammer?
That's right.
That's his name. He got it all week.
E, could you imagine being a Marlboro Man and having the name Dick Hammer? And living back in our generation?
No.
Actually, a little before ours, because that was my dad's.
That's before our generation.
A little bit, but we knew who the hell he was.
Yeah.
Golly.
The Marlboro Man?
All of a sudden, I'm rooting for Sam Darnold, man. I'm a big Darnold fan now. Hey, I want to ask you about the running backs. I mean, the Texans are obviously Joe Mixon. Whatever's going on with Joe Mixon, the injury, whatever happened with him, it's still up in the air whether he's ever going to play again. But the Texans are going to end up being in the running back market, and there's a running back in this game, Kenneth Walker, that is I think he's going to be on the market and be one that's going to strike it big. But just your thoughts on him as a running back and obviously if the Texans get their hands on him, that'd be a huge plus.
Seattle would be a fool to let him go.
Yeah, they would be.
Yeah, I mean, why would you let him go?
Yeah. You know what people doing with running backs.
I know what they're doing. That's why they're not being good for a long time, because they're playing running backs like they play with pennies and nickels and dimes. I mean, at the end of the day, man, you got your jewel. You better keep it, because it's hard to get that kind of productivity out of that position with the skill guy that this guy's bringing to the table. And I'm not sure if this guy would go to the Texans and be as good.
Yeah.
Two different systems. At least I see on the surface. I haven't really analyzed.
It is. You got Kubiak, and then you got more of like the old school New England system.
And he should be a fool to try to leave a system that he's had success in. And that's the problem. People leave things for wrong reasons. They go down for the money, but the system is not suited for you. And now you get lost, and you're nowhere near as productive, and your career is cut short.
Yeah.
Versus staying where you're having success at and riding that thing out, because the long haul you will be better versus the quick money.
How do you feel about the Cowboys, E, right now? We had Darren Woody on the other day, and Woody went down that road of, we got to play better defense. And everybody understands that, right? But I pushed on Woody a bit of like, hey, man, obviously they got to play better defense. But it seems like there's a deeper issue in Dallas. And it's – I always go back to Monday Night Football. They get their ass kicked on Monday Night Football, and then CeeDee Lamb and Diggs is cutting a video the next night in a club in Houston. Which, I mean, if anybody understands Dallas and how inviting it is, it's me. But I like that mentality.
It ain't just you, it's us.
I know this didn't want to pull you in.
If I got to hear about this Hooters one more time.
but where I'm going with it is like, man, are we at a point where like something bigger's got to change other than just, hey, man, Eberflus wasn't worth the damn on the defensive side of the ball?
I agree. Something bigger has to change. I think the mindset and the philosophy around what we want to do. We need to go back to the blueprint that built it what it was. And we've gotten so far away from that I don't even think we can even recognize what to do any longer. I think looking at the gambler and his Cowboys clearly define what the blueprint looked like. And I think this past year offensively, I believe we got to some level of balance. We ran the ball effectively, got over 1,000-yard rusher, and we threw the ball very effectively. CD had an injury plague year a little bit, but we still threw the ball well. And George Pickens came in and stepped up. Turpin did what he needed to do, and other guys stepped up too. So wide receiver core-wise, I think we're pretty solid if we bring Pickens back. Running back-wise, I think we're pretty solid.
If you bring Williams back.
If we bring Williams back. Then do we have room to upgrade the offensive line a little bit? Not a whole lot, but just a little bit. Defensively, Lord knows we need to perform surgery over there. We perform surgery over there because the front end and the back end is not on the same page. Yeah. That's an issue all by itself. And the motivation of people. Think about it this way, Clint. When Jimmy came in, there was a unified motivation. Coaching-wise, organization-wise, and that unified motivation was all about winning and what it takes to win. Because buying a team for $140 million did not guarantee you win or success. What guaranteed you win and success was performance on the football field. So, therefore, there was a unified mission. Yeah. Jimmy was in charge of the unified mission on the football field. And that unified mission came to fruition when he hired Norv Turner. And from that point on, everything else took off. And the mission was complete. Once we landed that very first Super Bowl, then the second Super Bowl, then the third Super Bowl, the mission was complete. Now, that doesn't guarantee that you're going to be there every year, but it says that you have the ability to be somewhere competitive every decade. Yeah. Not every 30 years, every decade. And if you stick to the game plan and the philosophy of that, and from there, or let it get away from you. You are leading now. The 90s, the Cowboys was leading, showing people this is the offense, and everybody else was trying to do what we were doing. Yeah. That's why the greatest show on turf happened. They were trying to do what we were doing. But we were also leading even in the NFL office. Jerry said, I want my rights back. I ain't sharing it with nobody that's not trying to be a winner. So he got his rights back. We were leading there. And so now what are we doing? We're not leading nowhere but losing. leading them people right to get slaughtered.
Just let it out.
Them boys having a good time.
They're having a good time, but nobody's winning.
Let it out, Emmitt. Just let it out. Just let it out. Just let it out. I do want to hear who you're working with real quick. You said they need surgery on the defense.
Yeah.
With that, do you think that still means that George Pickens is a priority?
Yeah, I think George Pickens and Williams is a priority.
Got to have them.
You got to have them.
Even with the defensive issues.
Even with the defensive issues, you got to have them. Because if you lose that, now you're losing on both sides of the ball. You got to at least win on one side of the ball. Defense may be a little bit easier to get right. Offense is very delicate. Defense, you can have some guys fly around the ball and make plays. And you may get, you definitely got to upgrade your linebacker core. Yeah. And you got to get some defensive rotation because you ain't going to wear Williams and the other kid out. You don't want to do that. You want to preserve them and keep them fresh. And when they stay fresh, they keep the pressure on. And when the next group is fresh, they keep the pressure on. So you got to address the front seven of the defensive line, and you got to bring Pickens and Williams back. You got to.
We'll see if they can get it done, man. We appreciate you, man. Tell us about who you're with and what you got going on.
Yeah, I'm still working with Emergent and Narcan, spreading awareness around Narcan and the opioid overdoses. We're trying to encourage people to continue to carry Narcan on them. We have a new case right now, the carrying case, carrynarcan.com. And you can go to narcan.com/carry Narcan and get this case for free. And so with that said, we just want people to be ready. If you stay ready, you don't have to get ready. You know the drill.
That's right.
If you stay ready, you don't have to get ready.
Right.
So being ready to serve someone that might be in need is really what we're trying to encourage people to do, trying to save another person.
There we go, man. We appreciate you. Always love catching up with you.
Thank you, guys. Y'all be good. Stoerner.
It was a good few years.
The number one Stoerner.
I don't even want to know what the mental stories that y'all got in your minds that y'all can't talk about right here.
Hey, man.
Hey, just get your Narcan, man. Stay ready.
This is the coolest white kid out there. You know, there's cool white folks, and then there's brothers that should have been brothers. And he's one of the brothers should have been a brother. Matter of fact, he is a brother. He just don't know it.
Hey, I told him he's that white unicorn.
Hey.
All right, Emmitt, we appreciate you being here with us, man. It's Hall of Famer Emmitt Smith joining us. Coming up as we continue here live from Radio Row. I know we've been talking about the Super Bowl and football, but let's look at these Rockets, man. They lost another tough one last night. Didn't make any moves at the deadline. What is your concern meter with the Houston Rockets as we turn this thing over? We'll do that as we continue live right here on The Drive.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you about Generator Supercenter. Y'all look.
Is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
Live in San Francisco, LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, shout out to Emmitt Smith. It was great talking to him, as always. Good times with him, and we advise you, go ahead and check that out. It's on YouTube. You can see that interview, and I'm sure it'll be all over our digital platforms as well. So a good time. He's our last guest this week. We've had a good run, multiple Hall of Famers. I mean, we really keyed in on, like, the Hall of Fame backs.
If Barry Sanders would have slid over here, we'd have hit a grand slam, boys.
Yeah, tough outfit from Barry today. Sometimes
Barry ain't never looked like one that gave two rips about what he was throwing on.
I don't think he does. I bet you're right.
He had the old short sleeve button up tucked into some breeches and.
Yeah, the short sleeve button up. That's a tough one for me.
Well, I don't mind the short sleeve button up, but tucked in.
What was it, lime
and
green?
then cinched up. Yeah, lime green, gray pants, cinched up belt.
Oh yeah, that
with some
belt
old school Nike, like not even like the Jordan slides or anything like that, like just the old school running Nike walking shoes that he had on. Yeah,
big block ones. Yeah,
it wasn't it.
Yeah, I mean, you're
but
right. It was
if you're
comfortable
Barry,
as hell.
if I was Barry Sanders, I wouldn't give two rips.
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't come out like that.
No, you are right.
You didn't go out like that. Hey, man, as we continue here on Radio Row, hey, I wonder, 713-572-4610. I saw some people on YouTube and Twitch going back and forth on this in the first hour. The Rockets, they lose again tonight, and they lose to the Hornets team. Now, I know some people will look at, damn, they lost to the Hornets. The Hornets are playing. They're not the normal Hornets. They're making trades, moves. They're competing. They're probably going to potentially, at the very least, make the play-in. I think they got a chance to be a playoff team. They're playing pretty good basketball, especially of late, as they're inside the play-in, and with the moves they've made, I think they can make up some ground potentially to get higher up in the Eastern Conference. So they're playing a lot better. They whooped OKC not long ago. They've had some really good wins here of late against good teams above 500, but still back-to-back losses at home to the Celtics and the Hornets. And Clint, I'm not a big stat person, but they're 11-9 since the start of the new year, and they are 29th in the NBA in points per game. And this was one of the best scoring offenses in the game at the early part of the year, and they, since January, are one of the worst offenses in basketball, which is insane, and just barely above 500. Now they are tied with the Lakers in the 4 and 5 spot there in the West. But they didn't make any moves at the deadline, and this is just not trending great right now. I just there's got to be some level of concern right now with the Rockets.
Well, what do you think? What do you think it is? I mean, the hard thing for me as a Rockets fan to kind of stomach the whole deal is you watched a team last year that was just a bunch of young, physical, go hard all the time type of guys, and you watch them consistently overachieve and consistently develop and get better. And, you watch them play a very inspired brand of ball, and now you sit around and it's like, I'm not real sure what team's going to show up. I'm not real sure, as you just laid out, that they're not beginning to regress in a big way.
Yeah,
it's not even close. When I watch them play, it's not even close to the identity that we watched them play with last year.
Yeah, they were a more offensive-driven team. I think a couple of things. I think teams, we saw this with the Texans after that year. The teams are taking it more serious, right? Obviously, like the Rockets are a big game now for teams. They were one of the Western Conference favorites, and I think we're just seeing some steps back right now from guys. And this could just be a rough spot right now. Again, it's not. They're 31-19, right? They're still, not in the play-in or anything. But it isn't trending to what you were thinking. The hope and the thought was this is a team that can compete, and them losing back. They were, and I think me and Tyler, I think we discussed it. They have one of the home wrecks in basketball, and then you go and lose back-to-back home games to the Celtics are better than maybe people thought this year, but you're supposed to be a better team than the Celtics. But there's something going. There's something up, right? This is more than just – it feels like it's more than just a rough spot. I know Lopez was really jumping on that. We were at dinner last night talking about Raphael Stone after the deadline, talking about, well, maybe this ain't our year or something like that, which is like, what are we talking about? Like, what are we even having that kind of conversation? What you mean it's not our year? This was supposed to be a potential championship level team. I don't know. There's a level of concern, not just like what is going on. This is getting away from them, but I said it last week. I don't think this is a team that can win a championship as they're constructed right now. But damn, they shouldn't be losing at home to them.
But we're bordering, and maybe I'm overstepping because I'm just a casual, but. We're bordering on really not knowing who you are, what's your identity, and what roles are your key guys. We're not talking about roles.
And the thought was they were having that with this team.
Yeah, but
but now
it's one thing to go, hey man, what is Reed Shepherd's role? But you look up and outside of Şengün and Durant, I don't know, and you got obviously some role players that they know, but how does Amin Thompson fit in there? What are you going to do with your big men now? How does that end up working out? It just, to me, it's where instead of trending in the right direction and going, yeah, they'll get this thing figured out, it seems like there's, with every passing week, there's more questions.
Yeah. All right, coming up as we continue, some news out of the NFL, kind of a surprise, and how bad were we? How bad were we with our Super Bowl picks, our MVP picks, our Defensive Player of the Year picks? I think Tyler has those saved to see how bad we were. Now
why are you talking about old stuff, T?
It's going to be good. You're going to love it.
Now we know the answers to these questions. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, before
888-222-2222. The best sports talk around, anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Live in San Francisco, LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here on Radio Row. And we appreciate everybody who has rolled with us. It's been a fun and good time. I do want to get to how bad we sounded, Clinton Tyler, on our predictions. I know we did Super Bowl matchup predictions. We know what it is. I bet none of us had Seahawks, Patriots. We've got the MVP, Defensive Player of the Year. I cannot wait to hear what it is we said. But before that, do want to run across some news. Former Washington Commanders, former Arizona Cardinals head coach and offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury is joining the Rams coaching staff. Not sure the capacity yet because Nathan Schillhouse, who was a head coaching candidate, finalist for the Browns job and interviewed other places, probably appears to be the one that everyone would thought would take the next step to take LaFleur's job after he took the Cardinals job, but we'll see. But he is going over to the Let Me Be a Head Coach rehab program under Sean McVay. So that is where I'm surprised that's where he went, but that is where Cliff Kingsbury is going next year. So
yeah, McVay has become the Saban of coach rehab, right? I mean, it's you go in there, it seems like you get out pretty quick and get another shot at head coaching or OCing or whatever it is you want to do next. And so yeah, I mean, Cliff, if there's any knock on his offense, you know, I imagine it could be upgraded, you know, with that you spend a year in that Rams system. So yeah, it'd be a good fit.
All right, let's start with our MVPs. Let's see what that sounded like. Who we picked for the MVP? We know last night Matt Stafford of the Rams won the MVP and felt like that was going to be the case. But I can't remember who I said. Probably got an idea of what I said, but let's hear our predictions of what the MVPs were going to be. All right, Clint, who was your Defensive Player of the Year and your MVP this year?
You'll like this. I'm going Defensive Player of the Year, Will Anderson, and I don't think it's a homer take. I think he's in the conversation. I think when you look at Defensive Player of the Year, you got to have double-digit sacks off the end. I think more than likely, and I think he gets there. You got to be a guy that plays the run as well as you play the pass. I think he checks that box, and you know, I think he has officially arrived on the NFL landscape, and people are going to give credit where credit is due. I think Will Anderson is a guy that I see getting Defensive Player of the Year.
For me, Defensive Player of the Year, I'm going to go Micah Parsons. I think the Packers are going to be really good, and there's a story there that people are going to be watching, and I think he's going to go off because I think he's got a better defense around him. And then my MVP is Joe Burrow. I think Joe Burrow will win enough games this year, and they are throwing the hell out of it, and he'll put up big numbers. And it's always about a story. He's one of the best quarterbacks in the league, and now Mahomes has two. Josh Allen won this year. Lamar's got two. He is the one quarterback of those guys that haven't won it. So I go Joe Burrow. Your MVP?
MVP, I'm going Jaden Daniels.
Oh, okay.
Going Jaden Daniels.
You like Washington?
Yeah, well, I think, you know, they add weapons, they add protection. He gets his offensive coordinator back. It's a high-flying offense. I do think the legs are real with Jaden Daniels. A lot of guys use their legs and maybe have a big year when it's not expected. I think his legs are real. I think he's as good as anybody not named Lamar Jackson when it comes to using his legs as part of their plan and what they do. And so, yeah, I think I think Jaden Daniels is the guy this year.
Tyler, who's your Defensive Player of the Year and your MVP?
Ooh, Defensive Player of the Year. I'm going to go with the Aggie that won it in 2023, Myles Garrett. I think he'll be even more motivated in some ways after getting that big payday for the Cleveland Browns, and he'll go to work as he always does. So I got Myles Garrett there. And MVP, I mean, I want to say Mahomes, but I really hope I'm wrong. I'm tired of him.
There's no need to be wrong about that. It was right.
How about
somebody
that,
got
boys?
it. You got Myles Garrett. You pick enough Aggies, you'll get it.
Ding, 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 ding,
I feel better. Mine was very injury driven, and
the only one who wasn't injury driven was Tyler's.
Yeah, but he did.
He just played pissy po.
All right, well, what was our Super Bowl predictions? What did we have in terms of the matchup in the Super Bowl that we all predicted? Who's your Super Bowl, Clint?
My Super Bowl is Eagles, Ravens.
Yeah, I think that I've seen that a lot. I've seen that picked a lot. Tyler, I'm gonna go. Chiefs Packers. I said I think Micah is gonna have a big year, and I think the Chiefs are pissed. All right, Tyler, what's your Super Bowl?
I'm going Eagles Bills.
Eagles Bills. I've seen that a lot too. A lot of people love the Eagles.
Yeesh.
Why are we doing this to ourselves?
That was rough.
The Chiefs are gonna be pissed. Pissed to 6 wins.
Hey, one of us nailed one, though, baby. Myles Garrett prediction right here.
You did. That was good. That was good. Tyler wins that round. All right, coming up as we continue, we do this with the Texans every week. Little matchups of the game when the Patriots have the ball and when the Seahawks have the ball. We'll do that coming up next.
LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610, live from Radio Row.
Somebody asked us, did you feel an earthquake? And I was like, wait, are they just joking?
onto your claim ticket.
Oh, I'll hang on to this forever. Have you been on eBay? There's so many finds. And I bet that diving watch would sell fast. Just saying.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Live in San Francisco, LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back here to The Drive as we are live here on Radio Row. It's been a fun week. It's been a good time, and shout out again to our dangerous sponsors. I'm telling you, you look at LaCour 43, man. LaCour 43 might get folks in trouble around here, but we appreciate them giving us the ability to get down here and have fun and share with you all, as well as Planet Fitness and everybody that's helped us get down here. But Clint, we got to get down to the game. We got to get down to the game. We came down here to cover the big game, and I'm with you. We talked about it earlier. The buzz maybe not being as big. Are you getting a little bit more into it?
I don't know if I am, man. I'll be honest with you. The more I talk to people, it's not just me. It's not just me. It seems like everybody I talk to is like even the ones that are fans of these two teams are like, they always start with, well, you know, I understand the star power's not there, and it may not be the sexiest matchup, and all the way down to the people that typically this is the only time of year when they watch the NFL. Boy, there is just a lack of appeal to your just, you know, your folks that typically just plug in during the Super Bowl. My wife, my mom, a lot of my family, you know, that aren't typical, the women in the family. This is the time of year they usually plug in. I don't know if they are.
This may be just like we just attended a party.
Yeah.
In the background.
Which look, let's be honest, my crew has no problem with just attending the party. If there's a football game being played, there's plenty of cold beer to sling around. But I think the appeal of this Super Bowl is on the low end. Yeah.
But I will say, I think I'm with you. I think the juices and the buzz is kind of down, just kind of the star power. But it does feel like it could be one of those situations where all of a sudden a good ass game breaks out.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Like you can see. I think we talked about it earlier this week. I think you said it. I don't know that anybody's gonna blow anyone out.
Yeah.
Right, like it's hard to see. I think Seattle overall talent, they've been the best team all year. I think they're really, really good. But it's also hard to see Vrabel, McDaniels, and that crew come out and get away from them.
Yeah, look, I think when you look at it on paper, I think Seattle far and away is the better team. But
he's got more dudes.
The operative word, yeah. I mean, you just at this point, you've always said it, man. Your big game players show up in big moments. There's not a bigger moment in the season than this right here. And I think when you talk about your big time players, your star players, your superstars, not that there's a ton in the game across the board, but I do believe that your Seattle Seahawks have more than the New England Patriots. And now we'll see how that comes, if that comes to fruition in the game. But I will say this: I do think you're purist in football that just greatly appreciate good, solid football teams. Love this matchup because you don't have – neither team is carried by one side of the ball or the other. It seems like you got good quality football teams with complementary units on both sides of the football. Two really good defenses that are probably better than advertised, and then two offenses that I think have complemented really good defenses all year long. Now I think Seattle's probably the better offense, the more convincing product on offense, but Drake May's been special this year. So I think if you like to sit down and watch really good, deep football teams, football games, this could be a high-scoring game. It could be a low-scoring game because both units on both teams on each side of the football have the ability to either shut down or score points. So we'll see. It's hard to judge this one.
You know, these are complete teams. Right?
Yeah.
These are both really complete teams, so much so both of them are top 8 in total offense and total defense. Like both of them fall in the top 8 in total offense, total defense, and I think that kind of shows itself. All right, we do this, Clint, during Texans games, and when we're preparing for games each and every Sunday. And I think for this game, we might as well do it here. And that's a little matchups. The matchups to really look at. And let's start when New England has the ball, right? We've watched this Patriots offense that's been one of the best offenses in the league all year long, right? We talked to Ted Johnson yesterday. They were a top offense all year, top 5, top 3 offense all year, put up numbers in big games. We haven't seen that as much in the postseason for many reasons, weather, defenses, whatever. What are you looking at? What's the matchup in your mind when the Patriots have the ball?
Well, I think there's a few. When the Patriots have the ball, I think the big matchup, we saw it in the Texans game, is their slot receivers, which I think Diggs is probably going to fall in that category. What's the young cat's name that scored the touchdown on the Texans early in that game, the long touchdown?
Douglas, yeah.
There you go. Him and Diggs matched up on Eamon in that nickel safety kind of hybrid player right there, whoever the Patriots deploy at that position. I mean, I'm sorry, the Seahawks deploy at that position. However they decide to attack that slot position, I think is going to be big. But the key here, the matchup here that's worth discussing is the Eamon ankle injury that happened a couple of days back. I mean, that could end up being a problem given how Josh McDaniels has the ability to attack certain defenders. So I think that is a matchup. But I'm going to tell you, Ron, in this game, I don't think New England has the power, the explosiveness, the players. I don't think they have the ability to keep up unless Drake May's legs are a major part of this game. I know the over-under in rushing yards is I think mid-30s for him, 36, 37.
All day, boy.
Yeah, I think they've got to almost force the issue. His legs have to be a major
you think
part.
Like design runs almost?
All of it, Ron. Designed, on schedule, off schedule. I think they've got to the one thing that Josh McDaniels, we've seen him do it with the likes of Cam Newton and those kind of players. But the one thing that he has to do is I think they've got to manufacture some drives and manufacture some chunk plays and manufacture some scoring, some points. And I think the best way for them to do that, obviously, is with Drake May's legs. And so I think that is probably the biggest factor in this game. And I'm not just talking about in a scramble position. I'm talking about
like
across the board. Yeah,
like what they did to end the game. Those designed to keep rollouts and.
But I mean, I think Ron, this has to be like he has to be like leading rusher type stuff. Like somehow, some way, Drake May has to impact this game in a way of when it's over. If they won, we're talking about his legs and how he jumps on the scene after an MVP caliber career. When the lights are the brightest, he jumps on the scene because his legs are just absolute game changer. Like I think that has to be the path for the Patriots.
Yeah, when I look at this game, because I think obviously when they have the ball, it's going towards Drake May. Drake May is the guy. We talked to Ted Johnson yesterday. He said, you look at their receiving core, they got some nice guys. Look at their backs. I think Stevenson's nice. Henderson could be, a wild card. But to me, I think there are two reasons we could look at and say, why has Drake May not looked like the guy that looked like all season? Why has Drake May not looked like the guy who led the league in yards per attempt and also in completion percentage?
Yep.
How come we haven't seen that guy? I think you could look at weather as a potential in the way they play games. But I think he's getting sacked 5 times a game.
Yeah.
They got him 5 times. The Texans got him, I think, 5 times. He got sacked a bunch of times he's gotten sacked 15 times in the postseason, in the 3 postseason matchups. And it's clear, like Campbell on the outside, their tackles, they got 2 rookies on that left side at guard. And that's a problem. To me, the matchup is you get DeMarcus Lawrence, who's had a bounce-back season. I think you talked about it earlier. Byron Murphy and Leonard Williams. These are 2 guys that are near 8 to double-digit sacks from the inside. What's his name? Mafe, the guy they can bring in as well. They got a bunch of dudes. And the struggle to me for the Patriots up front has been they haven't been able to hold these guys down, and the pressure, and you can see him feeling it.
Yeah.
And it's not just that, Clint. They've caused turnovers with it.
Well, Ron, against these caliber defenses that he's played, like you said, I think the weather has played a major role, so I don't know what to make of it. But when you look at Drake May and the stat that you threw out there that I think is unbelievable, and it's big time, right? Leading the league in yards per pass as well as completion percentage. I don't think that combination works in the playoff versus these defenses, right? You got to pick. You got to pick which one do you want to lean into. And I think Drake May's got to lean into the completion percentage part of how he was successful all week long. I mean, all season long. Now, look, you can throw the low percentage go routes, and it may win you a game. Butte against the Texans on Stingley.
Yep.
But if you're banking on winning and losing a Super Bowl with Butte beating guys like Stingley, I don't know if that's their path to victory. I think it's the higher completion, sustaining drives, not taking hits, not turning the ball over, not letting that defense get rolling.
They got to stay out of third and long.
Yeah, well, you got to keep your quarterback clean, and you can't expect to do it against great defenses if your quarterback's going to hold the football and try to drive it down the field all the time. Pick and choose, sure. I wonder if Drake May, what he was able to do against the Texans, you wonder if a lot of that was weather-driven, right? I mean, and so we'll see. Well, I think he's got to lean into that completion percentage, that high completion percentage, and just not lose the game first and foremost and give himself a chance to win in the fourth quarter.
Because he had multiple sack fumbles. He had it against the Chargers. He had it against the Texans. When he fumbled, the Texans stripped him two or three times and got a couple of them. So, yeah, he's definitely, they've got to shore that up. Campbell, those guys, because, I mean, that's a big major part. And I think that you could say that's maybe one of the biggest reasons why Drake hasn't looked at. And to go with your point is, you got to use your legs off of that too. You got to
quick decisions. It's got to be quick decisions, Ron. If it's not there early, don't sit back there and drift around and look for somebody when we know they're all out pressuring you. I mean, you got to put your foot in the turf and get north and south. And I think that's how they ultimately, if he's back there floating around trying to make big plays and showing his youth, I think it becomes a major problem for the Patriots. But we'll see. I mean, he's got some of the best coaching staff in the league around him, and they've overcome it this season. So we'll see if they can do it on the big stage.
All right, so we've got that's that big key when they have the ball, the Patriots have the ball. How about the other side? Sam Darnold, I think you could argue the biggest story coming in here, and this Seattle offense that has been rolling. All right, they played two teams that they were really familiar with in the 2 rounds of the playoffs. They played the 49ers and just beat the hell out of them and offensively got what they wanted to get. And then against the Rams, they got what they wanted to get as well, and Sam was really good. For you in this matchup, this is, I would say, this is a step up in defense than they have played. The Rams defense had really started to leak here late. This is a step up in what the Patriots have been able to do. And what are you looking at? What's the matchups for when the Seattle Seahawks have the ball?
Yeah, well, look, I think it starts inside. You know where I see it, man. We talk about it all the time. I just think there's no force stronger in the NFL on the defensive side of the football than interior pressure. And when you look at what the Patriots have, man, is Barrymore and Milton Williams inside. I would argue that that's a strength of their defense. So those two guys right there versus the interior offensive line of the Seahawks, number one. I mean, that matchup in itself, just talking football X's and O's, that matchup in itself is going to determine this game and how kind of the trajectory of this game. Now, as we take a step further and we talk about the issues, the struggles, the downfalls of Sam Darnold, I think Darnold has succumbed to pressure. And we talked about it yesterday, led the league in turnovers this year. I mean, he will turn it over. He will succumb to pressure. We saw it last year with Minnesota, the way they exited the playoffs. So there's no better way to get that pressure and to get to the shortcomings of Sam Darnold than to do it with Milton Williams and Barrymore. So, I believe it starts and stops with those two guys when Seattle has the ball, Ron. And the other part of this is Jackson Smith and Jigba. I think the silliest conversation around this whole Super Bowl, if I'm being honest, is, boy, New England's got to take Jackson Smith and Jigba out of the game. Do you not think that since he was on a historical run, I think by about week 6.
We watched the Texans try to do it.
Yeah, but Ron, I think it was week 6 when everybody realized, like, Jackson Smith and Jigba he is on pace to have the biggest year ever from a production standpoint. And ever since then, I mean, they're really a one-trick pony on offense when it comes. They run run the football. I'm talking about through the pass game. I mean, a Cooper Kupp, no disrespect, but really everybody's complimentary to what Jackson Smith and Jigba does.
Deep ball to Shaheed.
Absolutely. They got good complementary pieces, but they're going to go as far as Jackson Smith and Jigba. But the point is since midseason, every defense they've played, teams have been trying to figure out how to take Jackson Smith and Jigba out of the game. You don't think the teams that they played 2 and 3 times, the 49ers and the Rams, weren't trying to take Jackson Smith and Jigba out of the game?
And he lit them up.
I think that's the silliest conversation around this game. You will not take Jackson Smith and Jigba out of this game. You may eliminate him from the first half, but you better believe it. Clint Kubiak is going to find a way to get him the ball. In fact, if the Patriots win this game, Vrabel, and I don't even know who their defensive coordinator is, whoever their defensive coordinator is, needs to be the player of the game if they find a way to completely eliminate Jackson Smith and Jigba from the game, Ron. That's again.
I wonder what to do with Christian Gonzalez. They got a corner that they really like, but I don't know if that's the route.
Well, Ron, they're just so good in versus man and zone. They're going to find him touches. They're going to create free releases. They're going to create matchup problems. They're going to create where they know there's certain formations where they're going to know, hey man, they're going to be in a zone coverage versus this formation, and they're going to have answers. We know that if they pressure, we want to be in this formation. He's going to get touches anyway you slice it. And so I say all that to say I think a huge key when Seattle has the football is in critical moments of the game, third down in particular, when they do pressure, because I think pressure is the answer for New England. When they do pressure, can they win more times than they lose versus Jackson Smith and Jigba? Can they make his life difficult? They're not going to do it for 4 quarters.
They're going to have to mix it up.
Yeah, Can you do it 3 or 4 times, in a half to where he's not an option on third and critical? Can you do it in the red zone where he is just somehow finds a way, Clint Kubiak finds a way to get him open? You're not going to do it for 4 quarters. You're not going to take him completely out of the box score, but can you do it in critical moments, whether it's third down, like game momentum changing type moments, or red zone where there's obviously points at stake? So I think that's the key for Seattle.
All right, I'm looking at this, and you look at it and you say to yourself, all right, what do you got to take away? And I'm wondering what Vrabel and company are thinking with that. And to me is, I want the ball to probably be in Sam's hands on my on the way that I want it to be in his hands. So to me, I think the big matchup is Kenneth Walker and that run game. I think the Patriots have to, and they've been really good at it in the postseason. They gave the Chargers problems in the run game. They gave the Texans problems in the run game, and then even before it got terrible at the weather, they gave the Broncos problems in the run game. And to me, if you are able to take away the run game, you then make Sam have to have the ball, and you make Sam have to throw the ball and try to complete passes on your cord, right? And then maybe it is 3rd and 7s, or maybe it's like that, because what we have watched is, in both of these games, Kenneth Walker has gotten off.
Yeah.
Like their run game has been a compliment. Their offense has been rolling there. Sam threw for 340-something, but the run game opened things up, and Kenneth Walker has been as good as anybody there. I think you got to take one of them away. Yeah. You can't have Kenneth Walker, or to your point, as you've said, I think this can get away from him. You can't have Kenneth Walker going off, and then now they get to play action. And off, and it's easier to get Smith and Jigba going. If you're sitting in 3rd and 7s, and the key is 3rd and 7s. You said it. Solomon Wilcott said it earlier. Sam will turn the ball over. Sam will throw interceptions. He led the league in turnovers, and he will hold the ball, and he will turn the ball over, fumble the football. So I think, to me, that is a big key. They got to take something away, and they've got to take, to me, away Kenneth Walker in their run game.
Well, I mean, I think it's probably been somewhat over-discussed in a standpoint of how important the run game is to Clint Kubiak's offense. Now, I agree with the overall point of, hey, man, it's a big part of it. Now, I think Clint has been great this year in finding other answers. So I don't think it necessarily dictates their ability to run offense and move the ball and score points. But your point is spot on. I mean, if they're running the football effectively, then the pass game is going to be wide open. And so,
Kenneth Walker against the Niners.
He started off hot.
19 carries, 116 yards, and 3 touchdowns.
They cleaned up the Niners, didn't they?
Yeah, and then 19 carries, 62 yards, had a rushing touchdown, 4 for 50 in the air. So I think that is a huge, important part of this thing. I know it kind of sounds weird, but I probably want the ball in Sam's hands is what I would want. All right, as we get here, let's pick a little bit of this game here. Let's look at where we're going. I think we have an idea. Who do you have in this game? Why do you have in this game? And who's your MVP? You thinking coming out of it?
Well, look, I've got Seattle, and I've got Seattle big. I think the MVP is Sam Darnold. I don't think he slows down, man. I think with what he did against the Rams, outdueling the league's MVP, which we found out last night came to fruition. The 300-plus yard, 3 touchdowns, no turnovers. He was absolutely flawless against a really good defense on a big stage. I think Sam's turned the corner, and I think this is just another Sam Darnold night. I think when it's all said and done, I think he puts a team on his back, and that's how they win this game. So I got Seattle. And the other side of it, I do not think that New England has the firepower to keep up with Seattle going against the Seattle defense. I just don't think they have the firepower. I think Seattle wins this game by 10.
All right, I got I got the Patriots. I think this one is, and I think a lot of people. Last thing I've seen is I think 4.5, 3.5 is Seattle has been favored. I like the Patriots. I like Drake May. In this game, I think we're going to see the closer version of Drake May that we've seen throughout the season, and I do think I don't think the coaching is a huge advantage like some may think when you look at the experience, but I do think they have them ready. They've been listening to everybody talk about this Seattle football team for weeks, and I just don't think we've been able to see the real Patriots in this thing. Yeah. And I like their defense. I think that is the hidden thing. I think their defense has played a lot better, and when I think their defense, they have turned people over. Yeah. That's a big thing they've done. Weather has been included, but they have turned all of these teams over they have played, and that's been like a secret weapon for them. So I like it a close one. I got 27-24, and I do think this will be one of those games where I don't know if social media or whatever, but people will start to get into the game more and more as it's played because it's going to be a competitive game.
Since you gave a number, I'll give a number as well. I'm going 31-20. Seattle in this game. You hit the nail on the head, though, Ron. I mean, I think the big wild card here for most of the country. I know a lot of guys. We had Ted Johnson on yesterday's show. I know he was able to talk a little bit about Drake May and when he actually earned the MVP candidacy, or with how he handled the majority of the season. But I think once people realize, like, hey, New England's for real, and they got a real chance to win this thing and make a run, I think Drake May that was not his brightest moments. And so I think that's the one wild card here with New England, really with the whole game, is that Drake May dynamic. And let's be honest, here's where I'm at. If it works out the way that I think they win by 11. If it doesn't and New England wins the game, I think Drake May has a performance that entertains every one of them.
And a star is born. Drake's going to be. I have him as my MVP. A star is potentially born.
Hey, what's your wrapping this thing up, man? What's your biggest takeaways from Radio Row, man? Best times had. What's your moments?
I think we had a fun time with the guests this week, man. Yeah. I liked. We've had different type of guests, and of course, to me, the biggest takeaway is the Tide Pod gate. That is, I will never forget that as long as I live. I'm not proud of it, Sean. I've watched it every day. I've watched it multiple times every day. It's been a hell of a week, man. It's been a hell of a week.
Yeah, I've got to go. I got to go. The Dalton Schultz interview yesterday was big. I mean, if you're a Texans fan, that's just, it's unfortunate that you want to hear that or that you got to hear it. But the reality of it is, Ron, is that's exactly what you want your team saying and how you want them feeling if and when they do lose out. I started started to tell Dalton yesterday, like, hey, man, I know you're in a bad spot right now, but it beats the hell out of where you were 2 years ago, you know, when you like, there's no thought of him being here, so you just show up and have a good time. So the Dalton Schultz interview was big. I'm going to tell you, I did it again today, man. Easing on over here to Radio Row. I somehow found myself walking right in the middle of a media scrum, and not media scrum, but a camera crew that had about 14 gold jackets, all the guys that got announced last night, as well as several guys that that were past inductees that are current Hall of Famers, man. And so dynamic, man, of just being among some of the greatest to ever play it, man, and actually being in there, passing, get on the elevator with them and seeing them in the hallways and coming and going with those guys is pretty cool, man. Luke Kuechly was cool. Talked to him, spoke to him a couple of different times. That was a cool experience, man, to be able to be a part of that. So big shout out to Liqueur 43 and Planet Fitness for making that happen, man. Some of those experiences we just couldn't get anywhere else.
That's right, man. It's been a fun week, and we close the book here. Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row here. Super Bowl 60 right here in San Francisco. Clint, great job. Tyler, great job. Parker, great job as well. I am Ron, the show Hughley. And as always, Houston, we love you, baby.
So long, La Grossa. After 8 years and 2 titles with the Astros, Framber Valdez is moving on to Detroit. Can Dana Brown find a way to replace the former ace in the rotation and get the Stros pitching staff back to playoff form?
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713-CALL-LEE. On the West Sam Houston Tollway, northbound after Memorial, it's an accident that has a right lane blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. With the Super Bowl on Sunday, all of the conversation, and rightfully, quarterbacks, but both these defenses will end up being the story at the end of the game. Both are top 5 in points allowed per game, top 10 in yards allowed per game, and the Seahawks were top 10 in both sacks and takeaways. It should be a great game, but expect the story to mirror the 2 head coaches and their defenses. I'm Adam Abdallah.
I'm Yuval Michler, founder of Texas Mattress Makers. The biggest issue when people buy mattresses, no one educates them about what they truly need. That's where we're different. At Texas Mattress Makers, we take the time to educate you and help you find exactly what's right for you.
Right now, get 25% off top-selling mattresses. Queen mattresses start at just $599, plus 0% financing is available for up to 5 years.
Visit us at one of our greater Houston area locations or shop online at TexasMattressMakers.com.
John Lopez here. I asked a D&M executive the other day, who is your ideal customer? Is it someone who writes checks for ultra-luxury cars? Is it someone who trades every 3 years? Or is it a budget-conscious customer looking to save 30 to 40% on a monthly payment with reasonable terms? His answer? It's all of them and more. D&M Auto Leasing, 713-290-1000, or visit online today at dnmautoleasing.com and get no payments for 60 days.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-6623. 800-499-6623. 800-499-6623.
Days, it seems as if we spend most of our lives looking down, lost in our own worlds. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas knows some of these advancements in technology serve another purpose, to connect us all with 24/7, 360-degree access to the latest products and technologies to better serve your universe within. And as the most trusted customer-owned health insurer for nearly a century, we've remained community-focused, not public traded, grounded in our trusted local presence. So we don't only work for you, we work right here with you. At Blue Cross, we also believe in a larger world of wellness, and we'll make sure it's forever revolving around yours.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you can put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Closing down our time on Radio Row, presented by Liqueur 43, here's Paul Gallant and T-Mill on Sports Radio 610.
Hello, and welcome aboard a special radio edition of The Drive on this Friday. Gotta get down on Friday, February 6th, 2026. Yes, it is me, that obnoxious guy that used to do nights here, Paul Gallant. We've got a Tyler Milner in the house. I did not expect to be welcomed back with some voice guy action. And I'm not going to lie, it gives me a little bit of extra energy on this Friday. And in case you couldn't tell, on cup of coffee number 6, like I am Mike Vrabel sniffing down C4.
Or Verbal.
I am ready to go. Yes, it's Mike Verbal now,
yeah,
Tyler.
the Verbal, the coach of the year Verbal.
We did not get to go to San Francisco.
Womp, womp, womp.
I know Tyler's not that thrilled about it.
No.
Personally, I'm okay with it. The city of San Francisco does not exactly like me. Go look up an SF Gate article from early last year in the midst of Rockets and Warriors. But the Super Bowl is on Sunday. It's Super Bowl 60. It's the team I grew up rooting for against a team that I used to cover. It's going to be really interesting, as has been these last 2 weeks. Super Bowl week, the Bill 2 Super Bowl week. It's an interesting time for 30 NFL fan bases because just about everyone, except for maybe Jets, are looking at themselves in the mirror and wondering, perhaps singing as if they are Scott Stapp. What if? 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 Oh, God, it's so good. I can't wait till they're at rodeo.
That just turned me on, Paul. I know we don't know each other super well, but I like to be completely transparent. That just turned me on.
Listen, it's Friday, baby. Let's get freaky. Now, eventually, I will have to get back on topic, and that might have been the first reason I was canned from 610 all those years back, because I couldn't stay on topic, but I cannot wait to see Creed at the rodeo. But 30 NFL fan bases this time of year are thinking to themselves, what if, why the hell aren't we in this game? And I know that a lot of you guys have been feeling that way. I don't know if I entirely agree with you guys feeling that way, because, yeah, hey, you hung in that game despite 4 interceptions by C.J. Stroud against the New England Patriots, and Bo Nix would have been up next, and you could have been in the Super Bowl against a Sam Darnold Seahawks team that hasn't really been tested, at least defensively, by other teams' defenses in these playoffs. I think you'd feel pretty good about going up against he who once saw ghosts, Mr. Mono himself. But let's entertain this idea. What if? What if? What if? What if? As we think about what could have been, what are you seeing and hearing that actually could happen that would have had the Texans in this spot? And I know a lot of people are going to say, how about C.J. Stroud throw 3 interceptions? maybe 2. Could he give us that? And I also want to hear what you're seeing and hearing that is delusional. I'm seeing and hearing a lot of delusion. Some of it's coming from the actual Texans themselves at this moment in time. The Sports Radio 610 gang had a lot of awesome folks on during Radio Row, and Nick Caserio, as he always does, joined Payne and Pendergast. And he was asked early on in that interview about C.J. Stroud's performance against the New England Patriots, 4 interceptions in the first half. Here is what Caserio had to say about that.
Yeah, I mean, you said it. I mean, and I think it's true. When you look kind of when he came back, he played really clean, efficient football over the course of how many games there was. And then offensively, I mean, 12 turnovers on the year, second fewest or the least in the organization's history. So a couple of those plays, I mean, we're just probably trying to do too much, sort of make a play, and then sometimes it leads to a bad result. So in the end, okay, what happened. We got to figure out a way to just mitigate that as best we can. And then, we just got to move on. So, in the second half of that game, move the ball a little bit, made some progress. So, I mean, that's unfortunately it happened kind of bunches. But, I mean, that's the way it goes sometimes.
I'm not moving on, though. I'm not moving on. I saw Patrick Creighton at Area 45 coming up at 6 o'clock. I saw Patrick say today, like, when are you going to leave C.J. Stroud alone? I'm paraphrasing a little bit. That's not happening. It's not happening from your boy. But I feel, looking at that 4 interception performance, the way you heard Caserio describe it there, with a bit of bleep happens. I don't really like that. It wasn't just the Patriots game. It was the Steelers game, too. And sure, it's a new offense, but he had a full season to get there by the end of the year. Okay, Dalton Schultz, who feels like he lost the game for the Texans, more from him later. He wasn't there for most of that game. You had no Nico Collins. But it just feels like there's a lot of in the building, hey, let's just not turn it over 4 times next time around. And I mean, yeah, that sounds like a great idea. But I am of the belief that had the Texans advanced to the AFC Championship game and played against the Denver Broncos with all that powder that came down at the end of that game, I feel like Stroud would have had that same performance he'd had the 2 weeks before, even if he had the entire cast of characters around him. That's where I'm at. I no longer believe in him. Could always be brought back into the light, and putting a henna tattoo on him as a game manager. I look at this year, and sure, you could say, okay, well, bleep happens. Sometimes you throw 4 interceptions in a game. Do you throw 4 interceptions in a game when you're in a playoffs that has no Kansas City Chiefs and no Patrick Mahomes and no Lamar Jackson and no Joe Burrow? That ain't going to happen next time around. at least one of those guys is going to be back in the playoffs next year, if not all three. It's going to make it tougher for that awesome defense of yours to actually get the team to the conference championship game, let alone the Super Bowl. And are you saying to yourself that either 4 times in a row, because the goal is a Super Bowl, it's not to get to the AFC championship game. 4 times in a row can C.J. Stroud keep
You
it clean?
play to win the game.
Indeed you do, Herm Edwards behind the glass. Or do you get it 3 times in a row? Best case scenario, say you get home field advantage of the AFC, which is probably going to be very difficult to do because we all think that the AFC, when healthy at the very least, is a pretty loaded conference. It feels a little delusional the way that they are looking at this game. And then their actions are also showing a little bit of delusion here. 0 notable changes on the offensive coaching staff. Oh, the tight end coach? Okay, cool. Tight end coach probably should have been gone already. But I like Jerrod Johnson. He's back next season. Cliff Kingsbury was available until a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah.
Right. Like Cliff Kingsbury is now with the Los Angeles Rams, and he is taking a gig as an offensive assistant. I'm not saying I needed Nick Caserio gone, but I mean, shoot, would Cliff Kingsbury have been interested in being a quarterback coach for a year with C.J. Stroud? Was that an option you could have explored? Like, I just get the vibe that, yeah, we were really injured. We might see Joe Mixon next year. Dalton Schultz should be healthy. Nico Collins should be healthy. The offensive line should stay healthy for much of the year. And the offense is going to be 1 year more learned with an offensive coordinator now in his 2nd year. They're banking on a lot of things improving. And listen, every organization should trust their process. And I'm not saying that the Texans are a disaster like the Jets. 2 shots at the Jets in the first segment. Hell yeah. What I am saying is it just feels a little bit delusional to be looking at yourself in the mirror and saying, we're just going to roll everything back into next year and it's all going to be the same. I'm seeing a little bit of the delusion, too. Now, this is largely from the fan base, and I'm not going to tell you how to fan. Okay? If you want to find a way to get yourself excited and optimistic for next season, especially if you got to pay those season ticket prices, I'm not going to tell you anything otherwise, okay? I'm just going to deliver to you, though, my take on what I'm seeing from the reaction to C.J. Stroud's new look. I am really getting annoyed seeing people saying, C.J. Stroud is locked in. Oh, C.J. Stroud got a haircut. Now, I might be due for a haircut. I'm getting a haircut on Monday. Annie.
Dude, you got a strong flow going on.
It is a mullet, Tyler.
It's nice, though. I like it.
Thank you. I like that you like it.
I really do.
The girlfriend has been very supportive through this, I'm sure, difficult time for her. Because I've also got a beard. This was my Texans playoff beard, by the way. I'm still keeping it going for a certain team that's playing on Sunday. Yeah. It's got a lot of white in it, so she's got to tolerate this. But my dad, my mom, everyone's talking bleep about it.
Oh, yeah. I know how that goes.
So, like, maybe I cut this, I get locked in, and all of a sudden I find myself gainfully employed outside of the Gallant Says podcast. Maybe I'll find that. Now, listen, I'm working at Sports Radio 610. Very happy to be doing the show on Radio Week, not on Radio Row, today. But people are looking at C.J. Stroud, and he's cutting his dreads. He's getting rid of his braids. Oh, he's locked in. He's not going to participate in the Pro Bowl. He's locked in. Here's the thing about that. Now, some people I think are saying it jokingly online, but don't we all, at the very least, believe in C.J. Stroud enough to think that he was locked in for that game? Stroud's not a Johnny Manziel. He's not a Jamarcus Russell. He's a guy who's going to work his ass off, football junkie that he is, to be ready to go on Sunday. Stroud being locked in was not the issue on Sunday. Excuse me, 3 Sundays ago now. That wasn't the issue. Be a little respectful to him. And what is he, Bizarro Samson? Bible reference. Oh, his hair's gone, and now all of a sudden he's gonna be great.
He gets rid of the locks, and now he's locked in.
Right.
Yeah, that's how it works.
That's a nice little pun right there.
Yeah.
Good job, Tyler.
Thank you.
I'm just wondering if people that are saying that online, oh, he's locked in all of a sudden. Like, are you being serious? You're going around a little bit. Of course he wasn't going to accept the Pro Bowl nominee. Everyone hates the Pro Bowl now. It's the Pro Bowl games or whatever. There's a flag football game. I wish that more people opted out so I could play in it. Then everyone could finally see me exposed as the fraud athlete. Much worse athlete than I claim to be. All district safety at the lowest level of high school football in Florida. No big deal. I got just as much credibility as Clinton Sapp. I'm kidding. Look, a lot of delusion is coming out. It's from the fan base. It's from the organization right now. I'm curious as to how you feel about that. But listen, there are some things that you could perhaps cling to. What if? What if? Are things going to be different a year from now for the Texans? Give it to me, Scott. Give it to me, Scotty Stapp. Please. I need 3 more at least. Oh, yeah. Maybe this will make you believe. Dalton Schultz was on with the drive, Texans tight end, and he had some interesting comments just about how he looks at the offense and what his role in the offense was this past season.
Yeah, I mean, it's a new offense, but, like, it's stuff that I've been doing my whole career.
Yeah.
Like, stuff that I did in Dallas, stuff that I did in college. Like, it was, I don't know, it felt like an old, like, you know, felt like riding a bike. It was stuff that I had so many banked reps on. It's like I do feel like I was ahead of the curve maybe than everybody else. And so, like, I was always like, all right, here we go. Like, I see the covers, I know the read. Like, here's where I'm sitting. Like nobody's here.
Yeah.
Ball. And I think just CJ had a lot of trust in me over the last 3 years building that, and then seeing that, like, all right, like, I know where he's going to be.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think that was just more so of that. But especially just in, like, the run game for me personally, it was just so much, again.
What was the difference in that, man? What was the, because that was night and day.
It's a different thought process. It's a different methodology in terms of just how you work together, how you get to combos, how you go to the second level.
All that football stuff. Okay, all of a sudden, my brain, small brain, not know how offense works. X's, O's. yeah. I know sometimes I hear Clint explaining things online. I'm like, it's probably how Clint felt when he was in classes back in the day. Like, that's how I feel.
That's well said, and you're not alone.
You're like, give me a history lesson here. I'll understand that. And I played a little bit, again, a low-level high school football. Basically just disobeyed my coaches all the time. Bringing it back to this. If Dalton Schultz is somebody that C.J. Stroud trusted, great. Obviously, we saw it a lot this year. He had the most tight end receptions of any tight end in the league, or at least in the AFC. But do the rest of the offense catch up next year? Like, that's what you're looking at right now. If you're in a what if you are thinking about how the Texans could be in this spot next year, like, that's one of the things that you were pointing to. And I don't know how stock I can put into that. If you got something else, 713-572-4610. That is how you call in. That is also how you text in. A most interactive sports talk show in Houston edition of The Drive. I am Paul Gallant, sitting in for Ron and Clint, who are flying back from San Francisco, along with the rest of the Sports Radio 610 team. They did a great job in San Francisco. We got Tyler Milner behind the glass. You can also join us on YouTube if you want, or on the Twitch. We'll bring your comments to the table. What are the delusions you've seen, and what are the actual things that you perhaps cling to make yourself believe that the Texans are going to go a little bit further next year? Coming up next, the honeymoon phase is over for the Houston Rockets. I think it officially ended last night, and I'm wondering how many players are also in the same bucket as this very important figure now finds himself in. We'll talk about those things next. Paul Gallant on The Drive for Ron and Clint, Sports Radio 610.
LaCour 43 presents inside. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Closing down our time on Radio Row, presented by Liqueur 43, here's Paul Gallant and T-Mill on Sports Radio 610.
The 610 guys are on a plane flying back from San Francisco. So, yes, it is me, Paul Gallant, the old night guy, and Tyler Milner behind the glass holding it down until 6 o'clock when Area 45 take over. I think the honeymoon era is over for Ime Udoka. It officially ended in these back-to-back losses that the Rockets suffered to teams that were banged up and not playing their best players. It's one thing to lose to the Celtics, who somehow look like a title contender in the East. It's another thing to lose to the Hornets. And to look the way that they did last night, inexcusable. I don't care if it's a back-to-back. You got to figure it out. So I think we have gotten to the point where the honeymoon era is over for Udoka. I'm curious as to what other Rockets you might think are in that bin with him. But before we get to that, last segment I was talking about how this past week everyone talks about how they could have been in the Super Bowl. So many Denver Broncos. My God. Yeah, we should have been in the Super Bowl. Sometimes the better team doesn't win. Well, maybe if Jarrett Stidham didn't crap himself, you would be there. But that's a what-if problem for this offseason. So right now, all we have to do, we who follow the Houston Texans, is look at ourselves in the mirror and wonder if things will be different next time around. We can tell ourselves delusional things, or we could be like JP in the hit and arguably greatest baseball movie ever, Angels in the Outfield.
Oh,
hey,
classic.
It could happen. Yeah. We're waving our arms in the studio, T-Mill and I, like we are angels.
It could happen.
It could happen.
It could happen.
But will it happen? I don't know. Let's get to some of what you have to say first. 713-572-4610. It's Mike. Mike, what's up?
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, I think they could probably end up the same way as they did this year. It's going to all start with Stroud. And it just seems like he's clueless right now what to do. He was wanting more command of the offense. He has it now. And I didn't see him change the play at the line out of all the games that I watched this year. And it's going to start with the offensive line. And I think their first two picks ought to be going to the offensive line. And I'll just hang up and listen and enjoy talking to y'all.
Appreciate the phone call, Mike. Here's a big problem. We don't have faith in Caserio when it comes to addressing the offensive line, even if the offensive line got better this past season, especially in the draft. It just hasn't gone well. Did you guys remember that Juice Scruggs is still on the team? He is.
Oh my gosh, you're right.
I think he was the only guy that Nick Caserio didn't mention when asked about the offensive line at his end-of-season press conference. He did mention Blake Fisher, who is a blocking tight end, also a second-round pick. That's the thing that you get a little bit nervous about, because Caserio actually has done, I think, a pretty good job drafting at just about every other position. But this is the very important one. Still, though, it almost always goes back to, like, you need help around C.J. Stroud. You're basically saying he's a game manager and saying he needs a little bit more help around him. We're going to play some old quarterback audio from Radio Row, guys who caught up with the fine people here at our beloved Sports Radio 610. Cam Newton, Jeff Garcia, Rich Gannon, a little bit later in this 2-hour program of ours. Let's go to the text line, 713-572-4610. A texter says the Texans have some premium picks. They've drafted pretty well, a more favorable schedule. It all bodes for a better season next year. I mean, sure, you do have picks, but it is playing the lottery. Even with the best NFL personnel people out there, you can't count on anything coming in. And I mean, shoot, look, take a look at what you did in this past draft. You got contributions from these guys. You maybe got less than you wanted from Jaden Henson, from Jalen Knoll. Ariante Ursary, though, he stepped in. He did pretty well. Are you going to get those right away contributions out of the draft? Probably not, you know. Maybe by the end of the year you get them. And it does seem like this team likes to play the older players as long as they can, at least on the offensive side of things, maybe because the offense is a little complicated. Talking about that favorable schedule, they're going up against the NFC East, down year for the NFC East this past season. They're They're going up against the AFC North. Down year for the AFC North this past season. I imagine both divisions will be better this coming season. And then the Packers are the random NFC team, the fifth NFC team that they're going to play. Not the easiest opponent. And then they, of course, have a second-place schedule. I guess better than the first-place schedule. We shall see what happens. A couple other texts. My delusion from the 281 for the Texans is if they fix their offensive line and get a good running back, their offense will work. Another delusion, though. It does feel like the Texans might be thinking to themselves, yeah, Joe Mixon, he should be back. Oh, okay. Doesn't sound like the best plan, especially since none of us have any clue about what's going on with him. I've seen some people, by the way, in Texans media that are saying aloud, are you guys done wondering what happened to Joe Mixon? No, that should have been asked at every single press conference involving D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio this year. Every single one. Well, Paul, why don't you go do it? I should have. I actually should have. Hey, D'Amico, Joe, what's up? What's up with that? What's up with... One last text before we dive into some Rockets basketball from the 832. I vehemently, did I pronounce that right, disavow the microwave fandom that's attacking C.J. Stroud. I mean, I don't know if that's microwave fandom. I think it's people with eyeballs.
He set a record. He set a record with the 4 fumbles and the 4 interceptions.
Yeah.
So if you can't handle it, I'm sorry. But that's our job, man. I want CJ to succeed just as much as you do, Paul, just as much as you do, Texter, that can't handle the conversation. But he sucked. And if you're a fan of the Texans, you're not a fan of CJ Stroud. Like, it is what it is. We all want better for him, but come on.
It's a team game. And, yeah, to what you said, Tyler, now, I might not bleed battle red.
Sure.
But the Texans succeeding is directly tied to the success of everyone at this station.
Yes, absolutely.
We might nitpick and we might criticize, but, I mean, we all would love to have a Radio Row experience where all of a sudden we're the stars. And then maybe I throw a Tide Pod at someone and I make it big. Just gonna chuck it. Bam! Hit Sean right in the eyeball. Hey, Seth, listen, big fan of Seth Payne. I just want you to know, I would have not have grimaced the way that Sean did. I wouldn't have.
Listen, you little whore.
It's one of my favorite drops, and I had an opportunity to use it, really.
I'm still trying to figure out why it is that Seth threw the Tide Pod, and I can understand why Sean was as discombobulated as he was when he was hit by it. But here's the thing. For us who did not play in the National Football League, we all have to stand tall in the pocket. Because we can't, if we look like a little you-know-what-ski, and I think even Sean would be like, yeah, I wish I handled that a little bit different. I think all of us, we have to be as tough as we possibly can, because otherwise we can't really call anybody out, you know? Because generally, and I will pat myself on the back, amongst sports talk radio hosts in Houston, Texas, who did not play professionally at any level, I do like to think of myself as the most athletic guy out there. But, like, that takes work. You know, it takes going to the gym 5 days a week, blah, 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 blah. And all it takes is just getting hit in the face by a Tide Pod and looking like a little you-know-what-ski for all of that street cred that I've built up in my own mind to evaporate overnight. Anyway, we got off topic. Speaking of getting hit in the eye with a Tide Pod, how about the Houston Rockets the last 2 nights? Good God. Ew. I mean, you don't have enough Tide Pods to clean up the mess that they've left. Both of those performances were absolutely pathetic, and I think the honeymoon's over for Ime Udoka. It was fun at first. Brand new attitude of Rockets basketball. It's so different from all this Steven Silas kumbaya crap. I couldn't stand it. Well, he's just players trying to get through. No, stop. I want some accountability. I want some toughness. But it feels like the toughness is gone with Dylan Brooks. Weirdly. So here we are with 2 back-to-back awful losses. At the very least, looking at Ime Udoka with a little more clarity. All of a sudden, we're realizing that we've got a wife who does fart from time to time, which is a very realistic humanoid thing to do. I'm saying it like that, though, is when you bring in somebody new, you have this idealized version of them in your head for a little bit of time, and you see all the good. And we were just here with the Texans. We were just here with the Texans going into last year. Rookie season with C.J. Stroud. DeMeco Ryans' first season. Oh, my God, this is going to be incredible. And then the second year, it doesn't go as easy as it goes the first year, and you start to have real questions and to nitpick and to wonder about limitations of specific people that are a part of the organization. It is a natural thing to have happen. It's finally here with Ime Udoka, officially. I think everyone now has to be looking at him and wondering, okay, you preached toughness. Where's the toughness? You preached defense. What's been going on defensively? After last night's game, he was asked about Alperen Şengün and some of the struggles that he has had specifically defensively, and he sounded a bit exasperated.
What have you noticed in the last two games? It looks like teams are starting to try to hunt Alpy on defense to put him in a pick and roll situations.
It's been the case since I've been here, so no different there.
Doesn't that concern you a little bit? Doesn't that concern you? I mean, Ime's got to be lighting Alpy up in practice, time in, time out, and he lights up his players in these press conference settings, time in, time out. But no change is happening, and you got to wonder, at some point, does this start to get old? I saw a comparison made online to Kevin McHale last night. I'm a big fan of Kevin McHale, but he might not have been the best coach for that Rockets team, and obviously James Harden hated him at the very end of his time. I mean, it was Harden that forced McHale out. I like McHale, but I'm also from Boston, so I mean, cut me a little slack on that front. I might not be the most neutral observer there. But you hear Ime call people out in the press conferences. You're not seeing the changes that he is calling out to make happen. I mean, that is a little bit concerning. And now you got to also ask yourself, okay, well, who else am I going to look at now with a different look? And I'll be honest, I've never been the biggest Rafael Stone guy. His press conferences don't exactly inspire the most confidence. Like, he had plenty of time to prepare for what he was going to say at yesterday's trade deadline press conference. And like hearing this from him, like, has me back to looking at him with a bit of a side eye. This was lame.
Given the number of injuries we've taken, one thing we did look at was, is this just not our year? Because we do feel as though, like, in kind of leading into today, we've had some of the worst injury luck in the NBA. But credit to Ime and to the guys in there, our record doesn't reflect that. Our offense and defensive ranking don't really reflect that, and so we think, we like this group. And credit to Tillman. He didn't have an appetite for taking a step back. He definitely wanted to spend the money and give this group a chance to be as good as it can be, and just keep building and moving forward.
Okay. I understand not doing anything at the trade deadline. You're in a kind of crap cap situation with the luxury tax and all of that. You don't have Steven Adams. You don't have Fred VanVleet. Some of what Stone said there is true. But, I mean, the rest of the way, they're not improving this roster. You're still counting on Reed Shepherd to ascend to a level that he's not going to by the end of the year. You're hoping Amin Thompson becomes a better shooter by the end of the year. That's not happening either. So, once again, I'm saying the honeymoon phase is over with Ime Udoka. What I want from you, as far as the other guys that are around Ime Udoka, players in particular, who of those guys is the honeymoon era over for you? Is one guy, I'm just going to ask the question on the other side, is this one guy all of a sudden wearing thin with you? Also, we're going to go through some of the most interesting things that I heard this week on Sports Radio 610 at Radio Row. Lots of ex-quarterbacks with thoughts on C.J. Stroud. We'll roll through all of them. Paul Gallant, Tyler Milner behind the glass. We're hanging out for Ron and Clint as they come back from Radio Row in San Francisco. You're listening to Sports Radio 610 on a Friday. Got to get down on Friday.
LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Need your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
NCAA March Madness is coming to Houston. Attendance is encouraged. Passion mandatory. Get your tickets now at ncaa.com/MBB tickets.
Closing down our time on Radio Row. Presented by Liqueur 43. Here's Paul Gallant and T-Mill on Sports Radio 610.
Still weird to hear the Sports Radio 610 voice guy say my name again.
Hey.
Now that's a name I haven't heard in a long time.
Since the war.
Since the Clone Wars.
Oh, yeah.
Since the days of the Empire. Yeah, I'm just doing a terrible impersonation of Alec Guinness as Obi-Wan Kenobi in Star Wars episode 4, A New Hope. Think about
hello there.
Well, hello there. Hello there.
General Kenobi.
All right, so Radio Row has come and gone. The Sports Radio 610 crew is on its way back from San Francisco right now. It is me, Paul Gallant. You might know me from back in the day, along with Tyler Milner. We've got you till 6 with Area 45. A lot of quarterbacks came on Sports Radio 610 this week. And I want to give a special shout-out to all of those quarterbacks who gave us some content when it comes to C.J. Stroud. But before we get to that, the one thing I wanted to ask, you can weigh on this too, at 713-572-4610. Is Amin Thompson all of a sudden? Is the honeymoon phase with him? Have you gotten to that point? It's tough to watch him offensively now. It's not fun. I'm a huge Amin Thompson fan. The athleticism, I think it's second to none in the NBA, outside of maybe his brother on the Pistons, who is, by the way, his twin. But the offense is, man, leaving a lot to be desired, and I know it's going to take him time to develop the shot that he needs to have to be considered one of the best players in the game. I don't know if it even happens by the end of next year, but I think a lot of honeymoons are ending for those who follow the Houston Rockets. It's over with Ime Udoka. It's been done with Rafael Stone. So he does deserve credit for what he's done over the last couple of years. But now I think we're starting to look at just about everybody not named Kevin Durant. And shout out to Kevin Durant last night, holding Alperen Şengün accountable, and then after the game saying, listen, we can't let this negativity fester. We can't let it overtake us. But, man, those last two losses, especially as we were about to flip the page entirely from football season to basketball and waiting for the Astros to back. Oh, man. Does not inspire much confidence. Speaking of confidence, perhaps no one has as much confidence as Cam Newton, who often dresses like
an idiot.
I was just going to say Cam Newton, but yeah. Listen,
I hate the hats, dude.
They're a lot. At the very least, they're not fedoras. I don't think anyone can pull off a fedora. I don't.
No, you got to be retired and like 60, 70 plus, and even then, like you said, it's a stretch.
His are closer to Zorro hats and such.
I haven't heard that one, but that is spot on.
The fox, so cunning and free. I look at Cam Newton, and generally, all of his takes, I think the opposite. But it seems that Cam Newton and I are in agreement on one thing that we learned Cam Newton believes about C.J. Stroud, thanks to a one-on-one that he did with Reginald Atatula.
C.J. Stroud is a game manager for me, but I think every great quarterback shows those same qualities of managing the game at an elite level. C.J. Stroud is definitely a person that has a lot of upside, but he also needs help. I think what we've seen over the 3 years that he's been in the NFL is he's well and capable of, being the peak of that position, but the inability for the surrounding pieces to, kind of nurture his skill set has been something that he will continue to need moving forward.
The first part, I'm in agreement with Cam on, and it makes me second-guess myself just a little bit. It does, I'll admit it. Paul, you saying you're smarter than Cam Newton? No, I just think sometimes Cam Newton pulls things out of his keister. But I agree. The Texans are looking at C.J. Stroud like he is a game manager. If they are thinking that we will go farther next year, if he just doesn't turn the football over, stop trying to do so much. That's what we're hearing from behind the scenes. Oh, he was trying to do too much in those games. Okay, well, if you're asking a quarterback to do less, you probably think that he's a game manager. So do less. So I'm giving him that henna tattoo of a game manager. Henna tattoos, in case you don't know, these are the semi-permanent tattoos. They last a while, but they're not permanent. They're not forever. I think Stroud can theoretically get himself out of that, but that's what he is. That's how the Texans look at him right now. They can act like they don't look at him like that, but take it from this perspective. Game manager is not an insult. It's made out to be an insult very often. I don't think it's an insult. It's just it's a role that they think is best for them with that defense of theirs for the quarterback that's under center. The second part of that quote, though, is where Cam Newton lost me a little bit. God, there's so many quarterbacks, current quarterbacks, ex-quarterbacks, and they're like, yeah, the quarterback needs more help. I remember covering this up in Seattle with Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson regularly would talk about, yeah, I need more offensive linemen. Yeah, I need more wide receivers. Yeah, I need more tight ends when he was up there. This was when he was at his absolute peak. And you know what? If you're a quarterback, you want to have more power in an organization, lobby for it. See what happens. But I think very often quarterbacks would make poor roster builders, and they're constantly asking for more and more and more around. I guess if we want to compromise here, where I disagree with what Cam Newton says at the very end, if Stroud is indeed, oh God, it traumatized me a little bit hearing Russell Wilson say, Broncos country. That's right. He never did that in Seattle. He just said, go Hawks at the end of every single press conference. But if I'm going to compromise with Cam Newton on anything, okay, if the Texans view him as a game manager, then they need to give him more support. Is that an offensive lineman? Is that another running back? We shall see. So that's one of many quarterbacks who weighed in on C.J. Stroud's performance at Radio Row. I think we've got time for one more. Rich Gannon was on with Payne and Pendergast, former MVP with the Oakland Raiders. Guy who, I did not know this, at the end of the 1997 season, Rich Gannon won 6 games in a row with the Kansas City Chiefs, who were the 1 seed in the AFC that year. The Broncos went all the way, wild card to the Super Bowl, where they took down the Green Bay Packers. And Gannon got benched for the playoffs for Elvis Grbac, Grbac. There's too many consonants in a row. No offense. No offense to Elvis right there. It's interesting juxtaposition. The American name Elvis, the Grbac last name. Whatever the case, bringing it back to Rich Gannon. Rich Gannon is concerned with C.J. Stroud, as he shared with Sean and Seth.
I'm not going to lie to you. I'm really concerned. I think, the coordinator change has been a real thing. When I particularly the Pittsburgh game, when I watched his eyes, I mean, your body language is important. When he was not looking at the football and dropping the snap from center, and just how much they struggled against that Pittsburgh defense, that was a concern. They were able to win that football game, but he didn't play well in the postseason. There was. I was surprised they didn't make a change at halftime of the Patriot game. You know what I mean? I think so. This is an important offseason for him. It's a really important offseason. He's got to get back to the techniques and the fundamentals and really grind.
What can you do, though, over a couple of months to make sure that what happened against the Steelers and Patriots, the Steelers game, guys, do not forget it, the Steelers game and the Patriots, how do you stop that from happening again? Gannon continued expanding on his concern about C.J. Stroud with Sean and Seth.
I think you could come back from a half like that, but when I look at what he did the week before, and there were some troubling signs there, and then you look at his body language and you look at his eyes, sometimes eyes are a real pathway to the heart and to the soul of what's going on in a guy. I just thought it looked like a guy who really lost his way, lost his confidence, and that's the big thing for him. This is an important offseason, but, you start putting a couple that you put a season or two together like that, and all of a sudden you can find yourself in a different city.
Ooh, last part. By the way, Gannon is used to that. And if you're looking at somebody who makes you believe that a quarterback after 3 years in the NFL can eventually figure it out. I mean, Gannon's one of the best examples of that. Because Gannon was with the Vikings for a long time, the Chiefs as well, before he finally got that opportunity with John Gruden and the Raiders and had some really impressive seasons with him. And, of course, made it to a Super Bowl after the Tuck rule, after John Gruden with Bill Callahan as head coach. That Super Bowl did not go so well. Interesting tidbits are being shared about that. Apparently, the Raiders never changed their audibles going up against their old coach for the Super Bowl. Probably not a great idea. But there you go. That's Rich Gannon. You heard from Cam Newton. Lots of quarterbacks weighing in on C.J. Stroud. There's more to come. Paul Gallant, Tyler Milner were sitting in for Ron and Clint. They're flying back from San Francisco after a busy week on Radio Row. More highlights from Radio Row on deck. We'll also take a further look at an embarrassing night last night for the National Football League. It wasn't just that Bill Belichick's not a Hall of Famer. It's also the Honors Show. What a bleep show. You'll hear some fun moments from that next. Stick around.
Let's ride. NFL legend Darren Woodson shared his thoughts on the C.J. Stroud situation live from Radio Row, presented by Liqueur 43.
From what I know about CJ and just watching him over the years, he seems like he's been a guy who's overcome a lot. Like he'll have some down times and he'll bounce back. And we're going to find out a lot about CJ Stroud over this offseason and about the organization. If they believe in him and they're going to trust him, we're going to find out a whole lot about that.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Desk 713, call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by Kirk Holmes. On 290, the Northwest Freeway, eastbound at Antoine. It's an accident that has a right lane and a right shoulder blocked. Ready for your custom-built luxury home in the Texas Hill Country or Greater Houston? Talk to Kirk Holmes, recently awarded 3 2025 Texas Association of Builders Awards. Best Architectural Design, Best New Custom Home, and Best Owner's Suite. Visit KirkHolmes.com. That's K-U-R-K, because at Kirk Holmes, it's all about you. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zach.
Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans pay here. Closing down our time on Radio Row, presented by Liqueur 43. Here's Paul Gallant and T-Mill on Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
Super Bowl 60. It's Sunday. The Seattle Seahawks, the New England Patriots, Seahawks, per most books, 4.5-point favorites. I think the over-under for this game is now in the mid-40s. I'm sure we're going to get some great plays for Super Bowl 60 from Tyler Milner a little bit later this hour. The 5 o'clock fire. The NFL had its honors ceremony last night. Matt Stafford won MVP over Drake May. I got no issue with that. Stafford's stats are insane for this year. And I think that there's a lot of people out there who are voters who are looking at Stafford and saying, it's about time that he gets his. Will he ever have another opportunity for it? You're almost padding a guy's resume so that it's maybe a little easier for him to get in the Hall of Fame. I think if you are looking at all this and getting a little bit annoyed that favors seem to be made left and right for all sorts of people when it comes to awards, with Dan Orlovsky, who's an MVP voter, or with the Hall of Fame voters who were voting specifically for Roger Craig, who made it into the Hall of Fame. We'll get a little bit later to get in on the senior committee at the expense of Bill Belichick. It is kind of shady the way that some of these votes are going. But to keep on going through all the awards, Defensive Player of the Year, Myles Garrett. Would have been cool to see Will Anderson get it, but Garrett, I mean, he set the sack record.
Did you hear I predicted that?
I did not hear you predicted that.
That's probably because you were getting ready for a show. The last segment we did for Clint and Ron Dipped, I found the audio from September where we each made our MVP prediction. We made our Defensive Player of the Year, our Super Bowl. You know, you hear me. But I called it, man. I said Myles Garrett, Defensive Player of the Year.
It's a bold take.
No big deal.
Bold take. The guy who is the best defensive player of the NFL, I picked him to be Defensive Player of the Year.
Bold with it, baby. Bringing the heat.
He is an Aggie, too, so of course you're going to make that guy.
Yeah, Ron mentioned that.
Yeah, well, I get it. I know you. It's okay. Tenaroya McMillan, who has a favorite word based off of what I've seen on the internet the last couple of days. Offensive Rookie of the Year, wide receiver with the Panthers. Protector of the Year. Didn't even know that was an award. Joe Thuney. By the way, guess what the Bears got him for? A 4th-round pick. Guess who drafted Joe Thuney? Nick Caserio. It's crazy to me that they didn't bring him in. Anyway, more awards. Christian McCaffrey won Comeback Player of the Year. No travesties this time around, I think. Mike Vrabel of the Year. Defensive Rookie of the Year, Carson Schwessinger of the Cleveland Browns. Offensive Player of the Year, Jackson Smith. His name terrifies me so much that I pronounce his last name like that. Some people say JSN.
That's what I do. I just roll with JSN, man.
Who would have thought that the pronunciation of names would be maybe the biggest storyline coming out of the NFL honors ceremony? The name I just mentioned, Jackson Smith. When his name was announced by Barry Sanders and internet comedian Drewski, who noticed that Jackson Smith wasn't there, had a little bit too much fun with the announcement.
Well, the winner decided not to pull up tonight, so I guess on his behalf, Jackson Smith Najigba. Najiba. Njigba. JSN.
See, there it is. JSN.
He should have just done that. He should have just done that. Listen, as a white man, I can't tell another man how they're supposed to handle this. And I got to say as well, if you're upset about the award show for NFL players being disrupted, I think you need to do something better with your time. I think watching award shows, that's so 2000. You know, I think you need to find something better to do. But a lot of Seahawks fans were mad about this. He wasn't even there, so I don't think this is that big of a deal personally in terms of like, oh, my God, he ruined his night. No, he cares about the Super Bowl. He's a competitor. He wants to win that more than anything. But definitely a cringe moment for a lot of people out there. I am wondering, this is my tinfoil hat take. I am wondering, and I don't know when that announcement was made relative to the Coach of the Year announcement, but I'm wondering if Drewski was making fun of the fact that the Coach of the Year, Mike Vrabel of the New England Patriots, had his name pronounced ever so confidently by some rando, strong, powerful, independent woman.
2025 AP Coach of the Year is Mike Vrabel. Mike Vrabel is busy preparing for the Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah. She doubled down.
Yes, that's the best part. She comes back verbal.
Oh, yeah, that was rough. So a lot of people were clowning the NFL honors ceremony because of those two mispronunciations. Others were also clowning it because Matt Stafford won the MVP. But these were largely Patriots fans. And I got to say, as someone who grew up a Patriots fan, to all these Patriots fans out there, guys, this is beneath you. Whining about who wins the MVP. This is beneath you. You don't care about awards. You care about Super Bowl 6. Focus on what's at hand. I leave the, oh my God, I should have won MVP arguments for all those James Harden stands out there who I do not understand for the life of me and never will. That's for you. Remember we did that? I never want to get into this guy should have won MVP arguments ever again. I did it. I did it enough. Oh, I don't even want to hear him. I just broached the subject back in the day. Who was the guy that he was competing against? It was Russell Westbrook, right? Oh, God, the worst summer storyline that you heard from me here on this station. The correct first person to turn against James Harden very early on.
I'm with you now. I may not have been then, but he kind of was the inspiration for the turd list segment we do on this show. So, I'm with you, man.
Quit on the city, got in a fat suit. By the way, he wanted to come back on the team. We'll get to that in a little bit. But that was the NFL honors ceremony. What a lot of fun. Stafford wins over Drake May in the eyes of many because of Sam Monson of formerly whatever that site is. He used to be on that website. He's an Irishman. I had to pick Matt Stafford. I knew that I had to pick Matt Stafford over Drake May. Check that. He didn't pick Matt Stafford. He's the only person who voted for Justin Herbert to be the MVP of the National Football League.
Oh, sans par sarvas.
I look at Justin Herbert, and when I see Herbert there, I just see a man who should have won it.
He doesn't have the luck of the Irish. He fell short.
I tried to give him the Irish are always being kept down, and Justin Herbert, he could be Irish. I don't know. All right, that was... I can do that. American. Sort of. All right, what's next?
5 o'clock fire.
The guys who made the National Football League Hall of Fame. Drew Brees, no surprise there. What's your favorite Drew Brees memory? It's probably when they stopped the game for 10 minutes to give him an award for most passing yards ever that Tom Brady eventually broke, personally. Paul, what the heck, man? Drew Brees, I like the Saints. I know. I'm just a Patriots fan. What can I say? Roger Craig got in on the senior committee. I know a lot of people know more about Craig than I do. I know Craig had a very, very unique running style. He was a fullback. He was a receiver. He revolutionized the position, perhaps moved it in a way where now we can see guys like Christian McCaffrey and all these other really versatile guys at running back. Larry Fitzgerald, no-brainer. Adam Vinatieri, best kicker of all time. No offense to Justin Tucker, who has since been canceled. Thank you for Justin Tucker being canceled, because now we can say that about Adam Vinatieri, and the pushback is not going to be as strong. Luke Kuechly from the Carolina Panthers, also a Hall of Famer, despite retiring early. So those are the newest members of the National Football League Hall of Fame. Belichick should have been in over Roger Craig. I understand that it's not, at least per NFL Hall of Fame voters, it's not about sticking it to Belichick, as we all want to believe that it is, because it would have been such a juicy storyline over the course of this past week. It is legitimately about the senior committee gets to vote on 3 people. One of them's a coach. The other 2, I guess, are 3. They get to vote for 1 coach, 1 contributor, and 3 players from back in the day, and a bunch of the voters thought that they had to do these guys a solid because they'd never be on the ballot again, and they assumed that Bill Belichick would get enough votes. That's why it went down that way. It would have been fun if it was a little bit juicier. I would have had another rant about Bill Polian in me, but I have to be honest, okay? I have to be a journalist from time to time. Next!
5 o'clock fire.
So the Rockets did nothing at the trade deadline, which disappointed a lot of people. I think it further cements the fact that they're not winning the championship this year. Oh, that's a really bold take. Yeah, but they didn't add a point guard, and I think that was the only way it was going to happen. I don't see Reed Shepherd making big strides by the end of the year. I don't see Amin Thompson becoming a great shot all of a sudden. No Steven Adams either without Fred VanVleet already. It's just going to be really tough for them. I hope that they put on a respectable effort in the playoffs. I feel so lame for saying that. It's like I'm looking at the Steven Silas era Rockets and saying, I just hope they have fun out there and that they develop a little bit while having all of that fun. After tonight's game, the Rockets lost. They've lost back-to-back games, first to the Celtics, who didn't play anybody of note, and then to the Charlotte Hornets, who I didn't know they had anyone of note. But whoever was of note on the Charlotte Hornets did not play on that game last night, from what I've been told. Okay? It was a rough performance. I mean, they got bodied. At least Alperen Şengün didn't get ejected in this game, but his stats were not so good. And there was a moment in this game where Kevin Durant called out Şengün's effort on defense. Durant's the leader of this team. And you're asking Durant to do things that Ime Udoka is not getting out of the Rockets the rest of the way. To Durant's credit, I thought he at least put a valiant effort in to talking about, hey, like, we got to figure this bleep out really soon after last night's loss.
Yeah, it's disappointing for sure. Something to think about for the rest of the night, and then tomorrow we move past it and get ready for the next game. This early game against OKC on the road, so we just got to get prepared for that. Like, we can't let this dive us deeper into an abyss of just like negative shit. You know, we just got to assess what we did out on the floor, see how we all can be better, and then move on.
My fault.
It's really not even a big deal, though. Dalton Schultz got me prepared yesterday to just be ready on the dump button at all times, so we're good.
It's on me. I'm full of Bill Belichick here. If only the FCC was a little more tolerable. Yeah, I listened to that Dalton Schultz interview yesterday, Tyler. Damn, that stinks when the guy cusses once and then twice in rapid succession.
Yeah.
And you're not expecting the second one to come. Because I believe that both Ron and Clint had pointed out to Dalton, hey, buddy, you can't do that.
Yeah, naughty words not allowed.
That's a bad Dalton Schultz. Alperen Şengün getting crushed online. And there is a cuss in this one, Tyler, in case we don't have it ready to go.
I'm so ready.
All right, cool. Alperen Şengün was asked about his ankle, and if that's perhaps a factor in his struggles. I'll give Şengün a lot of credit. Şengün is, at the very least, taking all of this Ime Udoka yelling after the game, Kevin Durant yelling in the game, and not making any excuses for his poor play.
No, you know, I can't just find excuse like that. You know, I'm tweaking my ankle, whatever it is, playing, like hurt, anything. Even that January, you know, it was all my bullshit, and you know, it's nothing about my ankle. You know what I'm saying? I cannot think about that. I was just like thinking about that. You know, it's my ankle, but it is not. You know what I'm saying? I just gotta go over there and play harder.
Oh, Alpy.
Everybody is a bunch of potty mouths.
All these cusses out there.
Lord.
Goodness gracious. The Rockets are not for the children. Clearly not. They're not for the FCC either. I like them. They're rebels. You know, they're not going to make you happy on the court, but they are going to push the boundaries of the English language as our government allows that language to be spoken on radio airwaves. So, that is the fire at 5. Did I do it? Shoot! 5 o'clock fire! Damn it.
Hey, Houston fans. I am so happy.
So there you go. All right. We're closer and closer to Super Bowl 60. One of the coaches in this game was in the Texans' grasp. Where would the Texans be right now if they had followed the advice of this Texans legend. You'll hear from him on the other side, plus more quarterbacks weighing in on C.J. Stroud's struggles. I'm Paul Galani's Tyler Milner. It's The Drive on Sports Radio 610.
Mike Verba.
LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610, live from Radio Row.
Somebody asked us, did you feel an earthquake? And I was like, wait, are they just joking because it's San Francisco? Apparently, no. There was indeed an earthquake.
You can see a hurricane coming. You can prepare for a hurricane. You can kind of prepare for tornadoes. Ain't preparing for quakes.
All week long from San Francisco, thanks to Planet Fitness.
Look, if you're in a decision-making position in the sports construction world, Fielder's Choice is the choice. That's right. I'm talking to all the ADs, coaches, superintendents, boosters, board members. Fielder's Choice wants to help you with
Closing down our time on Radio Row, presented by Liqueur 43, here's Paul Gallant and T-Mill on Sports Radio's.
Friday, got to get down on Friday. Closer and closer to Super Bowl 60. We appreciate everybody who tuned in to our coverage of Radio Row the last couple of days. Big thanks to Sean and Seth, Payne and Pendergast, Reggie, John, In the Loop. Of course, the fine fellas who host this show from 2 to 6 normally, Stoerner, Ron Hughley. They are all on the plane, along with Figgy and with Parker, coming back from San Francisco. So it's me and Tyler Milner who are holding it down until Area 45 takes over. I'm going to quote a wise philosopher for just a moment to set up a take. I might do it in a musical way. If I could turn back time, if I could find a way, if the Texans fired Bill O'Brien and hired Mike Vrabel, would they in the Super Bowl 60 play? Damn, Paul, you're such a great improvisational singer. I know.
Like I was front row at Cher, man.
Yeah, just like her. By the way, and my girlfriend, the strongest, powerful, most independent women of all. But Cher back in the day, wow. In case you don't know, kids, Cher back in the day, wow. But where would the Texans be right now if they had listened to the advice of Texans legend Vince Wilfork, who said this while on with Ryan Russillo earlier this week?
Right. I knew since I was a player with Vrabes. I knew he was going to be a coach then. I'm like, y'all letting the best coach that you have on this team go, and he going to Tennessee. I told him that, and I was public about that with the Texans. And sure enough, he go to Tennessee. He takes them to the AFC Championship, and then they lose the AFC Championship by a couple, points. And I'm like, he's going to be a hell of a coach. I know he will.
What if they had listened to that? Now, no one does that. No one does that. I bet the Colts thought about doing it when Chuck Pagano got cancer and Bruce Arians stepped in, and Bruce Arians ends up being Coach of the Year. And then Arians moves on, and he, of course, wins that Super Bowl with Tom Brady and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But that's an awkward thing to do. Like, no matter if it was the right decision, can you fire someone that was out for the season because they had cancer? No, you can't do that. But in the case of the Houston Texans, say you were Texans ownership, you realize that Mike Vrabel is probably going elsewhere. And the Texans did realize that because they promoted Vrabel from linebacker coach to defensive coordinator over Romeo Crennel without firing Romeo Crennel. They kept him around. And then when Vrabel left, they put Crennel back in that role. Where would they be if they had stuck with Vrabel? And I think a lot of people are happy with DeMeco Ryans, and you should be. There were some questions earlier this year. I think there were some murmurs coming out of the locker room that things perhaps were not going as well as they could. But, I mean, to rally from down 0-3 to make it to the playoffs and to put together one of the best defenses that we've seen in the past decade, DeMeco deserves a lot of credit. So I don't think anyone's lamenting that you've got DeMeco Ryans as your head coach now. But what if you moved on from Bill O'Brien, let's say 2017 or so, put in Mike Vrabel? You had Deshaun Watson as a quarterback. This was before all the stuff. Wow. Is it possible that they'd have made an AFC Championship game? I think they would have. It got to a point with Bill O'Brien, who I don't think was as bad as he was made out to be as a coach, where that locker room was out on him. If they had moved on with that talent from Vrabel to Bill O'Brien, where would they be? I thought that was an interesting point raised by Vince Wilfork, and apparently Vince Wilfork shared that with Texans ownership. Ballsy man, that Vince Wilfork. Some quarterbacks continue to weigh in on C.J. Stroud. Jeff Garcia, he was on Sports Radio 610 this week. He was on with John and Reggie in the Loop. And yet again, You got another quarterback asking some real questions about the Texans' man under center.
You cannot shoulder the entire burden. You have teammates that are out there to help you. They are coached up to do their job. You can't do everybody's job for them, and you can't think that way on the football field. He was used to allowing his teammates to help him. And I don't know where that has gotten off path, maybe the change of coordinators, whatever the situation may be. But what I saw in the playoffs this year was somebody playing scared.
Hate hearing that. That was Jeff Garcia in the loop. Nice air horn.
I work on it. I practice,
Yeah. Listen, we all, people in the radio game who love the sound of our own voice and like to screw around a little bit. Oh, yeah. You got a lonely day. I mean, Tyler's been by himself all week. Like, this is the first human contact he's had all week.
Amen.
You've just been in that box.
I finally got my stuff together and shaved and stuff today because I knew I'd at least see people.
Shower.
Yeah, I was coming in here stank. Yeah.
Oh, I've been there as well. It's nothing quite like a radio cluster in 2026 where the only other people that you're going to see in the hallways, especially while we've got some renovations going on here, is you, yourself, and I. Tyler's a man in the box. What was I talking about? Oh, Jeff Garcia. He's got some questions about C.J. Stroud. He says he's looking scared out there, and he wants him to get back to what he looked like his rookie year. More from Jeff Garcia in the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
He's just not letting loose. He's not playing loose. He's playing constrained in his thoughts. It's starting with his head, and it's being interpreted throughout his reaction and time frame, and that needs to change. He needs to kind of clean up, scrape that out of his mind, and get back to what he was as a freshman or a rookie when he was just out there having fun and just reacting, being an athlete. I even see when he goes and takes off running, he looks slower than he used to look. Like he's not running with like determination, authority. He's just like, it's just not the same. And so whatever that is, that fuel to his fire that he needs to get up and like change, like you see his face and it's very non-reactive. And that's fine. That's fine. Jalen Hurts is like that too. You don't see a lot of emotion in these guys, but you got to have some sort of emotion when you step into that huddle and you're commanding a presence from your teammates that shows confidence and the ability that, hey, if things break down, I have the answer. If things are perfect, I have the answer. But don't overthink it.
Another Texans legend, Jeff Garcia. Yeah, he was with the Texans for a little bit. Lots of quarterbacks with questions about C.J. Stroud. You heard them all on Radio Row this week. Cam Newton, Rich Gannon, and Jeff Garcia, in case you've been listening today. All right, is that time. It is 5:33. Tyler Miller, you got to make us some money. And if you don't, I'm going to be living under a bridge.
I will do that. Mainly because I want to look out for you. I'm definitely going to pour everything I have and my knowledge, my football wisdom into these picks.
Okay.
Not only for that, not only for Paul, not only to keep him from under a bridge, but because this is our last slate of football picks for Best Bet here. And as you people know, you and the Drive family, you know we killed these NFL wagers. This week's been rough. This week's been rough.
Okay.
The NBA's been rough for your boy. Might be time to fade me on those.
It's still the preseason until next week.
Yes, that's fair. We'll get back in the green for sure. But 4 picks for this year's Super Bowl. Of course, the Seahawks, the Patriots. Paul, I don't know if you will like necessarily some of my picks here.
Oh, no.
But if you follow them, it'll keep you from that bridge, my friend. First pick, best bet, Seahawks -4.5. I'm taking Seahawks minus the points in this one. I think the Seahawks, I'm sorry again, Paul, I think they win by 10-plus points in this game on Sunday. I think we're looking at a double-digit Super Bowl victory for the Seattle Seahawks.
I'm writing that down. Chat with Mike Verbal.
Gotta cuss me out after the segment. Next up, I'm on the under. Paul mentioned it earlier. It is shrunk down to 45.5. Seahawks, Patriots under 45.5. That is pick number 2 for your best bets. And then I got 2 player props to round things out. Both of them play for the Seahawks. Quarterback Sam Darnold, the guy that used to see ghosts, apparently no longer does. I have over 229.5 passing yards for Sam Darnold. I like anything in that range, give or take 5 to 10 yards. 229.5 passing yards for Sam Darnold over. And then to end things here, I got JSN. That's how I designate him, Paul.
You're scared.
I am. JSN. I'm on over receptions for him. He is obviously the top target for Sam Darnold. JSN over 6.5 receptions on Sunday in the big game. Those are your 4 best bets. Last football slate of the year. Follow the money. Let's go.
I'm very upset with you.
I knew you would be. And I didn't even think about it whenever I knew we were going to be together 4 to 6, but I just had to follow what I thought, man.
I thought what we had was special. This, it's been fun. Now, I don't know if I can even look at you anymore.
I'm sorry.
I have some doubts about this game.
Yeah?
I think it's healthy to have a little bit of doubts about your favorite team going into a big-time game.
Oh, I 100% agree with that.
Sometimes I even force those doubts in when I don't actually have them. Like for Patriots-Chargers, I forced some of those doubts in there. Patriots-Broncos seemed like such a lock that I also forced a few in there. I don't know. It might be tough.
It helps prepare your heart if need be.
Exactly.
Yes.
The only time rooting for the Patriots in my life that I was 100% confident going into a game was Super Bowl 42, which was a rough night for your boy, who had a very thin Patriots coat that he had to wear for the entire second semester at a school based in New York State.
Oh.
Everyone became a Giants fan all of a sudden. And Eagles fans were talking trash to me. And that really bothered me.
You're cold and sad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it wasn't fun. I've got some thoughts on the game. I think we've localized it as much as we possibly can. And I think a lot of you guys are probably at the point where, yeah, you know what? I can do with a little bit of time away from football. Let's take a look at the Houston Astros. But up next, my thoughts on the game. I disagree with a lot of what Tyler said. What did I disagree with? All of it! I'm just kidding. You'll find out, though, who I'm picking in this game before we turn things over to Area 45 and the most fun things that I learned this week at Radio Row. We will be discussing a Tide Pod or two. Stick around. Paul Gallant, Tyler Milner, The Drive on Sports Radio 610.
So long, La Grossa. After 8 years and 2 titles with the Astros, Framber Valdez is moving on to Detroit. Can Dana Brown find a way to replace the former ace in the rotation and get the Stros pitching staff back to playoff form?
Brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. Order at BlueChew.com, code 610.
Closing down our time on Radio Row. Presented by Liqueur 43. Here's Paul Gallant and T-Mill on Sports Radio 610.
Hey! Hey! This used to be the song that they played whenever the New England Patriots scored a touchdown. First at Foxborough Stadium, then at Gillette Stadium. The song brings joy to my heart. Sad song has been canceled because Gary Glitter has been canceled.
Glitter, that's a hell of a name.
Still a good song. Played it in The Joker.
Reminds me of The Joker and more than that, Happy Gilmore.
Oh, yeah, I forgot it was in Happy Gilmore as well. No, we're talking late 90s, early 2000s.
Okay.
Everyone was playing this song when their team scored a touchdown.
Huh.
And then, I'm... Look it up if you're curious. I don't even know what it was. I just knew all of a sudden the song disappeared, and I was like, what happened? Oh. Super Bowl 60s on Sunday. A quick Texans take. I am going to look at C.J. Stroud the same way that I have always looked at Sam Darnold, in that I am not sure when, but I know it's possible, he's going to have one of those games where, oh boy, it's bad. I say that because that is still in Sam Darnold. You can't convince me otherwise. Oh, Darnold's fine now? A couple of weeks ago, we sure didn't seem to think so. Last year, you sure didn't think so. Everyone thought it was bullcrap until he was exposed as the great pumpkin that he was in the playoffs. It's been interesting seeing the conversations about the Seahawks specifically over the last level. I think there's an argument to be made that top to bottom, they've been the best team in the NFL this year. But at some points this season, we were saying the exact same thing about the Los Angeles Rams. And some of the rhetoric about the Seahawks and how they relate to the Patriots in this game, I just don't think there's the big discrepancy that people are making this out to be. Sure, the spread's 4.5, so it's not like people are looking at the Patriots as 2 touchdown underdogs like they were the first time that they were in a Super Bowl. But I think some people are inflating the Seahawks tires a little bit too much, and it always is going to come back to that quarterback. And sure, Drake May, he's had his struggles this postseason. He's made plays for sure. He had the scramble against the Broncos. He had the beautiful touchdown pass to Kayshon Boutte against the Texans. Got a couple of other plays in that game, but he's been a little careless with the football. But he's gone up against 3 great defenses in these playoffs. He is as tested as it comes. Seahawks have a great defense, so another tough outing for him, for that Patriots offense. I look at what Sam Darnold's gone up against in these playoffs. The dead 49ers. That game was over legitimately after the first play. A Rams secondary that hasn't been good for a while. And I'm looking at Darnold going up against a Patriots defense that on the interior, with Milton Williams and with Christian Barmore, they are going to give problems to the Seahawks interior offensive line, which is not very good. By the way, Milton Williams, game wrecker, last year's Super Bowl against the Kansas City Chiefs. I think he's going to do pretty well in this. And if you get that pressure up the middle from defensive tackles, what generally happens? Bad things for your quarterback. I don't think the Seahawks are going to be able to run the football. And I think that pressure up the middle is going to make it tough for Darnold. And all it's going to take in a game like this is the team who screws up last. You know it's in Darnold still. You might have tried to convince yourself that Sam Darnold can't possibly turn the football over again. But he led the NFL in turnovers this season. It is still there. I think Darnold's going to turn it over a couple of times. And I think that's going to be the difference. I think New England has a lot of youth in this game, but you have a guy with Super Bowl experience on the field in Milton Williams, who was with the Eagles last year. You have a head coach who has been to a few of these and definitely knows all the routines of Super Bowl weeks. Okay, it's been a while since he's been in a Super Bowl, about 20 years or so, but he knows all of this. Josh McDaniels knows all of this. And I think just a lot of people are looking at the Seahawks and perhaps pumping a little bit too much air into their tires. So, of course, you're going to say to yourself, well, Paul, you're biased. And yes, I am. I am very biased for this one. And I'm not acting like it is a lock that the Patriots win this game. But I do think the Patriots win. I think the Patriots defense is going to force a couple of mistakes by Sam Darnold, and that's what it takes to win. Will May screw up? Will May throw an interception? Will May sack and potentially give the ball back to the Seahawks? Certainly possible. But I'm picking New England in this one. Not just cover the spread. I'm picking them to win. What are the most fun things you learned at Radio Row over the last couple of days? Well, I did get a kick out of learning about why Texans legend Stephon Diggs is often late to Patriots team meetings. He's got a case of the twosies very often in the morning. That's a real thing. Stephon Diggs, Texans legend, was often late to some of the Patriots meetings this past season because he had to drop the kids off. You know, it's a natural process. We've all got to do it. I do wonder where the Texans offensively would have been with Stephon Diggs still on the team. In the same way, I wonder where the Texans would be had they decided to move on from Bill O'Brien and keep Mike Vrabel, which I guess was the advice of one Vince Wilfork to Texans ownership, as he shared this week on Radio Row. Mike Vrabel, the guy loves himself some energy. And he's not like the Houston Texans with their smelling salts. By the way, that's like 80% of the NFL. All these guys are huffing smelling salts in the game. Jalen Petrie huffing them to the point where it doesn't seem like there's any effect on him. Apparently, Vrabel's taking various forms of pre-workout every single day. I didn't even know that there were different levels of pre-workout. What are some of these levels, you might be asking yourself? Well, I guess there's not just C4. There's also C8 and C12. And very often, Mike Vrabel, to get the boys pumped, ready to go before a team meeting, would chug this stuff.
Oh, my God.
That is crazy. This is from an article written by the great Connor Orr from Sports Illustrated. Garrett Bradbury, Patriots center, said, I am amazed. C12, it depends on the day. He's a machine. He's our leader. It's impressive. Several players noted that Vrabel will begin many meetings with a performative chug of the energy drink, which sets the tone for the rest of the day. And as the coach goes, so too do the rest of his players and even staffers. For those who aren't scared away by the drink's potent side effects, it has become part of the Patriots' subculture. These guys are all just ripped up on pre-workout. Have you ever done pre-workout? From time to time, I do a little pre-workout. It's a lot, though. I mean, you really feel the caffeine in pre-workout. And I say this as somebody who drinks a pitcher of coffee every day. A full pitcher. Yes, that's right. Tide Pod Gate. I need to know what Seth was thinking. And I know he's probably shared it, but no, I need to know what he really was thinking. Was this an alpha move? Listen, you don't want to mess around with Seth. Okay, now I will admit that I have seen a host blow up on Seth in a way that was pretty surprising. When I used to do the morning show with Mike Meltzer and Seth Payne, there was a time where Mike Meltzer called Seth not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, not 5 times, not 6 times, not 7 times, not 8 times, not 9 times, not 10 times, not 11 times, but 12 times. Called Seth Payne unbearable to his face over and over and over again. And I just sat there like a sad little toddler watching his parents get divorced, wondering why? I thought things were going to be good in the morning. This show's clearly going to blow up. Oh, no. But that wasn't actually on Seth. And Mike is a lawyer now. But I've also seen, Seth get into it with Josh Innes back at Radio Row back in the day. So I'm wondering, what was it that he was thinking in that moment in time to chuck that Tide Pod at Sean? I guess we'll never know, to quote Alex Bregman. Meanwhile, when you take a look at how Sean Pendergast handled that moment in time, Sean, if I could turn back time, we need you to redo that moment. This was a bad moment for every single non-ex-jock blabber in the city of Houston.
Well, Sean, you done stepped off in it.
I felt that when it hit your eye. And at the very least, and listen, we are in a studio that at times has been, sponsored by legal representation. Sean, I want you to show up on Monday with an eye patch, and I would like to keep this drama going. Especially if you give me a finder's